Hi everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel, so I can be more motivated to make even better quality videos. Thank you all very much. Have a nice day. It opens with an extremely eye-catching image. Young ladies are advised to look at the upper part only. The character is covered in wounds and bound with golden chains. That's Ju Tianyi. He's the male lead. Even his name sounds beautiful. Don't know what happened for Ju Tianyi to end up so miserable. Ju Tianyi suppressed his body's pain, lowering his head in endurance. Suddenly a hand lifted Ju Tianyi's face. With blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, he gritted his teeth and said, "I regarded you as my master, but never thought you would do such a vulgar thing to me." The woman mentioned paid no mind to Ju Tianyi's words. She still calmly smiled and teased, "My good disciple, your master didn't want to either, but you just look so seductive." She is Shunchang Jun, Ju Tianyi's master. A master with improper intentions toward her disciple. What a melodramatic plot twist. Shunchang Jun forced a strange liquid down Ju Tianyi's throat. This is the most powerful aphrodisiac in the world. The dream of life. That liquid spread across every fiber of Ju Tianyi's flesh. Such a sensual scene aroused Shunchang Jun's possessive, perverted nature. "My beautiful disciple, you belong only to your master." A thunderous scream came from the female lead. Those previous scenes were just from a novel the female lead was following. This twisted plot had wasted 3 years of the female lead's reading time. The author is crazy. Why arrange such a plot for the male lead? I've been reading this novel for 3 years. The author was harassed by readers for slow updates. Unexpectedly started letting themselves go. The comment section was full of endless criticism. Let's find out why this happened. The female lead had clearly described Ju Tianyi's character. Originally, the male lead was the 9th demon lord, mysterious and demonic, domineering and arrogant. He cultivated the killing path, pursuing slaughter, famous and respected by thousands in the cultivation realm as the night ancestor. Such a lofty person, handsome and magnificent like this, yet was forced by his own master. It's unbelievable and increasingly infuriating. The female lead unconsciously threw her phone with a thud. Hope the phone survives. Are you kidding me? As a result, he was imprisoned by his perverted master, and after throwing, the female lead still had to pick up her phone. "The phone is fine, everyone, don't worry." The female lead began to immerse herself in commenting, using her special skill typing curses without blinking. "Type enthusiastically for good luck. How did you get the author to reply?" The author responded to me, clicking to read again those affectionate words. "You've just been possessed." About to reply, suddenly the female lead's house shook violently. What's happening? The author's reply words appeared once again. "You've just been possessed." The female lead dreamily felt like she was underwater. How strange. So dizzy. Body feels light too. The female lead woke up. Before her eyes was a handsome man with a flushed face, her hand still holding his chin. "Who is this?" That person interrupted her vague thoughts. Shunchang Jun will definitely kill you." Wait, this name sounds familiar. Shunchang Jun. Isn't that the name of that perverted master? That's why they say never anger the author. The consequences are unpredictable. The female lead was surprised, looking closely at this man's face. Could it be she's transmigrated into the book? Have I transmigrated into the perverted master's body? Then the person in front of me isn't the 9th heaven knight. His resentful gaze surrounded by murderous aura. The female lead ignored the current situation, swooning over him. Truly worthy of being the author's child. So handsome. City-toppling beauty. If given to me, I'd be smitten too. The 9th heaven knight couldn't stand it, burst out power, breaking free from the restraining chains. "You shameless woman." The female lead in the corner, still turning her back, trying to calm herself down. Staring so obviously is undignified, but not looking means missing this enchanting sight. Well, dignity is almost withered anyway, but the female lead still tried to resist looking. Must not look. Immersed in her thoughts, not noticing what's behind. Transmigrating to become the evil master. The first thing is to win the male lead's heart. How to recover if can't successfully get the male lead? Wouldn't that mean living well for life? Calm down first. Fortunately, I've memorized some transmigration novels. Surely won't die. When she realized something was wrong, it was too late. The female lead turned back, sensing terrifying killing intent. No time for her to defend. Shin Changjuan's palm pierced through her heart. The female lead lay on the ground, weakly vomiting blood from the deadly poison. The world's deadliest poison without antidote. So cold, so painful, So this is what dying feels like. Barely 3 seconds after transmigrating, already dying by a handsome man's hand. Truly such an embarrassing death. The female lead lamented in her heart. My transmigration phase was too short-lived. Ninth Heaven Knight's voice rang with murderous intent. I, Shun Changjun, will kill you. Shun Changjun woke up startled and afraid. Looking around, this place is Nine Flowers sect. Shun Changjun was surprised and pondered deeply. But hadn't Shun Changjun long ago fallen into evil cultivation and been expelled from the sect? Suddenly a bright red sword appeared, striking straight down at Shun Changjun, making her fearfully dodge to the side. The sword gradually transformed into a human form. It was Hong, Shin Changjun's spiritual weapon. Hong, Shua Jinling. Hong, Shua Jinling smiled and pretended to say, "Oh my, I accidentally fell down." Shin Changjun angrily scolded. "You were clearly trying to kill your master on purpose." Hong Shua Jinling rolled his eyes and snorted, turning back to Shan Changjun. "Humph, hurry up. Today Nine Flower sect is accepting disciples. Didn't you promise the sect leader that you would definitely choose your first disciple this year?" Shun Changjun irritably said, "Don't beat around the bush." Then suddenly realized something. She asked again, "Hong Shua Jinling, wait, choosing the first disciple? My first disciple?" Shin Changjun hurriedly pulled Hong Shua Jinling outside to open the door and check the situation. "Isn't that the male lead who killed me?" Seeing the peaceful scene before her eyes, returning to the beginning of the story, Shin Changjun rejoiced. "I've been reborn many years ago, to the beginning of everything in the original story. The day Nine Flower sect accepted disciples. Also the first meeting between me and the male lead. Now I am the #1 genius of the continent, younger sister of the Nine Flower sect leader, peak master of Jin Yun Peak in Nine Flower sect, breaking through to Golden Core stage at just 20 years old. I am fair-skinned, rich and beautiful, the peak of the cultivation world, immortal Changjun. As for the male lead now, he must still be just a nobody." Thinking of this, Shun Changjun couldn't help but smile cunningly with a scheming, "Ha ha ha. Heaven is helping me. I must deal with the male lead before he has the strength to kill me." Thinking is doing, Shun Changjun flew on her sword to find Zhou Tianyi. Hong Shua Jinling sarcastically said, "When you smile like that, you really look like a villain." Arriving at a place where a crowd was gathered beating Zhou Tianyi, while others stood around watching the commotion. "That kid is trying to climb the mountain to find a master again. Aren't we being too harsh? If this continues, there will be a murder. Isn't he the one called First Knight or something?" A white-haired youth still enthusiastically stood outside, mockingly saying, "Mixed breed. Do you have a death wish? How dare someone like you want to be a disciple of Nine Flower sect? Barging into the sect unauthorized is a capital offense. Beat him up." Shin Changjun also happened to land and walk over. Everyone who saw her warmly welcomed her. "Immortal Changjun. Look, it's Immortal Changjun. So beautiful. The continent's #1 genius. Greetings to Immortal Changjun." Shin Changjun calmly observed the situation. Indeed, it was exactly like in the original story. Initially, Zhou Tianyi wanted to climb the mountain to find a master, but was blocked and bullied by these villains. Coincidentally, that day Shin Changjun was in a good mood, so when passing by she saved his life. The white-haired man saw Shin Changjun and nervously said, "Disciple was just dealing with some trash." Sham Truong Quan didn't care at all, just passing by to check the situation. "So if I stand by and do nothing, letting these villains deal with him, then I might escape the fate of being killed." That's what she thought. But when seeing Qtianda's small figure covered in wounds, his clear eyes looking towards Sham Truong Quan, she found him so adorable. So he was this young back then. Seeing Qtianda covered in blood everywhere, stained with dirt, Sham Truong Quan felt touched. Such a young child must have suffered a lot, right? The book mentioned that Qtianda's background was very pitiful, orphaned and adrift since childhood. Later he was saved by a master, thinking he finally had someone to rely on. But in the end, it became the nightmare of his life. The more she thought, the more heartbroken she felt. Sham Truong Quan couldn't just stand and watch. She gently walked to Qtianda and patted his head. Then she made up her mind. He's still too young, still too weak. He needs protection. I absolutely cannot stand by and just watch. Perhaps if I treat him well, I might also escape the fate of being killed. Then, Sham Truong Quan smiled tenderly and asked Qtianda, "Would you like to be my disciple?" Everyone around was shocked. mouths agape at her words. Qtienda remembered that in the past, Sham Truong Quan had said the same thing to him. He thought bitterly, in my previous life, I was deceived by you just like this. Even though I personally killed you afterward, still, I could never untie the knot in my heart. In the end, it led to my unstable mind, failed ascension, resulting in soul dispersion. Heaven help me by giving me a chance to live again in this life. I want you to die 1,000, 10,000 times more miserably than before. Qtienda pretended to smile and softly replied, yes, master. Both of them were reborn and were starting their stories from here with two opposing intentions. Sham Truong Quan thought, in this life, I must be a good master. I must escape the fate of dying miserably. But Qtienda thought, I will absolutely not trust you again. I must make you die 1,000, 10,000 times more miserably than before. Sham Truong Quan led Qtienda up Kim Van Peak. Seeing Sham Truong Quan unguarded, Qtienda decided to kill her right away. For everything you owe me from my previous life, I must make you pay. Qtienda gathered spiritual energy to attack, flying towards Sham Truong Quan. Unfortunately, what came out was just a tiny attack. Sham Truong Quan deflected it with one finger. Sham Truong Quan thought Qtienda was showing off his abilities. She praised admiringly, how adorable. Dade, that's amazing. Do it again. Do it again. Zhu Tianyi turned to stone in shock, continuously confused. What am I doing? Where am I and who am I? That move just now had a huge impact on Zhu Tianyi, making him realize that he was just a goddamn rookie. Where is my Nam and Poison Vine? Of course, at this moment, Nam and Poison Vine is still in the Moon Love Forest sneezing because someone mentioned it. Nam and Poison Vine is the most poisonous in the world. The leader of Moon Love Forest, the wood spirit of the 9th Zhu Tianyi. Theoretically, from the time this life's Zhu Tianyi tames it, there are still 999,000 years to go. On the way there, Shinchang Jun said gently, in this vast Jin Yun Peak, you are Master's only personal disciple. Zhu Tianyi was lost in thought. He was troubled by his current strength. I am still very weak now. Must learn to hide first, to find opportunities to increase strength. Shinchang Jun opened the door, confidently said, Master will pass on all personal secret techniques to my disciple. In her heart, she was thinking about future scenes, when Zhu Tianyi would be moved by her kindness. Master treats me so well. When I grow up, I will definitely show proper filial respect to Master. While others surrounded Zhu Tianyi in admiration. We admire disciple Zhu Tianyi so much. Master Chang Jun truly treats disciples. Well, I also want to be Chang Jun's disciple. Just thinking about it made her proud. Shun Chang Jun proudly asked Zhu Tianyi, how about it? If my disciple likes it, then all these techniques will be yours. But Zhu Tianyi blushed when looking at the book. Shinchang Jun was startled and looked inside. It was an indecent picture that burned viewers' eyes. Looking around, there were countless such books, such as Dual Cultivation 18 Poses, Spring Palace 88, Young Nourishing In Methods, Handbook of Capturing Beautiful Men Power Care, 3,000 Dual Cultivations, all for me to choose. Shinchang Jun turned to stone. Where am I? What am I doing? Who am I? Hurriedly pulled Zhu Tianyi outside and closed the door. Shinchang Jun lied to cover Zhu Tianyi's eyes. Everything just now was just magic. Has my disciple learned it? In her heart, she was constantly calming herself, trying to stay calm. An actor's self-cultivation. Zhu Tianyi was both embarrassed and angry. What exactly is this woman doing? Shinchang Jun quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Master will give you some Taoist robes and magical tools. But when opening the door, there were all SM toys. Shinchang Jun hurriedly closed the door. Forced to laugh. Still just magic. Opened another room. There were countless forms with many versions of Fu Sheng Yimeng. Shinchang Jun slammed the door shut, collapsed to her knees, holding her head. Oh heavens, what kind of villain image am I supposed to be? But Shinchang Jun in Zhu Tianyi's eyes now was extremely terrifying. Oh my God, would this woman not even spare children? Shinchang Jun comforted herself. Fortunately, he's just a child, probably doesn't understand these things. Of course, Zhu Tianyi was no child. He resentfully looked at Shinchang Jun. I can't stand it anymore. Really want to kill her right now. Shinchang Jun led Zhu Tianyi to another place, thinking to herself that Jin Yun Peak is truly dangerous, surrounded from all sides. I'll investigate thoroughly in the next few days and burn all those things. I can't let him run around tonight. To avoid scaring children, thinking this way, Shinchang Jun led Zhu Tianyi to her bedchamber. Zhu Tianyi broke into a cold sweat. This can't be happening. What does this woman want to do bringing me to her bedchamber? Shinchang Jun had no idea that Zhu Tianyi was scared. She gently reminded him, Disciple, tonight don't go anywhere. just sleep here with me. Her gentle appearance in Zhou Tianye's eyes was no different from an evil witch. The gentle words to Zhou Tianye's ears became cunning schemes. Disciple, you can never go anywhere in this life. You must sleep with me forever. Zhou Tianye ran away in fear. Shin Changjun was puzzled. Why did he run away? Could it be he doesn't like me? What went wrong in the process? I was even going to let him have the bed. Children's thoughts are really hard to understand. Shin Changjun pondered. Looks like I need to quickly increase the favorability of Junior Zhou Tianye. After thinking for a while, she thought of a fun idea and clapped her hands. Got it. I remembered someone. Little junior sister whom Zhou Tianye had a one-sided love for in his past life. My second disciple Wei Shengru. Early in the morning the disciples were competing with each other. Wei Shengru, being a girl but easily defeated her opponent, as light as a feather. Everyone around praised her, worthy of being the young lady of Wei family. This is the best seed of the year. She will definitely become the personal disciple of the elder with an unreachably holy temperament. Some people were jealous of Wei Shengru, sneering that it's all because of her good fortune. Being born in the Wei family, even a chicken or dog could ascend to heaven. Wei Shengru turned around to look at that person, using her beauty to defeat the opponent. Sure enough, he fell into Wei Shengru's love trap. Mom, I've seen a bodhisattva. Shin Changjun, standing not far away, also marveled, thinking the original host's taste was indeed powerful. Not a single disciple who wasn't a dragon or phoenix among the masses. People just don't know. How did the original host initially manage to accept Wei Shengru as a disciple? If I suddenly approach her now, wouldn't she consider me some strange auntie? Tienda hid behind a tree, looking at Tam Truong Quan with disdain. Could it be that she wouldn't even spare girls? Tam Truong Quan made up her mind, slowly approaching Vi Sin Nu. Everyone was extremely excited that Truong Quan Immortal had arrived. The two goddesses are meeting. Tam Truong Quan silently cursed herself to stay calm. The original owner had always hidden it well. Until now, no one knows that she's actually a pervert. Tam Truong Quan composed herself and spoke. Cough cough. Before I could say anything, Vi Sin Nu excitedly rushed forward and grabbed her hand. You are the legendary Truong Quan Immortal, who is both unrivaled in beauty and incredibly powerful in the legends. Tam Truong Quan was bewildered. Vi Sin Nu spoke excitedly nonstop. Tam Truong Quan's throat tightened. I admire you so much. You've been my idol since I was little. You are the idol of all female cultivators in the cultivation world. I've had your portrait hung up since I was young. It was because of you that I came to Nine Flowers Sect to seek mentorship. I will definitely win the competition to select disciples 3 days later and get first place. I hope you will consider at that time and accept me as your disciple. Tam Truong Quan was about to respond, but she glanced at Vi Sin Nu. Seeing how Vi Sin Nu was completely infatuated with her, Tam Truong Quan felt something was off. Wait, am I being reverse cultivated? Tam Truong Quan moved closer to Vi Sin Nu, whispered in her ear. Tonight, wait for me at the peak of Mount Jin Yun. I have something good to show you. Tienda saw this and was boiling with anger, hitting the tree repeatedly. She really is a seductress, not even sparing girls. Stay away from my junior sister. After giving instructions, Tam Truong Quan turned to leave, not forgetting to turn back and wink at Vi Sin Nu. Everyone around was captivated by her beauty. What a beautiful scene. Vi Sin Nu also blushed shyly when her idol treated her this way. Far away, a figure was watching everything, fanning himself. This little sister of mine. Her eyes are set on quite an unusual disciple. That night at Mount Jin Yun, Tam Truong Quan was searching for many treasures for Vi Sin Nu. Hong Tu Kim Lin casually asked her, "Tonight you're giving so many magical treasures to that little girl. Aren't you afraid your senior disciple will accuse you of favoritism?" Tam Truong Quan, still searching for treasures, replied, "Of course I'm afraid." She thought to herself, but as long as I win over little junior sister's future husband, help him tie the red string of fate, he will surely spare my life in the future. Suddenly, Tienda burst through the door. Tam Truong Quan nervously hid things behind her back and stammered, "Why are you here?" Tienda declared boldly, "Tam Truong Quan, tonight I want to sleep with you." Tienda made up his mind resolutely. "Tonight I won't let you meet her." Shin Chang-jun confusedly asked Zhou Tianyi. What did you just call me? Zhou Tianyi didn't bother to answer. He ran straight to the bed and lay down, gathering all his courage to say, "Isn't this what you've always wanted?" In his heart, Zhou Tianyi decided to sacrifice himself for his junior sister. If someone must be harmed, then let it be me alone. Shin Chang-jun looked outside and hurriedly left. Oh, it's about to rain outside. It's almost midnight. I must hurry. My new is still waiting for me. Zhou Tianyi was shocked, as if the concubine wasn't allowed to flip the card. In his head echoed the words, "Tonight must flip noble lady news card." Zhou Tianyi couldn't bear this shock. Do I not have a choice here? So he quickly jumped off the bed and ran to hug Shin Chang-jun's legs. You can't go anywhere tonight. I want to sleep with you. I want to sleep with you. Suddenly a loud thunder cracked across the sky. Zhou Tianyi trembled in fear. Memories flooded back to his mind. The loneliness of being forgotten by others. The fear of being unable to resist fate from his previous life. The trauma deeply etched into his heart. The nightmare he could never escape from. Shin Chang-jun saw his posture holding his head. Zhou Tianyi's fearful state. She gently patted the child's head. So, you're afraid of thunder? From now on, I'll keep you company. At this moment on Star Cloud Peak, Wei Xingnu was standing under a tree for shelter. It's raining. I wonder what immortal Chang-jun is doing now. But now Shin Chang-jun had already coaxed Zhou Tianyi to sleep. He kept holding her hand tightly, refusing to let go. Shin Chang-jun gently stroked Zhou Tianyi's head. Little one, just say it if you're scared. Because I kept asking why you were so insistent on clinging to me tonight. Each thunder kept rolling. Zhou Tianyi trembled in fear. Seeing this, Shin Chang-jun held him in her arms, covering his ears to reassure him. Go to sleep while earlier Wei Xingnu was still persistently waiting for Shin Chang-jun. In the heavy rain, immortal Chang-jun, I will definitely wait for you. Inside the mountain villa, Zhou Tianyi opened his eyes and suddenly felt such warmth. But when he saw, he was lying in Shin Chang-jun's embrace. Being held by her, he startled, pushed her hand away, and sat up. Zhou Tianyi looked at the sleeping Shin Chang-jun, then reached his hand towards her. Murderous intent arose, thinking she had no defenses. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity that couldn't be missed. Just as he was about to kill her, Zhou Tianyi suddenly startled. Due to killing intent, he had been discovered. The killing intent wasn't from Shin Chang-jun. It was a familiar aura coming from outside Star Cloud Peak. Unexpectedly, even thousands of miles away, he could still sense Shin Chang-jun's killing intent. Who could it be? If he were to strike now, Zhou Tianyi feared he wouldn't survive to leave this place. Thinking this, he lowered his hand. Forget it. She's not worthy to perish together with me. Shin Chang-jun lay down for a while, then moved, stretched, yawned, and asked, Did you sleep well last night? Do the clothes fit well? Zhou Tianyi was startled, opened his eyes wide, and asked what clothes? He immediately looked down at his clothes. Shin Chang-jun rested his chin and said, You fell asleep last night. I personally changed you into clean clothes. Zhou Tianyi froze upon hearing this, then immediately wanted to perish together with Shin Chang-jun. But Shin Chang-jun kept smiling, looking very much like an evil person, enjoying teasing the little one while saying, Because you were so scared you wet the bed last night. Zhou Tianyi sat silently, hugging his knees, thinking, I have nothing left to live for in this world. Time to end it all, when suddenly a voice rang out. Sister, your relationship with your disciple is very good. It turns out the person who just spoke was Nine Flowers sect leader Shin Changming. When Shin Chang-jun saw him, she clutched her chest. Why does my chest hurt so much? These are the emotions in this body after being reborn. Meeting that person, just once, just seeing him makes me want to cry. This is what they call inseparable love. She immediately ran to Shin Changming and called out, Brother, my dear brother. But what she got in return was a kick from Shin Changming, ignoring her fall and walking right past. Shin Chang-jun angrily cursed at Shin Changming, I want to kill you both, acting out scenes of a loving family, close siblings, brothers caring for each other. After teasing her for a while, Shin Changming said, All right, I'm just looking for a reason to sacrifice myself for the country. Shin Chang-jun held her head, thinking, why do I want to cry just from seeing him? When Zhou Tianyi saw Shin Changming, he thought, so it's him. Shin Changming and I had no conflicts in the previous life. Indeed, that killing intent from far away was coming from him. Seems he's very dependent on his sister. The main peak is quite far from Jianyun Peak. How did he appear here so quickly? Shin Changming looked at Zhu Tianyi and spoke, I find your disciple very pleasing. Why not let me have him? I will teach him well. Zhu Tianyi was frightened upon hearing this. This is bad. Sure enough, his suspicion earlier the killing intent Shan Changming released was for me. Shin Changming acts very extremely. What to do now? Shin Changjun spoke up to ask, you want to take Yi as your disciple? She felt this was indeed a good way to avoid future trouble. Her disciple Zhu Tianyi and her couldn't have any relationship. She won't be killed then. Zhu Tianyi clenched his fists in fear. This is bad. I don't know why at this moment I'm releasing killing intent towards Shin Changjun. The matter of rebirth cannot be discovered by him. Things have come to this, I'll have to follow through with it. Tienda pretended to be weak, crying and acting pitiful. Da loves Master the most. Da doesn't want to leave Master. He ran to Tam Truong Quan saying, Master is the best person in the world. Tam Truong Quan hugged him close. Maternal feelings welled up in her as she thought, this kid loves me that much? So I'm such a good master? Tienda was struggling hard to maintain his act. Inside he felt like throwing up, feeling he had lost all dignity. Meanwhile, by the big tree, Vai Sin Nu stood waiting, mumbling, Master Truong Quan, I will definitely wait for you. Tienda with sparkling eyes acted cute with Tam Truong Quan. Master, don't send me away, he said in a pitiful voice. Seeing this, Tam Truong Quan hugged Tienda close, patting him with a bright smile saying, whatever Dada wants, Master will do. Tam Truong Min, standing aside watching the master and disciple like this, helplessly crossed his arms. His face showed contempt, too tired to even speak. Suddenly Tienda pointed at Tam Truong Min saying, this ordinary brother, Dada doesn't like him. His resentful tone and aggrieved expression made Truong Min's face darken, angrily saying, this little brat. Seeing this, Tienda turned and hugged Tam Truong Quan screaming, oh heavens, he's so scary. Dada is afraid. As soon as Tienda finished speaking, Tam Truong Min was immediately thrown out before he could even react to anything. Seeing this, Tienda revealed an evil expression, his eyes cunning with a wicked smile. Serves you right, Tam Truong Min. You got what you deserved. Thinking about it, this sacrifice is nothing at all. Suddenly Tienda coughed his face, starting to blush shyly. When he realized he was looking at his master's chest, silently comforting himself. Eyes don't see, ears don't hear. Then closed his eyes tightly to avoid the embarrassment. When he slightly opened his eyes to peek, he saw Truong Quan coming close to him, then touching her forehead against his, making him blush even more, too flustered to say anything, his eyes hazily looking at her. Tam Truong Quan touched his face and asked, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Tienda, with a confused mind, face red as a ripe tomato, said, I'm not comfortable anywhere. Hearing this, Truong Quan lifted him up. Meanwhile, Tam Truong Min, who had just been thrown out, was extremely angry, his hands clenched into fists, eyes showing killing intent, teeth gritted. These two brats, he hated that he couldn't do anything. In the mansion, Truong Quan's piercing scream rang out, ah, I forgot about Nu. She screamed while running back and forth in front of Tienda. Meanwhile, Tienda, after being lifted and put on the bed by his master, was curled up under the blanket like a shrimp, looking at his master. After screaming, Truong Quan turned back to tell Tienda, be good and stay home. I'll go and come back right away. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Tienda grabbed her hand. Wait, Tam Truong Quan. I won't allow you to meet Vai Sin Nu. Truong Quan turned around and looked at Tienda in confusion. Then she came closer and pinched Tienda's cheek while saying, son, don't be too possessive, girls won't like that. Tienda was in pain from the pinch, but still shouted, who's being possessive of you? Right after saying that, Truong Quan turned and flew away, leaving behind just one sentence. Remember to wash the bed sheets from last night clean. Tienda was fuming and shouted after her, I've told you so many times already that was because you carelessly spilled tea. As soon as he finished, his face changed to reveal a sinister look. An evil smile appeared fiercely. You think that I have no way to stop you? Meanwhile, under a tree, Vai Sin Nu was standing waiting for Truong Quan to arrive. She saw Truong Quan flying over on her sword. Sin Nu's eyes sparkled with joy. Immortal Truong Quan has arrived. You're here. As soon as Truong Quan arrived, she quickly said, sorry, Sister Nu, my disciple is too clingy. I almost forgot to meet you. Sin Nu was very understanding, gently replied, it's okay. I just arrived too. Truong Quan looked Sin Nu over and discovered something, immediately rushed to hug her while repeatedly saying, "Bodhisattva, you are a bodhisattva," before Sin Nu's confused gaze. After saying that, Truong Quan handed Sin Nu a bag and said, "Take this. Tomorrow's selection ceremony, remember to perform well." Then she smiled brightly and continued to tell Sin Nu, "The first place winner of the selection ceremony can choose their own master and can make any request they want." Sin Nu took the bag from Truong Quan, opened it to find inside were all high-level martial arts manuals and supplements. Her eyes sparkled, her heart rejoicing as she said, "Heavens, how can there be so many high-level manuals and supplements?" While Sin Nu was overwhelmed with joy, Truong Quan was thinking to herself, "In the past life, Vi Sin Nu and Ninth Tian met each other at the selection ceremony of Nine Flowers sect. The fierce battle between a nobody and a noble family's daughter ended in a draw. In the end, both achieved first place. They both requested to join the same master, becoming a legend. However, for some unknown reason, in this life, Ninth Tian disagrees to let me take in Vi Sin Nu." Thinking of this, Truong Quan's eyes began to look dangerous, an evil smile, as she carefully calculated benefits for herself. "But for the sake of my little life, I must help him hold onto this red thread well. As long as Sin Nu can win first place, I can reluctantly accept her request and become her master. Dada won't be able to blame me." Thinking of this, she couldn't contain herself and laughed out loud very satisfyingly, "Ha ha ha ha," echoing through the forest, saying loudly, "No offense taken on both sides," before Sin Nu's confused and puzzled eyes. But on the selection day, Zhen Changjun was completely stunned, eyes and mouth wide open in disbelief, as her carefully laid plan had completely gone up in smoke. Xinyu had lost to Tianyi and was crying on the arena. First place had fallen into Tianyi's hands. The spectators were discussing enthusiastically, "I heard this kid has already been accepted as Changjuan's disciple. Changjuan's eye for talent is indeed formidable. What demand did the kid make?" After winning, Zhou Tianyi stood up straight with determined eyes and serious expression, stated his demand. "Zhen Changjun, I want you to swear, in this life, you'll only accept me as your disciple." Chang Jun wept silently. The plan went completely wrong. This disciple is too clingy. What should I do now? After being defeated by Tianyi, Wei Shengru cried streams of tears in pain and despair. "My master was stolen by that kid. Woo 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 woo." Seeing this, Chang Jun rushed to hug Shengru with tears also streaming down in pain as her plan had turned to dust. And Shengru hugged her while crying and said, "Woo woo, if there's a next life, please still be my master." Tianyi stood beside watching the two women hugging and crying in pain because of his victory and smirked with an evil smile, feeling jubilant inside. Later, Changjun took Shengru to Nine Fire Sect's Wang Peak to meet her brother Jin Zhangming. But little Ru's cultivation is very good, though far from Tianyi, she thought. "Brother, why don't you take her as your disciple?" Zhangming crossed his arms, arrogantly showing disagreement, and said, "I already said, I only like that kid you took as disciple." Then he moved closer to look at Shengru's face and continued, "Moreover, this little girl doesn't look as smart as that disciple, so it's not worth it for me." As he spoke, Zhangming showed a dissatisfied expression, pointing at Shengru's face. Seeing this, Shengru became very angry and bit Zhangming's hand, making Zhangming cry in pain with a scream that echoed throughout Nine Fire Sect. Seeing this situation, Changjun quickly slipped away, turning around with hands on hips, leaving leisurely, ignoring her brother's pain behind her, struggling with the little girl Shengru and his shouts of, "Let me go." Before leaving, Changjun added one more line for her brother. "Seeing you two so close, I feel somewhat relieved. Little Ru is in your care then." On the way back, Changjun said to Tianyi, "I hope brother Zhangming and little Ru can live harmoniously together." Then she stopped and turned to pinch Tianyi's cheek, saying, "Now I have only you as my disciple. I feel like you're harboring impure feelings for your master." Changjuan's expression became suspicious towards Tianyi. At that moment, there was a group of people nearby discussing. It seems that disciple following Master Truong Chan has feelings for her. Another person said, "I heard people everywhere talking about it, that little disciple keeps clinging to Master Truong Chan all the time, even when sleeping." Following his words, another person chimed in, "Ha, must be in love with their master. That's all those 10 to 23-year-olds think about." Hearing this, both master and disciple turned to stone. Instantly, Truong Quan thought to herself, "This kid must have heard it. How did the plot deviate so far from the script? Oh no, At this moment in Truong Quan's mind appeared a scene where Tienda tied her up with chains, standing before her with a sinister face, one hand on his waist, showing his six-pack abs while the other hand lifted her chin, with an evil smile saying to her, "Master, you can only be mine." Thinking of this, Truong Quan burst into flames, covering her face, screaming, "Oh," in her mind. "Oh my God, I've been seduced by this kid." Tienda beside her widened his eyes in confusion. This woman? Then Tienda's eyes grew wider, his face showing slight fear as he thought, "Wait, if she misunderstands that I have feelings for her, she'll reveal her true face sooner. Then she'll make her move earlier than I expected." Meanwhile, Truong Quan was thinking that feelings between master and disciple cannot be good. I should be decisive about this emotional matter. Then both people, each with their own thoughts, went to Nine Flower Sect to train at Kim Van Peek's back mountain. On one side, Truong Quan leisurely rested her chin, saying, "Duh, keep up the good work." While on the other side, Tienda was training hard, thinking while practicing, "If I keep staying stagnant like this, I'll surely follow the same failed path as before. Can't wait anymore, must get stronger." When Tienda approached Truong Quan, she pretended to drop a book and told Tienda, "Ouch, duh, I accidentally dropped the book. Quick, see what book it is." Tienda came closer and saw the tragic ending of master-disciple love. Seeing this, Tienda became extremely angry, remembering his previous life, and stomped hard on the book. Seeing this, Truong Quan quickly said, No need to look," but secretly thought to herself, "Must be angry because I implied rejecting him." Then she pulled out two portraits of two old men and asked Tienda to quickly help choose a lover for master. "Who do you like to be your master's husband?" Tienda looked and said expressionlessly, "They're old enough to die." Tienda just finished speaking when Truong Quan pulled out another portrait of an older man, saying, "Master likes older men. The older the better." Hearing this, Tienda was speechless, only angrily threw out a sentence, "These people should all go to their graves." Then threw all the portraits on the ground and stomped on them angrily, resentfully screaming in his mind, "What was she trying to say just now? Thinking her previous life wasn't this bad, must be trying to catch me off guard, then secretly make her move against me." Seeing Tienda like this, Truong Quan thought, yes, what happens after eating sour vinegar? While thinking about that, she caught his murderous gaze, his whole body burning with rage. Tienya's anger made her completely dazed. Meanwhile, Tianai looked at her with thoughts, "I must quickly regain my power to kill her. I must go to the Moon Love Forest to find the Divine Wood Spirit to reclaim power like Nam and Doktang did. Must try one more time. This will be the last time." Just as the thought ended, Tianai ran to his master, putting on a pitiful face, eyes sparkling with pleading. "Master, this disciple wants to leave here, go sightseeing down the mountain to practice in the legendary Moon Love Forest to commune with nature." Speaking while thinking to himself, "I swear this is the last time I use my looks to deceive her." But unexpectedly, Chang Jun had become immune to Tinya's trick, patted his head and said, "No, your health is too weak to go down the mountain." Hearing Chang Jun say that, Tianai froze. Why didn't it work? Meanwhile, Chang Jun thought, "Silly disciple, until chapter 9999 you'll be able to do that. See how effective it is." Tianai then shed tears, showing pitiful state, rolling around, throwing a tantrum. I want to go. Seeing this, Chang Jun was confused, wondering, heavens, what's wrong with him? Then hugged Tianai, comforting him, saying, All right, your master agrees with you. Thinking he's still young, so just indulge him, but it seems to be straying further from the script." While being hugged, Tinya's face darkened with embarrassment, feeling shy and suddenly so ashamed. "I'm going to die here. Farewell, everyone and world, I disagree." Zhang Ming's voice came from inside the mansion. "To let someone so weak, what will others think of our Nine Flowers sect?" Zhang Ming was arguing intensely with Chang Jun, refusing to let him go to avoid losing face. Chang Jun, seeing this, retorted loudly, "There's still sister to sister, and you will go along to protect him." Hearing this, Zhang Ming's face showed smugness, raised two fingers in front of Chang Jun, showing contempt, saying, "Oh, two more weaklings added." Zhang Ming's attitude and words made Chang Jun very angry, but before she could do anything, Sinu couldn't stand it. He rushed forward and bit him on the two fingers, pointing at Chang Jun. "How dare you speak ill of my master?" Zhang Ming's screams of pain echoed throughout the area, making birds scatter in chaos. Later in the Moon Love Forest, Chang Jun was very happy, leading Tianai riding swords in the sky. In her arms, she held a bag filled with many items inside, happily saying to Tianai, "This Zhang Ming, though speaks harshly, but before leaving gave me all these treasures." After examining for a while, She tightened the bag, a thought appearing in her mind. I wonder what he thinks in the original story. When I die, what will he think? Behind her, Tianyi was showing a very sinister smile, his eyes gradually revealing a triumphant look. The Namen Vine in this moon love forest, no one knows its location better than me. Just find a whirlwind can kill a cultivator at Golden Core stage. Just wait, I will kill you. As he thought, his heart was joyful, his eyes becoming more dangerous. Suddenly, Chang Jun handed him a bag and said, "Here, quickly take this." Giving it all to him, he asked Chang Jun in confusion, "Why give me everything? Why don't you keep some items?" Though he said that, in his mind he thought, this woman is truly stupid. I really don't know why in my previous life she tortured me like that. But he didn't know that now before him was someone who had transmigrated with an evil index of 0. That's why she's like this. Meanwhile, in front, Chang Jun was looking around thoroughly, observing the moon love forest. So this is the moon love forest from the novel. I must say it's both huge and beautiful. Holding the bag in his hand, Tianyi showed a puzzled expression and asked Master Chang Jun, "Master Chang Jun, I've always had one question to ask you. That day, why did you want to accept me as your disciple?" Hearing Tianyi's question, her eyes became gentle as she patted Tianyi's head and said, "Because I want to protect you." Hearing this, Tianyi was startled, his face blushing at Chang Jun's unexpected answer. Before he could be moved for long, Tianyi was pushed down by Chang Jun, who said, "You little brat, why don't you call me master instead of using my given name?" This had made Chang Jun quite angry. "Now repeat after me, master." Because she was busy turning towards Tianyi to speak, Chang Jun didn't notice behind her appeared a red whirlwind, pulling them closer. Seeing this, Tianyi's face turned panic-stricken, immediately shouting, "Watch out." Right after saying that, he thought, "Oh no, I shouldn't have warned her." Chang Jun turned around. Seeing this, she pushed Tianyi away, avoiding being pulled into that whirlwind while she herself was sucked in. Below, two medicine sect disciples were talking to each other. The male said, "Keep it safe. Don't cause trouble or sect leader will scold." The female replied, "This treasure that sect leader created, it's the best among all medicines. Fu Sheng Yimeng. Even Yuan Ing stage cultivators when facing it will become as docile as a kitten. What's there to fear? If you want to know, I'll demonstrate it for you." The two were walking and chatting happily when they encountered Tianyi, covered in injuries from falling from above, sitting under a tree. "Quick look, a toy has delivered itself to our door." The two calmly walked behind their faces, showing extremely evil satisfaction, walking while laughing very pleasantly. The woman said in a loud voice, "Run faster, Fu Sin not Mong, there's no antidote for you." As they spoke, both of them laughed happily. Meanwhile, Thienda was running for his life, thinking in his head about this strange Fu Sin not Mong poison. Suddenly, Thienda fell face first and lay motionless on the ground. The two approached Thienda, turned him over and said, "Not bad, you've got a toy now." The woman repeated, "Not bad, you've got a toy now." Both were delighted to have something to test their poison on. Their malicious smiles revealed their smug expressions. Ha ha ha. Just when Thienda thought he had given up in despair, could it be that a red light appeared in the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. Truong Quan had arrived, sword in hand, her sharp eyes burning with anger. "What are you doing to my disciple?" Then she struck them with one slash, sending them straight to heaven. After dealing with those two, Truong Quan immediately rushed to Thiendo's side, her hands trembling as she touched him. Thiendo's face showed extreme worry. Tears began streaming down, seeing Thienda in too much pain to speak. Truong Quan's face was tear-stained, her voice trembling with fear as she called, "Data." Thienda slightly opened his eyes, vaguely seeing his master before him, worried for him. He struggled to say two words. Master Tam. Truong Quan was in a dilemma. If there's no cure to be found, then there's only one way to save Q Thienda. If Fu Sin not Mong has no antidote. She exerted her power. A powerful force gathered and took shape. The two lying on the ground were shocked. The woman who was hit in the mouth, clothes stained with blood, realized what Tam Truong Quan was doing. A Golden Core stage expert. The man beside her couldn't understand what Tam Truong Quan was thinking. What is she trying to do? The immense power radiated beams of light that made everyone overwhelmed as the streams merged together as if being absorbed by something. The wind howled like a storm. Tam Truong Quan used all her strength to extract her core. It must be known that for cultivators, their core is like half of their life force. Having extracted the core, Tam Truong Quan coughed blood. It seemed her body could barely resist, like taking her flesh and blood out. Her eyes showed no regret. This was all her voluntary sacrifice. Using her last breath, she placed the core into Q Thien De's body. I spent half my life cultivating. I will extract my core to transform and regenerate you. Tam Truong Quan with a gentle smile caressed Q Thien De's young face. I am your master. I won't let anyone hurt you. At this point, the two lying on the ground finally realized. The man fearfully searched for his sword. I know who she is now. Before finishing the sentence, looking to the side, only to realize that woman had already fled for her life. We're definitely dead. Nowhere to be found when needed, but runs fast when in danger. That person didn't even think and ran away frantically, know nothing about it. Shin Changjun wouldn't let those two escape so easily. She used divine power to create a barrier circle trapping those two inside. Shin Changjun is now furious and wants to leave. It's not that easy. You hurt my disciple. Each sword moved towards those two. Those two could only cry and beg for mercy now. Suddenly a Buddha's staff flew in from somewhere, blocking all those sharp sword points. The voice of the staff's owner rang out. Ba Changjun Junren, please spare their lives. That person was Chuan Shengzong's Du Mingyue. That woman, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, pathetically hugged Du Mingyue's legs, begging, Holy monk, please persuade her to spare us. Changjun Junren misunderstood. She wants to kill us. Look, your disciple is fine, but she wants to kill us for revenge. The other one had nothing else to say, just echoed everything that woman said. Yes, yes, yes. Du Mingyue, with an expressionless face, tried to calm Shan Changjuan's anger. Chang Junren, don't be too agitated. Please listen to this humble monk. She ignored him, saying, get lost, Baldy. Du Mingyue's face turned serious, pointing out the consequences of her actions if no one stops her. The Nine-Flower sect leads all sects and is known for its tolerance above all. Killing everywhere will damage its reputation. She wouldn't listen to a word, meddling in others' affairs and preaching here. Truly a busybody. Without another word, she rushed forward in a flash, catching Du Mingyue off guard for a moment. But Du Mingyue quickly blocked the attack. Now Shen Changjun is weak. Against Du Mingyue's counterattack, her current strength couldn't withstand. She was thrown far away. Zhu Tianye found Du Mingyue's reasoning ridiculous. Why so surprised? Tolerance means forgiving even those who harm us. Du Mingyue saw he couldn't persuade her. You are truly stubborn. About to fight decisively, Shen Changjun felt intense pain. Dying already destroyed my core, so I'm severely injured. At this rate, I'll die from injuries, let alone fighting. Suddenly, Zhu Tianye opened his eyes and woke up. She turned back to look at Yaya. At this moment, she thought carefully. Must temporarily retreat and not act rashly. If I die, then Yaya will be in danger too. She withdrew her killing intent. Another day, I'll go to Medicine Sect and Zen Sect for justice. Now get lost. Zhu Tianye just returned from death competitive. Shan Changjun. Don't let them go. Du Mingyue didn't want to make a big deal out of it, turned around and left. Giving me time, I will explain to your Nine-Flower sect. The other two didn't want to stay either, quickly followed along. Q Tienda was dissatisfied with Tam Truong Quan. Why did you let them go? You know they hurt me. At this point, Q Tienda suddenly noticed something strange. Wait, I was hit by the Fu Sin Not Mong, but why am I still normal? The Fu Sin Not Mong has no antidote. Only, she sat down to comfort Q Tienda. Wait until I'm better. I'll seek justice for you. Q Tienda realized she had given him her core. When Tam Truong Quan tried to touch Q Tienda, he pushed her hand away and ran. Don't touch me. It's disgusting. She sensed danger and shouted, not good. Don't go any further. Danger is coming. Before the two could dodge, writhing tentacles approached, the Nam and Poison Vine. The purple tentacles carried demonic energy. One look, and you could tell they had no good intentions. Tam Truong Quan let Q Tienda hide behind her back. Though she was severely injured, she held her sword ready to fight and protect her disciple. She stepped forward to shield Q Tienda, warning him to be cautious. Stay behind me. Absolutely do not run around. In response to Tam Truong Quan's kindness, Q Tienda wished for her death. Q Tienda felt this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to eliminate Tam Truong Quan. Heaven is helping me. If I can use the Nam and Poison Vine to kill her. Without warning, a tentacle sprouted from the ground behind Q Tienda. Before the two could guard against it, it quickly attacked towards Q Tienda. She sensed the danger and shouted, Be careful. Knowing this, Qtienda turned around, but Tam Truong Quan was faster, blocking the attack for Qtienda. Qtienda was stunned. Tam Truong Quan, that fatal wound plus giving her core to save Qtienda. This time she couldn't resist anymore. Her blood splattered on Qtienda's face. Qtienda couldn't believe what was happening. Tam Truong Quan, whose power was unmatched, was now knocked down by this strike. Why did you suddenly become so weak? At this moment, a strange power surged within Qtienda's body. Wait, there's an inexplicable energy in my body. Qtienda put his hand on his chest, feeling it was the energy of half of Tam Truong Quan's core. What is this? Even as Tam Truong Quan coughed blood, she didn't show her weakness in front of Qtienda. Can't let my disciple see me as a joke. She endured the pain and summoned Hong Thuok. The sword flashed with spiritual energy. Tam Truong Quan used her last breath to burst out with powerful strength, fighting against the Nam and poison vine. Seeing her risk her life like this, Qtienda ran over and shouted, "Run away. Don't worry about me. You run away. I don't want to owe you anything." Now those words Shen Changjun can no longer hear. Reflected in Zhou Tianye's eyes was the image of Shen Changjun being pierced through by that monster. Zhou Tianye lost his composure and suddenly remembered a forbidden technique. In my previous life, while wandering the continent, I had heard of a forbidden technique. Using mental state as foundation, body follows heartbeat. If one obtains the method within, then one can peek into heaven, change fate, and shift cause and effect of the universe. Namen poison vine threw Shen Changjuan's body down. Zhou Tianye had used the forbidden technique to obtain his previous life's body. Stretched out his arms to catch her. Her body is now truly very weak. Using the little consciousness left to look at the handsome man before her. Looks just like my disciple. Hallucination? After saying that, Shen Changjun fell unconscious. Zhou Tianye, holding Shen Changjun, flew up in front of Nam and poison vine. It was still fiercely attacking Zhou Tianye with the power of his previous life. Zhou Tianye effortlessly, with just one move, split Nam and poison vine in half. Then it disappeared. Zhou Tianye raised his hand. A sky-shaking iron force attacked Nam and poison vine, sending it to meet its maker. Zhou Tianye landed gently and safely. Suddenly, from somewhere, a strange slime attacked towards Shen Changjun. Zhou Tianye quickly blocked it. Turns out Namen poison vine wasn't completely dead, but was in its original form. It intended to escape. That intention Zhou Tianye saw through and used an absorption technique. Now it can truly rest in peace. Zhou Tianye looked at the dying Shen Changjun in his arms with many concerns in his heart. Each time using this forbidden technique can only maintain for a while. The body and power of previous life can only recover for a short time. This forbidden technique also has weaknesses. If wanting to use it again, it would probably take 3 to 5 years. Now Shen Changming isn't here and Shen Changjun is unconscious. If killing her now, then success would be certain. There would also be no consequences. Zhou Tianye wanted to strike, but hesitated. Zhou Tianye remembered the memories of being beside Shen Changjun, but the image of her caring and worrying for Zhou Tianye and her beautiful smile. Yi, hold this tight for self-defense. In the future, I'll keep you company. Be my disciple, okay? Zhou Tianye didn't kill Shen Changjun. Instead gave her medicine to keep her alive until someone comes to save her. Zhou Tianye is now confused in his thoughts. But I still have one question I want to ask her. Want to ask her that in this lifetime, why exactly did she treat me that way? Cannot maintain this state for long. Zhou Tianye used his young body of this life to carry Shen Changjun back to Nine Flower Gate. Zhou Tianye shouted loudly, "Save her." Many large piles of wood appeared in the courtyard. Someone asked the senior brother why there was so much wood. That senior brother replied, "I heard the sect leader went down the mountain last night taking Miss Vi to eliminate some things in the jungle. Yaoyu wants to confirm that if you want to live in this world, then don't offend Master Changjun among the 9 flower lords of Van Fong." Master Shen was lying on the bed. Beside him was Zhou Tianye sitting and channeling spiritual power. He opened his eyes to look at her, thinking, Shen Changjun already said I'm not afraid of you. Namen's poison vine originally had no cure. Only by taking the 1,000 gold vine and piercing it into her body at once. Divine Court Moon Sickle Hidden Moon. Spring Jade Acupoint Danzhong. His hand started from the acupoints on her head. When reaching near her chest, he blushed and stopped, wondering, what is Dan, what is Zhong? Danzhong, I am a gentleman who doesn't act improperly, don't look at me. I'm not indulgent in wine and women like this woman. Thinking so, he used a cloth to blindfold himself. then followed his memory to pierce the moon points successively: Dang Zhong Moon, Spring Jade Point, Giant Gap Moon, Divine Gap Moon, and finally the inner core. Suddenly he was surprised. This is her inner core. Only half remains. He mumbled. Indeed, she had given me that other half of her inner core. His blindfold suddenly slipped off. He looked at her, then awkwardly blushed and turned away. At night, as he carried medicine out from the sleeping palace, he encountered Shen Zhongming standing outside. Shen Zhongming looked at him with cold eyes and spoke. She shouldn't have saved you. Zhu Tianyi frowned. I have already detoxified her. She will wake up soon. Shen Zhongming interrupted before he could finish. Do you have an exact time for your soon? Half a year, 1 year, or will she never wake up again? When she saved you, you didn't think you would die because of this. When you saved her, you were completely calm and just needed to try, afraid that she might never wake up again and die because of you. You wouldn't regret it, would you? Hearing this, he was startled, thinking she would die. Die because of saving me? His hands trembled as he said to himself, he's absolutely right. Inner core split in half, body injured and poisoned. If it wasn't for my insistence on going into the Yaoyu forest. Shen Zhongming walked past him saying, I will never allow her to suffer any harm because of you ever again. Zhu Tianyi stood there silently thinking Shen Zhongming was right. 10 days later, the male lead continued bringing medicine to the female lead, propping himself up irritably saying, why hasn't she woken up yet? A month later, she still hadn't awakened. The male lead was still by her bedside watching over her. 2 months later, he was still taking care of her, wiping her face, remembering Shen Zhongming's words. I will never allow her to suffer any harm because of you ever again. He looked at her muttering, Shen Changjun, you also have someone you love, don't you? If you die, people will mourn for you. 3 months later, on a stormy evening with thunder and lightning, Zhu Tianyi was sitting beside Shen Commander's bed. Someone brought food and said, eat something today, young one. I know you're worried about immortal Shen Commander. If she lives well, heaven will surely bless her. She will be fine. The male lead was surprised to hear this. Why did I reveal my concern for Shen Commander like this? Why am I worried about her? Making me feel regretful. No, it's because I want to ask her something. Why in this life has she treated me so well? He tremblingly climbed onto the bed, lay beside her seeking comfort. Shen Commander, you cannot die. You can only die by my hands. Zhu Tianyi was sleeping soundly on the bed. Sunlight shone into the room, waking him up. He slightly opened his deep blue eyes. Suddenly he heard voices outside. The sect leader said the coffin is ready and prepared to depart. The male lead was startled upon hearing this, opened his eyes wide and sat up, quickly walked to open the door. The first scene he saw was his master Shen Commander reaching out to the sunlight. Hearing the sound, she turned around and smiled. Yi, good morning. On the other side, servants were reporting to Shen Zhongming. This coffin is made from wood from the Yumun forest, using the left section for grooves, then carefully processed. It could imply the Chu Nima coffin, given to the medicine sect to show our Jiuhua sect's sincerity. Shen Zhongming replied, that's right, there are some timid mice in the coffin. Wei Shengru immediately jumped out of the coffin crying out, ran to hug Shen Zhongming's leg, asking where the mice were. Shen Zhongming fanned himself saying, you're new here and already scared? Wei Shengru cried out, please let me go to the medicine sect to avenge Commander Immortal. Shen Zhongming ignored her and pulled her away. So brave. Wei Shengru stuck out her tongue saying, although I'm young, I can judge people better than my master here. Shen Commander walked closer to Zhu Tianyi and spoke. Everyone says thanks to your daily care that I could. Zhu Tianyi ran into the room, leaving Shen Commander bewildered. The male lead closed the door and leaned against it thinking, she's awake. My heart's beating so fast, am I this happy? The female lead stood outside saying, Master was very happy to see you upon waking up. Zhu Tianyi inside panicked, please don't say anything more. She continued saying, very happy to have a disciple like you. But the male lead was now cursing in his heart. Damn it, what should I do now, Shen Commander? I no longer intend to kill you. I never want to kill you again. At the cultivation place, Sham Truong Quan talks to Qtn Dedide has eaten the core containing half of my cultivation power and absorbed Nam and poison vine, but still cannot fully utilize it. I will personally teach you. You will gain power someday, because she thinks that by that day, she might be dead. The two continue practicing as seasons pass. The female lead approaches the male lead watching him practice and says, not bad, try a bit more and it will be great. As soon as she finishes speaking, she can't hold back anymore and clutches her chest, coughing blood. The male lead panics, runs to embrace her and screams in agony. Master at night outside the gate Du Min Noyet comes to tell the worker. Please tell sect leader Sham. I know the origin of what happened in Moon Love Forest a year ago. Want to come here to apologize to immortal Sham Truong. That person then regretfully says, you deliberately misunderstand my words. How immortal Sham Truong has been ill since that battle, vomiting blood every day. Half a year ago her senior forced her into seclusion. No one can meet immortal Sham Truong, and sect leader Sham doesn't want to see anyone. Du Min Noyet still doesn't give up. Then I will stay here waiting for the day immortal Sham Truong completes her seclusion in the seclusion chamber of Q Hoa sect. Sham Truong Quan is cultivating when from the stone a vine pierces through, emitting Q Tien Da's voice. Master, the golden cloud technique has opened. She looks at the vine and smiles, then speaks to Q Tien Da through a golden bird. Did remember to practice well. I really look forward to seeing you again. By then you must be able to defeat me. See you in 3 years. Dida. 3 years later, a beam of light suddenly appears shooting up from a cave. Above the gate there's a very cute note posted. There's a rooster inside. Enter and get bitten. Currently in meditation. Unauthorized entry prohibited. The cave door suddenly shatters. A familiar pair of feet appears. It's Sham Truong Quan. She stretches pleasantly with delight. After 3 years, I finally finished my seclusion. Sham Truong Quan quickly looks around. Is no one waiting for me here? Where did everyone go? Suddenly sees many people appearing in the sky. Passing by Sham Truong Quan recognizes many disciples have come too. Q Hoa sect, her eyes widen in surprise. That is according to the rules. That's the starting point of the plot. The northern opening ceremony. According to the date it has indeed arrived. Sham Truong Quan thinks, according to legend, Q Hoa sect organizes to open the north. My disciple Q Tien Da will duel with the great dynasty princess. Her name is Han Tu Tu. Q Tien Da and this opponent begin a very dangerous adventure. In the novel, Vi Sin Nu is the moonlight of Q Tien Da, and Han Tu Tu is the rose going through life and death with Q Tien Da, while Q Hoa sect means nothing to him. Thinking about this, Shun Changjun felt delighted. She must let Zhu Tianyi and Han Xiaoxiao meet each other, let them fight, then she could go on adventures with her and no longer stay at the Nine Flower sect. If he forgets me, then I won't have to die. However, Shun Changjun then remembered Zhu Tianyi's pitiful appearance. Yi Yi only wants Master, doesn't want to leave Master behind. Shun Changjun's heart suddenly felt heavy, but I can't bear it. But for the sake of her own life, she had to make a firm decision. Don't hesitate, or the plan will fail. He's grown up now, can't stay by his side forever. At the Nine Flower sect's Golden Cloud Peak, Shin Changjun had also returned home. Golden Cloud Peak was completely deserted. Has everyone already left? She landed and walked around searching. Where has Yi gone? Isn't he supposed to be at Golden Cloud Peak? Suddenly Shun Changjun noticed someone in the distance. At the foot of the waterfall was the back of a strong young man who was cultivating. Looking closer, Shun Changjun unconsciously blushed. After 3 years, finally at this moment, that person slowly opened his eyes and disappeared right after. Swift as the wind, he appeared behind Shun Changjun. Shin Jun turned her head back. Feeling shy in her heart, this guy looks familiar, but he's too handsome. Wait a minute, under the moonlight by the waterfall, a handsome guy appearing randomly is too cliché. No way. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Could this guy be the male lead and she's falling for him? Lost in random thoughts, Shin Changjun wasn't paying attention and slipped. How could someone with cultivation like me stumble on a rock and can't even stand steady? I'm blinded by his stunning looks, then suddenly fell into the handsome guy's arms. Shin Changjun shyly said, I'm just looking for my Yi. Brother, have you seen my disciple? He's an adorable little crybaby. At this point, she thought to herself, oh no, why did I talk about Yi? What if he thinks that's my child? It's fine, I must make this young man fall for me. Have a little sister with him for Yi. At this moment that young man spoke, Master, long time no see. It turned out this young man with the handsome face and strong physique was none other than Zhu Tianyi. Hearing this, Shin Changjun's face showed a bit of disappointment. She moved away from him and raised her hand to measure his height, then suddenly remembered the scene of capturing Zhu Tianyi before death. Shin Changjun was thunderstruck, screaming in her heart, oh heavens, just a change of clothes, and I couldn't recognize my own disciple. She silently cried, oh disciple, why did you grow up so fast? Shin Changjun knelt down with tears streaming down her face, looking at the tall young man before her, and exclaimed, "How could my little disciple grow up so quickly? I cannot accept this." For her current both tragic and comical appearance, Ju Tianyi could only sigh and reply, "I just grew up a bit. It's not like I died." As soon as he finished speaking, it made Shun Changjun's eyes red and face swollen, reminiscing about those years when he was just a kid with a tuft of hair on his head, obediently lying in her arms drinking each bottle of milk she fed him. Time passes so quickly. I still remember the day you were born as if it were yesterday. Now it's not like it used to be anymore. Ju Tianyi, now both shy and embarrassed, stood behind her. His face turned red from those old memories. Could only shout, "Stop right now. It's not like what you think," to cut off Shun Changjun's words. If she were to continue speaking, then surely the surroundings would be burned down by Ju Tianyi's blazing fire. At this time it was already the middle of the night. A lone man and woman under the moonlight and gentle breeze talking and chatting. Who knows what might happen? Noticing the weather wasn't very good, so Ju Tianyi quickly draped over Shun Changjun his outer coat. This gesture of his made her freeze for a moment. Seeing no movement from Shun Changjun, Ju Tianyi said, "You just finished your closed cultivation. If you catch a cold, you'll get sick again." Shin Changjun then suddenly came to her senses, her face now filled with pride towards Ju Tianyi. "You've grown up, little one. You've learned to care for me now. My efforts in raising you weren't wasted." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand intending to pat his head like when he was little. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach, because Ju Tianyi was now taller than Shin Changjun by a head at her action. Ju Tianyi just stood there with folded arms watching. Indeed, this was like a scene from a wuxia romance. But that hand wasn't about to stop, and descended to Ju Tianyi's full chest. Even girls of that time would be jealous. After touching a bit, dignity wouldn't allow more. With a few coughs, quickly pulled both sides of the clothes together to hide that deadly attractive feature. "I'm not cold. Dignity is what's important for a man. Don't learn these bad habits. Still young, still young." Unknown if Shin Changjun looked at herself at this moment, as she solemnly patted Ju Tianyi's shoulder, his face now showing exactly the expression of not understanding what this woman was thinking. Not satisfied with that, Shin Changjun secretly said, "You haven't met your true love yet." What a good master Shin Changjun is. In the distance appeared the silhouettes of a man and a woman. Another call came from the girl, Shun Changjun. So it was those two, Wei Shengru and Shun Changming. Both were heading towards the other two. Shin Changjun quickly withdrew her hand and happily replied, "Little Ru," as expected. Vi Sin Nu immediately rushed towards Sham Truong Quan. Without hesitation, she gave her a tight hug. "I missed you so much." The poetic scene with two beauties side by side surely touched the viewers' hearts. Sham Truong Quan also opened her arms without hesitation to welcome Vi Sin Nu, whispering, "Me too." And indeed, it had been so long since they last met. This was exactly like a martial arts era market scene. Sham Truong Quan happily held Vi Sin Nu's hand, talking endlessly. "Has Sham Truong Min bullied you these past 3 years?" Facing her, Vi Sin Nu smiled, so much her eyes closed quickly, answering, "No, not at all. I just focused on learning more things to be able to eliminate demons and evil spirits, hoping that when I meet Master again, you'll love me more." Whatever was said, Sham Truong Quan didn't forget to say a few words about Qtien Detunu. She was very lovely, lively and active, unlike our little Danao. Before she was halfway through her words, she had to sigh helplessly while Vi Sin Nu took the chance to say, "Wait until I become stronger and defeat your disciple. I will come back to take you as my master again." And of course we can't forget about the two men standing beside. One could only darken his face in resignation, while the other was so angry his eyes were seeing stars. It's understandable being badmouthed to their face and not being able to do anything about it. How pleasant could that be? An arm suddenly reached out and pulled Vi Sin Nu back. It was Sham Truong Min who quickly stopped this escalating conversation. "Tonight I came to inform you of something. 3 days later, there will be a northern festival." So that's why the two of them came to find Sham Truong Quan. The Veem Dynasty princess will demonstrate her fire spirit energy for the cultivation world to see. It must be very exciting. This invitation was also an opportunity for Sham Truong Quan to raise her head proudly, being smug about her talents. Her face, needless to say her nose, was puffed up like it was about to explode, patting her chest with full confidence. I I am the most talented younger sister of the sect leader in the Nine Flowers sect. I will definitely come in 3 days. Just as she finished speaking, Sham Chuang Min immediately pulled Sham Chuang Quan down. Stop praising yourself. You must come anyway. I want to let you know, while you were in seclusion, many cultivators have grown stronger, and many strange people have appeared, particularly the person blocking our path. We're very afraid of him. Only you can resolve this. With this information just heard, Sham Chuang Quan's face turned confused. She unconsciously raised her hand to her chin, questioning herself about the blockade. How is it related to me? Behind her stood Qtian, towering eyes closed, listening to the ongoing conversation. Sham Chuang Min and Vai Sin Nu quickly turned and left. Vai Sin Nu didn't forget to turn back with a bright smile, waving goodbye to Sham Chuang Quan. Meanwhile, beside Shen Zhangming, Shen Changjun's sister is no longer the once-in-a-century genius that no one can match anymore. The person standing beside you has taken that position. Mouth in O shape, eyes in U shape, turning towards Ju Tianya. That person standing behind her radiates the aura of being 17 years old and is currently a Golden Core Stage Master, while she was 20 years old 3 years ago when she became a Golden Core Stage Master. Yet Shun Changjuan's guided student now dares to surpass her. Isn't that bitter? Unexpected that a kid raised under my guidance now dares to surpass even me. Shin Changjuan's words made me feel a bit of sourness in the surroundings. Scene changes. Also that same night, there was a man with a dirty face wearing tattered clothes, seemingly like monk's robes. Even his hand gestures revealed the sect he belonged to, but different in that his head had lots of hair, and it was brown too. Those tightly closed eyes seemed like they would never open. When suddenly outside, standing there repenting, what else can you do? It was Shun Changjun, her figure faintly visible standing on dozens of high steps. You didn't think Naman Dokdang would appear. It's not your fault, just leave. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Changjun turned and left, leaving the man standing there. His darkened face was filled with sorrow. In his pitiful state, Shin Changjun could only let out a sigh. The one who should apologize to Yaya is the person you followed to harm him. 3 days later, we will attend the Northern Festival. Go tell Yaya not to be stubborn anymore. Thought he would remain like a statue. Unexpectedly, those eyes opened, revealing amber-colored pupils. Mixed with that clarity was a ray of regret and remorse. Ultimately unknown what this guy was thinking about. Returning to the main house, Jin Yunfeng suddenly appeared. When this guy shows up, nothing good comes of it. As expected, his head was full of hatred. Shin Changjun, today I will kill you. If I still cannot strike at you, I will try to live and forget everything you've done to me. This youngster only dared to keep these words in his thoughts. Before him was a large door locked by thousands of silver chains. In the middle was a strange lock emitting mysterious purple light. What makes me hesitate is that Shun Changjun, you are different in this life and the next. But I've known everything for a very long time. That you only pretended to be good to me but weren't sincere. Saying this, could it be that Jin Yunfeng had discovered my trump card? He raised his hand to cast a spell. Purple lightning surrounded his hand, making him look more powerful now. Suddenly the lock was struck by him, shattered to reveal a door that should never have been opened. So now, I will make you face what happened in your past life. Let me see if you, Sham Chuang Quan, are still a disgusting woman when I remind you of these things. This traitor intended to overthrow his master. In front of him now is a large wooden cabinet containing Sham Chuang Quan's medicines, such as spring palace drawings and aphrodisiacs, alongside countless other magical drugs around. Qtienda entered the forbidden room. Standing before the bookshelf, casually took out another book, all containing spring palace drawings. After reading, the male lead's face turned red. Immediately putting the book under his feet, how many books have been there since when? He felt these books had turned him into a pervert. The male lead threw down the book in his hand, then turned to leave, muttering, no need to learn these things anymore, just do it by myself. At night in Kim Van Fong's chamber, Sham Chuang Min tiredly stretched and yawned, saying, haven't slept for 3 years, really missed this comfortable bed. When she opened her eyes, she was startled seeing Qtienda sitting on the bed, disheveled clothes revealing muscular lines. He opened his eyes and asked, Master, can I sleep with you tonight? Sham Chuang Quan showed tiredness, looking at Qtienda, who stole her bed. Surely tonight she would have no bed to sleep in. She replied, okay, then when I get the mattress and blanket from the drawer. Laying on the ground, yawning and saying, remember to sleep early. All right. Just as she was about to lie down, Qtienda pulled her hand. Making her fall into his arms, he held her waist and enunciated, Master, I said I want to sleep with you. Sham Truong Quan was surprised, then removed her hand, lay down, and slept soundly under the blanket. Q Tienda bent down to face the female lead. The female lead snored loudly, making him startled. He continued gazing at his master's sleeping face. Sunlight suddenly slipped down those full curves, made his ears turn red. He gave up, lay down beside, thinking finally who was seducing whom. She showed no emotion. Is it because I haven't done it right? Tomorrow I must find a guidebook to check. Sham Truong Quan lay snoring beside her, sleeping posture no longer like before. Limbs sprawled chaotically, making Q Tienda think, oh God, quick, look what I'm doing. The next day sunlight shone into the room. Q Tienda slowly opened his eyes, yet found himself hugging the female lead while sleeping. He blamed her, must have taken advantage while he was sleeping to do something to him. But then he looked behind, saw that he had somehow crawled over to hug her, must find a way to escape without her noticing. He turned around, but that made Sham Truong Quan uncomfortable, moving closer to hug him, her warm breath continuously blowing on Zhu Tianye's neck, making him unable to resist swallowing. Her full breasts brushed against his chest, making his face flush red. Startled, he had to move quickly. His hand awkwardly touched the hair at her nape, making her itch and let out a mosquito-like sound. Her hand immediately pushed his away, then swung her leg and kicked hard. Yi fell onto the bed with a thud. This is truly the gap between a Golden Core master at peak stage and a newcomer at peak Golden Core stage. Yi looked at the female lead on the bed, blood boiling with anger. Later, the male lead changed clothes and went to yesterday's secret room. Inside were tools not meant for children. He entered, looked around, and thought, it's really impossible to make a move. But should I just stay like this and become a child for her to tease? If I can't act directly, I'll use spiritual power to control her dreams until... A sound came from behind, startling him. His face turned cold as he asked who's behind. It was Wei Shengru. She surprisingly called out, senior brother. The male lead immediately froze, then ran away like smoke. Wei Shengru only managed to say wait, as a purple stream of air flew past her. Zhu Tianyi used vine ropes to fly away, extremely embarrassed, covering his face and crying when letting his junior sister see such a scene. Meanwhile, Wei Shengru showed many question marks, watching Yi in confusion. Wei Shengru curiously looked into the room full of forbidden toys. She saw some glass bottles. Her eyes sparkled, exclaiming in surprise, new spiritual weapons? Amazing. I'll find my evil master later to test them for experiments. Taking the items, she didn't forget to leave a note. You weren't here, so I couldn't pay you the silver. See you another day. She hugged the medicine bottles and left, smiling happily, thinking she could get revenge soon. Zhu Tianyi returned to Shan Changjun's room. Shan Changjun was still sleeping. He thought that Nam En's poison vines were the best among poisons, but only a small amount would paralyze the body. So he summoned Nam En's poison vines. Although Shan Changjun was stronger than him, but now she had no defenses at all. After letting the toxins paralyze her nervous system, he would use some things to change and terrorize her mind. He viciously thought if Shan Changjun in her dreams had evil intentions towards him like in the past life, then he would never let her wake up again. He saw the old dream again. Again this dream when Shan Changjun protected him. He mumbled that otherwise just forget all grudges. He recalled the scene of himself kneeling on the formation in prison, bound by chains. Zhu Tianyi with a cold expression. Shan Changjun, quickly let me see what you're thinking in your heart. Shan Changjun saw the piece sinking in water. She opened her eyes, wondering where she was. Who was this person in front of her? It was the male lead Zhu Tianyi, who was tied up. Zhu Tianyi spoke up. I respect you as my master, yet you did such an indecent thing to me. Shan Changjun was holding a medicine bottle, staring at him in confusion, looking at the bottle in her hand. The female lead was bewildered. Her heart was screaming endlessly. This must be crazy. This can't be happening. Why did she transmigrate again? Would she be killed again by the male lead one more time? Who was she? Where was she? What was she doing? Because the plot had deviated, so she couldn't live until the grand ceremony of the Northern Wilderness. Thinking she was about to die again, she thought she had offended the readers. The male lead spoke again at this moment. Master, what do you want to do with me by locking me here? The female lead immediately hit her head with the medicine bottle. She knelt down and let out a miserable cry. This is a dream, right? This is fake, right? Wake up quickly. She drew her sword and said, Master is a beast. Just as she was about to stab herself, Hong Shua stopped her, shouting, Are you crazy? Shan Changjun ran away crying. I dare not think about this scene anymore. She banged on the door, shouting, Let me out. I don't want to follow this plot anymore. The male lead spoke again. Master, what are you running from? Look at my current state. Do you really not want to do anything to me? She turned to look at him with eyes full of love, making him startled. What's happening? He sensed a bit of sorrow appearing in her dream state. In this situation, what was she sad about? Shouldn't she be excited? He wondered if in this life, she had mental problems beaten, stupid in the Love Moon Forest. Suddenly he realized, seeing pitiful Shan Changjun say, "You're not him." She burst into tears crying, "You're not my Yi Yi. I want my Yi Yi. You are the male lead, the 9th Ju Tianyi. You're not my Yi Yi coming back again. Will I never see my Yi Yi again?" Ju Tianyi was very surprised hearing these words. She continued crying, "I treated my precious one so well. I used my whole heart to raise my precious one. It was for him to massage my hands and feet, serve me tea and water, to be filial to me properly. How did it turn out like this?" The chains shattered at this moment, the shackles that had always bound. The male lead disappeared without a trace in an instant. He stood up and walked towards Shan Changjun, hugged her comforting, "Don't cry anymore. You're just having a dream. You'll wake up soon." She hugged him back, bursting into tears. The male lead held her tightly with heartache, thinking that Shan Changjun, from now on we owe each other nothing. At the Nine Flowers sect chief Feng, Shen Changming was walking towards the sleeping chamber, thinking in his head, "Fire spirit, divine weapon." Moreover, the 4 great sects want to dump this difficult matter onto the Nine Flowers sect. He saw the light on in the room and thought someone had entered his chamber. He immediately pushed the door open and asked who was there. When he saw Wei Shengru inside the room, he was startled. Wei Shengru saw her master enter and said, "Sorry, I was planning to use these to ambush you, but I still don't know how to use these magical weapons properly." She threw the rope. The chain immediately bound Shen Changming, and she asked, "Is this how to use it?" Shen Changming replied, "No." Wei Shengru then asked, "Then can you teach me how?" Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted in Shan Changming's chamber. Wei Shengru cried out in panic, "Chief Feng, you died so miserably." It turned out Shen Changming had used spiritual power to explode that rope. Along with the wooden box, he replied, "It's dirty now, no need anymore." Wei Shengru started crying. "The strange magical weapons that I borrowed from senior brother Bang Kuai were still in there." Shen Changming grabbed and asked, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you need me to help save them for you? You absolutely shouldn't be polite with your master." Wei Shengru immediately shook her head vigorously. Shen Changming started instructing again, "Stay away from Jin Yun Peak in the future, especially that rotten brat Ju Tianyi. Understand?" Wei Shengru nodded, continuously showing obedience to Shen Changming. She woke up startled from that nightmare. She mumbled, "Was it just a dream? Was it really just a dream?" She sniffed and smelled fragrance, then turned to Ju Tianyi and asked, "Master, you've slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Would you like something to eat?" He said while placing food on the table. Although immortal cultivators mostly stay away from mortal affairs, but since childhood, I've heard people talk about mortal delicacies. So I deliberately made some dishes for you to taste. Shan Changming immediately ran to hug Ju Tianyi, thinking indeed it was just a dream. The male lead carefully comforted her, asking, "Master, did you have a nightmare?" Hearing this, she said, "Dreams are opposite to reality, just worried about nothing." The male lead gently patted her hair, saying, "That's good then." The female lead regained her spirits, sat down to eat, and said, "My child has indeed grown up, knows how to show filial piety to master." Ju Tianyi happily poured tea for her on the side, letting her slowly clear the dishes. She ate while exclaiming, "So delicious, my child's cooking skills are amazing. But why is this tofu pudding so salty? Your master prefers sweet tofu pudding." She finished eating and said, "I'm full." Getting her shoulders massaged by Ju Tianyi from behind, she leaned back and said to the male lead, "Eat well, sleep well. Tomorrow will be the great Northern Palace ceremony. I'm so excited." Yes, tomorrow you, as my personal disciple, will appear alongside your master, all right? We master and disciple must surprise everyone." But deep in her heart, she thought she could matchmake the male lead with his red rose. The male lead, still unaware, said, "Yes, master." Shun Zhangjun sprawled on the table, mumbling, 3 years without sleeping on a bed, and after sleeping last night, my old waist is aching." The male lead kindly stepped forward, "Let me massage it for you." But as he touched her waist, he suddenly froze. He coughed once. He turned away casually and asked, "Wasn't the teapot here?" Shin Zhangjun looked at the teacup and said, "The little one has changed, knows how to serve tea, massage, and shows filial respect to the master." Then she lay back on the bed and said, "It seems dreams are indeed opposite to reality," as she recalled the details of her dream. "I've transmigrated again. In the dream, she asked the male lead, why? Is it because the plot has deviated? So I won't live until the Northern Palace ceremony? You are the male lead, Ju Tianyi. You're not the Yi Yi I know, she cried and said. Back again. Will I never see my Yi Yi again? She muttered. Could this dream be some kind of premonition? The plot has been deviating more and more. What should I do if the dream becomes reality? Tomorrow must go smoothly, matching Yi Yi with his red rose. Let him leave the 9 flowers sect to get the plot back on track. This is what she wants, right? Thinking this, she fell asleep. At night, when Shun Zhongjun was sound asleep, the male lead approached. He took out a yellow letter from his sleeve which read, Master, thank you for years of teaching, but this disciple must leave. Farewell from here, don't look for me. Goodbye, signed Ju Tianyi. He tucked the letter under her pillow, thinking if the grudge between us is cleared, then I don't need to stay by your side anymore. Moreover, living this life again, I have something important to do. Xinjiangjun, from now on, you and I owe each other nothing. I hope in this life, we won't meet again. Farewell. When the male lead was bending down, suddenly she opened her eyes. Seeing him in front of her, she asked, Yi Yi. Xinjiangjun called out, Yi Yi, tonight you want to sleep with me too? Ju Tianyi turned and sat down, answering no. Since childhood, you've always helped me sleep. Tonight, let me watch over your sleep. The female lead agreed, saying, remember to wake me up early tomorrow. I want to help Shun Zhongming settle everyone. The other 4 major sects are not easy to deal with. Oh right, tomorrow I also want to eat breakfast that you cook. Is that okay? The male lead patted her shoulder. All right, it's late now, go to sleep. The female lead closed her eyes and said, good night, yeah, see you tomorrow. After the female lead fell asleep, the male lead left the room, silently replied, good night, master. He immediately left, leaving only a goodbye. The male lead went to the Sea of Despair, the intersection between the immortal realm and mortal realm. Standing on the rocky peak, he thought about his previous life after I killed Shun Zhongjun not long after that the world faced a catastrophe. The 5 divine artifacts had their spiritual energy stolen by a mysterious person. The world suddenly became depleted. Then I, in order to save all living beings, forced myself to ascend. But due to the knot in my heart, I failed. Now heaven has given me a chance to be reborn in this life. I must prevent the 5 divine artifacts from being stolen, to prevent all beings from facing catastrophe again. Originally, the water divine artifact had the ability to spy on the truth. So the first divine artifact that mysterious person stole was it. I remember it's located in the Luo River in the mortal realm. Suddenly 2 fairy maidens passed behind him talking. Have you heard? Today something big happened at the North Imperial Palace. They say the fire divine artifact was stolen. 9 flowers sect was razed to the ground. Ju Tianyi was startled upon hearing this. He immediately flew away using poison vines. His heart constantly worried about his master. The male lead returned. At his feet was the broken signboard of 9 flowers sect. 9 flowers sect was completely razed to the ground. The survivors were searching and treating others. This grave scene shocked the male lead, thinking why? Why did the theft of the divine artifacts happen so early? Where exactly did the problem occur? Living this life again is still the same. He clenched his fist thinking he still couldn't prevent it at all. Suddenly from behind, Shun Zhongjun's voice rang out calling him, yeah. He turned around in surprise to look at his master. The female lead immediately ran to his side asking worriedly, yeah, what happened? Are you hurt? Why didn't you wake me up? I was just awakened by a very loud noise. So hurriedly ran here the male lead. Thought silently unlike the previous life. In the previous life, only I cared about the world. But in this life, someone cares about me. He then hugged his master tightly to comfort her. Master, this disciple is fine. I've made you worry. Right, you just woke up. Haven't you seen that letter yet? Xinjiangjun asked back. What letter? Master didn't notice, right? Where did you go? Why didn't you wake your master up early? Ju Tianyi then released her and answered. Yesterday didn't you say you liked sweet tofu pudding? So this disciple wanted to go down to the mortal realm through the Sea of Despair to buy some for your breakfast to try. In his heart, he thought about the events of his previous life. Perhaps I should completely let go, not leave you again. Xinjiangjun smiled. So that's why. The male lead didn't know that yesterday, after he left, the female lead had woken up. She took out the letter under her pillow thinking, yes, if leaving is your choice, then perhaps it's for the best. It's probably the best outcome for both of us. Just when she thought she would never see him again, he suddenly appeared before her. She didn't know why he suddenly left, nor did she know why he suddenly returned. She seemed to discover that he had something buried deep in his heart, but if he didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. When he left, she wasn't as sad as she had imagined, but when she saw him again, she was happier than she had imagined thousands of times more. That's why she waved and called Yi. She suddenly became aware of everything from her past life. She should try to let go. She shouldn't be afraid and keep pushing him away time after time, because now he's not the man who killed her in her past life. He is her disciple, Yi. She instructed this disciple of hers, Yi, from now on you don't need to buy sweet tofu pudding for me anymore. Your master suddenly doesn't like sweets anymore. Ju Tianyi replied, yes, I won't go anymore. Ju Tianyi and Shen Changjun looked at the ruins before them. Shen Changjun exclaimed in surprise, wow, the enemy was so brutal. Such a grand main hall collapsed like this. Ju Tianyi crossed his arms and looked indifferently, then corrected the information. No, I heard the sect leader personally collapsed it last night. Shen Changjun was still very impressed by the thief's strength, gesturing wildly while talking nonstop. They say this mysterious person suddenly appeared at the North Emperor's Grand Hall, in front of the 5 sect leaders of the 5 major sects, and stole the fire spirit divine weapon, then vanished instantly, clean and swift, without causing any casualties. Looking at the ruins before them, Shen Changjun muttered, if so, the North Emperor's grand ceremony must be postponed. Suddenly countless monks came over, calling her immortal Changjun. Ju Tianyi coldly snorted and said mockingly, if you specifically came here to apologize for what happened that year, there's no need. Shen Changjun patted Ju Tianyi's shoulder lightly, trying to ease the situation. Yi, if that guy no. If Du Mingyu sincerely apologizes, then let's hear his sincerity. Before she could finish her sentence, the countless monks loudly shouted, don't speak such arrogant words. Speaking nonsense without knowing good from bad. The divine weapon was stolen in Jiuhua sect's territory. Tell Shen Changming to hand it over. The holy monk represents the 4 major sections. Must get an explanation from Shen Changming. Shen Changjun stood in front protecting Ju Tianyi, frowning angrily. Du Mingyu, is this your sincerity? Du Mingyu calmly replied. Immortal Changjun, this poor monk, accepted the request from the 4 major sects. Among them, hand over sect master Shen Changming to discuss with our Zen sect and 4 other major sects about retrieving the divine weapon. Ju Tianyi had already seen through everything. He coldly replied, I didn't know holy monks could lie too. Discussion? More like interrogation. The divine weapon was suddenly stolen. This is a matter that affects the entire world. You clearly know this has nothing to do with the 9 sects. Yet you want to take this opportunity to oppress us and still call yourselves righteous sects? How ridiculous. The monks, being spoken to like this, all protested at once, calling it disrespectful. Such nonsense. Shen Changjun stepped forward to shield her disciple, while also protecting her brother. Shen Changming is the master of a sect. He cannot simply go with you as you please. I, Du Mingyue, will go with you in place of my brother. Du Mingyue wavered slightly. No, Changjun immortal. You cannot go. Shen Changjun remained firm in her decision. Why not? Isn't it just a discussion? I, Shen Changjun, can speak too. Ju Tianyi gently looked at Shen Changjun's small figure shielding him, then placed his hand on her shoulder and pulled her behind him. Continuing like this isn't beneficial for any of us. How about this? Let me go down to the Luo River in the mortal realm. I'll retrieve the divine weapon. Consider it compensation for 9 flower sect losing the fire spirit divine weapon. We can also borrow the water spirit divine weapon to track the mysterious person's whereabouts. How about it? Shen Changjun wouldn't let her disciple shield her, so she pulled Ju Tianyi back again. Fine, you can shield him. Now we'll go down to the Luo River in the mortal realm within 3 months. We'll retrieve the water spirit divine weapon. The Northern Wilderness ceremony will be postponed until that time. If not, Shen Changjun, I will take responsibility before the 4 major sections. Du Mingyue, not wanting to make things difficult for Shen Changjun, decided to leave. Very well, it's decided then." The other monks were very surprised. Some respectfully said, "The holy monk is merciful." But others whispered among themselves, "The holy monk just left like that? Holy monk, how will we explain this to the sect masters?" Du Mingyue walked a bit, then turned back as if wanting to say something. Immortal Changjun, benefactor Tian Yi, Ju Tian Yi, and Shun Changjun were now tense, looking sternly at Du Mingyue. "What else do you want?" Seeing this, Du Mingyue wanted to speak but held back, sighing before turning to leave. "No, nothing at all." Shin Changjun still had her arms out shielding Ju Tianyi, her expression very serious, like a mother hen protecting her chick. Ju Tianyi sighed softly, pulling her close to him. "Master, I'm grown up now. If we encounter such situations in the future, I won't hide behind you anymore." Sham Truong Quan didn't understand Qtienda still treats him like a child, reached out to pat his head and said something. "In my eyes, you will always be." Unfortunately, Qtienda is now a head taller than her. She basically couldn't reach him. Sham Truong Quan tried to tiptoe to Pat, while stubbornly calling him little friend, little, but no matter how hard she tried, it didn't work. Sham Truong Quan sadly lowered her hand, sadly wiped her tears. "All right, if you want to go down to the mortal realm with me, let's go." She couldn't help but feel sad in her heart. Both disciples have grown up and can be independent. Perhaps they won't need me anymore. Gradually, seeing Sham Truong Quan's mood plummeting, Qtienda gently walked to his master. As Qtienda approached, Sham Truong Quan bent down for her. "Here, is this better?" Sham Truong Quan smiled happily, patted Qtienda's head. "You are my little friend." At the Sea of Despair, where the cultivation realm meets the mortal world, on the cold cliff, Tutu was standing there with countless subordinates. One subordinate stepped forward to report, "Princess, your highness, the divine weapon fire spirit has been stolen." Ngu Dai Tong promised to personally deliver an explanation in 3 months. "Now let me escort you back to the capital first." Han Tutu said coldly. This princess doesn't trust those cultivation sects who have never experienced the mortal world's hardships. "By the way, I heard Lak Ha is searching for the divine weapon water spirit in the mortal realm. Is that right? Give me Lak Ha's location." In the mortal realm, Qtienda and Sham Truong Quan were strolling through the market. Sham Truong Quan happily looked around. "Wow, the mortal realm is so lively." Qtienda walked behind her and said slowly, "Master, our clothes don't look much like mortal clothes. It will inevitably draw attention. To make it easier to search for the divine weapon water spirit, it's better to blend in discreetly. How about we go buy some disguised clothes to look more like mortals?" Hearing this, Sham Truong Quan's eyes lit up with excitement. All right. Bye. Great. After flying on swords these past few days, finally crossed the Sea of Despair, finally can rest a bit. Indeed, Hong Tu Kim's spirit walked so much I'm dying of exhaustion. They stopped at a clothing shop, displaying countless fabrics here. Sham Truong Quan looked around and exclaimed, "Wow. Immortal realm, this must be the immortal realm." After ascending, the shop owner Lin Jia served them with a smooth tongue. The ancients used to say, "As long as Mandarin ducks don't seek immortality, sir and madam, you two are already a perfect match." Truly makes others envious. What's the need to ascend to immortality? Sham Truong Quan quickly waved her hands in denial. "You misunderstand. We're not husband and wife." The innkeeper was surprised and asked, "Oh, then you two are?" Shin Changjun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "If we say we're master and disciple, they'll know right away we're from the cultivation world." So Shin Changjun said, "We can be considered as mother and son." Ju Tianyi was shocked hearing her words. The innkeeper was equally stunned, stuttering this. To resolve this situation, Ju Tianyi put his arm around Shan Changjuan's shoulder, pulled her to his chest and politely said, "My little sister is young and likes to joke. Please don't mind her. We're siblings." Ju Tianyi glanced at Shun Changjun and calculated in his mind, "Before I died in my previous life, it had been several hundred years and my cultivated master is now only 20 years old. Wait, if I think about it carefully, I am now qualified enough to be master's ancestor, aren't I?" Shin Changjun moved closer to Ju Tianyi, allowing him to clearly see every feature of his face. Sighing inwardly, "Heavens, looking closely, Yi is so handsome, worthy of being my disciple." The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his face and forced a laugh. "I must say, young lady has quite a sense of humor." Ju Tianyi's finger accidentally touched Shan Changjuan's shoulder. He shyly withdrew his hand and quickly said, cough, hurry and choose your clothes and pull up your collar." Moments later, Ju Tianyi finished changing and stepped out from behind the curtain. Ju Tianyi looked like a peerless beauty that could stir anyone's heart. The women shopping in the store all shyly looked at Ju Tianyi. Wow, so handsome. The innkeeper smiled and said happily, ever since you stepped through this door, female customers have been coming to my shop non-stop without leaving. In less than half an hour, the number of customers visiting my small shop tonight has tripled compared to normal. Ju Tianyi didn't care much about that. He only cared about Shin Changjun. Why hasn't my little sister finished changing yet? The innkeeper looked behind Ju Tianyi and excitedly said, look, the young lady is coming out now. Shin Changjun happily walked out. She was originally beautiful, but in these clothes she looked even more divine than an immortal. Ju Tianyi's eyes reddened at the sight and couldn't look away. The innkeeper happily said, look how gentle and beautiful she is. These two outfits match you both so well. Ju Tianyi, as if realizing something, grabbed the innkeeper's clothes and questioned, wait, you chose clothes for us siblings. Why didn't you pick identical sets? The innkeeper calmly replied, are you really blood siblings? The way you look at her isn't like looking at a relative, but like looking at a woman. So the innkeeper had already seen through Ju Tianyi's thoughts, but he still shyly denied, she is? She is clearly also a woman, but my feelings for her aren't. Before he could finish, suddenly Shin Changjun approached him. Yes, do I look good? Ju Tianyi's face turned red like a tomato as he shyly said, I look okay. Shin Changjun smiled and praised me, feeling that these clothes looked very beautiful on me. Hearing her words, Ju Tianyi's heart bloomed like 100 flowers as he asked with a red face. Really? Shin Changjun happily replied, yes, but it might also be because you're already handsome to begin with. The more he heard her speak, the more Ju Tianyi blushed endlessly. He tried to calm himself down and turned to leave, saying, let's go. Let's hurry. Shin Changjun didn't notice her disciple's mood. She was still praising in her heart. People often say sons grow up to look like their mothers. My son Shin Changjun growing up to be handsome is only natural. Shin Changjun was extremely excited in her heart, seeing how much her disciple had grown. She trotted behind while laughing, wait for me. Shin Changjun and Ju Tianyi walked together through the night market. The female lead was very excited, running everywhere. Suddenly she saw something interesting and grabbed the male lead's hand, running to the fortune teller asking him, yeah, let's get our fortune told. But Ju Tianyi replied, no, we're both grown up now. These things are too childish and immature, not appropriate. After he said that, he turned around and saw Shin Changjun with tears in her eyes. The male lead then asked, do you want to try? But the female lead had already been hurt by his previous words. She turned away saying, no, I don't want to, not at all. Suddenly a voice caught the female lead's attention. The blessing tree, 3 coins per wish. She looked up and saw a large tree with many wish papers hanging on it. The two of them walked to the charm stand. The man handed them the charms and introduced that this was a divine tree that could grant blessings, very sacred for matters of love. The female lead said they were siblings. The man told her to make a wish anyway. Wish for finding a handsome and noble husband who would be faithful for life. The male lead spoke up, she's still young. The man interrupted, not young at all. Girls should marry, and such a beautiful lady like you will find a good true love. Pray to the tree and you will be guaranteed happiness for life. Shin Changjun heard this and felt uncertain. Such a long life. How can a tree decide that? She recalled past memories and felt very lonely even though good things had happened these days. But life is long and fate changes through reincarnation. If it was a nightmare, this would be an omen for the sad times to come. Thinking this, she still hung the wish charm on the tree because she felt she was overthinking things. After she hung it, she turned around but couldn't see her little one anywhere. She mumbled, why did the little one leave? Did he abandon me? The male lead called her from behind. He gave her a rabbit-shaped candy while taking a snake-shaped one for himself. He asked if I wanted to eat some sweets. Master, would you like to eat with me? The two stood under the romantic ancient tree canopy. She agreed, and they continued walking. The male lead saw the female lead just holding candy and looking at it, so he asked why she wasn't eating. Shin Changjun replied that she couldn't bear to, because looking at the candy reminded her of Wei Shengru. Right before her eyes was a Tonghulu candy vendor. She let out an excited squeal. Her eyes sparkled looking at the Tonghulu, her mouth watering with desire. Seeing her pleading eyes, Ju Tianyi sighed and said, Master, I want Tonghulu candy, maltose candy, and crispy sesame treats, candy balls, flour cookies, lotus root, and honey flowers. Hearing this, the female lead ran to buy all those snacks. Suddenly, she saw some animal-shaped hair clips and exclaimed about them. The male lead immediately rushed over, put on a puppy ear hair clip telling her not to stop and keep going. Seeing this, Shin Changjun burst out laughing. Yeah, you're so cute. The male lead unconsciously blushed, then put cat ear clips in her hair. The female lead smiled. Suddenly a horse carriage came rushing by. Jutinya shouted, "Careful, master," then pulled her away from the carriage, causing all the snacks in her hands to scatter. He held her in his arms. The female lead looked up and called "Yeah." He also looked at her and called "Master" when the scene was extremely romantic. The female lead suddenly burst into tears saying, "All our food has fallen. Only one piece is left." After saying this, she took the Tonghulu stick to her mouth and bit one piece, then brought the last piece to the male lead's mouth saying, "The last piece is always the best. Come on, open your mouth, yeah. Eat it, don't be polite." The male lead blushed and took a bite. Shin Changjun asked if it was delicious. He replied with a hum. She pulled his sleeve and continued looking for an inn to rest. The two entered an inn. The female lead remarked this inn was very nice. The innkeeper saw how beautiful they both were, then overcome with admiration for their beauty, offered free lodging. Stay as many nights as you like. They both entered the rented room. The male lead spoke up, "Master, let's rent another room." The female lead asked why. "This room has just the two of us." The male lead stepped closer. "Because there are two of us." He came forward, pinning her against the wall, whispering in her ear, "Master, I'm grown up now, don't you understand?" Shin Changjun tried to pat Jiotinya's head, but due to their height difference, she couldn't reach. So she pushed his forehead away and spoke, "I understand too well. So what then?" The male lead then asked, "You're of marriageable age now, don't you understand?" The female lead, who hadn't married for 3 lifetimes, heard this like salt being rubbed in a wound, retorted, "I understand that too well. So what now?" The male lead saw she didn't understand, so he gave up explaining and said, "From now on, he and she won't sleep together anymore." The female lead remembered something and spoke up to remind him, "Tonight there will probably be rain with thunder and lightning." This reminder made the male lead freeze for a moment, but he still continued to leave. The female lead wondered to herself, Yeah, what's wrong with him lately? Could it be his rebellious phase?" She turned to look at the spacious bed and became happy again, thinking, "I get to have this bed all to myself? Here I come." She immediately jumped onto the bed, exclaiming she was so sleepy. "Finally can get some sleep. What was I thinking about just now? Wait, I feel like I was just thinking about something. Never mind, it's not important. Sleep first." Just as she was about to doze off, there was a loud rumbling sound from the next room, making her jump up, asking what was that sound. She immediately ran to the next room, opened the door worriedly, asking, "Yeah, are you all right?" "Yeah." Ya's eyes fell upon a woman with brilliant red hair, a long whip covered in thorns. She was dazzling like a precious jewel. That person was Han Xiao. Seeing them fighting, the female lead shouted, "Wait." The two fighters stopped. Zhu Tianyi turned to reassure her, "Master, don't worry, your disciple is fine." The female lead put a chair down by the table, poured tea, grabbed some melon seeds, and said, "Continue. Come on," cheering them on to fight. "Go for it." Seeing this, the male lead became depressed, saying, "Master, you're really at ease about me." The female lead munched on melon seeds, saying, "Extremely at ease." After all, in the previous life, the male lead and his red rose went through life and death moments together. Later, she took on the name of a friend, keeping her admiration in her heart, waiting for the future to confess. The story suddenly stopped here. She planned in this life to help their relationship progress a bit. Han Xiao saw the male lead daze off and raised her whip, saying, "You dare to space out?" He didn't hit her but kept dodging continuously. She then provoked him. "Is this the strength of the #1 genius in the cultivation world? It's nothing special after all." The female lead found it very strange. Based on Ya's current strength, he should be able to suppress Han Xiao unless. She suddenly thought, could it be that the male lead understood what it means to cherish flowers and jade? Zhu Tianyi had reached the golden core realm, while Han Xiao was only at foundation building, far inferior. He didn't hit her because he thought, after all, they were good friends in the previous life. What if I'm not careful and accidentally kill her? That would be terrible. Han Xiao withdrew her whip. This made the female lead curious. "Why did you stop?" Han Xiao spoke up. "The fight between him and me doesn't need to continue." Because she approached the male lead and asked, "You like me, don't you? You think by not fighting back you can win this princess's heart? I've met many flattering men like you. Your appearance isn't bad, but you're extremely boring." She turned to look at Shin Changjun, saying, "Your turn. Are you the legendary Shin Changjun?" Han Xiao pinned the female lead down, used her whip to lift her chin. Or would you like to have a match with me? But Sham Truong Quan wasn't scared at all. Instead, she found it interesting and chuckled. Suddenly, Han Tu's expression immediately became uneasy. Why does my neck feel so cold? Then a hand reached out from somewhere. It was Tienda pulling at her clothes. He said with a serious face, "Even the royal advisor of the Dam dynasty is no match for my master. So what makes you worthy to fight my master? Coming to spy late at night. What's your real purpose? Just say it straight." At this moment, Sham Truong Quan silently sighed. Dada is stopping me from fighting Han Tu. Is it to protect the Red Rose from getting hurt? But she didn't know that at the same time Tienda, whom she called, was also feeling annoyed inside. Why does Master always get all the attention? It's so troublesome. Everyone had their own thoughts. Han Tu was proudly thinking men say one thing but mean another, doing this just to attract my attention. Thinking of this, she said, "I heard you want to go to Lak Ha to find the water spirit artifact, right? I see your strength is just this much. Why did Hoa Tong only send such few people? Moreover, the cultivation world has lost our dynasty's fire spirit artifact. I'm not at ease. So from now on, I want to travel with you too. You must support this princess well." Thinking she knew something and wanted to help, Tienda sneered, responding in a contemptuous tone. "Ah, such big words. Just a mortal princess. Even if it were Hong Hui, if you came here, you'd still have to show respect to my master." But contrary to him, Sham Truong Quan enthusiastically responded to the princess's words, quickly saying from behind, "I agree." Tienda was confused, turned around to ask his master, "Why do such unnecessary things?" Sham Truong Quan whispered, "It's fine, Dada. More friends mean more paths. Besides, after all, the fire spirit artifact was indeed stolen in Hoa Tong's territory. We are indeed somewhat in the wrong." Then she laughed to herself. "Master will only help you this much." At this time, Han Tu suddenly changed the topic to sleeping arrangements. "This inn only has your 2 rooms left. So tonight this princess will have to make do staying with you." Hearing this, Tienda grabbed Sham Truong Quan's hand and left, very comfortably agreeing to this princess's request. "All right, then you can stay in my room. Master and I will go rest first." How could it go as he wished? Han Tu came forward, pushed Tienda down, then took back Sham Truong Quan before Sham Truong Quan's surprise. "Are you dreaming? Of course women should sleep with women. You're this big and still want to sleep with your master, and acting like it's obvious. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" 2 days later, "A friend of mine is waiting for us at Lak Ha in the south. You can sleep with him then. How's that?" Han Tu said in one breath and turned to leave, leaving Tienda frozen there with the criticism. "How shameless you are, Master's precious darling. Such a big child in mortal form." Meanwhile, at the bustling night market, people passing by told of many couples walking through. Among them were Vi Sin Nu and Tam Trong Min. Vi Sin Nu looked around excitedly, but still didn't forget the main mission. She turned to Tam Trong Min and said, "Master, we must go find Truong Quan Immortal." Hearing this, Tam Trong Min immediately covered her mouth, preventing Vi Sin Nu from continuing. "Sure, don't call me master. Otherwise it will reveal that we're from the cultivation realm. Remember that well." Being suddenly covered at the mouth, Vi Sin Nu habitually puffed her cheeks and bit hard on Tam Trong Min's hand, then hurriedly said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's a childhood habit that became a reflex that I can't change under any circumstances. Are you okay?" "Sorry, master. I did it again." When hearing the word master from her mouth, Tam Truong Min covered her mouth again. "Sure, don't call me master." But still the same. Before he could finish his sentence, she bit his hand again. This kept repeating. Vi Sin Nu would call him master, then Tam Truong Min would cover her mouth, and she would bite him, then apologize again, but habitually call him master again. And things kept repeating like that throughout the journey. A while later at the tailor shop, the owner looked them over and said without hesitation, "Let me guess, you two are siblings?" Vi Sin Nu quickly replied, "No, we're husband and wife." The owner didn't think much of it, going along with them saying, "I've never guessed right." After changing clothes, they went to an inn. Just as they entered, Vi Sin Nu happily looked around this inn. Seems not bad. At the counter, the hostess, like a beauty controller, mesmerized by their appearance, said enthusiastically, "Sorry, the inn has no rooms left tonight, but guests can stay in my heart." Since the inn had no rooms, they had to leave and go somewhere else. Vi Sin Nu sighed in frustration. "I don't know where Truong Quan Immortal has gone. Don't know if he's in any danger." then turned to Tam Truong Min, husband. Let's hurry up, get to Lak Ha soon to find them. Tam Truong Min didn't refuse and hummed in agreement. At this moment, in the private room of Tam Truong Quan and Han Tu Tu, as if sensing something, Tam Truong Quan frowned and woke up, seeing Qtienda in front of him and asked, Da da why dash? Before he could finish, he gestured for her to be quiet, and she nodded in compliance, using lip movements to ask him, why did you come here? Zhu Tianyi replied to her in a very soft voice. So Shinchang Jun couldn't hear and asked again, what are you saying? Master can't hear clearly. Seeing this, Zhu Tianyi reached out his hand, pressing his body close to Shinchang Jun, whispering into Shinchang Jun's ear, I said, Master, I can't sleep without you tonight. The dark night made Zhu Tianyi's words even more ambiguous. Master, I can't sleep without you. Yet Shinchang Jun remained very naive. She didn't think anything of it. Then do you want to sleep together? It's fine. I just want to look at you. Without realizing when, Zhu Tianyi's face was already close to Shinchang Jun, staring at her intently, his eyes filled with infatuation, while Shinchang Jun still joked, Haha, Master isn't beautiful at all. Are you worried that Master might be in danger? Hearing this, Zhu Tianyi smiled softly and stood up, saying, Master is so powerful, can handle everything alone in the future, even stronger than this disciple. Never needed disciple to worry. I was overthinking. Shinchang Jun felt strange, started thinking to herself, is this feeling wrong? Why has this child been saying such weird things these past 2 days? Their conversation might have awakened Han Xiao Xiao. She mumbled sleepily, it's too noisy. Who's talking? Quick as lightning, Zhu Tianyi had vanished without a trace. Shinchang Jun hurriedly covered up, saying it's nothing. Just now a cat ran by. Probably couldn't find its way home. Kept meowing anxiously. The actions of these two, if placed in another context, would clearly be lovers meeting in secret. The next morning at the mortal world's scenic spot Luo He, truly worthy of being a scenic spot. The scenery and people here are very poetic. Princess Han Xiao Xiao also sighed in admiration. Indeed, a scenic spot, except for occasionally opening secret passages. At other times, it's a suitable place for sightseeing. Then she returned to business. Based on that, late at night recently, secret realms at Luo He opened frequently. Today we can wait until midnight to try our luck. Oh right, I have a friend who will accompany us. He's very capable, should be here soon. Just as she finished, Han Xiao Xiao saw that person. Her eyes lit up. You're here. It turned out to be no stranger, but the holy monk Du Mingyu. Shinchang Jun surprisingly asked Du Mingyu, why are you here? Han Xiao Xiao was also surprised. Holy monk is the national master of Yin Kingdom. He's the friend I mentioned to you. You knew each other before. Du Mingyu, meeting Shinchang Jun again, stammered, as if having something to say. I, in my heart, this monk knew the fire spirit artifact was stolen wasn't actually by the 9-flower sect, yet could not contain his anger towards the remaining 4 sections that day, bidding farewell to the 9-flower sect. This humble monk was too ashamed to speak, couldn't sleep day and night. Now that the secret realm of Halak is about to open, this humble monk conveniently also wants to contribute what little strength I have. After hearing this, Sham Trong Quan showed slight embarrassment and consoled Elder Du Min Noyet. You don't need to be so serious about it. Ultimately, it wasn't your fault. 9 he felt unable to understand Du Min Noyet. Du Min Noyet, I've always been curious. Why are you always so stubborn? Ultimately, is it to polish your name as the compassionate holy monk or for the fate of the common people? Holy monk, Du Min Noyet kindly replied. Benefactor thinks too much. This humble monk came here today, not seeking reputation. Worldly matters are impermanent, people's hearts unpredictable. This humble monk only needs to keep righteousness in heart. If one day I'm misunderstood by the world, hated by thousands, even with a tarnished name, I won't regret. Compared to the fortune of thousands of lives in this world, a small reputation isn't worth mentioning. Receiving the holy monk's good intentions today, this junior temporarily accepts with hope that later the holy monk won't forget all the words spoken today. Thinking of the previous life, 9 recalled Du Min Noyet's admirable nature in the previous life's great catastrophe until it was rumored Du Min Noyet sacrificed himself, protecting the common people. For a moment of clarity. After all, he was kind-hearted by nature, or perhaps just a bit stubborn. Seeing the atmosphere become heavy, Han Tu casually said, All right, you're all so serious. Well then, they say Halak from ancient times has witnessed many odes of heroes and immortals. If now the scenery inspires us, let's follow suit. When the atmosphere had become more lively thanks to Princess Your Highness Truong Nan Quan over here, was thinking about Du Min Noyet's words and life purpose. I somewhat admire Du Min Noyet. He willingly risks his life for what he believes in, having a goal to persist towards. He might fail but never wavers. Here each person's life has its own path. What about me? She began to feel confused about her current life. What am I pursuing? Avoiding the tragic end where Nine Tienda was destined to die in the previous life after returning to life before reincarnating in the previous life. Living each day in bland meaninglessness? The righteousness for all beings I haven't fully grasped, but Nine Tienda's call of Master pulled her out of her thoughts and gave her strength. She ran straight towards them. Han Tutu was reading his oath. Being of royal descent, naturally I vow to be a princess who loves the people as her children. Du Min Noyet also expressed his determination, his heart persisting for righteousness. Not ashamed, with the heart of Q Tienda wishing to find divine weapons to stop the conspiracy, while she vows to protect the heaven and earth here, because there are many people here that she cares about. Night has fallen. Tam Truong Quan happily walks beside Du Min Noyet, excitedly asks silly questions. So it turns out, Du Min Noyet, you are the nominal imperial advisor of DM Kingdom. I think when I'm old I could be a fake imperial advisor, or something to enjoy the retirement benefits of an imperial advisor. Is the iron rice bowl not to be missed, ignorant of material value, mistaking freedom for treasure? While talking, she accidentally sees a tree growing, piercing straight through the wooden floor. It's Namen poison vine. Du Min Noyet gently explains beside her. No, that's Namen vine. It's a common creature in the mortal realm. It does have some toxicity, but at most it only causes a mortal to have allergies and vomit briefly. Namen vine has strong vitality. It will attack nearby living things, except for the red-colored evil birds. Have you heard the 1,000-year legend between Namen vine and evil birds that has never been seen? This somewhat intimate scene, Princess Han Tutu said with a smile. Hey kid, so your master is the reason why the imperial advisor disappeared from the mortal realm, not returning for 3 years. I think your master is very beautiful. Does she have a companion yet? Q Tienda only briefly replied with 2 words, not yet. Han Tutu smiled hearing that. I think the imperial advisor and immortal Tam Truong Quan would make a good match. What do you think? Q Tienda froze as if struck at a sore spot, asking what she meant. Han Tutu paid little attention to Q Tienda's attitude, just speaking casually about the literal meaning. The imperial advisor, we don't know if she'll return to secular life later. Moreover, their power and status are well matched. The more Han Tutu spoke, the more it pierced Q Tienda's heart. Besides, even if not the imperial advisor, well, there will be other cultivators pursuing your master. It's just a matter of time. Those words made Q Tienda grow solemn, his eyes carrying a hint of sadness. Du Min Noyet knelt beside the tree. He told a legendary story saying that 1,000 years ago, there was a princess who, to maintain peace for the country, invited the crown prince and relatives here. At this 1,000-year-old divine tree, she used a sword to kill her future husband, then traveled thousands of miles dividing the boundaries between countries. Afterward, she married the crown prince, and both died on their wedding night. People say that on the princess's wedding night, her wedding dress turned deep red from the blood. After the crown prince died, the poison in the room tragically turned into poison vine. Du Min Noyet slowly stood up. Tam Truong Quan beside was quite surprised at him. I never expected Du Min Noyet to know so much. Du Min Noyet continued speaking. The two couldn't be together in life. In death, they remained attached due to regret. In this world, only love binds people together eternally. After speaking, Du Min Noyet extended his hand, letting the sparrow perch on it. He turned to ask Tam Truong Quan. Tam Truong, true person, tell me which is more painful, being passionate or emotionless. Tam Truong Quan played with the sparrow, seemingly unable to give an answer. Q Tienda and Han Tutu walked closer. His voice echoed from afar. No, my master cannot understand those two meanings. My master was born a genius using cultivation to eliminate evil. For me, whoever they are, their gender doesn't matter. Du Min Noyet and Tam Truong Quan turned around simultaneously. Tam Truong Quan continued. I cannot find the answer to this, but from the story you told, I see that to protect the country and her people. She looked up at the sky. I admire her. If it were me, I don't know if I'd have the courage to do it. Du Min Noyet lowered his face. Even as a monk, this poor one still loves life dearly. Q Tienda stood in front of Han Tutu. My master wouldn't like that ball type at all. Han Tutu crossed her arms. This guy dares to disrespect the holy monk now? Tienda threw a painting to Han Tutu. She couldn't catch it in time. This painting shows my master's taste. If the princess finds someone suitable later, then come matchmake for her. Han Tutu laughed with amusement. Let's see what Tam Truong true person's taste is like. She quickly opened the painting. Inside was a drawing of a human skeleton. Han Tutu's face darkened, cursing. Let's pretend I never saw that. Tienda walked towards Tam Truong Quan, and Du Min Noyet Tam Truong Quan unconsciously called out, "Dada." Tienda took her hand. My master finds this place a bit noisy. How about we leave this bald one and find somewhere more fun? After speaking, he pulled Tam Truong Quan away. After a few steps, a transformation appeared like a large whirlpool. Master, be careful. Tienda quickly grabbed her. He held her in his arms, but unfortunately, Tienda was pulled in. He quickly pushed Tam Truong Quan away while he himself was sucked in. Tam Truong Quan's face showed worry. Her arms reached out but couldn't touch him. The vortex quickly closed. Tam Truong Quan stood outside calling, "Dada." She wanted to go in there to find him. At this moment, Du Min Noyet and Han Tutu came over. Truong Quan true person, don't be rash. But they couldn't stop her in time. Tam Truong Quan had already gone inside. She lay in a vast space, slowly opening her eyes. Her face was wet with water. Is this the Lak Ha secret realm? Where were those rushing sounds coming from? Behind Shan Changchuan was a giant monster. The water spirit energy was scattered. A drop of water fell on Shan Changchuan's shoulder, trickling suddenly from behind her. A huge monster appeared. Shan Changchuan was immediately frozen in place, could only say, huh. She forced a smile and silently lamented her fate. What is this? What is this? What is this? What did I cultivate in the past to recklessly attract all creatures like this? Why am I always so unlucky? Thinking of this, Shan Changchuan's eyes welled up with 2 streams of tears rolling down. Am I supposed to be the protagonist with a halo in this story? But this is too cruel. A protagonist who's so weak. Where's the handsome male lead who's supposed to take care of me? At that moment, the monster reached out with its sharp claws. Fortunately, Shan Changchuan managed to jump backward in time, saving her life. By now, Shan Changchuan had regained her composure. It's either risk my life or remain poor. She drew her sword majestically, facing the huge monster. She leaped forward and delivered a fierce strike. However, she had to widen her eyes in shock. My sword strike couldn't even leave a scratch on its body. Could it be that this water spirit guardian requires a Yuan Ing realm expert to defeat it? How can this be? I won't give up. Shan Changchuan quickly chanted a spell on her sword, then rushed toward the monster at dizzying speed, stabbing straight at its head. Suddenly, the sword showed signs of cracking. Shan Changchuan cried out in panic. Oh no, the Hong sword can't hold on anymore. I can't possibly face it. She was forced to stop fighting. Quietly dodging to the side, Shan Changchuan thought to herself, this is impossible. Even though I haven't reached Yuaning realm, I should at least be able to inflict some wounds on it. It seems it has absorbed my spiritual energy into its body. There must be a weak point somewhere. The novel described it too briefly. I can't even know how the male lead defeated it, so first I'll run away from it, then think with that thought. Shan Changchuan ran desperately forward. However, she was still no match for that monster's speed. Too fast, can't dodge. At this moment, Zhou Tianyi flew in from somewhere, embraced Shan Changchuan, and escaped together to a safe place. He gently set her down on the ground. Seeing Zhou Tianyi, Shan Changchuan's face lit up with joy. Yi, but before she could say anything else, Zhou Tianyi quickly covered her mouth. Then he cautiously glanced at the monster that was searching for them. Shan Changchuan thought to herself, why isn't it attacking us right now? Zhou Tianyi then grabbed Shan Changchuan's wrist, silently wrote words on her palm. It has no eyes. It attacks based on hearing. Shan Changchuan finally understood, so that's why. She frowned curiously and asked, but its magic is water-based. While we use fire, we can't defeat it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tianyi wrapped his arms around Shan Changchuan, holding her tight. Around the two of them suddenly appeared a beam of light enveloping them. Zhou Tianyi whispered, I will always be by your side right now. That huge monster had also approached them, making Shan Changchuan break out in cold sweat from fear. But Zhou Tianyi remained completely calm. He gently took her hand, covered her eyes to reassure Shan Changchuan. A moment later, when the monster had left, Zhou Tianyi spoke gently. The disciple's power is still weak. Cannot defeat it. Master is incompatible with it. Cannot get close. Why don't we attack together? I will use magic to protect Master. Combine our powers to fight it. Shun Chang-jun quickly agreed as soon as he finished speaking. The monster from earlier had returned once again, fiercely charging towards the two of them. Zhou Tianyi shouted loudly to reassure her. I will never leave your side. At the moment the monster extended its claws, Zhou Tianyi wrapped his arms around Shun Chang-jun's waist. Both of them together held the red sword. At this moment, Xiao Hong's soul combined with Zhou Tianyi's Namenvine power had united around the two of them now, emitting a terrifying energy. Zhou Tianyi wrapped his arm around Shun Chang-jun's waist. Together they charged straight towards the divine beast. Indeed, their combined power was much stronger. The sword struck right in the center, causing it to shatter. Seeing this, they both gradually lowered their guard. The divine beast now lay motionless and slowly disappeared, returning to its original form, a fish. Witnessing this, Shun Chang-jun was very delighted. Water element Dan, she reached for the pill, smiling as she handed it to Zhou Tianyi. Water element Dan is most suitable for those with wood cultivation. Metal element also increases cultivation a bit. Yeah, quickly take it. Although receiving such a good item, however, Zhou Tianyi wasn't very happy as what caught his attention was the scratch on Shun Chang-jun's finger. He immediately took her hand to examine it carefully. Seeing nothing serious to worry about, Zhou Tianyi replied, "Thank you, Master." Seeing her disciple being so formal, she immediately said, "Do we still need to be so formal?" Zhou Tianyi quickly denied. "I want to thank you for 4 years ago when you didn't abandon me in the Yumun forest. Master, this disciple's achievements today are all thanks to you." As he spoke, Zhou Tianyi slowly brought Shun Chang-jun's hand towards himself. "I will never let you get hurt again." He gently placed on Shun Chang-jun's finger a kiss that made the wound heal quickly. Shun Chang-jun's face unconsciously turned red, inevitably feeling shy. At that moment, a sound burst from beneath the lake. The water spirit divine weapon had appeared. Seeing this, Shun Chang-jun was very excited. The divine water spirit, according to legend, touching the divine water spirit allows one to see whether the future is true or false. Zhou Tianyi calmly replied, "Whether it's true or false, let's just try it." After saying that, he immediately, without hesitation, touched the surface of the divine water spirit, making Shun Chang-jun very anxious. "How is it? What do you see now?" Zhou Tianyi's eyes became soulless. What he saw was the image of him and Shun Chang-jun intimately entwined with each other. Not only that, both of them were very natural, sharing a passionate kiss. Seeing this, Zhou Tianyi couldn't bear it, embarrassedly tossed the divine water spirit away. "I didn't see anything. This is just a fake." Seeing Zhou Tianyi lose control, Shun Chang-jun quickly rushed to stop him. Zhou Tianyi still hadn't escaped from his panic and shouted, "Let me go. I want to destroy it." Shun Chang-jun calmly advised you to stay calm. "Let it go. Just let it go. Let it go," she thought to herself. You must have seen something inappropriate. It seems this must be the real deal." Suddenly cracks appeared in the cave above. Shun Chang-jun sensitively noticed immediately. "Oh no, the spirit artifact is taken. The secret realm is unstable. It's dangerous. We must get out of here." She quickly ran to grab the 9 spirit artifacts. Yeah, quickly get out." Zhou Tianyi still dazedly replied yes, towards the exit. At this moment, suddenly under Shun Chang-jun's feet appeared a mysterious light. This was Du Mingyu's voice that rang out. "Chang-jun immortal, I'm outside the secret realm helping you open an escape route. This is the Zen sect's secret technique. Just follow along." Hearing this, Shun Chang-jun quickly grabbed Zhou Tianyi's hand, raised his hand and chanted, "Du Mingyu, lend me your strength." On the other side, Du Mingyu was also connecting with both of them. Thanks to this, both were able to escape the secret realm quickly. Just after escaping, Shun Chang-jun took out the divine water spirit. She said to Du Mingyu, 9 Flower Sect lost the fire spirit artifact. I'll give you the water spirit artifact as compensation. Take it to the 4 great sects." Du Mingyu was somewhat suspicious. This is the divine water spirit. Just touching it, he had a strange expression. It seemed Du Mingyu had witnessed something unusual. Du Mingyu's face was shocked. He unconsciously stepped 3 steps back. It seemed he had seen something through the divine water spirit. Shun Chang-jun then approached the divine water mirror, can predict the future of those who look into it. I'll wrap it up and you can take it. So in his heart, he was still curious about his future. Seeing his and Yaya's reaction, I better not touch it. What if I wake up and see myself in the mirror being killed by Namen Doktang again? So my mindset in this life has completely collapsed. Being a person should keep some mystery for the future. That way we can be full of expectations for what's ahead. Zhu Tianyi continuously observed Du Mingyu with a puzzled face. What could this monk have seen? Why is he so disturbed? I've never seen him express emotions so openly before. Zhu Tianyi glanced at Shan Changjun with a face still unaware of anything. Could he have seen the same thing as me? Monks aren't honest either. Zhu Tianyi was asked by Changjun about the divine insect beast. Oh right, Yi, how did you know the weakness of that divine insect beast? Zhu Tianyi dared not look at her directly, boasting that he saw it in the sand archives. Footsteps of guards approaching. Princess, we finally found you. The lead eunuch bowed before Shan Changjun. Immortal Changjun, the princess has caused you trouble again. Then Changjun began explaining the situation. Han Xiaozhao's fire spirit divine weapon sent to Nine Flowers sect was stolen, so we came with the princess to Lu. Before finishing, the eunuch had already revealed everything. Flame Fire Nation originally sent divine weapons to the cultivation realm for diplomacy, but among those dispatched the princess wasn't included. How could the princess leave the palace on her own? She just playfully snuck along with the envoy group to the cultivation realm. Hearing this, Han Xiaoxiao became angry. She grabbed the eunuch's collar and shouted, I'm not just playing around. Why can't I represent the Flame Nation on missions? How am I any different from my royal brother? Why does my existence only serve for political marriage? The people you sent aren't even trustworthy. Right in front of everyone they lost the Fire Spirit Divine Weapon. Now I'm the one bringing the Water Spirit Divine Weapon as compensation. She shouted in anger, but the eunuch kept repeating the marriage alliance matter. You've done very well as the marriage alliance is already set. The departure date is approaching. No, Han Xiaoxiao screamed, pointing directly at Zhu Tianyi, saying he and I are already betrothed for life. I want him as my consort. This princess will decide her own marriage matters. If royal brother doesn't agree, tell him to come collect my corpse. A voice rang out. I have already approved. Han Xiao slowly pulled back the carriage curtain. His heavenly aura and handsome demeanor truly befitted an emperor's bearing. Shin Changjun couldn't help but exclaim, so this is a mortal emperor? He's quite handsome too. At Nine Flowers sect, except for Shan Changming, everyone else is junior to me. They treat me like an ancestral elder when they see me. Or they're monks like Du Mingyu. I rarely meet handsome men of equal standing. Han Xiaoxiao still held the eunuch's collar. He continued talking about the marriage alliance. If the princess likes another man, that's absolutely impossible, especially when it concerns diplomatic marriage. But if the other party is a personal disciple, the true heir of Master Chuang Quan, then our DM nation will become even closer. After he finished speaking, Han Tutu finally released his collar. The eunuch then announced another shocking news. Actually, His Majesty and I came here today not just to escort the princess back. There's something else. At this moment, Tam Truong Quan pondered about becoming closer and even closer. Nine Flower Sect, do we have any family ties with the DM Nation? Could it be that I have a junior? Could it be my lost son wandering in the mortal world? No, the age doesn't match. The eunuch announced loudly. The king of DM Nation wishes to form a marriage alliance with Master Trong Quan of Nine Flower Sect as a perfect match meant to be together. As soon as the words were spoken, Han Tutu and Qtn Da's faces froze in shock, while Tam Trong Quan's face was full of question marks. Could there be someone in Nine Flower Sect with the same name as me? How come I've never heard of it? Han Tu moved closer. Tam Trong Quan, I want to make you my empress. While speaking, he lifted her chin and made a ha sound. A force separated the two of them. Qtn stepped forward coldly. An impudent junior dares to claim he matches my master? Qtn was openly jealous while Tam Truong Quan seemed regretful. This is my first serious marriage proposal. Moreover, he is the true son of heaven, worshipped and revered by all in the mortal realm, protected by ancestral heroes, able to summon high-level fortune to surround him. Don't fight him. Be careful of divine punishment. On one side was purple energy, on the other side was golden energy, both floating in midair. Qtn said, you dare speak such nonsense? What is your true purpose? If you intend to harm my master, I will kill you. Hearing Tien Da's words, Tam Truong Quan knelt down, held her head and cried out in despair. Heavens, please speak more gently. Where has my sweet and adorable child gone? Han Tu laughed loudly. my royal sister, actually took interest in such an unusual youngster. He stared at Qtienda and said, Master Chuang Quan, I have no other intentions. It's just a noble man pursuing a graceful lady. Today I was too eager and surprised the beauty, but sooner or later, you will become mine. Tam Chuang Quan was now sweating, thinking to herself, what kind of domineering CEO dialogue is this? But he truly has the qualities of a CEO. No, he's not a CEO but an emperor. So he's not a domineering CEO, but a domineering monarch. Seeing her cover her mouth and laugh, Qtienda gaped in thought. He just spoke some flowery words and already made her so happy? Turned around seriously. No need anymore. Master, I prefer elderly people who are hundreds of years old. You've lived too little. Besides, if today the water spirit artifact is in hand, it has been entrusted to Du Min Noyet for protection. Now Master and I should return to the cultivation realm. Han Tu and Tam Chuang Quan pulled Qtienda aside. Han Tu whispered, if you deny our relationship, then I'm about to be married off far away for peace. He calmly replied, oh, smooth and peaceful. It really makes one furious. Han Tu said aggressively, is this how you attract this princess? Very well, you've done it, making Tam Chuang Quan hold her back while sweating profusely. Little sister, don't be upset, let it go, let it go. He stood there watching, seeing these two siblings also have points that are quite similar. Han Tu walked away but turned back to say, no need to rush back to the cultivation realm. Follow me back to the imperial capital first. Tam Chuang Min is also in my palace, saying he has matters to discuss with me. Siblings, you two can meet in the palace first, then decide on future matters. Tam Chuang Quan's eyes lit up. My brother has come to the mortal realm. What about Nu? He replied, you mean that female disciple? Of course she's with him now, holding Qtienda's hand with sparkling eyes, looking cute, sniffling and saying, Nu is there too. Just in time, I have a gift for her. Let's gather with them and return to the cultivation realm together. Can we? Can't help but indulge. All right. The princess here touched her chin, wondering who Nu is. How can she make my sister so happy and excited? Earlier, he clearly didn't want to cooperate, but as soon as he heard about that girl, he agreed to return to the imperial capital. A white-winged horse from the Zhang family was flying over. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Seeing this, Tam Chuang Quan exclaimed, so the mortal realm has learned to apply spiritual power stored in spirit stones to daily life. Thinking this, isn't this the Qi revolution, using spiritual power to control vehicles? Amazing, but probably not yet widespread. This is the first time seeing it today. Seems only nobles can use it. In the sky now was a whole fleet of winged white horses pulling carriages through the air. Truly an eye-catching sight. At nightfall, Tam Chuang Min walked behind, carrying all sorts of things. In front was Lady Vi Sin Nu. Heard the secret realm has opened. Closed again in just one night. How fast? Surely Chuang Quan Immortal has successfully obtained the water spirit artifact. But where are they? He looked up at the sky. Heard today the DM Nation's royal family went there. Strange, in the night sky of DM Nation's capital now was a fleet of white horses pulling carriages with soldiers flying right past. Inside were Princess Han Tu and Qtienda. She asked why my royal brother has so many concubines, but today is the first time I heard him promise a woman to make her empress. Seeing Tianai silently looking at his hand, lost in thought, she asked, what are you doing? He replied, calculating time. What time? She wondered. In Jiao Tianya's memory, his past life emerged. I traveled across the continent. Once heard of a forbidden technique, using mental state as foundation. Body follows to steal heaven's mandate, change karma, and defy the universe. The image of Jiao Tianai holding Shan Changjun covered in bleeding wounds. This forbidden technique can only last for one moment. The body and abilities from past life can only be restored during this brief moment. To use it again would take about 3 to 4 years. Jiao Tianai looked at his own hand, raising his hand to his chin. Theoretically, he should be able to use his past life powers once again. It's been 4 years. Why aren't you answering me? The princess's loud voice startled Tianai. I answered, I'm calculating the time until an insect's death, referring to the princess's royal brother. Jiao Tianai irritably replied. In another scene, in the carriage, Han Xiao and Shun Changjun, she looked outside intently, exclaiming, how prosperous the capital of Yin Kingdom is. Then a voice near her ear, if you like it all, this will be yours. The emperor leaned close to her ear, truly domineering and despicable. An evil smile spread across his lips, making her panic. Slap. The sound of a hand strike echoed through the capital. Finally, we've arrived. Shin Changjun, after getting off the carriage, apologized. You suddenly sat behind me. I reacted out of habit, so I gave you a gentle hit. Gentle indeed only made Han Shao bleed from his mouth. No, it's fine, I have dragon protection on my body. My luck is very good. Never been injured since childhood. Perhaps I'm just motion sick. For now, just need time for a cup of tea to recover. Just as he finished speaking, blood spurted from somewhere, making the servant beside him panic, shouting quickly, take the emperor back to palace. Call the royal physician, call the royal physician. Servant bowed. Master Chongjun. This is the mansion specially granted by His Majesty. Along with the title of Sect Master, His Majesty said, Sect Master Shun has business in palace tonight. Inconvenient to disturb as it's getting late. Tonight you rest outside the palace for one night. Return to palace tomorrow. Jutianai and Shun Chongjun were also led into the mansion. To rest, yes. Tonight do you want to sleep with me, or sleep alone? Hearing this, who wouldn't blush, making him remember their intimate moments. Her hands tightly embracing Jutianai, the two sharing sweet kisses. Closing eyes to feel it, Jutianai stopped walking. Shin Chongjun went ahead, no more footsteps were heard. Turn around, yeah. He stepped forward and flicked her forehead, said reproachfully, why are you always so unguarded? What if someone plans to take advantage of you? She smiled innocently with her eyes curved, but with Yaya, I don't need to be on guard. Jutianya smiled slightly and said, Master, I think for a long time from now on, I won't be able to sleep with you anymore. She wondered, why? Tianya continued, that's right. Could you stop calling me Yaya? It sounds very childish. I'm not a child anymore, so use my proper name. She replied, then what do you want me to call you? He grabbed her hand while his other hand stroked her head, looking at her affectionately. Call me Tianya. Jutianya moved closer to Shen Commander, telling her to call him Tianya. Shen Commander followed suit, calling Tianya sweetly. She asked him, Tianya, can I always call you this from now on? Jutianya immediately turned red and steamed. He dunked his face into the nearby pond to cool down. This startled Shun Commander, who asked, what are you doing? She felt his forehead and thought he had a fever. Jutianya coughed and said, forget it, just call me as before. Then he turned around to go to sleep, telling her to rest early too. Shin Commander called him back and took out a pill, saying the insect's Cordan belongs to the water element, suitable for wood element cultivators like you. It can also help your wood spirit male poisonous vine. Gather spirit and take form. Jutianya looked at the pill and smiled. Shin Commander curiously asked what he was smiling about. Jutianya replied, Master always thinks of me. I'm very happy. He was about to reach for her hand when she said wait. Then she carefully broke the pill in half and gave Jutianya one half with the reason, since you helped find it, you get half for me, half for you tomorrow at court. I want to give this half to new cultivates water element. When she receives my gift, she'll be as happy as you. Take it quickly. Don't be formal with your master. Jutianya suddenly didn't feel happy anymore, starting to show signs of jealousy. Why don't Master give both halves to junior sister? She would surely be even happier. I don't care and don't want it that much. Seeing him sulk, Shun Commander pulled him back to comfort him. But this is the first time I've given you something. Jutianya happily accepted the half pill as he was easily comforted. After giving the medicine, Shun Commander stretched and reminded, all right, rest early. Early tomorrow morning we still need to enter the palace to find Shan Changming. Jutianya pulled her sleeve and called, Master, will you fall for him? Shin Commander asked, confused. Who? He replied, Han Shao or other men. Shin Commander said, not necessarily. Although they say immortal cultivators have plenty of time. After ascending to immortality, they even cut off all emotions and desires. But in fact, I still want to enjoy more of the mortal world. Want to happily live a peaceful life. Then one day, if I truly find someone I like, becoming a lifelong couple, that wouldn't be bad at all. Besides, didn't you say that day at the inn you once said that I'm at the age to be married off? Jutianyi still held her hand tightly. But Han Shao wasn't a good person. Then finding someone better will happen someday. Jutianyi recalled what Han Shao once said. Moreover, even if it's not the Grand Preceptor, there will be other cultivators pursuing Master, right? This is bound to happen sooner or later. He let go of her hand and replied, Indeed, that's true. Then I hope Master finds someone good soon. But if one day you discover the person you rely on isn't actually good, then this disciple won't let him off easily. She waved her hand, saying matters of the heart are like drinking water. Only you know if it's hot or cold. Yi doesn't need to worry so much about me. I feel that I can. She spoke with such confidence even though she had been single for 3 lifetimes. Seeing her so confident made Jutianyi sad. You're right. I'm just your disciple, neither close nor hostile to you. Even if that day comes, there will be Shan Changming to stand up for you. and thousands of 9 Flowers sect disciples to protect you. You don't necessarily need me. It doesn't have to be me, he said. Then he turned and left. Shinchang-jun saw him going the wrong way and reminded, "Where are you going? The room is that way." He only replied briefly, "Cultivation." Then she asked herself, "Am I mistaken? I feel like Yi hasn't been quite right lately." She thought of something and muttered, "Could it be that Yi fears having a stepfather means having a stepmother? He's worried that once I have a partner, I won't need him anymore. I should turn back and explain to Yi. He will always be my precious one. Go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll meet Ruru." Anyway, the plot has already deviated. Then she turned back to her room saying, "Let fate decide." Speaking of which, in the original story of this Yin kingdom, except for a few explanatory lines mentioning Han Xiaozhao's background, counting it seems it was only mentioned twice. What it was about is somewhat hard to remember. Then inside the room, Du Mingyu sat on the bed with folded hands looking into a mirror. In the mirror was someone who looked just like him but more sinister. Speaking, who in this world could have guessed? The compassionate holy monk who saved the world would become the most cold-blooded and cruel demon in the world. Du Mingyu, long time no see. Du Mingyu's face was gloomy. The next day, on the road, several carriages full of flowers passed by. Someone said at the queen's coronation ceremony of the Yin dynasty, flowers fell, creating a 10-mile road of petals, 100 miles of fragrance. The day when flowers filled the sky. Even more meaningful, the emperor is announcing to the world that a woman will be crowned empress, mother of the nation. All people are celebrating. Someone knocked on Commander Shun's door. She immediately ran to the lake here. She opened the door sleepily and saw flowers filling the sky. A eunuch said to Miss Shun that the auspicious time has come. On the bed, Commander Shin was lying on top of Zhou Tianyi. Both deeply enjoyed this kiss. Commander Shin parted her lips, clothes disheveled, looking at Zhou Tianyi's flushed face. She called out, "Tianyi." Zhou Tianyi suddenly opened his eyes, sat up and looked around. It was just a dream. The maids then entered. "Young master, you're awake? Young master, this servant will help you freshen up." Zhou Tianyi felt extremely hot, so he immediately plunged his face into the water basin, then wiped his face while thinking deeply, how did he fall asleep while cultivating yesterday, and even had such a dream? Because yesterday he saw the prophecy in the divine mirror. That's why he had such a dream last night. Or perhaps because he had such a dream, the divine mirror predicted the images in his dream. Wait, what if the prophecy wasn't just a dream, but something that will actually happen in the future? He plunged his face into water again, muttering, "Killing master and ancestors is unforgivable." The maid reminded him, "Young master, today is an auspicious day. Miss Shun and the emperor are getting married. After your meal, you can go to the princess's mansion and enter the palace with her highness." He laughed upon hearing this. That dog emperor is also dreaming. My master would never agree with him, let alone rushing like this. The maid smiled and said, "Don't you know yet? Miss Shin left the inner court early this morning. She's already in the palace for the grand empress coronation ceremony." These words made Zhou Tianyi startled and frown. Meanwhile, Commander Shun was following the eunuch into the palace. She finally remembered, besides Han Xiaoxiao, she had heard about this Yin kingdom somewhere before. The Weisheng family, the largest merchant family clan in the world, with trade networks spanning every corner of the south and north. The core bloodline of the demon family was in Yin kingdom. Moreover, the northern emperor was extremely wary of the Weisheng family. Finally, he used the charge of treason and collaborating with enemies to execute the entire clan. On the day of execution, Zhou Tianyi ran to save his junior sister fellow disciple Wei Shengru. In the end, she became the only lucky survivor of the entire clan. But sometimes surviving is the greatest misfortune. The Weisheng family was destroyed in one night. Parents and siblings all perished. Wei Shengru was heartbroken. Hair turning white overnight wasn't described much. Just a few lines about the white moonlight. From then on, she disappeared from the world, implying she grew old in sorrow, and that's how it ended. She recalled what the eunuch had said. Miss Shin here records the stories about the Weisheng family. Some things are not very clear. After watching it, then decide whether to follow the old servant into the palace for the empress coronation ceremony. She wondered, why did the Wei clan's incident happen first, and logically speaking this is just the beginning of the story. She opened the palace door and said, "In short, I cannot stand by and watch the Wei clan's matter end up like this anymore." She looked around and saw no one. Suddenly, a golden cage appeared above and trapped her. She suddenly discovered her body had no strength left. This was a mechanism cage made of spirit stones. Her magical power was continuously being drained by it. Han Xiao stepped forward and spoke. Originally, I wanted to use the Wei clan for myself. Later I heard. The Wei clan's daughter became the only personal disciple of the sect leader who leads the Nine Flowers sect, Shin Changming. Suddenly I felt compared to the Wei clan, the Nine Flowers sect was more valuable. But I never expected. Shin Changming's only sister came to the mortal realm and I heard he loves his sister very much. Obviously she's more valuable than his disciple. Shin Commander immediately retorted, but before you set this trap for me, you announced to the world that I would become your empress. An empress of a nation trapped in a cage for life. How will you explain this to the people of the world? He replied, what does it matter? You and the concubines in the back palace are no different in this golden cage compared to the four walls of the palace. There's no difference. All are birds with broken wings that cannot fly away. This golden cage will drain all your magical power. From now on, you're no different from a mortal. I just need to hide you away. Your life and death are for me to decide. This time I've won, even if it's Shan Changming, the only expert who reached the peak of the era in the northern wilderness. He will have to obediently listen to me. As for that Wei clan's daughter, she must be very obedient to her master, right? And that disciple of yours, your successor who became the second genius reaching golden core before age 20, once in a century. He's only 17, right? Truly worthy of being called the #1 genius. I heard he values you greatly. In the future, he will also obediently follow my orders. It's a pity they haven't realized yet. They basically won't be able to save you in time now. Ju Tianyi is outside being blocked by soldiers. Han Xiao continued, because you're about to be hidden in a place where you'll never see sunlight again. He grabbed her chin and continued, right? You can also bear me a child. You are my empress. Your child being the crown prince is even better. This is an honor countless women wouldn't dare dream of. Aren't you happy? The leading sect of the North and the leading family of the world, a once-in-a-century genius, the Shin clan. You are just a small woman, yet you can command so much power. Your value is far greater than what I had imagined. Hearing this, General Shun just smiled, but Han Xiao appeared very confused. What are you smiling at? Do you think they will arrive in time to save you? General Shin replied, no, I'm just thinking about something else. Suddenly found it interesting. I used to hear others say, when the student succeeds, the teacher dies of hunger. Today it seems I'm not as selfless as I thought. The title of the world's greatest genius has been taken by another. Even if it's my most beloved disciple, I still can't accept it willingly. As she spoke, General Shin put the pill in her mouth. 4 years of dedicated cultivation. Originally thought that small achievements could build up to something greater, so I always refrained from breaking through. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly became fearful, his face extremely tense, different from his earlier demeanor. General Shin continued, but ended up attracting a bunch of insects, all day buzzing in my ears, so annoying since coming to the mortal realm. All day it's Shin clan this and Shin lady that. Don't I deserve a proper name? At this moment, General Shun was surrounded by a new terrifying power. She had broken through to the Yuaning realm. In 1,000 years, only one person has broken through to Yuan-ing at age 24. I am the one at the peak of Jiahua sect, the leading sect among hundreds in the cultivation world. You should address me as true person Zhangjun. Shin Zhangjun immediately destroyed the iron cage with ease. Not only that, behind her appeared the shadow of a fire phoenix. My destiny and natural talent isn't just a once-in-a-century occurrence. That disciple of mine only obtained half of my core. My sect leader brother is just a few years older than me. One day, who becomes Jiahua sect's leader, who becomes the cultivation world's greatest, is yet unknown. General Shun with her immense power frowned and looked straight at Han Xiao. Han Xiao, look carefully at what this seat's true value is. Seeing this, the eunuch immediately stepped in front of Han Xiao. A group of royal guards appeared right after. However, General Shun calmly continued, how dare you peek at the power of Jiahua sect and Jiahua sect? Besides Shun Zhangming, I am the greatest power, she commanded loudly. All of you come forth. Han Xiao, today Jiahua sect and Yin Kingdom's fate lies between you and me. One strike to determine victory. After these words, the faces of Shun Zhangming and Han Xiao both became tense, full of confidence in victory. A moment later, a loud noise suddenly appeared. The nearby building also collapsed. Defeated soldiers lay scattered on the ground. At this moment, Shin Changming, Wei Xingru, and Zhu Tianyi had also arrived. All of them became tense. Wei Xingru fiercely knocked on the door and shouted at the person inside. However, just a second later, all three of them were stunned by the scene before their eyes. In the distance, Shin Changjun and Han Xiao were happily enjoying bubble tea together. Shin Changjun cheerfully said that mortal realm cuisine is still the best. Han Xiao also praised in agreement. The bubble tea is truly delicious. Shin Changjun continued, being an emperor is great. Having afternoon tea while watching performances. Up-close seating, very VIP. I cultivate and fight monsters all day. In the afternoon, I should just lazily lie down and watch singing shows. Han Xiao also painted a picture of happiness. All day you deceive me. I also want to have some legitimate time to rest. Shen Changjun continued, suddenly wanting to eat meat. These past years in cultivation below required fasting. Made me starve to death. Han Xiao agreed. The pork knuckle from the Imperial Kitchen isn't as good as the small restaurant in the west of the Imperial City. Hearing this, Shen Changjun became dejected, but too lazy to walk. Han Xiao wasn't any better, saying I'm too lazy to move. At this moment, Wei Xingru interrupted. Immortal Changjun, that thing they say is being spread outside. Seeing Wei Xingru suddenly appear, Shin Changjun immediately warmly called her. Ruru, come quickly and taste the bubble tea I made. It's so delicious. Your Wei family can promote it a bit. At this time, Shin Changming was very confused and boldly asked what exactly is going on. Why throughout the imperial city of Yin Kingdom everyone is spreading rumors, saying sister is marrying a bunch of insects. Hearing this, Han Xiao replied wearily, Sect leader Shun, do you have any manners? Shin Changming continued, Your Majesty, is this what your citizens are saying, or did I hear wrong? Shin Changjun sighed. This is a long story. She quickly stood up and explained simply, it's that dog emperor. His Majesty was struck by love at first sight with me. He truly loves me so much, and said he won't marry anyone if it's not me, begging me to take pity on his love, not asking me to have him in my eyes, just hoping I could stay by his side often. Such devoted love moves people's hearts. Han Xiao also added, that's right. Half an hour ago, Shen Changjun fiercely said, Dog Emperor, today this old lady will make you a eunuch. Come here. I'll beat your father to death. Han Xiao didn't back down and retorted immediately. You old man, I've never met anyone as sharp-tongued as you, woman. Sharp-tongued, what a waste of such beautiful looks. Shin Changjun continued. Come on then, and Han Xiao played along. If you want to come then, come. The two of them just kept arguing back and forth like that. Suddenly, Du Min Noyet appeared. Please, both of you, don't be agitated. Please listen to what this humble monk has to say. Hearing this, Han Qiu immediately calmed down. The national priest and Tam Truong Quan didn't pay much attention. Du Min Noyet, even with your help you cannot stop me. Du Min Noyet clasped his hands and continued. This monk is not here to plead for damnation, but for all the common people under heaven. Just now, sect leader Tam broke through the barrier, entered the palace's main gate. If he witnesses this scene with his own eyes, I'm afraid he won't be able to retreat. If damnation and Nine Flowers sect openly conflict, only the common people and countless cultivators will suffer. Instead, both of you should make concessions. Hearing this, Han Qiu and Tam Truong Quan exchanged glances. Both felt this was the most reasonable solution. Tam Truong Quan spoke first. Very well, but you, Dog Emperor, must burn all those evidence of crimes. Make an oath in your name as emperor. This time, let me go for the sake of the world. Han Qiu immediately agreed. After all, what I want now is the power of Nine Flowers sect. If you willingly become my empress, I won't even care. If you can form a marriage alliance with Nine Flowers sect, making allies through marriage would be good. Back to the present. Tam Truong Quan playfully pinched Han Qiu's cheek. Your Majesty loves me too much. I can't help but give him a chance to prove if he can win my heart. Therefore, we set a deadline of 1 month. Before the Northern Wilderness ceremony, I will stay in the mortal realm. If your Majesty can move my heart, that would be good. But if not, he must swear an oath as emperor to never pursue me again. Hearing this, Han Qiu smiled at the beauty. Indeed, such clever words, sweeter than any song. Yes, everyone, that's how it happened. And now, what's the situation? Hearing this, Q Tienda could no longer listen and left. His emotions at that time were indescribably silent. On the other side, Du Min Noyet wondered that day if he had seen something in the water spirit divine artifact. Since that day, he's been having nightmares, but upon waking, everything in the dreams was forgotten. Only remembered in the dream seeing someone strange like someone. Every time remembering this, his head would hurt like being hit by a hammer. Had he forgotten something? A figure ran past. Someone shouted, "Princess, Your Highness," startling Du Min Noyet looking at Han Tutu shouting, "I've already said, I won't marry anyone, no matter who. This princess wants to leave Diem Nation and never return." The eunuch stopped her. "You can't leave. Either choose young Master Tienda as consort or marry into Nam Hong. You were born a princess in the palace. You'll die in this palace or another palace." Du Min Noyet was stunned hearing these words. In this golden-painted and lacquered cage, or within the four walls of the imperial palace, there's no difference. All are broken-winged birds that cannot fly away. But only one person is different. That's Shun Zhongjun. She broke the cage and soared like a phoenix, proudly declaring, "Look carefully at what my worth is." He stepped forward to shield the princess. The eunuch then asked the imperial advisor what this means. He turned back to tell the princess to take care of herself, then happily left. Before leaving, he said, "Take care, imperial advisor. When they meet again, she's like a bird flying out of the golden cage, seeking freedom." Zhu Tianyi walked alone on the street. A vendor asked him, "Sir, would you like to buy some honey-roasted lotus roots?" He glanced and bought a bag. Someone called out, selling osmanthus cakes. He carried the snack bag and continued walking. The vendor asked him, "Sir, honey-roasted lotus roots, maltose candy, butter cookies, melon candy. Sir, are you buying all the sweets in this street at once?" He replied, "My little sister likes them. Last time she didn't get to finish them. This time I'm buying more for her. Sell me some osmanthus cakes." The vendor replied, "All right, your sister, when she sees how nice you are to her later, she'll surely be very happy." Really? Of course. Shin Zhongjun stood on the city wall, talking with Han Xiao. "Explain yourself honestly. Within 1 month, I won't be able to like you. So isn't Wei Sheng, the noble families and 9 flower sect all gone now? You've lost big time. You can't possibly fulfill this bet. Do you have other intentions? Deliberately keeping me and Shen Changming in the mortal realm?" Han Xiao didn't answer, but pointed to the sky, saying, "Look, it's getting dark. People in the imperial city are about to light their lanterns." She said, "If you don't want to answer, then fine." She was very surprised to see many paper lanterns being released, illuminating the capital along with hundreds of falling flower petals. She reached out to catch the flowers, while Han Xiao watched her in the warm scenery. Zhu Tianyi looked up at that scene. Han Xiao also saw him. He turned to tell Shun Zhongjun, "Right, that disciple of yours. Seems he cares about you a lot," she replied. "Of course, I watched him grow up bit by bit." But Han Xiao curiously asked, "But why do you reject this disciple?" She explained, "Of course, it's not that I don't love him, but I've always felt he has something hidden in his heart. When he was young, his eyes looking at me were always cold. Sometimes I would feel he wasn't like a child. I saw everything, but I still always wanted to bring this relationship closer. Until after he grew up. After it grew up, until one day I suddenly understood. Its heart doesn't belong to 9 Flowers Palace. It belongs to a world bigger than Han Xiao." "Oh, so that's how it is." He looked down at where the protagonist had just disappeared. Only the snack bag remained on the ground. He muttered, "So you always thought he would leave sooner or later." Zhu Tianyi continued walking aimlessly on the road. Someone called out, "Sir, please come here quickly. Didn't you want to buy a gourd for your little sister?" "I just sold out but made more. Buy a string," he replied. "No need anymore. Someone will buy it for her in the future." That person then put the gourd candy in his hand, saying, "Then enjoy it yourself. It's the last string. I'll give it to you." He took it and ate a piece. The vendor asked if it was delicious. He exclaimed, "It's a bit bitter," making the vendor puzzled. With the last piece remaining, he stared at it. The vendor spoke up, "Don't just stare at the last piece. Eat it quickly, right? At noon you said you came from the Sea of Despair. I heard there's a 1,000-year-old wishing tree there. Wishes will come true if you write them on tags. Hang them on the tree for just 3 copper coins. Have you made a wish yet?" Although he had written, "I wish to be with Master, lifetime after lifetime, never to be separated," but he told the old man he hadn't because he couldn't write. Zhu Tianyi walked into an alley. A shadow followed behind him, saying, "1,000 years of love and hate like a dream. No regrets. 2 lifetimes of feelings and grudges turn to nothing. There have been enough male resentment and female sorrow. No need to add your lingering attachment. 9th Zhu Tianyi, I've known you for 4 years. All day, I have to hear your inner thoughts, mentioning Master. I've heard it so much my ears are about to grow mushrooms." The shadow materialized, entering Zhu Tianyi's body, saying, "Now I can't stand watching anymore." At this point, why haven't you figured it out? Namen Poison Vine successfully took over Zhu Tianyi's body, saying, 9th Zhu Tianyi, Let this old man give you a push to help you see clearly your feelings for Master. On the city wall, Han Xiao was still chatting with Commander Shen. So, when that disciple of yours turns 18 and comes of age, you'll let go and let him venture out on his own. She replied, no. If he wants to leave, I can't stop him, but if he wants to stay with me, I won't arbitrarily push him away either. Han Xiao put his hand on her shoulder asking, then if in the future you marry someone else, what if your disciple can't bear it? She patted Han Xiao's shoulder. No, he can't wait for me to get married. Otherwise, why would he spend all day and night urging me? Last time at Luohe, I secretly overheard by the river. He secretly asked Han Xiao to help find me a good husband. Han Xiao recalled there seemed to be such a thing indeed. Namen Poison Vine appeared in Qtian Da's body, calling Commander Tam. She was startled when she saw him. Dada, why are you here again? Qtian Da grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and said, because I missed you. Then he picked her up and asked, don't keep talking to that man, am I not more handsome than him? Not understanding what was happening, she was carried away by Qtian Da. She was confused and said, wait, Dada, you seem a bit different. He said let's go home and carried her away right in front of Han Tu. He told her, I have something important to tell you, just between us. Han Tu saw this and laughed. It's quite interesting how this young man acts towards his master. Namen Poison Vine in Qtian Da's body took Commander Tam to the room and placed her on the bed. Just as she called him, he made a hushing gesture, leaned down about to kiss her when he heard rumbling in his head. His body swayed continuously, making Commander Tam cry out, Dada, what are you doing? Inside, Qtian Da was scolding Namen Poison Vine. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do to Master with my body? Namen Poison Vine replied, I can't stand it anymore. This is what's deep in your heart, what you truly want to do. You just haven't realized your own feelings for her, that's all. It turned to Commander Tam and said, Master, springtime is short. I've waited for this moment for so long. Let's. It tried to remove Qtian Da's clothes when Qtian Da inside shouted, Heavens and gods, what are you doing? It's not what I'm doing. Namen Poison Vine in Qtian Da's body leaned down and said, Master, do you know that I miss you every single moment? I don't want to be away from you even for a moment. The Durin sighed, covered his eyes, saying stop immediately. Commander Tam, with a pained expression, reached up to caress his face and asked, Dada, are you feeling unwell somewhere? These words don't sound like something you would say. Qtian Da, startled, asked, why, Master, do you feel these aren't words your disciple would say? Commander Tam replied, I know you respect me, revere me as your teacher. But she recalled when he held her when she was injured, then remembered when he left a letter and departed, remembered the times they were together. She spoke, but over these years, sometimes your master would have a feeling, or maybe it was just a feeling, that your heart is not with the Nine-Flower sect, not with me, or perhaps that heart has never opened up to me. Qtian Da hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that, Master. Master, those words were truly what I wanted to say. Namen Poison Vine gradually withdrew and disappeared. From now on, these are Qtian Da's true feelings. They are words from deep within my heart that I want to tell you. The flowers on Mount Kimvan are blooming more beautiful than anything else in this world. For the rest of my life, month after month, year after year, morning and evening, I want to watch those flowers there with you, never to be apart. Sham Truong Quan placed her hand on her chest. Qtian Da slowly said, perhaps this heart has never opened up to me. Hearing that, Qtian Da trembled painfully and said, it's not like that, Master. Sham Truong Quan was very surprised to hear that. Moreover, she saw tears flowing from Qtian Da's eyes. He sadly said, please don't think of me that way. Master Sham Truong Quan was equally heartbroken. She reached out gently, wiping away the tears from Qtian Da's eyes. Qtian Da also gently held her hand, grievously said, my heart belongs to you. I am sincere to you, truly sincere. You cannot say such things about me. Sham Truong Quan sat up, wrapped her arms around Qtian Da, gently comforting him. Yes, all right, I believe you. Knowing Qtian Da's grievance, Sham Truong Quan stroked his hair, comforting him with all her heart. It was your master's fault. Your master spoke wrongly. I won't think badly anymore. From beginning to end, your master has also been sincere with you. You have always been your master's treasure. Sham Truong Quan pressed her forehead against Qtian Da's to help him calm down, then softly said, it's late at night. You should return to your room and rest. Qtian Da shook his head like a child, refusing. Sham Truong Quan had to hold Qtian Da in her arms, patting his head, then stay here tonight and sleep with your master. Hearing that, Qtienda was very happy, nuzzling his head against Sham Truong Quan's neck. Sham Truong Quan felt ticklish and said softly, "It's so itchy," she thought to herself. Don't know why. It feels like raising a little puppy. Sham Truong Quan caressed Qtienda's cheek and slowly said, "How do you want your master to comfort you?" Qtienda acted spoiled like a child. "Say what you just said one more time." Sham Truong Quan felt itchy. "What I just said. Let me recall which one. Return to your room to rest. Stay here tonight, be good." Sham Truong Quan then said, "You are your master's treasure." Qtienda smiled happily with eyes curved and nodded. Sham Truong Quan patted Qtienda's head and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, you're my spoiled little friend." Hearing that, Qtienda froze, being treated like a child again. A moment back to before the reconciliation, Qtienda coughed a few times, returning to his usual cold demeanor, pretending to be serious as he left. "Master, let's end the night here. Rest well, even though there are still words to say. But you and I have many days ahead. I will slowly tell you later." Watching Qtienda's calm figure leave, Sham Truong Quan felt at peace and returned to her room. Qtienda quickly closed the door, slightly smiled, then looked sternly at the purple one who was unconscious, who was talking non-stop, bragging about achievements, successfully escaping. No need to thank this old man too much. Before he could finish his sentence, that purple thing was squeezed hard in Zhu Tianye's hand. It kept struggling and begging for mercy, then revealed its true form. Turns out it was Mu Ling Nan, and Mu Ling Nan said irritably, "This old man was helping you. Clearly there was movement, yet you're not aware of your own feelings. Would you only regret and chase after it when it's lost?" Zhu Tianye was equally annoyed. With a murderous tone, "I should really thank you for expressing feelings to master in that way. But at that time, the words after were all from your sincere consciousness, spoken by your own mouth, hit right on target." Zhu Tianye couldn't argue back, just threw Mu Ling Nan away. Zhu Tianye crossed his arms to regain composure, saying, "Let it be this time. You truly helped me, made me aware of myself." Mu Ling Nan happily approached to tease Zhu Tianye. "Oh ho, kid finally admitted liking master." Zhu Tianye's joy turned to anger, squeezing a big bump on Mu Ling Nan's head. Zhu Tianye coldly interrogated, "But this matter cannot be resolved smoothly. Scared people and ruined things instead. Moreover, you look just like a kid. Why do you always call yourself old man?" Mu Ling Nan put hands on hips and arrogantly boasted, "Humph, kid, this old man is a 1,000-year-old with spirit. You should show some respect to this old man. You hear?" Zhu Tianye glared at the 1,000-year with spirit, with pressure like his past life self. "It's been long since anyone dared speak to me like that. What did you just call this seat?" Mu Ling Nan trembled and shrank into a corner, shakily answered, Big brother, I was wrong. Actually, this little brother only has 1,000 years of cultivation, no memories at all, dazed and confused all day, until you ate half of that demon pill. I could finally gather spirit and take form. Creating this spirit mushroom, little brother was momentarily confused. Don't understand human affairs. Please be merciful and forgive this ignorant little brother. This little brother now only has vague memories. Seems there was an enemy 1,000 years ago. Zhu Tianye sat majestically in contemplation, listening to Mu Ling Nan setting traps, while Shun Changjun was in deep sleep. Only Hong Shi Jinling remained sitting by the window, keeping watch for her. Hong Shi Jinling looked at the purple branches growing all over the courtyard, lost in thought with worries. At the Imperial City, Weisheng Mansion servants lined up respectfully, bowing to welcome young Miss home. Weisheng Ru's family also happily sent hearts welcoming their daughter home. Vi Sinu happily ran to hug everyone, grandparents and parents, great uncle, second uncle, little uncle, great aunt, second aunt, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, little cousins Dodo, Ding Ding, and Mao Mao. Haven't seen you all in 4 years. I missed everyone so much. Shin Changming smiled softly, seeing the family reunion. Suddenly heard whispers. Who is that person following the young miss? The young miss said she bought him for 22 taels. Shin Changming suppressed his anger because he was the sect leader, so it wasn't convenient to reveal his identity. At noon, everyone gathered around the table full of delicacies. Everyone happily, enthusiastically served food for Vi Sinu until her bowl was full. Come on, eat more. Shin Changming stood among the servants, fanning himself, looking completely out of place. Vi Sinu glanced while eating. Her parents also eagerly served food to Vi Sinu. Little Nu, why are you eating so hastily? Are you starving? Vice Nu spoke while eating, mainly because it's been a long time since I had food without poison. Usually, Master would put some poison in the food, making me detoxify it myself. Only after that could I eat. Sometimes I was starving but couldn't eat a single bite. Hearing this, Vice Nu's parents were surprised. Everyone in the family also kept discussing. They say the sect leader of Jiuhua sect is very frightening. It's said he looks like a fierce demon. His methods are cruel and brutal, controlling the entire cultivation world. Yes, that person is not kind or easy to deal with at all. Just hearing his name, children throughout the city would cry in fear. Vice Nu's parents became very anxious hearing this, worried that it was so terrible. Wasn't little Nu living in dire circumstances? Shen Changming stood aside, secretly observing to see how his disciple would respond. Vice Nu was silent for a moment, then put down her chopsticks, happily answered, "No. My master is the best master in the world." Shen Changming was very surprised hearing this, and Vice Nu's parents asked in surprise, "Daughter, really?" Vice Nu proudly answered yes. Then Vice Nu recalled memories of being with Shen Changming since childhood, proudly told that Master is an extremely warm person. Actually, he knows very well how to take care of others. I know he cares about me very much. Master is the strongest in the northern wilderness continent. He is someone everyone admires. Since childhood, just having him there made me feel secure. Master looks cool and has amazing cooking skills. Sometimes I feel like he knows nothing, does nothing, but I know he's always silently by my side. The entire cultivation world in northern wilderness continent follows his lead. He receives respect from thousands of people, but he also carries many burdens. Over these years, I've learned a lot from Master. I've always hoped to grow up quickly, to share his burdens sooner. Every memory of Shen Changming taking care of Vice Nu when she was sick, help Vice Nu kill monsters, treat Vice Nu like a meal when ascending foundation establishment, and countless other memories ran through Vice Nu's reminiscence, making Vice Nu feel warm inside. In short, meeting Master was truly wonderful. Sham Truong Min heard that and was very happy walking around outside. And everyone else in the house hearing Vice Nu say that also felt relieved. So that's how it is. That's good. Suddenly Vice Nu said, "Oh right, my servant likes spicy food the most. Father, please tell the kitchen to prepare him an ultra-spicy meal, but preferably one where you can't see the chilies on top, because I want to give him a surprise." Vice Nu's surprise was quite thorough, making Sham Truong Min breathe fire while eating, wondering deeply inside, do people here eat such spicy food? In the imperial palace, an official was reporting to the emperor, "Are you really determined to keep your promise to spare Vice and family or not?" Han Tu rested his chin and smirked, "Haha, who knows?" Then he ordered, "Summon Sham Truong Quan, immortal, to the palace." "Oh right, I heard you lost track of the ninth heaven knight today." That official respectfully replied, "Yes, your majesty." You ordered the secret guards to secretly follow Truong Quan immortal and the ninth heaven knight. But today that ninth heaven knight suddenly disappeared. Currently the secret guards have searched the entire city but couldn't find any trace of the ninth heaven knight. Ninth heaven knight was now in the imperial library. As ninth heaven knight slowly walked and calculating about the previous life, from beginning to end, no one knew the true face of the mysterious person who stole the 5 elements divine artifact, because he had stolen a magical artifact from the Flame Nation's imperial palace. A magical artifact that prevented anyone from discovering any clues. False Cloud Heaven. Last time when the Fire Spirit divine artifact was stolen, the mysterious person took it when no one expected. This time the 5 major sects were prepared early. If the mysterious person didn't have this artifact with them, there would surely be a confrontation with everyone. After a few moves, they would certainly show weakness. Then their identity could be investigated. Ninth Heaven Knight reached out to take the False Cloud Heaven artifact, which has the ability to use magical power to conceal appearance and aura magic of its wearer. Others cannot recognize the appearance and techniques of that person. The eunuch watching flowers falling everywhere asked Han Tu curiously, "Your Majesty, you ordered fresh flowers to be scattered over the city again. Is there a celebration recently?" Han Tu smiled and said, "For thousands of years the northern emperor forces have been scattered. Unlike the southern wilderness continent, under the leadership of the Holy Temple, everyone is united as solid as iron and stone. I have always kept an eye on the Vice and family as well as the Nine Flowers sect. The Northern Grand Ceremony is about to begin. My purpose is to draw in all cultivators in the north." The eunuch then respectfully said, "I understand your Majesty's intentions." Truong Quan has entered the palace. Han Tu excitedly asked, "Oh, Where is she? Suddenly, the red sparrow spirit descended from the sky with a thunderous sound. Han Tu screamed in fear, quickly hugged the nearby eunuch, barely avoiding being struck. Sham Truong Quan landed and retrieved the red sparrow spirit, smiling and saying as if nothing serious happened, "My apologies. I flew too fast and couldn't stop in time. Almost killed you. I'm really sorry." Han Tu angrily scolded her. "You deliberately attempted to assassinate the emperor." "Assassinate the emperor?" Sham Truong Quan indifferently said. "This isn't even the first time. Why are you so scared?" Han Tu irritably snorted as Sham Truong Quan came to pat his head comfortingly. "Don't be angry anymore. You can't beat me, so you're just getting angry. Being angry might harm your body and cause the emperor to suddenly pass away. The world would fall into chaos then." As if sensing something, Sham Truong Quan looked up at the sky, seeing people coming one after another. She wondered, these people are cultivators from below. Why are there so many? Han Tu laughed proudly. "Ha ha ha. Ever since you and Sham Truong Min agreed to stay in the mortal realm, the entire cultivation world believes that Nine Flowers sect has allied with me. I've announced that the Northern Wilderness ceremony will be held in my imperial city. I'm just using you. I don't actually like you at all." Ha 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 ha. Sham Truong Quan remained indifferent and said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't care whether you like me or not." Han Tu became very angry. "Woman, you're playing with fire." Han Tu wanted to rush forward and fight her, but was held back by the eunuch and could only struggle helplessly. Looking at Han Tu's actions, Sham Truong Quan thought to herself, "Did I misunderstand? Why is he always so childish?" Sham Truong Quan enthusiastically explained, "Although your type is very popular, I don't like domineering CEOs like you. I prefer someone warm and affectionate. Best if they can cook and listen to what I say. Faithful and loyal, well-behaved at home and mature outside. Best if they ride a white horse, walk on flowers and seven-colored auspicious clouds. Coming to my side." Han Tu froze. All these criteria matched his eunuch beside him. The eunuch could cook as he came from the imperial kitchen. Extremely obedient because disobeying the emperor meant death. Also faithful because he lacked the necessary parts. Unable to have affairs. And well-behaved because disobedient eunuchs would be beaten to death. Those who survived were all very obedient. He was also mature, being 70 years old. Since ancient times, he could ride horses, and in the imperial city of DM Kingdom, flowers were never in short supply. Everything matched perfectly. Sham Truong Quan also pondered, come to think of it, clearly Ya in the previous life belonged to the first type. But why has it been like this these years? It's becoming more and more like the second type, increasingly resembling the type of person I like. Then she was stunned when thinking about it. Stuck her head into the dragon statue's mouth to erase that thought away. What am I saying? Beast, violating teacher's ethics already. Suddenly a burst of flames filled the sky. Han Xiao worried it was from the direction of the archive hall. Something's happened at the archive hall. Shin Changjun also quickly turned toward the explosion. Assessing the situation at the archive hall. Could someone be trying to steal the water spirit artifact? Let's go check it out. At this moment in the archive hall, the guard at the door was also worried, reporting to Imperial Advisor Du Mingyue. A thief has broken into the palace. May I ask, sir, is the water spirit artifact still safe and sound? A voice from inside responded, don't worry, it's fine. The guard sighed in relief and reminded, that's good. The sacrifice candidate has been chosen. Still need to hand over the artifact 10 days before the ceremony begins. But at this moment inside, Du Mingyue had been overtaken by the heart demon. He was holding the water spirit artifact, tilting his head and sneering, interesting, I was about to go steal from Jia Yuntian, but someone beat me to it. He took out the fire spirit artifact in his left hand and held the water spirit artifact in his right hand, calculating last time when stealing the fire spirit artifact. No one knew. If now all sects are guarding against Shan Changjun, who has broken through to the Foundation realm. Without Jia Yuntian, if fighting goes on too long, identity might be exposed. Du Mingyue's heart demon angrily withdrew the artifacts and said irritably, it's ruined. Looks like wanting the water spirit artifact legitimately is gone. Better wait for another opportunity. The Northern Wilderness ceremony. That heart demon smiled cunningly, saying sarcastically, let this one proceed smoothly. Du Mingyue, oh Du Mingyue. These years, even you haven't noticed. Every time your Buddhist heart wavers, it's always related to her. Otherwise, how could I have the chance to suppress and take over your body, and not just wait for you to wake up from sleep? Turns out because Du Mingyue's heart had wavered because of Shen Changjun, so the heart demon easily possessed his body, while now Shen Changjun was chasing the thief. Who dares to steal? Stop right there. She made her move, advancing to strike that person. Both sides quickly exchanged moves. Shen Changjun calmly said, "Humph, you still have some skill, but no matter who you are, you must stop for me." The carriage kept running while Shen Changjun pursued fiercely to kill Jiu Tianya. No matter how Shen Changjun attacked, Jiu Tianya didn't counterattack at all. She used a palm strike, hitting Jiu Tianya's chest hard, making him crash into the carriage and cough blood. Before he could recover, Shen Changjun had already rushed in to attack, continuing to interrogate, "Who exactly are you? Why do you only know how to dodge and not counterattack?" Of course, it's because of the old one. Van Tien has the effect of concealing Q Tienda's aura, as well as Nam An's poisonous vine. So Q Tienda slightly used Nam An's poisonous vine to block Tam Trung Quan's strike. Suddenly the carriage made beeping sounds. Spirit power overload, danger, about to explode. Hearing this, Q Tienda grabbed the sword hilt. Using bamboo body, Tam Trung Quan excitedly said, "Danger." The carriage exploded completely. Q Tienda pushed Tam Trung Quan down, while staying behind to take the hit himself. Looking at the scene now, Q Tienda thought that as long as they're human, they will instinctively protect others. "Master, so you had such feelings at first too." In Q Tienda's mind, the current scene was very similar to when he was young, in Yao Noyet Forest and Lak Ha's secret realm. It's been 4 years already. Time passes so quickly. Finally, there's a day when I'm the one saving someone. Tam Truong Quan surprisingly looked at that person, then landed on the ground. The carriage exploded completely. Only flower petals floating in the sky remained. Tam Truong Quan reached out to catch a blood-stained petal, worriedly looking up at where the carriage exploded. Fortunately, that person had ridden away on horseback. Tam Truong Quan pondered deeply, muttering, "What a strange person." Suddenly, there was a call echoing behind her, "Master." Tam Truong Quan happily turned around and responded. Q Tienda then covered himself with a cloth. Tam Truong Quan gently said, "Your clothes are dirty." Tam Truong Quan was very happy. Somewhat curiously asked Q Tienda, "Where did you go today?" Q Tienda didn't answer, only carefully said to Tam Truong Quan, "Master, wait until the Northern Emperor ceremony ends. I have something to tell you." Q Tienda hid his left hand behind his back to conceal the bloodied, injured hand. Tam Truong Quan, unaware, happily replied, "All right." Later in the palace, a palace servant brought forth a money bag. Kneeling, they reported, "To your majesty, just now a mysterious person sent this money, saying it's compensation for your loss." Han Tu, hearing this, wondered, "Huh? What compensation?" The palace servant awkwardly replied, "He said it's compensation for your horse." Han Tu heard this and laughed bitterly, muttering complaints. "Have I offended many people lately?" Suddenly, a palace servant ran in, shouting urgently, "Report to your majesty. From southern wilderness, 6 people from the holy temple suddenly request an audience." In an instant, Han Tu's face tensed up. Frowning deeply, that servant continued reporting. It's said to be about the peace marriage. Because the princess couldn't arrive in time, the holy maiden of Northern Emperor continent was angry. In the imperial palace, Emperor Han Chu was leisurely looking at the Oriole in the cage and talking about recent years. Using spirit stones as energy research and creation of magical tools was quite successful. I also worked hard to draw in forces from cultivation and microbial worlds, so in just a few more years, unless we gather the majority of forces in the northern wilderness, everyone must be united. Our northern wilderness princess doesn't need to be like 1,000 years ago, having to be married off far away for the sake of peace. A minister kneeling on the ground sighed, "Your Majesty, the holy maiden of southern wilderness is the strongest in the world. Please consider the 3rd princess, Your Highness." Han Shao opened the cage to let the bird go. "Let her do as she wishes." Han Shao gazed into the distance through the window at the Oriole flying away, lost in thought. Rulers die for their country. Today the situation is secretly chaotic. If one day disaster strikes, as your brother, I will surely die before you. At this moment, Han Xiaoxiao, princess, is at a clothing shop for young ladies. This is what you need. The currently popular female warrior outfit. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with delight while she took the outfit and jumped with joy. From now on, I can finally be a righteous hero. Wandering the Jianghua elsewhere in Wei Shengru's room, she and her mother were talking. If one cannot ascend to godhood, mortal life spans only 100 years. Little Ru, you've grown up now. Are you willing to find a marriage? What kind of husband image do you like? Everything will be according to your wishes. Wei Shengru said foolishly. Someone like Master Chang Jun would be great. Her mother was speechless. Better to use Min as examples. She's not thinking properly, just like Master would be fine. Xin Zhangming, standing nearby, couldn't help but hit her head angry at such disrespect. Time passed. Xin Zhangming sat pensively by Xiao Nu's window. Tomorrow is already the Northern Wilderness ceremony. Everyone is bustling here. Master Shun was frowning while reading. Hong Shijinling sat beside him concerned and said, tomorrow you must preside over the sacrifice for this Northern Wilderness ceremony. Right, Master Shun was still having a headache, dizzy from reading. I feel like I've gone back to the time when I had to cram knowledge all night before exams. The pressure is too great. Hong Shijinling was confused. But speaking of the sacrifice, actually it's just taking the offerings to the high platform, burning them in a circle, then bringing them down, that's all. At this time, Zhu Tianyi was sitting on a tree branch in front of Master Shun's room. With affectionate eyes, Master, wait until after the Northern Wilderness ceremony ends safely. Mu and Du Teng beside him called out, interrupting his words. Don't say such things. 8 parts will become a tragic ending. Or perhaps after tomorrow you'll meet her again. Zhu Tianyi glanced at Mu and Du Teng. Mu and Du Teng yawned. Don't ask why. I just have such an uneasy premonition, as if I've experienced such a situation before. Hearing Yuan's voice, Mok and Dokdang was knocked down by Qu Tienda from the tree branch. Hong Thuok Lin looked out the window suspiciously, but saw no one. Soon after, the Northern Wilderness Grand Ceremony began. Everyone was buzzing as described in the books. The Northern Wilderness Grand Ceremony was held, which was the origin of all subsequent events. This was the biggest festival of the Northern Wilderness continent to pray to the gods for prosperity. It could stir people's hearts. It was said that the higher quality the sacrificial offerings were, the more likely the prayers would be answered. The atmosphere was solemn. Tam Truong Quan was walking to the ceremonial platform. As she walked, she thought that even in this life, the time, location, and offerings were completely different from her previous life. Holding the sacred mirror in her hands, Tam Truong Quan performed the Northern Wilderness ritual ceremony. She looked down at Tam Truong Min and spoke. Brother, rest assured, I will do my best. Hearing this, Tam Truong Min smiled gently and calmly. She raised the artifact and chanted, on this auspicious day, I pray to the heavenly gods. May your divine light protect all beings. She lifted the veil, revealing the Spirit Exorcism Mirror of Eternal Resonance. The Spirit Exorcism Mirror flew up and radiated light. The light was too bright. Tam Truong Quan avoided it, squinting while marveling at how powerful this spiritual energy was. How strange. She had never seen before the water spirit artifact fluctuate like this. Is it because of me? Well, that's fine if so. This could be an opportunity instead. Since I arrived in the Holy Flame Empire, I've been trying to understand future events. She pointed at the water spirit artifact. Water spirit artifact, tell me, in this life, will the Vi family fall into the same tragic fate? She widened her eyes in shock. Everything appeared. The Vi family mansion reduced to ruins. Corpses scattered in the wilderness. Blood staining the sky red. A flash of light shot forth to attack Vi Sin Nu. I, the water spirit artifact, can see through both future and past. I can examine all cause and effect in this world. In the divine mirror, Tam Truong Quan covered one eye with her hand. Her teeth clenched tight. The laws of this world establish cause and effect. They cannot be changed, even in the smallest way. In the Vi family mansion, a group of people were sitting, drinking tea, and chatting about how the Northern Wilderness Grand Ceremony was being conducted. Vi Sin Nu turned to face outside and just hummed softly. Her eyes seemed to catch something. A flash appeared followed by a loud boom. But with 4 lifetimes of souls mixed together, you don't fully belong to this world. Therefore, you're not bound by the laws and rules of this place. Tam Truong Quan recalled her old memories. She was reading when someone appeared and asked, since you came to the Flame Empire, you've been reading these books for nearly a month. What exactly are you looking for? Sham Truong Quan reached out his hand to touch, connecting with it. Images appeared in the crystal mirror, showing a scene of devastation and ruins. The crystal mirror continued. Therefore, in this world, only you can reverse cause and effect. I am willing to accept you as my master and await your commands. The divine weapon accepts its master. Around Sham Truong Quan were magnificent images, flowers scattered everywhere. Sham Truong Min beside him, gently raised his finger to his chest. A series of transformation algorithms were immediately dispelled. Shamchuang Quan continued, asking the divine weapon, "Crystal divine weapon, now tell me what will be the future of the vice and family in this life." A ding sound. As the sword clashed with the paper fan, a spark flew out. Sham Chuang Min held the fan blocking the sword. With great momentum, Sham Chuang Min directly declared, "Whoever dares to harm people of the vice and family, I, Sham Chuang Min, will protect them." In the crowd, Vi Sin Nu called out loudly, "Master." She happily waved at him. In the sky, a white-robed figure hastily fled. Sham Chuang Min looked up and uttered, "They're running." His face was stern, his eyes cold and sharp until another "Master" rang out. Vi Sin Nu rushed to hug him. He looked at her, no longer with that cold gaze. Instead, it was replaced with tender affection. Vi Sin Nu's whole body trembled. Sham Chuang Min gently comforted her. "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you know I'm always watching over you?" Then he patted her head. Standing far away, a woman smiled. "Indeed, what a gentle person." As Sham Chuang Min was patting her head, Vi Sin Nu looked up with a strange look. "Are they just leaving like that?" "To be honest, their strength matches mine. With just a snap of fingers, they could cross mountains and seas. Since when did the northern wilderness have such powerful experts?" At this moment, Sham Chuang Min realized he had fallen for their trick. A faint attack. In the sky, a beam of light appeared. Floating in mid-air, the one called Holy Maiden appeared. Below, the soldiers became chaotic, all shouting, "Attack!" A hand reached out, shooting lightning bolts, making those below unable to resist. Bows, arrows, swords were all drawn up surrounding the Holy Maiden, strongest expert in the world. The transformation stage, Holy Maiden of Southern Wilderness Holy Palace. The divine weapon has chosen well. Come with me, and you'll be the next Holy Maiden. Disobey and die. The pitch-black sky suddenly lit up with beams of light shooting straight down at the house in front, making a mess. Her face showed clear surprise, not understanding what was happening. Getting closer to the light, a mysterious girl in white clothing appeared, looking elegant yet noble. She floated in the air facing Sham Chuang Quan, very different from her usual demeanor. In her hand was a sword wrapped in red energy, pointing straight at the girl in front. "Who wants to be some damn holy maiden anyway? Your actions like this are insulting the northern wilderness continent's pursuit of divine weapons. Such despicable methods are no different from bandits." Her words were filled with fury, angry yet unable to kill the person before her. The cultivators behind her spoke up simultaneously. "We are willing to help Commander Jinren." In response to their enthusiasm, she briefly replied with 2 words of thanks. The Holy Maiden seemed to be holding something. It turned out to be a golden spear, surrounded by a powerful aura. She floated in the air while holding the spear pointing directly at Shan Chang-jun. Without waiting another moment, Shin Chang-jun immediately channeled her energy to fly, swinging her sword straight at the Holy Maiden. A loud explosion rang out. The golden spear immediately blocked the attack. The Holy Maiden's face showed clear satisfaction. The corners of her mouth curved into a sneer. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking echoed. It was Shun Chang-jun's sword that had broken in half. Its owner was equally injured. Fresh blood spurted from her mouth. Involuntarily losing control of her energy, she fell and dropped her sword. Sword Spirit Strike. Another attack was launched by the Holy Maiden. Those who followed Shin Chang-jun were also blown away by that move. The surrounding scene was in complete chaos. Injured people lay scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a purple horse mysteriously galloped towards Shan Chang-jun, directly carrying her on its back and running away. Shin Chang-jun's current condition wasn't too terrible, but she didn't have much strength left. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden's face changed. She glared in one direction. Dozens of purple tentacles appeared in the sky, aiming straight at the Holy Maiden. The tentacles quickly wrapped around her arms, neck, and waist. The high and mighty Holy Maiden was now in a passive position. Her current situation was truly hanging by a thread. Northern Wilderness Continent. How could such a powerful expert be hidden here? A familiar figure gradually appeared, Jiu Tianyi. It was Jiu Tianyi who had come to rescue his master. The surrounding energy, he immediately displayed the forbidden technique, State Tianyi Elder. Thousands of purple-black thorn tentacles appeared around Jiu Tianyi with immense power. In response to the Holy Maiden, Jiu Tianyi coldly said, "I don't belong to the Northern Wilderness Continent, nor to any other force." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu Tianyi appeared right behind the Holy Maiden. "I just want to kill someone, that's all." Hearing these words from him, the Holy Maiden showed clear fear. Whether it was because in less than a moment he was behind her, or because of his words, she died, regaining her momentum. She turned around, breaking free from the purple force that was holding her. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't match Qtienda. He quickly caught the Holy Maiden's spear and broke it with a snap. The spearhead instantly pierced through the Holy Maiden's chest before she could even realize it. The Holy Maiden could only ask Qtienda why. Not hesitating with his words, he slowly replied to her, "The Holy Temple no longer needs to exist, so the Holy Temple won't need a Holy Maiden anymore, right?" Ding ding ding, strange sounds began to emerge. The Holy Maiden's body started becoming transparent. Perhaps she was about to meet her end. The Holy Maiden reached her hand toward Qtienda. "I will remember you. We will meet again." Her crumbling hand managed to touch his face. Split body technique? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly exploded into thousands of pieces. This was the price to pay for that power. Regarding the scene before him, Qtienda's figure remained unmoved, his eyes only focused on his master. The forbidden technique's time was almost up. Suddenly Qtienda sensed a familiar presence. He turned to look at his master and called silently. Who knows how long Tam Truong Quan had been there? Had she witnessed everything? But now her eyes were directed at him. That emotionless expression had disappeared, replaced by a rare gentleness that appeared on Qtienda's face. Indeed, this gaze was reserved only for his master. Tam Truong Quan raised her eyes to look at the person before her, thinking to herself, "It's him again." Before she could collect herself, poof, the person before her suddenly vanished, leaving purple mist in the air. Without saying anything more, Tam Truong Quan stood up, walking toward her lying sword. Picking it up with a bitter expression, she held it tight to her chest and whispered, "Hong Thuok." Her eyes and voice were filled with heartache. This moment didn't last long. An immense killing intent erupted from behind her. At first glance, it seemed to be from Hong Thuok, but it was a mysterious man in black. Heaven has given a good opportunity. Not only can I easily obtain the water spirit divine weapon, but the masters of all major sects are severely injured. Not even one powerful one remains. Might as well eliminate them all while I'm at it. The demonic smile on his face, along with that killing intent, was truly terrifying. He pointed the weapon with blue energy toward Tam Truong Quan, uncertain what would happen next. But killing Tam Truong Quan would be enough. The mysterious figure filled with killing intent directed at Tam Truong Quan. He showed an evil smile. "No, everyone here must die." His words were filled with hatred. A deadly crimson aura surrounded the mysterious figure. Suddenly, he clutched his head in extreme pain. Du Min Noyet appeared with a halo. It seemed this body still retained some of his consciousness. Du Min Noyet, why does your consciousness still try to influence me? Sooner or later, I will find a way to disrupt your Buddhist heart, to completely destroy people like you, he said with rage. His eyes now flashed with evil bloodlust. While he was distracted, Sham Truong Quan immediately shot at his back a golden arrow. "Who's in the bone smoke?" She raised her fiery golden bow, using the law transformation arrow aiming straight at him. "Get out here." Around him, that evil one seemed immersed in flames of hatred, deep red like blood. "Very well, Du Min Noyet. The battle between us will continue in the future." He could only think silently before vanishing. That mysterious person has fled. Look, the divine weapon has disappeared. People from Great Song are seriously injured. Quickly invite the medicine sect for treatment. As soon as he disappeared, the disciples around started to speak noisily, filling the previous silence. Only now could Sham Truong Quan's face relax as she let go. "Finally, it's over." Before finishing her words, Sham Truong Quan fell backward. Suddenly, two hands caught her. It was Sham Truong Min and Vi Sin Nu. Nu, brother. "Looks like we made it just in time," Sham Truong Quan said weakly. Regardless of her current condition, she still remembered about the strange Qtienda. Where did it go? This question of hers remained unanswered until a month later. The scene had changed at Vi Sin Manor. A familiar figure, Vi Sin Nu, was hanging paintings of Sham Truong Quan and Sham Truong Min on the wall. She suddenly stopped, her face full of excitement. "What is it? Has Truong Quan finally woken up? I'm going to find her." She was so hurried that someone had to remind her. "Slow down a bit." It seems Vi Sin Nu was very eager to see Sham Truong Quan again. After a month of unconsciousness, Sham Chuangquan had finally recovered. The first person she thought of was still him. Has Dada left? She helplessly asked Sham Chuangmin. He could only hand her the letter that Qtianda left behind. After the Northern Wilderness ceremony ended, disciple Qtianda was nowhere to be found. The letter contained only a few sentences. Master, thank you for years of teaching, but this disciple must leave now. Farewell, just like that. No need to look for me. Goodbye, disciple Qtianda. Sham Chuangmin continued. The first night you were unconscious, I found this letter left by your pillow along with Hong Tuk's sword that had been repaired. Sham Chuangquan unconsciously turned to look at her treasure. A month ago it was broken in half. Now it had been restored. There must have been some relief in her heart. During this month while you were unconscious, many things have happened in the North and South continents, Sham Chuangmin hesitantly said. He asked her if she remembered the powerful person who drove back the Holy Maiden. His name was Don. On the second day, he suddenly appeared at the Southern Holy Temple, attacking the entire temple. In the past 100 years, no one had ever thought someone would dare challenge the temple's authority. As Sham Chuangmin said, the thorny tentacles of Qtianda, should be called tentacles completely surrounding the temple. They grew from underground, squeezing the temple. At that time, the Holy Maiden hadn't returned. Everyone in the temple was caught off guard, suffering severe damage to their spiritual energy. It was clear to see the temple disciples lying on the floor, looking like shot pigeons, famous in one battle. No one could match him wherever he went. Everything shattered where he possessed special weapons. No one could know the form of his magic. His background and identity, therefore, no one knew his true purpose for doing this. Let's not talk more about that. Let's turn to Qtianda. He slowly removed his mask. In just 2 days, I have used forbidden techniques twice. This backlash will surely be strong. Qtianda frowned and said to himself. He remembered Sham Chuangquan. Moreover, the current situation is unstable. Master, you are the only one who can use the water spirit divine weapon. You're the first target they aim for. Before I find the 5 spirit divine weapons and completely suppress the temple, Master, you and all beings will surely be in danger. After speaking, Qtianda turned and left, leaving hundreds of corpses scattered behind him. May we have the chance to meet again. Sham Chuangquan. Vi Xin Nu was dissatisfied with the information she just received. She regretted. Did Chuangquan really go into closed cultivation right after waking up? I haven't even met her yet. She's not hung up about senior brother's matter. I thought she would go looking for him. In response to Vi Xin Nu now, Sham Chuangmin could only pat the head of the rabbit before him. She didn't say anything, not a single word more. They all knew their own missions. Sham Chuangmin now could only look at the sky. He believed both had their own reasons. Late at night, Han Tu was reading something with a serious expression. Could it be from Han Tu too? I guessed right. The letter clearly stated, Royal brother, I have heard about the events in the north. The world is about to face upheaval. Fortunately, when you receive this letter, I should have arrived in the south. This time I am willing to marry into the southern royal dynasty. Rest assured, brother. This way I can ensure both regions won't be drawn into war. If people can live in peace, that's my honor. It's also my wish. But sadly we siblings cannot meet each other for the rest of our lives. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to return to my homeland, the Flame Nation. I cannot be buried together with you and father-mother in the royal tomb. This is my favorite dress. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to wear it again, unless I pass away at old age. It would be nice if you could build a tomb for me at the foot of the royal tomb mountain in the Flame Nation. Princess Han Xiao Vo of the Flame Nation crumpled the letter, not knowing if she was angry at someone or at herself. The next day had come. The sky was clear today. The cultivators surrounded the holy monk and spoke simultaneously. This journey is extremely dangerous. You should reconsider. No need to persuade me anymore. I have decided I must find that person's whereabouts. Bring back the divine water and fire artifacts. It seems the holy cultivator was firm in his decision. If I can't find it, I will keep searching forever. Even if I die, I won't return. The holy cultivator's face was full of determination. He was determined about Chuangquan immortal. If she were here, she would never stop me, because she would surely do the same as I would. He recalled the time at Lak Ha. The 4 of them put their hands together, swearing to uphold justice, vowing not to shame themselves, and to find the divine artifacts, prevent the conspiracy in the emperor's country, vowing to be a princess who loves her people. I swear to protect the country well, because there are many people here who love me. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The snow had turned to winter. 9 Flower Sect was now covered in snow. When Xian Chuangquan's figure appeared, passers-by couldn't help but admire. Wow, so beautiful. She wore an orange dress with pure white fur trim, looking beautiful, but her eyes were lifeless. Chuangquan immortal, you've come out of seclusion. Everyone around was happy to see her. It said there are clues about the wood spirit artifact. I have received brother's permission to go on a journey myself. Shin Chuangquan turned to ask that disciple. Yes, how did the clues come about? Are they reliable? The white-haired one warmly turned to another direction. His eyes looked at that man. The clues brought by this person are very reliable. Shin Chuangquan also looked over. She was surprised by the man before her. You are Du Min Noyet. She looked at him suspiciously. He carried the demeanor of a martial arts master. His indifferent expression with his long hair made readers widen their eyes. Just 1 year without meeting, and you've changed to look like this. Shin Chuangquan tilted her head and asked him. Not just her, but surely many others wondered the same. It's just a disguise spell. For the past year, I've traveled everywhere. It's inevitable that I needed to hide my identity. Cannot let others recognize who I am. To avoid trouble, he looked gently at Shan Chuangquan. Recently, there have been some harvests, so I brought the clues about the wood spirit artifact here, just in time to meet you coming out of seclusion. Both met without appointment, walking forward together. The silhouettes of two people against the pure white snow looked so beautiful, how perfectly timed. I and you will partner to search for the wood spirit. When Du Min Noyet, after some time traveling alone, quickly agreed. She asked more. I don't know what happened outside during my year of seclusion. On this long journey, what stories would you like to hear? I will tell you slowly. His gentleness, oh my, was quite surprising. A man and woman traveling together. Du Min Noyet began telling her. A year ago, when the holy temple was attacked and severely wounded, the tense situation was somewhat eased because of that. Though the North and South continents always had hidden dangers, they maintained an outward peace. Princess Han Qiu, who was meant to go for peace marriage, no longer needed to sacrifice herself. However, after that there was no trace of her, unknown where she went. This means that during this year, on the surface, everything seemed peaceful and harmonious, safe and sound. At the border between North and South continents, there is a place that neither South nor North can govern. This place is full of killing grounds and black markets. People call it the land of chaos. Images of blood-covered weapons lying scattered on the ground further proved Du Min Noyet's story. He continued. At the same time, this place was also the imperial city of the Northern Dynasty 1,000 years ago, but today its prosperity has gone. Things remain, but people are lost. The master behind the land of chaos has always changed over the past 1,000 years. Each one was a cruel figure who kidnapped, seized, slaughtered, and dealt in dark trades. No evil deed they wouldn't do. A few days ago there were rumors. In the hands of the previous master of the land of chaos was holding the key that could unlock the wood spirit artifact. But shortly after the news spread, the land of chaos had changed masters. According to rumors, the new master of this place is a mysterious person. He has obtained that key. The appearance of this mysterious person somewhat resembles Q Tienda. After talking for a while, the two had reached the border of North and South continents. The Southern Dynasty 1,000 years ago, now called the Land of Chaos. Before them was a decaying city covered in white snow. After hearing Du Min Noyet's story, Tam Chuangquan pondered. I understand. The purpose of this journey is to obtain the key that can unlock the wood spirit artifact. The people here are ragged and destitute, some wielding weapons, others being dragged roughly. This place is truly dangerous for the weak. Wait, that's Shin Changjun over there. Seeing 3 strangers wearing pure white clothes with some gold spots that weren't clearly visible, couldn't tell if it was them or snow. Everyone in the sacred hall recognized. We need to be careful of unexpected situations. Shan Changjun grabbed Du Mingyue's hand, pushed him against the wall, put her hand over his mouth, making a shushing gesture. This action of hers directly made him flustered. Du Mingyue's face turned as red as a sour plum. He could only stare at her. Why are you looking at me? Look behind me to see if they've gone yet. This guy really knows how to seize an opportunity. They had clearly passed by, but he still said they hadn't, perhaps taking advantage to stay close to Shin Yuejun a bit longer, and she actually believed it. Then let's wait a bit more. This guy is really such a rascal. But it seems Shin Yuejun also noticed something strange about him. Du Mingyue, what are you daydreaming about? I'm thinking about this winter. The snowy scenery is much more beautiful than previous years. You monks aren't supposed to be attached to worldly things, aren't you? Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Your wisdom, how can it be moved by fleeting scenery? She looked at him suspiciously. He quickly responded, perhaps I have been deluded. Perhaps your heart is in chaos. Chaos indeed. Looking again and again, she was the very reason his heart was stirring. During the third watch, Shun Yuejun and Du Mingyue broke into the main hall. But unexpectedly, as soon as they landed, many guards had already surrounded them. It seemed the opponent was well prepared. Shin Mingyue smiled contemptuously. Suddenly a voice spoke up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A shadowy figure appeared. It's been a year since we met, Shin Changjun. This stranger wore an eye patch on his face, but his face was familiar. Who are you? Shin Changjun looked at him cautiously. She stepped back. Something wasn't right. The covered face, the strange voice. But it brought a familiar feeling. Suddenly Shin Changjun remembered something. He was the strongest one at the Northern Wilderness Grand Ceremony. The one who defeated the Holy Maiden? He was the one who defeated the ruler of this chaotic land? As the two faced each other, Shin Changjun pointed her sword at that person. Was he the one holding the key? Just when it seemed Shin Changjun and that person would fight unexpectedly, now she was having a meal with Du Mingyue. The table was full of meat and fish dishes. It seemed quite abundant. The two who were under guard earlier. Why did you surrender so quickly? I didn't even get to fight. He questioned Shin Changjun. She brazenly replied, please, that's the legendary strongest person unparalleled under heaven, at the peak of divine transformation. Already half-stepped to divinity, I'm not reckless enough for that. Being patient in a reasonable way is also a kind of courage. Shin Changjun proudly taught Du Mingyue about reasonable patience. Du Mingyue recalled the scene from earlier. Shin Changjun rushed to hug that Yun's legs. Oh great master, I have a 28-year-old elder brother above and an 18-year-old child below. She looked so pathetic. He could only look at Shin Changjun helplessly. What a coincidence, these are all my favorite dishes. She ate happily nonstop, not afraid of poison or anything. Oh, soft tofu, and even the sweet desserts that I like. Though under house arrest, the treatment wasn't bad. Without wasting another moment, Du Mingyue asked her, so what are your plans now? Take this chance to escape? Give up fighting for the wood spirit artifact? Indeed, this is the best choice for now. Finally, Shin Changjun put down her chopsticks. She nervously grabbed Du Mingyue's clothes, face darkening as she replied, this isn't my plan anymore. Suddenly Shin Changjun lightly used her chi to bind Du Mingyue in a sneak attack. Holy monk, why aren't you guarding against me at all? She said while lifting his chin. Men and women shouldn't be this intimate. It's a bit too close. No wonder Du Mingyue's heart was in chaos. She put her hand on his shoulder, face to face, then not strong enough. I'll just try a sneak attack alone. That's enough. No need to tie your life to this as well. This time if I can't return, you should quickly escape. My plan is to become a lonely, satisfied ghost. As soon as she finished speaking, she channeled chi around her and smiled sinisterly. She teleported away somewhere, leaving Du Mingyue tied up there. Changjun Junren, if you really never return, I will spend the rest of my life making Yun. Suddenly he stopped, doubting himself. Wait, what am I saying? I actually had murderous thoughts. Catching a glimpse of Shin Changjun's figure, the entire mansion had been searched thoroughly, but still couldn't find any trace of the key. Only this place remained. Yun's room was where she wanted to go. It was that fire god's room. Secretly looking inside, Shin Changjun saw Yun sitting cultivating chi. Around him was wrapped a stream of purple chi. He's cultivating. I've come in here, but he hasn't discovered me. Shin Changjun doubted. Impossible. A year ago, using forbidden techniques twice caused backlash, continuously approaching the boundary of chi deviation, cannot move, cannot be distracted, just need to regulate breathing. Yun looks so miserable now. His face wrinkled, his whole body tensed up to avoid chi deviation. But no matter what, he still looked handsome. This Shin Changjun is really brave. She dared to approach him and analyze many things. For this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, Shin Changjun reached out to remove what was covering Don's face to see who he really was. The first time on the wedding carriage, he seemed to have protected her. The second time at the Northern Imperial ceremony, he drove away the Holy Maiden. It could be said that he indirectly helped her. It wouldn't be wrong to say he had shown her kindness. She thought to herself, like the previous masters of the Chaos Land were all villains. But he had only held this position for a few days. The key was also something he seized from the hands of villains. According to rumors, the Holy Temple aerial attack a year ago had greatly damaged their foundation. But not a single life was lost because of it, though he was mysterious and his motives were unclear. But if she were to take advantage while he was in danger to do something harmful to him, she couldn't do it. Shin Changjun suddenly withdrew. Perhaps she no longer wanted to find out who he was. She decided that once she found the key, she would run to safety. So she hopped around, trying to search around the room, even under Doan's clothes. Why couldn't she find it? Suddenly, Shin Chang-jun let out an, "Oh." Another silly idea came to her mind. There's still one place I haven't searched. Let me see. So she approached Doan and reached out to feel all over his body, his brows furrowed extremely tight. "Master, please spare me." Doan silently wished, but he couldn't say anything. It was truly torturous. So that beautiful hand continued to fidget everywhere, unavoidably making Doan blush. And hearing the words, "Master, you already know who he is. It's Ju Tianyi." He tried to hold back, really wanting to directly tell her where the key was. Shin Chang-jun suddenly felt a black pouch tied with a red ribbon at Doan's waist. She joyfully pulled it out and shouted, like a child who just got candy, "I got it." But unfortunately, this shout also awakened Doan. He stared at Shin Chang-jun. Oh no, he's awake. For the current situation, just a bright smile would do. But it seems Shin Chang-jun was completely terrified. Her body seemed to wither, so scared her soul left her body. "Ah, since when were you awake?" Doan could only smirk helplessly. Always been awake," he answered silently. Shin Chang-jun tremblingly held up the pouch and said, "Look how black your pouch is." She cursed herself for not knowing what she was saying. She thought she was about to freeze. Ju Tianyi laughed, finding his master so adorable. His adorable one. Seeing him laugh, became frightened, thinking why? Why was he laughing? Was it because he wanted to kill her immediately? So he was in a good mood? Should she resist until death? Then she could die more beautifully. "Du Mingyue, run quickly. Shin Changming, don't seek revenge for me. Remember to keep it secret from Nu. Don't let them know about my death." How many words should a normal will contain? Right, according to college entrance exam essay standards, is it enough if I try a bit harder? We could risk death to get the key out. That's terrifying. Tienda asked if she was interested in them. Then he opened the bag and explained. The key can open the wood spirit divine weapon. It was a betrothal gift and dowry between North and South continents 1,000 years ago. It's a pair of rings called birds with joined wings and trees with connected branches. They are the highest level magical artifacts. Even if not used as keys to unlock divine weapons, they still greatly enhance magical power. But I still don't know the exact usage details. Only one ring can be worn at a time. It's impossible to wear both simultaneously. I don't understand why. Tam Truong Quan listened in shock, wondering to herself, why is he telling me all this? Should I try trading my life to bring the key outside? The northern wasteland doesn't even have a single divine weapon. Even just one would be good. Must become Gen Z now. QTN shattered her hopes. But I cannot give them to you. Everyone is fighting for them. It's too dangerous for you. Then he put on the connected branches ring, telling her to return tomorrow with Du Min Noyet. Before he could finish speaking, both sensed killing intent from outside. In the sky, a golden lightning flash was striking down to the ground as the holy maiden appeared, saying, "I came for the divine weapon key." Unexpectedly meeting an acquaintance, she blew up the room where Qtienda and Tam Truong Quan were staying, forcing them to immediately leap away. The holy maiden wielded her spear, shouting "Die," as the spear immediately rushed toward Tam Truong Quan, but was blocked by Qtienda. He shielded her from the attack, getting himself wounded. 5 years ago in the Yao Yute forest, Tam Truong Quan had blocked Naman Dokdang's attack for Qtienda. Now he blocked the spear for her. Qtienda weakly turned and urged Tam Truong Quan to leave quickly, then collapsed, caught by her. She was very confused. Wasn't he at divine transformation stage? Why is he so weak now? Or was it due to the earlier chi deviation? The holy maiden looked at him with slight surprise. Jia Van Tien. Seems his harvest this time was truly not small. Tam Truong Quan muttered for the third time. This is the third time he saved me. And also the second time, she has pushed me into a corner. Holy maiden, today I, Tam Truong Quan, swear. In the future, I will definitely make you pay for both of us. If we don't die, we won't stop. The holy maiden spoke. No need to wait. Today you'll die by my hands. A mere nascent soul cultivator dares to speak loudly to a divine transformation cultivator, not knowing life from death. Shinjiangjun suddenly smiled. We don't know who will die today yet. The holy maiden let out a sound, obviously not taking these words seriously. Shinjiangjun took out a wooden ring from her pocket and put it on immediately. Her magic power instantly increased significantly. The holy maiden said very happily, "Interesting. I'll give you 3 moves to let you die a bit more gracefully. No need to be polite. I like giving insects hope, then crushing that hope with my own hands, making them completely despair. Just thinking about it is already exciting. Make your move. Shun Zhangjuan's magic had been enhanced. She looked at her opponent confidently. Then she used teleportation magic. A dense fog surrounded her, blocking the Holy Maiden's vision. She vanished right before her eyes, leaving her opponent petrified. She ran away. I was clearly showing such enthusiasm just now. Have I been made a fool of? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone was following the Holy Maiden's orders, searching throughout the Chaos Land. They must find traces of those 2 people. They began to spread out to take action. Du Mingyue was hiding in an alley, taking out a letter. The letter from Yun sent to Commander Immortal and Holy Monk Shanjian. This letter was found in Du Mingyue's room while under guard. It contained a detailed list of transactions, human trafficking, and dirty dealings of the masters behind the Chaos Land. Du Mingyue wondered about Yun. What kind of person are you really? What were all your actions ultimately for? Cultivators, though powerful, are few in number. Ordinary mortals are vast in numbers. What Chaos Land needs is not the forceful suppression from the cultivation world, but long-term legal management by mortals. Now that we have Yun's detailed records, I can personally deliver them to His Majesty. It might be possible to end the crimes and chaos that have lasted thousands of years here. However, Commander Immortal is currently in danger. If I leave this place to go to Yin Kingdom's imperial city, she will be isolated without support. Wait, what am I thinking? Tens of millions of lives compared to her single life. Yet I'm worried about this issue. How did I become like this? When did I become this way? He recalled once asking Shin Zhangjun before, Commander Immortal, you say being emotional is suffering, or is being heartless more painful? He found it strange. This winter's snow seems colder than previous years. Can Yuan-ing realm cultivators feel cold too? Inside a small house, Zhou Tianyi was lying on the bed, recovering from injuries, while Shun Zhangjun was about to use her sword to cut off her finger. Hong Shua screamed in Shun Zhangjuan's ear, "Don't you dare waver. That's truly a divine key. If you really can't take it off, then stop trying. Keep pulling, and your finger will break." Shin Zhangjun is trying to pull the ring off her finger, saying, "I bet on my family's 3 generations of dignity. I won't give up." The middle finger of the left hand is meant for wearing an engagement ring. I don't even have a lover yet. I'd rather break this finger than bow down. Don't argue back. Rather break than bow down shouldn't be used in this situation. On the bed, Zhu Tianyi is coughing blood. Shin Zhangjun sees this and worriedly calls out. She approaches, asking if he's all right. Wait, although I can't see his true face, but now I can gradually see his figure and appearance. This indicates the concealing effect of the cloud cover is fading. It seems Yun's spiritual power is becoming weaker. Can't sustain the magical item's consumption anymore. His wounds are too severe. Waiting for natural healing might not work. Can't delay any more than use my spiritual power to transfer to him. She takes off his clothes. Seeing his firm chest, she blushes, gets a nosebleed, and exclaims, "It's a man." So it's a man. Such a beautiful body. She shakes her head to be more serious. Fortunately, I owe him 3 lives already. Repaying kindness is what a noble person does. She sits on the bed, channeling spiritual power. Cultivation varies from person to person. Everyone's physique and techniques are different. If my spiritual power conflicts with his, he won't be able to absorb much. Can only rely on his natural ability, then transfer the needed spiritual power, transform spiritual power into needles, and insert them in order. She concentrates spiritual power into needles, successively piercing his Shunting acupoint, Quanji acupoint. At Tianzhong acupoint, her boy crazy side emerges again. She drools while mumbling, "It's improper to look, but isn't this nice? Modern women shouldn't be bound by feudal thinking. Look openly and righteously." She continues inserting needles into Shanzhong acupoint, Juk acupoint, Shunke acupoint, finally at Dantian, reaching his abs. She blushes, chanting Umitba to purify her mind. Suddenly she finds it strange. His body absorbs her spiritual power very well. How is this possible? It feels so warm. Her spiritual power and his seem very compatible. My feeling towards his spiritual power seems like a circle coming full circle. Zhou Tianyi hazily wakes up. Shin Zhangjun happily asks if he's awake. Seeing her, he pushes her away. "Why is it you? You don't need to burden yourself with me. Quickly escape. She tells him to split up and act separately. She pulled him down and sat on top of him. He said, listen, it was very difficult for me to save you. You should be more obedient. Zhu Tianyi took off his clothes. His masculine body was exposed in front of Commander Shen, making her blush. Umitba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. It was quiet. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. She mumbled, maybe we should find something to talk about. Well, why did your power suddenly decrease? Is it because of your hidden illness? He responded vaguely. She asked again, why did you save me so many times? He said, saving you needs no reason. My master once taught me, before cultivating immortality, one must cultivate oneself, must be righteous and help others. She bandaged his wounds. Curiously, you have a master? I always thought you were a lone cultivator because I've never heard of any great Yun family in cultivation circles. He replied, I'm not a lone cultivator, but I truly had no place to belong until one day I met. Suddenly he cried out, making Commander Shan more curious. Met who? Met your master? He fell back uncomfortably, thinking, until one day I met the one in my heart. Sadly, I couldn't say it then, so I could only leave without expressing it. Keeping it in my heart. Commander Shan called him worriedly. Wake up, are you feeling very uncomfortable? Don't fall asleep. He leaned against her, panting. Someone outside said, let's check that abandoned house. Commander Shan startled. She thought they're doomed. The Holy Temple's guards have searched here. Commander Shan waved her fan, creating a wind that blew those people away. Wei Shengru happily ran over, praising how amazing he was. Commander Shan asked her, since the North Imperial Palace a year ago, you suddenly changed, learned to speak like a human? She threw herself to hug him. Master is so amazing. Won't you let me give some sincere compliments? Feeling warm, he tapped her head. Foundation establishment stage, and still feeling cold? You're grown up now, should know the difference between men and women, should keep distance from master. Master doesn't want to catch stupidity from you. Two people entered the abandoned house, but didn't see Commander Shan. Commander Shan spoke. Du Mingyu sent word saying that in the Chaos Land, everyone is searching for the guardian Holy Maiden. She cannot escape, so she might go deeper into the Chaos Land. Wei Shengru wondered, what's deep inside the Chaos Land? He explained, the South Wild King's city 1,000 years ago, after that great marriage alliance, now has fallen into ruins with strange barriers, can only enter, but cannot exit. She asked worriedly, is it dangerous? Speaking of which, the holy monk has been there before. He said must go to Yin Kingdom now to meet Han Shao once deep within this chaotic land. Commander Shan laid Zhou Tianyi against an ancient tree covered in snow. She breathed warmth into his hands, urging him to wake up. His hands were very cold. Perhaps his spiritual power had been depleted. Now only his mortal body remained. She pulled back the robe covering him, then sat closer to warm him with her body heat. Though they were of different genders, he was in a dangerous situation now. No matter who he was, she couldn't be indebted to him. She held him close, feeling too hot. Her heart was beating too fast. Was she feeling wrong? Do Yuan Ing cultivators fear heat too? She must be very warm now, so staying close to him would help warm his body. Zhou Tianyi gradually woke up and coughed. Commander Shan anxiously asked after him, you're awake? How do you feel? He replied, I'm fine, then continued coughing. She scolded, you say you're fine, but how is this fine? From today onwards, you don't need to go anywhere. Don't need to do anything. Just honestly listen to me until your wounds are completely healed. Understand? She held him close, asking, how about now? Still cold? He breathed heavily, replying, a little bit. She hugged him tighter, saying, then I'll hold you tighter. Is it any better? He answered, much better. Past events cannot be spoken, hidden in the heart. He pondered that year when we parted. I already regretted it. I've said it. I really wasn't fine. For 300 days and nights, I constantly reminded myself, if I could meet you again, I would absolutely never let go of your hand again. At where they were, purple winds blew past, making Commander Shan exclaim, this is deep in the chaotic land. How strong the barrier here is. Movements become sluggish, cannot move forward anymore. When her hand held Zhu Tianyi, the divine key suddenly lit up. The barrier opened. Commander Shan wondered, could the wood spirit divine weapon be deep in the chaotic land? She pulled Zhu Tianyi closer. Seeing before them was the capital from 1,000 years ago. At this moment, her red bird lost control, causing her and Zhou Tianyi to fall into the abyss. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Zhou Tianyi embraced her and landed successfully. Commander Shan blushed and thanked him. He brushed snow from her head and said lovingly, no need for thanks. She noticed behind Zhu Tianyi and muttered, this is the divine tree. It's identical to the 1,000-year divine tree in the North Wilderness. It has stood here in the South Wilderness for 1,000 years too. Xin Changming and Wei Shengru walked deep into the chaotic land. Wei Shengru sighed. What a tragic yet beautiful love story. I always thought. 1,000 years ago, the northern princess pretended to marry for peace between nations, enduring for the sake of responsibility, seeking a chance to assassinate the enemy prince. Unexpectedly, they were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love with each other. You know quite a lot. Tell me more about it. I want to hear what happens next. Xin Changming asked her. You never cared about books and stories before. Why are you so interested in love stories this year? Did the Holy Maiden at the Northern Wilderness Palace hit your head last year? Then he reminded her. Young ladies shouldn't listen to these love stories too much. It will make you foolish. Better focus on cultivation. Remember that? She cheerfully replied. Yes, Master is right. Xin Changming noticed the barrier seemed to open. He invited her to go in and look. She obediently followed. Xin Changjun stood before the wood spirit and asked, is this about missing each other? If the Southern Prince and Northern Princess had made different choices back then, would the outcome have changed? But I don't really understand these love matters. Yun, you're already at Divine Transformation Realm, half-step to divinity. You don't age easily, so perhaps you're already several hundred years old? Yun, through the long years, have you ever liked any woman? Zhu Tianyi spoke up. I'm not surnamed Yun. Xin Changjun asked again. Then your name is Yun? What a strange name, he explained. I did like someone. Her name contained the character Yun, so I took Yun as my name. Xin Changjun sighed. The beloved of such a supreme expert. She must be incredibly powerful, right? Or extremely beautiful. Great master, please tell me more. He replied. She is the most perfect person in this world, the only one who treated me well. In my eyes, she is the only one. Xin Changjun, the one in my heart is you. Xin Changjun was stunned hearing this. The key began to glow. Ice and snow melted, ancient trees bloomed. The wood spirit divine key fully activated. A thought emerged. All things flourished as Xin Changjun stammered. You like me? He answered. I've liked you for a very long time, when you didn't even know, and I hadn't discovered my own feelings. He reached for his mask and repeated. I like you, Xin Changjun, meeting you thousands of times. My heart still moves for you. I like you, Xin Changjun, meeting you thousands of times. My heart still moves for you. Xin Changjun blushed at the confession. Then Zhu Tianyi removed his mask and said, Xin Changjun, actually I haven't finished speaking. Suddenly the divine key awakened with spirit divine weapon, opened the wood spirit illusion. It pulled Xin Changjun in. Zhu Tianyi grabbed her hand, trying to pull her back, but was also drawn in. Then the illusion closed. Outside, Xin Changming and Wei Shengru heard a sound, and Shan Chang Ming realized it was an illusion and became alert immediately. Meanwhile, Wei Shengru suddenly felt dizzy and was about to fall asleep. Du Mingyut was delighted to enter the demonic state. The wood spirit divine weapon was indeed here. In the 1,000-year barrier, the wood spirit was in an awakening state, a moonlit dream from 1,000 years ago. In the northern wilderness a millennium ago, in the Flame Nation Palace, a princess wearing red clothes was bullying a prince from the southern wilderness. That princess was Han Bing, the crown princess of the Flame Nation. Xin Changjun, in her body, was confused. Crown princess? Who is crown princess? I am Xin Changjun. She raised her hands and looked at them in shock. I was originally in a world of transmigration, and now I've transmigrated again? Are you fooling a child? Crown princess? I've transmigrated into the female lead of the Northern Wilderness tragedy from 1,000 years ago. Xin Changjuan's system appeared and said, You are correct. Congratulations, host. You've transmigrated into the tragic love story from 1,000 years ago. Note that you must complete the key points in this tragic romance. Only then can you leave the illusion, otherwise you'll be trapped in the illusion forever. 2. Before leaving the illusion, if you die, you will truly lose your life. 3. Except for you, all other hosts have completely lost their memories and are playing roles from 1,000 years ago. However, their actions will be influenced by their original personalities. 4. Only you are the main host, retaining all your memories and self-awareness. Therefore, you are assigned tasks by the system. When you complete the mission, all members can leave the illusion. Otherwise, they will be lost and complete the events of their first meeting, a fated encounter between the arrogant princess and the proud crown prince. The wood spirit divine weapon appeared and said, This mission is very simple. Just say a few words to the crown prince and you're done. You can improvise. Han Bing was utterly desperate. Heavens, why is there even a system? My inner self is a 25-year-old woman. You want me to deal with a 12 or 13-year-old crown prince? How can we create a tragic romance? The wood spirit divine weapon suddenly disappeared, and now Han Bing was pointing at Nan Gongzheng's face. Wait, you're the one before me. You are Nan Gongzheng, the crown prince of southern wilderness. She found him quite adorable, wondering who this cute little crown prince was. Outside the illusion, Zhou Tianyi and Shun Changjun were tied up. The magical weapon Kai Wenqian was desperately pleading. Divine weapon brother, I remember my host needs to hide their identity. Brother, can you help me with something? No, to prevent others from seeing her appearance in the illusion. You don't know how scary our master is when he gets angry. Help me with this one thing. Go ask that person. The wood spirit artifact and illusion director agreed with it in the illusion. She was caressing Nam Kung Trana's face, thinking to herself how adorable, it's so satisfying, while others were saying, look, the first princess is bullying him. She suddenly noticed the ring on Nam Kung Trana's hand. Isn't this the divine key? Why does she have a bad feeling? The host of this little one isn't. Everyone gasped again, seeing the first princess holding Nam Kung Trana's hand. She thought he was don't except for her. Other hosts couldn't retain their memories, but still kept their own personalities. She held his hand, startling Nam Kung Tran. You dare bully me? I will definitely marry you in the future. After marrying you, I won't be at a disadvantage anymore because you'll be mine. She was confused. What kind of logic is this little friend using? Wait, I'm being confessed to again. She remembered Doan once said I like you, Commander Shen. She was about to go crazy, being confessed to by the same person as both adult and child twice in the same day. Let go. But Nam Kung Tran refused to release. As they struggled like this, Nam Kung Tran said to her, listen carefully, when I grow up, I will marry you. You must wait for me. Then he ran away. Other princes saw them being too noisy. The ice-cold beauty blushing, seduced by a little boy. Then the mission completion notice appeared. She was dumbfounded. Too young. I have to act out a tragic love story with a child. Impossible. At least it shouldn't be. Am I a beast? Meanwhile, the wood spirit artifact was asking water spirit, sister, I helped your master take the back door. Only she retained her memories. Can we date in the future? Water spirit replied she would think about it. 15 years passed. Indeed, within 15 years, South Wild's military power grew stronger, winning people's hearts. North Wild declined. The situation reversed. The world changed hands. 10 years ago, South Wild's hostage had already returned to his homeland. Today, instead, North Wild's princess must go for peace marriage. Han Bang wore beautiful attire, carefully applied makeup, solemnly pondered. The 1,000-year-old love play is about to officially begin. The wood spirit artifact also just announced completion of the destined couple's reunion, wearing clothes according to foreign customs, stepping on the path, not knowing the future, to meet him again. But when Han Bang arrived, there was no one in sight. She was very puzzled. Where is everyone who's escorting this princess for peace marriage? Where's the dowry? Where are the envoys? Where is everyone? Suddenly the workers were shocked seeing Han Bang and shouted loudly, Princess, 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 why are you here? Who was that person who got into the sedan chair earlier? The more they spoke, the more terrified the other workers became, almost fainting. Could it be the little princess who was raised in the temple since childhood and just returned yesterday? Han Bing asked Wood Spirit, was this your doing? Wood Spirit quickly denied. No, except for major matters, I don't interfere with other things. There's a high degree of freedom here. So Han Bing deduced, you said before, except for me. All other hosts have had their memories replaced with characters from the story, but their actions will be influenced by their own personalities. Could this little princess also be a host? With such personality, she seems quick-witted and daring. Who could she be? I hope she remains safe, because if a host dies in the illusion, they will truly lose their life. To prevent things from getting worse, Han Bing rode off without wasting any more time. I will go to Nam Hong myself to meet Doan to complete the second mission. At the Nam Hong Palace, the cunning regent of Nam Hong was laughing loudly with someone before him. Ha ha ha, you are the world's greatest assassin. The one called the world's greatest assassin was Chu Ti Nim in reverse. Actually, his name was Ti Chu. Read backwards. Chu Ti means pig. Ti Chu suppressed his anger and forced a smile. That's right, it's me. The Nam Hong regent didn't beat around the bush. He discussed the matter. 300,000 taels of gold. I invite you to come out to kill the Nam Hong princess who's coming for peace marriage. It's very worthwhile. At night in an inn, a servant girl respectfully said, Your Highness, little princess, you will rest for one night at this inn. Tomorrow you will continue to Nam Hong with the 5th team. Then she suddenly sighed. How should I say this? You've decided to replace the elder princess for the peace marriage. It's too risky. Realizing her words were too presumptuous, the servant girl bowed and apologized. This servant has spoken too much. I shall take my leave first. The little princess sat on the bed, yawning tiredly and whispering, I love royal sister the most. I don't want royal sister to marry into that den of demons. Suddenly, a weapon was pressed against the little princess's neck. Tichu had silently ambushed the little princess and threatened her. So, you're not the real elder princess. I wonder how many taels of gold your head is worth. The little princess, showing no fear, asked Tichu back, Are you an assassin? Tichu grunted in response. Then the little princess suddenly kissed Tichu's cheek with a smack, then looked at Tichu cheerfully and said, I'm very happy to know you, because I think I really like you. Then the little princess lay down, said goodnight and fell asleep. Tichu stared blankly at the little princess and thought, I guess I don't really need this money. Then Zhu pulled up the blanket to cover the little princess. The next morning, Han Bing had ridden a horse to where she was, so tired that her soul left her weak body and said, Too exhausted with this mortal body. Cannot ride the sword to fly across such a great distance, almost lost half my life already. Is it still possible to start a mortal training now? Rest a bit. Han Bing suddenly remembered and thought shyly. Finally arrived at Nam Hong. Come to think of it, back then outside the illusion, why did he suddenly confess his feelings to me for no reason? That was the first time someone confessed to me. Is there any conspiracy behind this? But he is the #1 strongest person. What could he possibly want from me? Haven't met him when he was so adorable as a child. Wonder if he's more adorable when grown up. I remember in reality he seemed to be someone who loved peace, treating others with kindness and gentleness. In this illusion, perhaps he has become a gentle young master as delicate as jade, right? Just as she thought that, suddenly Han Bing heard someone shout, Look, the crown prince has arrived. She turned around excitedly to listen. The people around kept praising. They say the crown prince is unmatched in bravery. He killed a nest of bandits until blood flowed like rivers, slaughtered all mountain bandits, over 3,000 people. The crown prince lives up to his name as the god of slaughter. His reputation is legendary. That year in the city, the crown prince cleanly killed 30,000 enemy prisoners. It was so satisfying. Nam Kung Tran gradually appeared. Nam Kung Tran rode on a black horse, covered in blood. His face looked very fierce. Han Bing was surprised, her heart in turmoil. How did he become like this? Why? Is this who he really is? Such strong killing intent, the smell of blood is too strong. Him being like this suddenly reminds me of someone. I remember very long ago. The first time I read the description of Nine Heavens Knight in the book was exactly like this, because he cultivated the path of killing, using slaughter to prevent killing. Suddenly a blood-stained sword pointed at Han Bing's neck, coldly saying, Who dares to block the way? Han Bing was still surprised, lost in thought. Why am I remembering Night Knight from my past life? Come to think of it, from that time, Night Knight became completely different from who he was before. But right now 2 guards were still holding swords to Han Bing's neck, loudly saying those who block the way must die. Looking at Nam Kung Tran before her, Han Bing couldn't help but feel terrified. This feeling now reminded her of the past, too similar to this deadly dangerous aura, extremely similar to her past life. The feeling when she was killed by 9 heavens. Wanna die? The white-haired soldier held the sword pointing it at Han Bing's face. She froze, her face showing clear fear. The pressure is too heavy, I'm just a prisoner about to be killed. Wait, Nam Kung Tran sitting on horseback behind finally spoke up. The soldier turned around and called out, Your Highness, with confusion in his heart at this moment. Nam Kung Tran finally explained clearly, I know her, she is my wife, the first princess of North Kingdom. Han Bing's face lit up with joy. You still remember me? Nam Kung Tran coldly replied, I recognized you right away. Han Bing was feeling joyful inside. He still remembers me, indeed I am, in his heart, but soon after she had to wake up from her dream, capture her, and lock her in the prisoner carriage. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately carried it out. Han Bing stood dumbfounded with a bewildered face. I am the future crown princess. I came here for peace, that's right. So your existence's meaning is just to give North Kingdom a preemptive strike to crush their morale. Nothing more later if both sides fight, to boost our army's morale if needed. I will use your blood to consecrate the flag. As soon as Nam Kung Tran finished speaking, the soldiers cheered, Long live the crown prince. The crown prince is mighty. Han Bing was still in a daze and terrified. What frightening words did I just hear? Very quickly Han Bing was sitting in the prisoner carriage. She kept crying but no one listened. This must be wrong, it must definitely be wrong. After a while she returned to reality. Oh my god, it's not wrong at all. She screamed loudly, still continuing to lament. So his true personality has such strong ambition for his career. How did I ever think he was someone with a romantic mind? His murderous intent is also this heavy. Why did I feel he was a peace-loving person before? Nam Kung Tran sat coldly on horseback, ordered to return to palace. His stern voice made Han Bang fall silent. She told herself this must be the real world, right? The beautiful world from before must have been an illusion. The more she thought, her tears and snot flowed freely. Will I really die by his hands? But then again, I owe him 3 lives, but I still don't want to die. A text displayed, reunion completed. In the deepest part of the Chaos Land, the 1,000-year-old appearance of South Kingdom's palace, a beautiful and magnificent place. Loud voices spread everywhere. The Crown Prince has returned. Han Bang, sitting in the prisoner carriage, had to admire. This is truly the 1,000-year-old appearance of the deepest part of the Chaos Land. How could the imperial city once be so prosperous, so magnificent? 1,000 years later, it became ruins. Nothing can escape the erosion of time in the room. The maid brought food to the princess. The crown prince instructed to bring you food. On the table were abundant dishes, but Han Bang showed displeasure. I'm not used to these foods. I prefer sweet dishes more. But later, she finished all the dishes by herself. The maid beside her reminded with a stuttering voice. Furthermore, the Grand Steward instructed that starting from today, you'd better not step out of this room even half a step. Hearing this, Han Bing became even more excited. She happily replied, I understand. I'm being confined and I'm at ease. I'm so afraid of death I won't go causing trouble with him. I'll hide far away from him. Click, click. The text displayed again. Opening the 4th mission, seduce him, get in bed with him, be ready to share a spring night with him. As soon as these words finished, Han Bing choked so badly that she spat out all the food she was chewing. Further checking reveals you have strong resistance. Therefore, a reminder. If you cannot overcome the plot of the 1,000-year-old story, you will be forever lost in this illusion. She angrily shouted, wait till I return to reality. I'll chop you up completely. The wood spirit artifact arrogantly replied, okay, if you're still alive to get out. The maid beside asked confusedly, Princess, Your Highness, are you talking to the air? Han Bing hurriedly stuttered, no. No, speaking of which, I feel like you look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? What's your name? Princess, Your Highness must be joking. You are such a noble person. How could you have met a lowly servant like me before? I don't have a name. I was bought by the steward for 3 coins. You're so adorable. How can you talk about yourself like that? Let me give you a name. Let's see, your clothes are pure white. So beautiful. How about surname Bai? Han Bing pointed her finger near her mouth and continued. Haven't thought of the given name yet. How about I teach you to write later? Then you can choose your own name. How about that? The little maid rejoiced. Really? No one has ever been so kind to me. You're the first one. 1,000 years later, outside the illusion, the holy maiden led her subordinates to the cliff. The barrier has closed. Others can't enter anymore. We can only wait outside and see what happens. 1,000 years. How nostalgic. The holy maiden coldly continued, lazy to wait for them to come out. Level this place to the ground. I don't like this place. Inside the illusion's royal chamber, Crown Prince Han Bing tiptoed in. Without waking him up, I can lie waiting on his bed for one night. She smiled softly. Early tomorrow morning before he wakes up, I can sneak away very early so that literally completes the mission, right? Hee hee. At this moment, Nam Kung Tran pulled back the curtain. You've been sitting there smiling foolishly for half an hour. What exactly do you want to do? Han Bing felt guilty and her face stiffened. Han Bing knelt before Nam Kung Tran's bed, her mouth stuttering, unable to speak properly, only managing to say I. Nam Kung Tran asked, you didn't come here to assassinate me, did you? Han Bing hurriedly replied, how could that be? I just wanted to come here to sleep with you. The words just spoken, she felt like hitting her head with a rock. What on earth am I saying? Nam Kung Tran's face remained expressionless, just saying ah like that. Then he patted the bed with one hand. Then come here. One hand on his chin, displaying a deadly charming face. Oh my God. Brother, how can you say such things with such a calm face? Nam Kung Tran quickly pulled Han Bang's hand. She fell into his arms, her cheeks red as tomatoes, but he showed no reaction, still remained calm. We need to wake up early tomorrow to depart. Han Bang flustered. Wait a moment. How can you be so natural about this? Have you met many women before doing this? After saying that, she realized. What am I saying? Why am I saying words that sound like jealousy? Nam Kung Tran calmly said, no, 10 years ago when I returned as the crown prince, I immediately joined the military camp. Rarely met any women. Han Bang shyly covered her face with both hands. Why is he explaining? Why say things like a husband reassuring his wife? He whispered in her ear, you'll be my wife later. Whatever you want to do with me, it's all reasonable and right. She was surprised, but with a coquettish voice. But this morning you said you'd sacrifice me to the military flag, and even had people watch over me. Nam Kung Tran explained, I have my position. Your current identity is just the Northern Princess. After 1 month, when we have our grand wedding, you can become the Crown Princess of South Kingdom. Only when the peace marriage is completed will you truly be mine. No one can touch you then. If one day, when you bear children for me then. Han Bang couldn't listen anymore and quickly shouted, Stop, 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 stop. Her hands quickly covered Nam Kung Trana's mouth. We haven't even exchanged birth dates yet. How can you talk about children already? At that moment his delicate face was so handsome. He continued, You seem to have spoken your heart. She pushed him down on the bed and covered his mouth again. Quickly forget what I said. I've said so much. What about you? He held her wrist. Are you willing to marry me? We only met once when we were young. Are you sure you won't regret it? My heart is beating so fast. I haven't even responded to his confession yet. Yet how can he directly propose already? Why should I regret? Can't you see? Saying this, Nam Kung Tran placed a kiss on her hand. I fell in love with you at first sight. Han Bang was surprised, covering her mouth. You like me? You might not believe what I say. The first time I saw you, I already fell in love. It's like I've loved you for a very, very long time. Tell me. He placed his hand on her waist. 1,000 years ago, were we perhaps lovers? Leaning close to her face, the heartbeat was very clear and loud. Oh no, my brain is about to burn. My heart is about to explode. Nam Kung Tran laid her down on the bed, his hand stroking her hair gently, saying there's no rush, the future is long. You won't be guarded anymore if you don't want to be. In the future, you can see me anytime. After all, life is still long, with decades ahead. One day you will love me. He lay down on the bed too, his arm wrapping around her. You know, I have this strange feeling. I feel like I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Not just these 15 years, but seemingly since the previous life I've been waiting for you. Waiting for you to love me. Tell me, isn't this what they call destiny? Destiny? But my destiny is to be in this world to kill you. Tick-tock. 4th mission completed. 5th mission has been issued live through tonight while the two were sound asleep. From the window, Shi Zhu was observing them. Shi Zhu swung his fan to attack Han Bing as Nam Kung Tran quickly grabbed the sword beside him, blocked Shi Zhu's strike as he approached the bed. At this moment, Han Bing slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes, saying it's too noisy. She looked at Shi Zhu in surprise. Brother? No, that's wrong. The host only retained personality, but not memories. He can't recognize me anymore. That's not right either. Brother, weren't you at the 9 Flowers sect? Why are you here in the wood spirit illusion? Shi Zhu smiled slightly. Hello, Imperial Princess, I'm here to take your worthless life. You're worth 30,000 taels of gold. I feel a bit embarrassed accepting such an amount. Han Bing had confirmed that the person before her was indeed Shin Chang Ming. It was him. Why does even he have martial arts? Why am I the only one who transmigrated here and became useless? I want to practice immortal cultivation so badly. If I had magical powers, I could directly unify the northern wilderness. Become the Empress. No need for these men to keep fighting back and forth. It's too troublesome. After leaving the illusion, I want to work hard on cultivation. Nam Kung Tran stood protecting her. Tell me now who's behind you. I can let you leave with your body intact. Your purpose is to destroy the peace between North and South, isn't it? Shi Zhu smiled contemptuously. I don't know why, but the first time I saw you I was very angry. It's as if you and I had accumulated hatred for several lifetimes. Shi Zhu rushed forward to attack Nam Kung Tran. A sword and a fan clashed against each other. What a coincidence. I have the same feeling. At this moment, Han Bing remembered from the original story. It seems brother also had a formidable enemy just like this. Who was it? It seems it was Zhu Tianyi in the original story. Han Bing stood up. Stop fighting, both of you. Her face grew more serious. Before the story ends, if anyone dies in the illusion, they'll actually die for real. After a round of fighting, keep a distance between the two of them. Haha, you protect her for now. You might protect her for life, but as the crown prince you can't stay by her side all day. Once she dies, the North and South will fall into chaos again. Countless eyes are watching her, not just me alone. After saying that, Shi Zhu slipped through the window. See you later, Nan Gongzheng. Nan Gongzheng turned to check on Han Bing with concern. Now that he's gone, are you hurt? Her Her face darkened. What's wrong? If I had martial arts skills, I wouldn't have to just watch you two fight without being able to do anything. Nan Gongzheng was surprised and laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? She asked, puzzled. Are you worried about me? If I had known earlier, I deliberately lost to him just now, taking some injuries so you would worry about me more. The image of her killing him flashed through her mind again. She silently pushed him away and quickly left the room while he stood there confused. Back in her room, she closed the door tight and leaned against it. The wood spirit artifact beside her said, "Such a romantic moment just now. Why did you run away halfway through?" Angrily, she picked up the wood spirit artifact. You once said my mission was to follow the story of the princess from 1,000 years ago. Then is my final mission to make the same decision as the princess from 1,000 years ago? To kill the crown prince on the wedding night and then commit suicide? No, just killing the crown prince is tragic enough. You don't need to commit suicide. The illusion will break on its own. What about my brother then? As long as you complete the entire storyline, all other hosts can escape the illusion, except for those who died. Her hands trembled as she gripped tightly. So that means we'll be trapped in this illusion forever, for all eternity. Either sacrifice Dawn alone, or everyone else can escape. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling as a voice came from outside. Princess, the crown prince, just left the palace with troops. In the middle of the night, he said he's going to suppress bandits. It sounds dangerous. Where did such fierce bandits come from? Han Bing opened the door. He's gone mad. He just returned from battle tired from traveling. Why is he leaving again? Little Bai heard that earlier, after you left the crown prince's chambers, he went to see his majesty at midnight. He asked for military merit, and his majesty said if he achieves great merit again, he will be granted the golden spirit artifact. The golden spirit artifact? Han Bing asked doubtfully. Don't you know? It's the famous national treasure of supreme power, usually used to maintain the barrier around the entire royal city. But if mortals can absorb it, they will be reborn and transcend mountains and seas, gaining 100 years of power. She recalled what she had said to Nam Kung Tran, hurriedly ran to find him. In the heavy snow, she stood on the city wall. Nam Kung Tran, don't go. The guard stopped her. Your Highness Princess, you cannot leave the city. I don't want anything. I can't be indebted to you anymore. Below the city gate, the guards asked each other, did you all hear that? It seems someone is calling for His Highness the Crown Prince. Nam Kung Tran, riding ahead, coldly replied, the snow and wind are too strong tonight. I can't hear anything. In the snowy rain, Han Bang knelt before the city gate. A pair of soft, small hands shielded her. Han Bang looked up to see Nu. A soft, pretty face appeared. Royal sister, I've missed you so much after all these years. You've come here too. I was worried about you, so I came with brother to find you, right? Han Bang rushed to hug Nu brother. Royal brother didn't come. Only I did. Thank you everyone. Nu happily replied, sister deserves it. At this moment, Xiaobai brought food, Your Highness Princess. Just now the Grand Steward mentioned. Before leaving, the Crown Prince gave one instruction. He knew the night meals don't suit your taste, so he specially instructed the royal kitchen to make some sweet desserts just for you. Moreover, the Crown Prince left a message, wanting me to convey to you. Han Bang rushed forward. What did he say? He said, waiting is too painful. Don't wait for me. I've liked you for a long time, since before you knew, and even before I realized my own feelings. Han Bang was worried, but also curious. Who was he really? He's been waiting for me for so long? When did he start liking me? Could it be that when you truly start liking someone, sometimes even you yourself don't realize it? Han Bang hurriedly left. Nu asked, Royal sister, where are you going? To the library to study hard. Everyone will eventually leave, only studying won't be like that. If not, I'll immediately determine the universe. Then I'll write to bring peace to the world. As long as there's meaning in trying, there will surely be a way. Xiaobai and Nu heard this with visible joy. She's really burning with passion now. Right, sister is so brave. Shizhu hid behind the wall. He contemptuously declared, little princess, do you think you can stop me? Hurried footsteps approached and rushed to hug him. Shizhu startled, can you pursue me? I really like you too much, Nu said. Shizhu raised his arm to avoid her embrace. His face contorted. When you were just born, did you suffer a lot of brain damage? Nu took the chance to continue flirting. So everything I do is very perceptive, even liking you is. You don't need to keep calling me you. After all, you are a princess of a nation. I prefer to call you master so I can place you closer to my heart. Then Zhu changed to another position. He held her waist. How old is she? 18 already. There's a 10-year age gap between us. You come from a noble background, you could choose a peaceful and prosperous life. But I am destined to live a life full of conspiracies and death. You should stay as far away from me as possible, understand? Before he could finish, Nu covered his mouth with her hand. Zhu grabbed her wrist. Please stop talking. Whenever you speak, for days after, your voice fills my mind. I can't focus on anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Come to your senses. The status between us is predetermined. We cannot be together. Tears began falling from her eyes. Nu was crying. She rubbed her eyes. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and left, leaving her in the snowy weather. If you're so capable, then in the future don't let me see you again. Zhu stopped in his tracks. If you don't want me to, every time I see you I will fall for you again. The next morning when Nan Gongzheng left, Han Bing sat silently in the courtyard. Xiaobai brought tea. Yesterday the crown prince left. Don't worry too much. That place isn't far from the capital. He can return in about 3 to 5 days. Later Nu came. Both holding umbrellas walked out of the gate. Royal sister, is there someone special you want to see? Perhaps when your heart yearns for someone it cannot be concealed. On the 30th day after Nan Gongzheng's departure, Princess, Your Highness, please stop waiting. It seems the royal wedding must be postponed. The crown prince cannot. Han Bing remained silent. Did he also wait for me like this? Did he also wait for me like this? At the crown prince's palace, Han Bing stood under a tree, carving characters into it. By now the tree trunk was full of carved characters. Han Bing sighed sadly. Has it been so long? He has been gone for 300. Han Bing frantically scratched more writing. The palace maid beside her helplessly. That princess, Your Highness. The crown prince has only been gone for 30 days. So many characters already. Are you writing according to the time? No, it must be writing according to each moment. Other palace maids standing far away whispered among themselves. The crown prince still hasn't returned. Clearly the journey should only take 3 to 5 days. The crown prince has never been this late before. Everyone says the crown prince won't return anymore. A crack sound rang out. The branch she used to write on the tree had broken. She sighed. The palace maid beside her panicked. Princess, Your Highness, they're just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. She laughed through her tears. Unmarried for 4 generations, just as I start, I directly become a widow. From afar, the old eunuch approached. Imperial decree arrives. His Majesty announces the crown prince's triumphant return. Rewards. Han Bing's eyes lit up. She suddenly ran very fast. The maids couldn't stop Her Highness the princess in time. She ran away amidst the murmurs of people around. Your Highness the crown prince. The crown prince is so impressive. She suddenly froze. The crown prince majestically sat on horseback before her, softly saying, I remember when we first met a month ago. Perhaps the strong smell of blood on me seemed to have frightened you. During that time, you probably didn't like seeing my heavy killing intent. This time it was better. 8,000 mountain bandits, all captured alive. Not one was killed unnecessarily. That's why it took a bit more time and effort. Are you still afraid of me now? She looked up bewildered. It's so good that you're still alive. The scene was very romantic. He reached out his hand. She extended hers. He directly lifted her onto the horse, making her blush shyly. Let's go home. Meanwhile, at the southern palace, the regent of South sat leisurely listening to his subordinates report. Oh, the crown prince has returned. Only 3 days until the royal wedding. What a pity. The world's #1 assassin Chu hasn't appeared in the palace lately either. So how can he assassinate the princess? He smiled sinisterly. Interesting. Looks like I'll have to take action myself. In the bustling festival atmosphere, the street was thick with lanterns. Han Bing and Nam Kung Tran went for a walk. She felt shy already, although I'm happy to see him return safely. But unexpectedly walking side by side like this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. This scene really feels like we're dating. Quickly find something to talk about. Nam Kung Tran leaned close to her, as if she had spoken her thoughts aloud again. She blushed red and couldn't speak. She was so angry she wanted to hit him to make him lose his memory. Nam Kung Tran took her hand and pulled her along. Come, let's take a walk together. They played together and released lanterns together, wore masks together, and teased each other. He even fed her rice balls. They watched the lantern-filled sky together. Wow, it's so beautiful. She suddenly realized they were holding hands. They gazed at each other intensely, hearts beating fast. This feeling is exactly like dating. They held hands. Han Bing shyly squeezed his hand. Her heart was pounding. Standing by the bridge, Nam Kung Tran seriously said, During these days apart from you, I always thought when we meet again I would ask you, have you thought it through? Are you willing to marry me wholeheartedly? She hesitated. She remembered her mission was to kill him, but dead people cannot leave the illusion. She said sadly actually. He also became sad. But today when we reunited, I suddenly felt the one who needs to think clearly is me. Whether I am willing to prepare myself mentally, even if she doesn't accept me, even if she doesn't want to be by my side, I can still always love her. Now I've thought it through clearly. She deserves freedom. I will always love her, whether she accepts it or not, whether we love each other or part ways in the future. He held Abang's hand. I once prayed just for 5 years to always be by your side. He brought her hand to his chest and embraced her like today. I wish that the rest of your life will always be peaceful, joyful, and forever happy. Of course, if your happiness involves me, then that would be the best. But if one day we part ways, I still hope you can live peacefully and smoothly through the rest of your life. He released her and left. Let's go home. Hanbang stood dazed. He turned back and said, what are you staring at? Let's go. Suddenly a whirlwind came. Why did such a strong wind suddenly rise? This wind is strange. A child fell to the ground. A horse carriage was rushing forward. The horse was startled. Child, quickly get out of the way. The child screamed, help, save me. Nam Kung Tran rushed to embrace the child carefully. The horse carriage stopped just in time. The child thanked him, big brother. At this moment Nam Kung Tran suddenly realized Abang was nowhere to be seen. He searched everywhere for her. Abang. The little princess also ran to search. She came to look. Imperial sister Zhu has disappeared. He sat on the roof and said, this wasn't done by me. I've just been avoiding her lately, haven't even stepped into the palace. She asked him, are you very capable? Can I ask you to find her? A princess like you, what salary could you offer? Not enough to pay for my services. My price is very high. She hurriedly replied, I can pay, I can afford it. I'll give you all the dowry that Mother Empress prepared for me. I have no interest in jewels and treasures. She begged earnestly, if you don't want them, I can sell everything and exchange it for money. If that's still not enough, she angrily shouted, as long as you agree to save Imperial sister, I won't cling to you anymore in the future. I won't bother you anymore. Will never appear before you again. He quickly agreed. Deal. She was surprised then disappointed. In a dark place, Hanbang was tied up unconscious. She weakly woke up. Where am I? System is connecting now. With spirit appeared angrily. What's this situation? How did just a brief network drop turn into this situation? Where are you now? Hanbang weakly said, where have you been running off to lately? Suddenly someone came and lifted her chin. Why is it you? Holy monk Du Mingyu. He coldly said, you've mistaken me for someone else, your highness. I'm not any holy monk. I'm nothing but a rebellious minister, a traitor of the Southern Wilderness dynasty, always wanting to commit treason against the emperor. He frowned. I just want this world to be in more chaos. I hate seeing peace and prosperity. Han Bing widened her eyes in anger. You're not him. He would never be like this. What's going on? Why does this person have exactly the same face as Du Min Noi yet? Mok Lin, say something. At this moment, Mok Lin was reading a book. Wait, I can't pay attention to you right now. Recently, I unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep. The plot of the play has changed. I need to quickly check why I was suddenly forced to sleep for so long. She gritted her teeth in resistance. He leaned close to her. Very good. This is exactly the look I like. He stared at her intently. You are mine now. Han Bing angrily clenched her teeth. The regent prince lifted her chin with a sinister smile. You are mine now. Suddenly a fan dart flew towards him, grazing and cutting his hand. Han Bing called out, brother. Ti Chu stepped forward. How pitiful. The crown princess, though beautiful, but her mind is foolish, always mistaking people. The Southern Wilderness regent prince frowned and turned around. Haha, I was wondering who could find this place so quickly. So it's a dog who dares to bite its master. Suddenly a sword flew towards him, stabbing him. Blood splattered everywhere. Aren't you also a dog who bites its master? The rebellious minister Nam Kung Tran with cold eyes pulled out his sword. The regent prince painfully fell to his knees. Arg! He coughed blood. His eyes bleeding hatefully said, your triumph won't last long. In a moment, he disappeared. The ropes broke. Han Bing rushed to hug Nam Kung Tran and Ti Chu with satisfaction, feeling truly safe. As long as everyone is by my side. Ti Chu helplessly said, that, Princess, your highness, I have no interest in someone like you. He noticed Nam Kung Tran's anger. The eyes of the person next to me are about to kill me 300 times. Then Nam Kung Tran carried her back. He said kindly, tomorrow was supposed to be our wedding day. I will meet Father Emperor to postpone the wedding. I want to wait until you've truly thought it through. willingly wanting to marry me. In his arms, she obediently said, yes, but thought to herself it's good this way the bloody wedding night can also be delayed for a few days. Arriving at the city gate, the guards stopped them as a eunuch reported. Crown Prince, Your Highness, His Majesty orders to imprison the Northern Wilderness Crown Princess in the Imperial Prison awaiting interrogation. Nam Kung Tre questioned, what are you trying to do? Those who enter the Imperial Prison never make it out alive. Crown Prince, Your Highness, today His Majesty bestowed the nation's sacred artifact, the Golden Spirit Artifact, to you. It has been lost right in your Crown Prince Palace. If the Golden Spirit weapon falls into the hands of the Northern Wilderness, the balance between South and North Wilderness will be reversed. The Northern Wilderness Princess is the most suspicious person. He looked down at her and asked if it was her. She explained it wasn't really her. He firmly said, all right, I believe you. Relay to His Majesty the Princess and I will complete our wedding tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, she will be the Crown Princess of the Southern Wilderness Dynasty. She shouldn't be suspected because she's pregnant. The eunuch was surprised. Oh, so that's how it is. This servant will go report to His Majesty. She shyly asked, what is he talking about? What pregnancy? In front of so many people, she suddenly realized, wait, the wedding is still happening tomorrow, which means tomorrow I have to personally. The system suddenly announced, beep beep. The much-anticipated marriage alliance between South and North Wilderness will proceed as planned, witnessed by people throughout the world. But the current situation has changed dramatically. Storms are brewing and undercurrents are surging. The Southern Wilderness Dynasty believes the Golden Spirit weapon was seized by the North. They have secretly mobilized troops, ready to launch an attack. The Northern Wilderness Dynasty, however, thinks the Golden Spirit weapon was never lost. It's all just an excuse for the South to start a war. How exactly the Golden Spirit weapon was lost is no longer important. War is imminent. The first princess has received secret orders from her homeland to kill the Southern Crown Prince on their wedding night, due to the system's previous crash. Now proceeding directly to the final mission, kill the Crown Prince on the wedding night. She angrily gasped, oh no. The next day, the wedding took place. She was getting dressed and putting on makeup. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, although this is just an illusion, but it feels very real. Today, I must marry the Crown Prince. Then I have to kill him. The auspicious time has come. She walked over. Seeing him happily waiting for her made her hesitate. He reached out his hand to welcome her, saying to her, you look beautiful today. In the quiet night, Zhu stood under a tree. Suddenly, the regent prince sneaked past tonight's wedding. Two nations unite in marriage. Assassins have infiltrated the palace to kill the crown prince or to kill the first princess. His eyes were cold as he glanced, but no matter what, I will definitely protect their lives. The regent prince smugly replied, of course we'll kill them all, not leaving a single one. Best if we can even deal with that foolish dog of an emperor at once. You're stopping me to prevent war between the two nations, not wanting to see common people suffer from warfare. He sneered. What a joke in this world. A criminal with blood-stained hands like you has more compassion than a holy monk who saves the world like me. Tichu laughed loudly. That's not the only reason. Haven't you noticed that my appearance is very similar to Princess Chang's? Perhaps she is my long-lost biological younger sister. If that's the case, then right now in the bridal chamber are my sister and brother-in-law. The regent prince angrily said, scold them properly, help me in the room. Han Bing, sitting on the bed, suddenly panicked. Mu Ling, are you there? Strange, why is the system frozen again? Suddenly someone opened the door. Nam Kung Tran entered. My wife. She shyly called out. What nonsense are you saying? I seem to smell alcohol. Have you been drinking? If you don't like it, I won't drink any more in the future. She smiled bashfully. You don't need to make such promises to me. She thought to herself, why does this kind of promise sound like something between a real married couple? He's really too hasty. Are you angry? I only took a small sip. She shyly waved her hand. There's nothing to be angry about. He suddenly kissed her. See? I didn't lie to you, did I? Really just tried a tiny bit. She was stunned, lost her composure, patted her cheeks. Her inner self couldn't handle it. Running around the room. My first kiss. A maid entered, inviting the crown prince and crown princess to drink the ceremonial wine. He took the wine cup and gently said, come, wife, while she sat with clasped hands, chanting mantras, telling herself, no desires, everything is void. No seeking, no begging, instant enlightenment, physical ascension. He looked puzzled. Are you all right? She firmly said, I'm fine. Let's consummate our marriage. I'm not afraid of anything now. She took the wine cup. He moved closer. Can you call me husband? She hesitated shyly. Sorry, I still... He quickly explained. No, I should be the one apologizing, because I was too impatient. Because since I fell for you, I've been worried and afraid of losing you. So every time I see you, I worry needlessly, afraid we'll have to part immediately. I was too greedy. In life, just being able to be by your side is enough. Then they drank the ceremonial wine together. She shyly thought, is my face hot because of the wine? Or because of what he just said? He suddenly embraced her. She panicked. Dear, what are you doing? He dominantly said on their wedding night. What do you think we should do next? Nam Kung Tran carried Han Bing to bed. Han Bing shyly covered her face, extremely flustered inside. Oh heavens, this can't be. It's not what I thought. Suddenly a drop of bright red blood fell onto Han Bing's hand. She looked up puzzled. What's this? Looking up, she saw it was blood flowing from Nam Kung Tran's mouth. Han Bing cried out in panic, Nam Kung Tran. It turned out that before the consummation, a servant offered Nam Kung Tran the wine cup and informed the crown prince. Between these two wine cups, the left one contains incurable poison. The king's order cannot be disobeyed. His Majesty ordered that tonight the northern princess must be killed. It's also the signal horn to start the war. Nam Kung Tran drank the poisoned wine, fell weakly and confessed sadly, there's not enough time. Can't wait for you to love me. Han Bang panicked and heartbrokenly embraced Nam Kung Tran. What's happening? Why? Where did things go wrong? I clearly haven't made my move yet. Why is it different from what the system said? Nam Kung Tran struggled to say his final words before departing. But if we meet in the next life, I will still fall for you. Nam Kung Tran closed his eyes and would never wake up again. Han Bang cried loudly while calling Don Don's name. Meanwhile, outside, Tichu was fighting with the Southern Regent Prince. The Southern Regent Prince proudly said, You can't stop me. Tichu didn't back down and sarcastically asked, What makes you think so? Both sides were evenly matched. Suddenly Tichu hesitated. What's happening? Why am I suddenly dizzy? At that moment Tichu realized I've been poisoned. But when? The Southern Regent Prince laughed wickedly and said, Since our first meeting, every coin I gave you was coated with poison, slow-acting poison. Calculating the time, it should take effect today. Then he rushed to attack Tichu. You're definitely dead. Poisoned. Tichu coughed blood and couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly the little princess ran out, shielding Tichu. The little princess was stabbed through the chest. Blood splattered across Tichu's face. Tichu looked at the little princess in shock. What? Immediately Tichu swung his hand, slitting the Southern Regent Prince's throat. He painfully groaned several times, clutching his bleeding throat wound. The Southern Regent Prince collapsed, dying on the spot. Tichu painfully held the little princess. The little princess weakly looked at Tichu and whispered, Are you heartbroken for me? Tichu painfully scolded the little princess. I've long disregarded life and death, especially now that I'm fatally poisoned. I don't have much time left anyway. Why did you do this? The little princess smiled faintly, blood filling her mouth as she struggled to say, That's good, this way for the rest of your life. Every moment you'll have to remember me. The little princess used all her strength to reach up, touching Tichu's face, weakly saying, That's right, I still wanted to ask you one last question. But regrettably, until the end Tichu still avoided looking directly at the little princess to answer, only mumbling ah. Seeing this, the little princess didn't press further, closed her eyes and let out a small breath, finally said, Well, I'll have to wait until the next life to ask. If there is a next life, the little princess has died. Shizhu painfully embraced the little princess, gradually losing her breath as well. The scene now was truly miserable. No one remained alive, all dead, covered in blood. Remembering how Min Noyet had once told her, in the legend 1,000 years ago, there was a princess who, due to war, voluntarily offered to marry the enemy prince. Under the 1,000-year divine tree, she wished to be able to kill her future husband, then traveled thousands of miles to the border using the Lac River as the boundary. Finally, both the enemy prince and she committed suicide. On their wedding night, it's said after the princess died, her blood-stained dress transformed into a red bird. After the prince died, the poisoned cup that tore his insides turned into a poisonous vine. They couldn't become each other's destiny after death, could only yearn for each other's souls. At that time, Sham Truong Quan had praised Du Min Noyet, saying you know so many stories of the world. But the truth wasn't like that. Han Bang touched each clean mark on the tree trunk, thinking painfully. 1,000 years ago, the princess never killed the prince. The princess and prince voluntarily committed suicide together. The prince died from drinking poison. The princess killed herself out of remorse. The mission the system gave me from the start was to kill him. From the beginning, I felt something was wrong. It completely wanted to mislead me. From the start, the answer gave me no choice. Han Bang bit her teeth in pain, looking at everyone's cold corpses lying scattered, sadly whispered, "Everyone is dead now. I can't prevent anything anymore." This is exactly how the princess and prince felt 1,000 years ago. No matter what choice is made now, nothing can change. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding ding, the 1,000-year tragedy has repeated. You have lost everything. Theoretically, the test subject has fallen into a state of tragic emotion leading to madness. Han Bang laughed painfully, haha. So from the beginning, I didn't need to choose because everyone would die anyway. The system continued to ring out notifications. Ding ding. Grand finale, the only ending is death by suicide. Han Bang was calling out the Hong Tu Kim spirit. Slowly said, since the Kim spirit divine weapon disappeared, 2 nations declared war. War broke out within 15. In this illusion script, no matter what choice is made, it ends like this. Could it be that everyone in this illusion, not a single person survives? The wood spirit divine weapon didn't care, just urged her to quickly complete the ending. This sword was bestowed when the northern princess married was given as a gift. You can use it to commit suicide or live alone here until old age. I've seen this ending over and over for 1,000 years. No one has the ability to change it. Han Bang walked up to the tree, looked up and slowly said, I'm starting to be curious about something. Mok Lin, what is your true form? Before I thought your true form was the divine tree for these 1,000 years until she remembered the time here. When the little princess asked her sister, where are you going? Han Bang replied, going to the library to study diligently. Everyone will leave me, only knowledge never will. If you want to conquer the world and establish order, you just need to put in the effort. Indeed, Han Bang had studied very hard. She said to the divine spirit Mok Lin. Then I searched through Nam Hong Palace's library. There was a book mentioning divine artifacts. Divine artifacts are created from the essence of heaven and earth. Their spiritual power is very prosperous, very delicate, like the fire element of flames accumulating into divine torch artifacts and spirits. The water element from Lac River converges into water spirit artifacts. Then I found the tribute list of Nam Hong and Bac Hong, discovered 2 boxes of peace offerings and dowry gifts. Initially was this 1,000-year divine tree. Moreover, I searched through the entire library. 1,000 years ago, the mundane world knew nothing about Mok Lin divine artifacts key. Han Bang turned to ask Mok Lin's spirit, saying, do you know why you've been feeling sleepy lately? She smiled and explained right away. Because I stole your destruction ring. Indeed, after each time I stole to test the system, you would immediately go into hibernation. I've read all the books in the library. In this world, basically no one has heard of the key to activate Mok Lin divine artifact. So I think it is the divine artifact here. After saying that, Han Bang without hesitation stabbed the ring on her hand. Everything gradually cracked along with the ring. Han Bang and Hong Tu Kim Lin and Mok Lin and Nam destroyed the barrier. Han Bang said strongly, who said we can never change the tragic ending. In my old world, there's always a saying that knowledge changes fate. It truly is a good experience. Study hard and unlock everything. The illusion has been broken. Tam Truong Quan gradually woke up, anxiously worried about the illusion. Dawn dispelled the illusion already. She gently caressed Dawn's face. And Dawn also just woke up. Tam Truong Quan joyfully asked, you're awake? Looks like everyone has come back to life. The tendrils loosened and lowered the 2 to the ground. Tam Truong Quan happily threw herself into Dawn's arms, saying, that's wonderful. Happiness was also blooming in her heart. Seeing him survive makes me so happy. Dawn, slightly surprised, asked what had happened. Tam Truong Quan, seeing this, asked back, have you forgotten everything? Then she tried to reassure herself, it's good. Better not to remember. Dawn smiled teasingly at Tam Truong Quan. Do you want me to remember? Sharing the bed, giving a grand ballroom kiss. Shin Changjun felt shy, quickly covered Dawn's mouth, asking him to stop. Dawn gently embraced Shan Changjun's waist, held her hand, and said affectionately, do you remember what I said before entering the illusion? Shin Changjun blushed and recalled, that's right, before entering the illusion, he had confessed to me, and I haven't had the chance to answer him yet. Shin Changjun shyly said, Lear, about your feelings for me. I'm not completely against considering it, but we still don't understand each other well enough. We can take our time to explore. Shen Changjuan's heart was filled with joy. Oh my goodness, the world's greatest master is pursuing me. The dream begins. Don seriously said to Shen Changjun, there's something I want to confess to you, but then Don reconsidered in his heart, if I reveal my identity as the Ninth Heaven Knight, now I can't explain the sudden increase in my power. Reincarnation is too extraordinary. In my previous life, I died for her. If she becomes suspicious of my intentions, it would be hard to explain clearly, increasing misunderstandings. Moreover, Don's identity has made many enemies. Now many forces are eyeing me with greed. If it's revealed that I am the Ninth Heaven Knight, she sees me as her master, she will definitely be implicated. Besides, if she knows I am Ninth Heaven Knight, she definitely won't abandon me or ignore me. Wouldn't I be putting her in even more danger then? Sigh. I was moved earlier. Between her and me, it's better to maintain some distance for now. From now on, I should continue to act alone. So Don changed his mind, raised his hand, and solemnly swore to Shen Changjun, I have some secrets that I can't tell for now, but I have never deceived you. I swear I have never deceived you. If I lie, may calamity strike and prevent my reincarnation. Shen Changjun gasped in surprise, hurriedly comforting Don. No, you don't need to be so serious. I can understand everyone has their private matters. I have my secrets too. You've always been kind to me. I owe you. I'm willing to trust you. Shen Changjun felt slightly guilty, really wanting to say no one has bigger secrets than me. I am a reincarnated person. Don placed his hand on his chest, gently said, the debt and kindness between us from before has long been unclear. What Don meant was thanks to Shen Changjun, giving him half a dantian, which helped him have his current life. The wood spirit artifact suddenly appeared, announcing congratulations. For thousands of years, no one escaped the illusion. Congratulations to you both from today onwards. You two are my masters. However, Shen Changjun, to escape from the spirit artifact's illusion, had a crack on her hand, temporarily unable to use it. But Don could use it. It had the effect of healing wood spirit, could help you quickly recover forbidden magic. Suddenly at this moment, Don turned around and walked away. Shen Changjun asked where he was going. Don said while walking, I figured out where the metal spirit artifact is. You don't need to follow. It's too dangerous. Wait for my return. Shen Changjun watched Don's back gradually disappear, just like when in the illusion. Even the words, wait for my return, were the same. Shen Changjun feared everything would be like the illusion, quickly pulled Don back, saying, no, take me with you. I don't want to stay here waiting. In this life, I'm not a noble princess. I am Shen Changjun at the peak of the nascent soul stage. There's much I can do. I can help you. I want to go with you to find the metal spirit artifact. Don was slightly surprised, but agreed to follow her wishes. All right. Don felt very warm in his heart. Master, after all these years, you still have the same personality as before. Shen Changjun happily said, all right then, let's go together. On the way leaving, Shen Changjun asked Don where we were going. Don explained to Shen Changjun, 1,000 years ago, because the metal spirit artifact was lost, chaos ruled the world. After the prince and princess committed suicide, the so-called Holy Maiden descended from heaven, unified everything. I think, at that time, the metal spirit artifact fell into the Holy Maiden's hands. She wielded it to sweep through countless armies, lived for 1,000 years. So we next destination is South Emperor's capital. Shen Changjun agreed after hearing this. All right, I'll send a message to brother and Nu. Then Shen Changjun wondered aloud. How could someone live for 1,000 years? Didn't she feel lonely at elsewhere? Wei Xingnu gradually woke up, saw Shen Changming in front of her. Wei Xingnu softly said, Master. Shen Changming reassured, you've finally woken up. Wei Xingnu rubbed her eyes, asking what happened. Shen Changming questioned Wei Xingnu. Don't you remember what happened in the illusion? Wei Xingnu softly replied, no memory. Seems like because your cultivation level was too low, so you don't have any memories at all. Or maybe because your brain isn't big enough. Wei Xingnu smiled, pretending to be innocent, saying, I don't remember anything at all. Master, do you remember? Shen Changming confidently said, of course I remember. I'm at the divine transformation stage. Even spirit artifacts must give me some respect. Want to hear what happened in the illusion? No way, Xingnu calmly replied. Master, can tell if you want. If you don't want to, then don't. I'll listen to whatever Master says. Hearing this, Shen Changming turned and left. The leader said, no, there's nothing to say. Everything is mundane. Vi Sin Nu sadly whispered, then let's not talk at all. Tam Trong Min stopped and asked Vi Sin Nu, Right, before entering the mystic realm. Where were we in our conversation? Vi Sin sadly replied softly, but I suddenly don't want to hear those old stories anymore. The distance between them now was just like in the illusion realm. No matter how hard Vi Sin tried, she was still rejected and pushed away by Tam Truong Min. Vi Sin said painfully, "Now I don't want to hear those stories anymore. They always have tragic endings, so I don't like hearing them." Tam Truong Min replied, "That's right. We won't tell them anymore." Vi Sin let out a tiny, heartbreaking whimper. Another autumn came under the ancient tree with thick yellow leaves. The holy maiden and 4 servants behind her were walking towards the great tree and reported, "Holy maiden, your highness, it seems they have obtained the wood spirit divine weapon, and they have already left us this time. I'm afraid we won't gain anything." The holy maiden with captivating beauty, but her eyes seemed tinged with sadness. "Has it been a year?" Her hand touched the carving on the tree, looking into space, reminiscing about 1,000 years ago. "Right in this very place." Xiaobai worriedly said, "Princess, your highness, the crown prince has not yet returned. You've missed him until your hair turned white." The princess was carving on the tree. "Xiaobai, I don't seek to obtain the gold spirit divine weapon. I only hope that he can return safely. The crown prince has merit in suppressing bandits." The servant held a wooden mirror containing a glittering golden treasure inside. Given by His Majesty that day, the national treasure is the gold spirit divine weapon. Taking the treasure, the servant bowed and reported, "The crown prince followed the princess. This servant will stay and wait for their return to hand it over." The servant hurriedly ran straight back to the mansion. Upon arrival, face drained of blood, drenched in sweat. "I'm sorry, princess. I don't want to be a servant anymore. I want to change my fate. As long as I have the divine weapon, I can also become someone above thousands. I will become someone nobler than the princess. I want to receive admiration from thousands. I want to receive worship from all under heaven." Returning to the present under the great tree, the servant asked the holy maiden, "The wood spirit divine weapon has been taken by them. What should we do next?" A light flashed before the holy maiden. The dazzling light from the green sword staff radiated, illuminating the entire sky. The holy maiden raised the green sword staff to the sky, creating an extremely powerful spark. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the sky with ashes from the flames falling down. The green sword was also thrown far back. The holy maiden spread her legs, face stern towards Kuk City. With sharp eyes, the holy maiden said, "No one can stop me. I want to be number 1 under heaven forever." At Nam Hong Kuk City at this time, the servant went ahead. The group of people entered the city together. When the city guard saw Nam Kung Tran, they ordered him to stop. "This person is very suspicious. Who are you?" He replied, "I'm just an ordinary person." Strange, he just used a disguise technique earlier, but now in ordinary people's eyes, he's just an ordinary man. Is there a problem? The pink-haired maid laughed suspiciously. An ordinary person? An ordinary man wouldn't be this masculine. A man who appears in public. How could he not have a woman taking care of him? Another maid added. Now with the unstable situation between North and South, are you not a northern spy? Han Bang's big round eyes widened in shock. A thought crossed her mind. Is it elite? So the imperial city is for female nobles? He quickly denied, "No, I'm not traveling alone. I have a wife and she's bringing me home." Han Bang, still confused about what was happening, exclaimed, "Huh," then immediately understood and played along. "Ah, yes. That's right. He is my husband." The maid asked skeptically, "Really? I see you're such a beautiful lady. Why would you choose such an ordinary-looking man?" Thanks to the disguise effect, Doan's appearance was ordinary. His elegant features couldn't be seen. The maid asked again, "You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" His eyes showed he had just thought of something. He turned to kiss Tam Truong Quan, not forgetting to add some spousal endearment. "They insulted me, saying I look ordinary. I feel so hurt." Her face was completely red by now. In her mind, she kept calling Tam Truong Quan, trying to calm her rapidly beating heart. For the greater cause, for the golden spirit weapon, she must hold on and not be exposed. Gathering all her courage, she put her arm around Nam Kung Trana's shoulder, pulled his head to her chest, boldly declared, "I actually like his ordinary appearance." "What's wrong with that?" Nam Kung Trana's face showed a pitiful expression. The maid's eyes widened as if realizing something. "So that's how it is. This man must have some extraordinary talent." People around also whispered him. "That makes sense. So that's how it is." After hearing these discussions, why am I starting to not understand? Then Tam Truong Quan and Q Tienda entered the inn. Give us 2 rooms. The innkeeper spoke a male guest. How can you have 1 room each? Call someone to chat with. Tam Truong Quan angrily opened her mouth. Male guest? Female guest? Are you done? I said 2 rooms means 2 rooms. Tam Truong Quan stood still in a corner of her room. A message arrived. I and Vi Sin Nu have returned to 9 Flower Sect. Together with Flower Sect, we will solve the human trafficking problem in the chaotic area, so be careful. Brother and Nu return to 9 Flower Sect to arrange matters. I predict he won't come to me for a while. But why doesn't Du Min Noi yet ever reply to tell me where he has gone? Tam Truong Quan raised his hand, turning into just a golden smoke. First deal with the matter at hand, and try to find a way soon to enter Hot Palace and find 3 pieces of the golden spirit weapon. Her face turned serious. The barrier in Hot Palace is extremely solid. I guess it's borrowing the power of the golden spirit weapon. Outsiders basically cannot break in, can only think of ways to infiltrate. She turned back. My appearance is still remembered by people in the temple. It's not convenient to make a big scene investigating on hot city streets. Hong Tuk, help me scout out the situation. See if there's any way to infiltrate the temple. Hong Tuk in full form appeared in magnificent red robes. Leave it to me. Regarding QT Enda, with the growth effect of the wood spirit weapon, you have solidified into complete form. You can act alone at a certain distance from me. In green clothing, surrounded by spiritual energy, Nam Luong appeared. Leave Hong Thuok with the red umbrella on the street to me. She and Nam Luong passed by each other. The familiar feeling was like an old acquaintance, but she let it go. She continued walking, telling herself she's been alone for 1,000 years. How could she have old acquaintances? Nam Luong also turned back to look at her, but quickly walked away. Hong Tuk and Tam Truong Quan arrived at the brothel. This is the only way you investigated to enter the temple? Hong Tuk replied, in the temple of Hot City, security was originally very strict. Plus, after Doan's raid on the temple a year ago, now irregular people infiltrating there is absolutely impossible, unless one is properly chosen to enter the temple. I heard the temple normally selects beautiful men. The civilians who offer men to the temple are usually beautiful. Hong Tuk pointed up. This brothel normally is where they send men to the temple. A brothel worker waved and called to the 2 of them. Ladies, please come into our brothel. It's the biggest temple. The appearance that ladies like here, we have them all. Tam Truong Quan waved. No need, no need. She and Hong Thuok pulled each other away, summarizing that a woman whose husband couldn't control strictly. Good boys, it's getting dark. All get up to receive guests. As soon as the words finished, from all sides of the brothel, a group of men stood up and walked downstairs. A voice rang out. Owner, may I ask if you accept more men here who don't sell art, don't sell body? In order to infiltrate, Tam Truong Quan didn't mind disguising as a man. The brothel owner hurriedly looked around. Young master, you're handsome and elegant. We of course welcome you. Just wanted to get money from women's purses. Appearance comes second. Seduction techniques are the most important. Let's first see your techniques. He pointed to the balcony. There's a female guest over there. She's been sitting there all afternoon. No man has caught her eye. If you can conquer her, we will accept you into our brothel that's entering the temple of glory, enjoying endless wealth for life. Shinchang Jun confidently left it to me. She thought women understand women's hearts, so it should be very easy. She approached and asked this guest, would you like me to keep you company? That person turned around. Shinchang Jun froze like stone. Zhu Tianyi used an illusion technique, so ordinary people saw him as a woman. He gently replied, I'd be happy to. Shinchang Jun held her head. How come he's here? And using illusion technique to make ordinary people think he's a woman. Fortunately, my cultivation is high. I can see through the illusion. Zhu Tianyi whispered in her ear, little boy, I heard from the madam you're here to serve me. Shinchang Jun laughed, haha. Boss, you must accept me now. She pointed at Zhu Tianyi. This lady is my former customer. She loves me to death and has already been conquered by me. So boss, you should just take me in directly. Shinchang Jun whispered frantically to Zhu Tianyi, hint that I'm right. Kept urging him in her heart. Brother, say something quick. Say something so I can stay. I'll have a chance to enter the temple. Our goals are the same. Zhu Tianyi showed no mercy. I don't know you. Shinchang Jun was thunderstruck. The brothel owner pushed her out. Oh my, stop talking. Leave quickly. I've got my eye on you, young man. I'll be beside you, silently observing your work ability. Keep going. Shinchang Jun fell into Zhu Tianyi's arms. Their eyes met. In a room, Shinchang Jun poured tea while saying, my lady, let me pour wine for you. Shinchang Jun raised the cup, thinking the madam keeps staring over here. Looks like I have to act well. Zhu Tianyi rested his chin on his hand. Hey, aren't you going to feed me yourself? At other small inns I serve guests like this. Xinchang Jun forced a smile. Could this guy have a dark side? Isn't he usually very gentle? Could some hidden attribute have been unlocked? Where's the switch? How interesting. Zhu Tianyi leaned close to her neck. Have you forgotten? That night you fed me yourself. Past images came flooding back. Bride and groom leaning close together. See, I'm not lying to you. Really just trying a bit. Xinchang Jun's face turned bright red, stammering, unable to speak, then turned to face a corner of the wall, thinking she was a complete failure and loser. Zhu Tianyi approached and gently patted her shoulder. Her face darkened and she ignored him. Zhu Tianyi turned to speak to the owner. I'm buying this entire brothel. He threw a bag of silver to him, pointing at Xinchang Jun, saying, from now on I'm the madam. She is the master. Hearing this, Xinchang Jun's eyes lit up. Does he have that much money? Well, it makes sense. After handling chaos many times, the Lord's gold, silver, and treasures, most of them, eventually ended up in his pockets. Let me explain. Conscience doesn't disturb the world normal economic system. Righteous cultivators don't practice magic that turns stone into gold. So ordinary immortals don't have gold, silver, and treasures. They only have spirit stone cultivation methods. The brothel owner replied, you can throw money if you want. The profits of this entire brothel, you can have a share in the future. But if it's the whole thing, it still depends if our master wants to sell. Zhu Tianyi continued. Aren't you the owner? I'm just a manager. The owner of the largest brothel in Bone City is no ordinary person. He is our brothel's top-ranked courtesan. Please follow me to meet our brothel's top-ranked courtesan. Xinchang Jun pulled Zhu Tianyi's sleeve. Wait a moment. Little girl, you did well. This is your reward. Refusing a beauty's gift would be disrespectful, he said. As Zhu Tianyi finished his cup of wine, the brothel manager went to the master. Indeed, master, someone wants to use silver, wants to pay for our brothel. People estimate that they want to join the number of men who will tribute to the temple this year. Behind the screen sat a man. Indeed, the courtesan is beautiful. Index finger near lips, making a soft sound. The courtesan invites you in to discuss further. The door opened. Zhu Tianyi entered. The room had no light. Where is the courtesan? A hand gently touched his shoulder. Oh my, here's our new guest. Another hand placed across him. Zhu Tianyi brushed off the courtesan's hands. You are the courtesan? He turned around with surprised eyes, thinking even though it was too dark, but his appearance was very similar to Du Mingyu, yet the aura was different. Speaking of which, the person in with spirit illusion also had this appearance. Didn't Du Mingyu go to North Desert Flame to find Hanshao? There's no way with Du Mingyu's personality. How could she come to a brothel, let alone be the top courtesan? How can there be so many similar people in this world? Could it just be a coincidence? If Du Mingyu knew someone who looks like her is a top courtesan in a brothel in South Wilderness Holy City, Zhu Tianyi secretly laughed. Thinking about his expression made her laugh. The courtesan played with Zhu Tianyi's hair and said, I heard, my beauty. She wants to become the new owner of Elan Tower. I am the top courtesan here. If you become its owner, then you'll be my owner too. Zhu Tianyi just realized, ah yes, in his eyes, I am a woman. Using this seductive face, saying such flirtatious words, playing the role so well, Zhu Tianyi continued laughing. The courtesan was stunned. What is she laughing at? I find it quite funny how this guest's taste is rather peculiar. Zhu Tianyi patted the courtesan's shoulder. All right, my friend, if you don't want to sell Elan Tower, then just sell me some shares. I heard there will be a lively banquet here soon. Whichever servant ranks first will have the honor to serve the Holy Palace. Remember to reserve a room for me. I'll come to join the fun then. Zhu Tianyi turned and left, leaving behind the bewildered courtesan. She just called me friend. She saw me as a brother? She completely ignored my advances? This is the first time a woman has looked down on me like this. The manager behind reminded, Master, that person you saw is the young master who just arrived downstairs. Downstairs? Xinchang Jun was happily entertaining several ladies. The courtesan stood watching. His expression was puzzled. Xinchang Jun? So that's it. She already has the wood spirit divine weapon. Now she's after the metal spirit divine weapon? How convenient that she delivered herself to my door. Then her wood spirit divine weapon will eventually fall into my hands. At the Nine Flowers sect's main hall, have you made your decision? If you regret it later, even if you cry and beg, I won't be able to help you. Wei Shengru's face darkened as she replied, Yes, I've made my decision. Thank you, Master, for teaching me all these years. But this disciple no longer wishes to stay at Nine Flowers sect, so I bid you farewell. Shin Changming rested his chin on his hand and smiled lightly. Can you tell me the reason why? Two streams of tears flowed down. Wei Shengru choked up. Because every moment I stay here, the more I see that person, the more pain I feel. Shin Changming fell silent as she continued. Our master-disciple fate has ended. From now on, I, Wei Shengru, have no connection with you. She turned to leave. Just consider that you've expelled me from discipleship. Everyone in Nine Flowers sect tried to persuade her. Little junior sister, do you really have to go? Little junior sister, please reconsider. Although the sect leader seems carefree, he cares about you the most. Wei Shengru only said 5 words. Shin Changming, goodbye. Shin Changming's face darkened as he gripped his fan tightly. A disciple entered the main hall. Sect leader, little junior sister is the direct heiress of the Wei family. Was the direct disciple of the former sect leader Nine Flower sect suddenly expelled her from the sect. Then she will become a juicy target in the eyes of many forces. That way she will be in danger. Shin Changming crushed the fan in his grip, covering one eye with his hand. This is all my fault. Wei Shengru walked in the courtyard. She laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Shin Changming. You must be feeling so guilty you want to die, right? Let me calculate. First step is to clarify the relationship with him, so I can openly pursue him. Then step 2, act sad and sorrowful, and play disappearing. Act 2, to make him worried and anxious. Step 3, train to gain formidable skills. Then suddenly appear before him, to make him realize how much he cares about me. Then praise me and fall in love with me. Wei Shengru showed an evil smile. Shin Changming will be mine sooner or later. At night in Elan Tower's Flower Queen, crowds of people came to watch. Shin Changjun was still happily entertaining several ladies, holding and embracing each sister. All of you are very special to me. How hateful, Flower Queen. You totally deserve it tonight. You'll definitely be on the tribute list, but I can't bear to let you be sent to the Holy Temple. Yun observed from above. His jealousy inexplicably continued to rise. He crushed the wine cup with his bare hands. A voice transmitted in. The Holy Maiden has returned to the Holy City. Arriving at Elan Tower, both Shin Changjun and Yun showed surprised expressions. The Holy Maiden entered. The subordinates hurriedly greeted. Greetings, Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden frowned. Are there any good men here recently? She thought to herself about this chaotic place. Everything is unfavorable. Just bringing troubled mood. Looking at men might help relieve some stress. Elan Tower's manager quickly replied, Yes, recently someone came. He turned back in surprise. Oh, where did that young master go? Shin Changjun hid behind the curtain. She clicked her tongue. Haven't even infiltrated the Holy Temple yet. How did this Holy Maiden personally come here? Absolutely cannot let her recognize me. Wait, where did Jun go? Has the Holy Maiden discovered Zhu Tianyi hiding? Someone dares to peek at me. Zhu Tianyi hid behind the curtain. This is bad. She's noticed me. She recognized Jia Yun Tian's aura. What to do now? The Holy Maiden waved her hand. Everything shattered. She stepped forward asking, Who is it? Zhu Tianyi turned around. Her face showed shock. Zhu Tianyi had revealed his true appearance. She blushed with delight. I'm not a bad man. Are you new at Elan Tower? She said. The Holy Maiden raised her hand to lift Zhu Tianyi's chin. He pushed her hand away with a bewildered look. She showed an evil smile, using chains to wrap around Zhu Tianyi's body. Very good. I like that kind of temperament. Come with me to the Holy Temple. I saw them, and she moved closer to Zhu Tianyi. You are mine now. Still in that female-to-male cross-dressing appearance, Shin Changjun angrily grabbed the owner's clothes and asked, So the woman in that private room was taken away by the Holy Maiden? Being questioned, the owner didn't know how to answer, so he could only frown, looking embarrassedly at the young master before him. That's on the surface, but in his heart, he thought differently. What woman? In that private room was clearly a handsome man, but he only dared to think that he didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Seeing the owner like that, Shin Changjun pressed his lips worriedly. This is bad. Previously Don had a chi deviation. Now his strength hasn't fully recovered yet. He's in danger. But why didn't the Holy Maiden deal with him on the spot, but instead took him away? She couldn't have failed to recognize Jia Yun Tian. Noticing Shan Changjun's poor expression, he quickly said, Young master, don't worry, our owner has decided to tribute people to the Holy Temple. People will be chosen by women in the Holy Temple. If you're lucky, you might have a chance to be favored by the Holy Maiden. Hearing these words, Shan Changjun didn't give him a hard time, but directly turned and left, not forgetting to say, Take me to the Holy Temple immediately. At this moment, Shan Changjun was extremely serious. She made up her mind. Not caring about anything else, I must go save him. Don't wait for me. As dawn broke at the holy temple in southern wilderness city, Changchun stepped into the main hall. Seeing the person before her, the holy maiden rested her chin on her hand and spoke indifferently. I heard that in the city a handsome young master was just tribute. I know who it is. Turns out it's an acquaintance. After speaking, her face suddenly changed as she coldly said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" But Changchun showed no fear, instead spoke boldly to the holy maiden. "A year ago, the water spirit divine weapon accepted me as its master. You wanted me to be the holy maiden candidate. Now the wood spirit divine weapon has also accepted me as its master. I possess both great divine weapons. I'm asking if you're willing to accept me, to appoint me as the holy maiden candidate." But the holy maiden ignored everything Changchun had said. She contemptuously replied to Changchun, "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You've defied me time and time again. Now you want to become my successor. What makes you think I would agree?" Hearing this, Changchun had no choice but to use force to compel the holy maiden to agree. A red aura enveloped Changchun. She caressed her sword, eyes fixed on the holy maiden. "Oh, is that so? I am the peak expert of the gold element yuaning realm. Gold overcomes wood. If you don't agree, I will completely destroy the wood spirit divine weapon. No one will be able to have it." Hearing what the master said, the wooden spirit beside couldn't help but panic and covered its face while screaming. Holy crap, even the holy maiden was quite affected by those words. She frowned and glanced at Changchun. "Recently, quite a few people have dared to be disrespectful to me. But to be fair, in the end, she had to follow whatever Changchun wanted." She clapped her hands repeatedly while looking at Changchun and said, "But isn't this more meaningful? I agree. If you truly want to rely on the holy temple, the temple will give you pride enough to last a lifetime and countless holy sons." After the holy maiden finished speaking, Changchun's eyes widened. Her face flushed as she asked, "Countless holy sons? What are holy sons? I've only heard of life and death." Getting serious, she remembered why she came here, so immediately said to the holy maiden, "I still have one more condition. I heard that you've already taken him away from Elan Lu today. You must not touch him." Seeming to grasp something important, the holy maiden looked at her with amusement. "Hey, do you like him too? We have the same taste." As if hit right in her weak spot, Changchun's face reddened again as she stuttered, "Hey, like you brought him here because—" But no, before Changchun could finish, the holy maiden interrupted. "No worries, we'll all be family anyway." Then she rested her chin on her hand with an air of superiority and said, "If you like him, we can share. But you must be after me." Hearing these words, Changchun instantly turned to stone and mumbled, "My ears seem to have heard something terrible." Then the holy maiden began to educate Changchun, answering her questions. Holy sons are men who serve women in the southern holy city. The female servants in the holy temple will practice dual cultivation methods with the holy sons. After understanding what holy sons were, Changchun walked out of the main hall like a soulless person. As she walked, she silently lamented, "This vast world never lacks strange things. Grandmother, my ears are dirty now." After lamenting, she sighed dejectedly. Fortunately, the holy maiden said she just returned to the holy city and was busy with politics, so she couldn't pay attention to Doan for now. It seems Doan is temporarily safe. Thinking about what she just said, Changchun startled. "Wait, am I happy that he's not in danger? Or am I happy that nothing happened between him and the holy maiden? Could it be I'm very concerned about his relationship with the holy maiden?" While still deep in thought, then Changchun heard a sound from ahead, so she looked up. Thus she caught sight of a familiar figure. "Hey, that figure ahead is— it seems they're having some issues over there. The guards are blocking Zhu Tianye's path," he said. "Young Master Tianye, although Her Highness the Holy Maiden allows you to move freely within the holy temple, but this place alone, without permission, entry is absolutely forbidden." So Zhu Tianye fell into deep thought. Naman said the entire holy temple is covered by the barrier of the golden spirit divine weapon. No one can freely enter or exit. However, the exact location of the golden spirit divine weapon is nowhere to be found. I've searched throughout the entire holy temple. This is the only place I cannot enter. Certainly there's a high chance the golden spirit divine weapon is in this secret chamber. But how can I get in? While deep in thought, from behind came a voice carrying a hint of doubt. "Ninth Tianye, Then a joyful figure rushed forward and hugged him. Yeah, Master misses you so much. Looking at the person before him, he gently replied, I miss you too. Day and night, this intense longing he kept only in his heart, not daring to tell her. Seeing him like this, Shin Chang-jun didn't think much and immediately spoke all that was on her mind. A year ago, you left Zima Villa to wander and cultivate alone, though Master was reluctant. But I understand a man's ambition lies in the four corners of the world. After a year, we finally meet again here in the southern wilderness, in the holy temple. After speaking, Shan Chang-jun suddenly remembered something and stepped back. Wait, why are you here? Just now they called you Holy Sun. Could the meaning of Holy Sun be? Hearing her question, he didn't explain but remained silent, making a face as if caught red-handed avoiding that question. Seeing Zhou Tianyi like this, Shan Chang-jun once again held her head, feeling numb with a sense of helplessness welling up. In this past year, my disciple has changed completely. Shin Chang-jun blamed herself. Failing to teach you is my fault. It's all my fault. Zhou Tianyi comforted her. It's really not what you think. This past year, I've just been traveling around a train. You don't need to worry. Today, I came to the Holy Land just to investigate the whereabouts of the Golden Spirit Divine Weapon. Don't think too much. Shin Chang-jun felt relieved hearing this, then suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly asked Zhou Tianyi, have you met Yun in the Holy Temple? The one who was taken by the Holy Maiden from Elan Tower. Zhou Tianyi probed Shin Chang-jun, are you very worried about him? Shin Chang-jun honestly replied, yes. I'm extremely worried about him. I fear he might be in danger. He's in my thoughts all day long. Zhou Tianyi was very happy hearing her say this, breaking into a happy smile. Shin Chang-jun saw her disciple's silence and kept asking, yeah, why aren't you saying anything? Do you know something? Tienda cheerfully replied that she needn't worry. He's doing fine now. He's very happy. Happy to death. Tam Truong Quan remained silent and said irritably, oh, is that so? He's very happy? Oh, seems I was too concerned. Tam Truong Quan felt extremely upset inside. He's the world's strongest warrior. Will proudly stand beside Her Highness the Holy Maiden. A match made in heaven. Endless joy. Why should I worry about him? Tienda was slightly puzzled, thinking to himself, why is she angry now? Does she want Don to be fine now, or not fine? Tam Truong Quan asked furiously where Don was. Tienda had to point out, go straight down the corridor ahead, then turn right. It's the first room. Tam Truong Quan quickly turned and left with murderous intent. Yes, you better hide well. I'm going to find him to handle some matters. Tienda awkwardly replied after Tam Truong Quan left. Tienda smiled happily. Hee, does she have feelings for me? Suddenly Tienda realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, she said she's going to find Don, but I'm right here. Oh no. By now Tam Truong Quan had reached the room, knocked out all the guards outside, then stormed in. She looked around to check if anyone was there. Don. Tam Truong Quan thought to herself, hasn't the Holy Maiden arrived yet? Or has she already left? Suddenly a hand covered her mouth. It was Don. Don held Tam Truong Quan in his arms and said, sure, don't let anyone find out the Holy Maiden's chosen. One cannot secretly meet with other women. Tam Truong Quan's jealousy turned to anger. She pushed Don away and said irritably, who's secretly meeting with you? I only came to see how you were doing. Then Tam Truong Quan turned to leave. If you're fine, still in the mood to joke around, then I won't bother you anymore. Tienda pulled Tam Truong Quan back, happily teasing that she was lying. You were worried about me, weren't you? Tam Truong Quan angrily shook off Tienda's hand and shouted, I said no. It means no. Tam Truong Quan frowned, thinking how annoying. Since learning he was taken by the Holy Maiden, she had been constantly restless. Tam Truong Quan suppressed her anger and coldly said, Sir, I still need to investigate the whereabouts of the Golden Spirit Divine Weapon. Excuse me for not staying. Her heart was in turmoil. Getting more and more irritated, then her heart suddenly became too confused. These uncontrollable emotions, what exactly are they? Don blankly asked Tam Truong Quan, what did you call me? Don was very confused inside. Is she angry? Didn't she just tell Junior Tienda that she was very worried about me? Which one is the truth? Tam Truong Quan left in irritation, speaking like a stranger to bid Don farewell. Shin Chang-jun felt sad when she came to her senses. All the insincere words had already been said. Yun was equally heartbroken. He wanted to hold her back but couldn't. Extremely sad, crying out in his heart, boo-hoo-hoo. I'm not in her heart. Shin Chang-jun calmed down after going outside, then regretted what she was actually doing. Don't understand why I got angry with him. He hasn't done anything wrong. He has no obligation to set clear boundaries with other women for my sake. I have no right to demand anything from him. He's not even my boyfriend. The more she thought, the more Shin Chang-jun blushed. Her heartbeat also quickened. What am I thinking about? My heart is beating so fast. Come to think of it, he once said he liked me before, but now he's not planning to do anything. Does he really like me? Shin Chang-jun looked at the moon in the sky and said softly, even if he likes me, I have no right to use his affection to bind him. If before leaving the holy temple I still can't give him a clear answer, then at that time I should still be clear. Seriously reject him. Let him pursue the true happiness that belongs to him. That's the only way worthy of his affection and trust in me. But what does it mean to like someone? Shin Chang-jun thought about when Yoon confessed to her. Yoon said he had liked her for a very long time. When you didn't know was also when I didn't realize. Shin Chang-jun whispered that sentence. When you didn't know was also when I didn't realize. Resting her chin in thought. Really, it's when even I myself didn't know. How do you start liking someone? The more she thought, the more troubled she became. Shin Chang-jun regretted what happened earlier. Sigh, no matter what, he treats me so well usually, and I owe him my life several times over. Yet just now I treated him with that attitude. He must hate me now. I was wrong, boo-hoo, must find a chance to apologize. Suddenly someone came over, respectfully reporting to the temple candidate, Your Highness, the holy sons have been brought to your room. Have a pleasant evening. Shin Chang-jun was surprised to hear this. Back in the room, beautiful men filled the room, calling out to Shin Chang-jun, Palace, Master, Your Highness. Looking at the beautiful scene before her, Shin Chang-jun got a nosebleed and let out a cry. Very quickly she got into the rhythm of the men's massage, thoroughly enjoying it. What was I worried about just now? Suddenly forgot. A sweet man fed the palace master, saying, Your Highness, open your mouth. She also happily enjoyed it, saying, Ah yes, let me eat. Suddenly that man in her eyes appeared to be Yoon feeding her. Palace master, Your Highness, open your mouth. Shin Chang-jun jumped in shock. That man was also startled, blankly asking her, Palace master, Your Highness, what's wrong? Shin Chang-jun felt doubtful and dizzy in his heart. Why am I thinking about him? Speaking of which, what is he doing now? Right, he's now the holy son of the holy woman. In Shin Chang-jun's thoughts, Duan was happily intimate with the holy woman. Thinking this, Shin Chang-jun became irritated, made a mess, and left the room. The men hurriedly asked, Palace master, Your Highness, what's wrong? Where are you going, Your Highness? Shin Chang-jun, full of killing intent, said, I'm going out for a while. I have a small thought. The weather is cold. The holy city should change its master. The men trembled upon hearing this and muttered to each other, It seems we just heard some treasonous words. Meanwhile, the holy woman was reading memorials in her room. She suddenly sneezed. The holy woman rubbed her nose and whispered, Why is it suddenly so cold? Someone must be cursing me. I still haven't finished reviewing these memorials tonight. Maybe I should flip a card and go to sleep. At night, inside his own chamber, Jo Tianyi turned his back to Nam and slowly expressed his thoughts. The healing function of the wood spirit artifact is indeed unique. The 2 times I used forbidden techniques and suffered backlash, I've almost fully recovered. Soon I can use the next forbidden technique. By then, even the holy woman won't be my match. However, the metal spirit artifact is the strongest and most powerful tool in the world. With the metal spirit artifact, one's power can increase rapidly, becoming invincible. Where exactly has the holy woman hidden it? I still don't know yet. Hearing this, Nam involuntarily offered to help, saying, The whereabouts of the metal spirit artifact, leave it to me. This time I will investigate thoroughly. After speaking, he curiously asked, I heard that since Shin Chang-jun left, your mood hasn't been very good. Did you two have a fight? Hearing his question, Jo Tianyi didn't know how to respond. His face showed sadness, and he sighed twice. A moment later, while Nam-un was performing his duties, he accidentally encountered a group of holy sons entering the holy woman's chamber. They were still whispering smugly, We were chosen by the holy temple. This is truly a blessing that brings glory to our ancestors. Seeing this, Nam-un couldn't help but wonder. The holy temple recruited so many holy sons? Wasn't Nam Hong always female-dominated? Why is this different from what I remember? Strange, I feel like I know so much about Nam Hong. Who exactly am I? While lost in thought, suddenly a young woman with snow-white hair passed by, catching his attention. They looked at each other, calling each other you. Time seemed to stand still, but not for long, as the young woman put her hands on her hips and fiercely asked him, "What are you looking at?" Naman didn't back down and immediately retorted with quick eyes and quick mouth, "What's wrong with looking at you?" Then, even though his face turned red, he still stubbornly lifted his face up, fearlessly said, "You stinky girl, where did you come from? Aren't you my unfilial daughter who has been lost for many years?" Angered by Naman's words, the young girl rushed forward and grabbed Naman's collar. "Who are you, you little brat? Where did you come from? How dare you speak to your father like that?" Then both of them started fighting. Naman shouted loudly, "You stinky girl, I am your father." And that young girl refused to back down. She screamed, "I am a dog, woof woof woof." At this time, two guards arrived at Qtianda's chamber. They said, "Holy son, tonight the Holy Lady of High Palace summons you to attend her." Suddenly, two stones flew over, making them faint and fall down. It was Tam Chuan who did it. She walked over, looked at them, dusted her hands, and huffed. Then she thought about what happened earlier. "Just now I treated him with a bad attitude. Is he still angry with me?" After saying that, she pushed the door and went in. Seeing him, she cautiously approached, but before she could get close, she was discovered. He turned around, puzzled at her presence. Therefore, she directly stated her purpose for coming. "I came to save you. I thought you wouldn't seek refuge with the Holy Lady, but if I'm meddling too much, then you can go find her right now. Also, earlier I treated you with such a bad attitude. It was all my fault." No, before Tam Chuan could finish, Qtianda quickly rushed to embrace her. "Did I upset you earlier?" He gently held her, taking all the blame and begging, "It's all my fault. Can you forgive me?" Being suddenly embraced like this, she was a bit confused. Carefully feeling each moment, she wondered, is he trembling? Not seeing Tam Chuan respond, he continued, "Even if you don't like me, don't push me to someone else. Can you not hate me anymore?" He buried his face in her shoulder and sadly continued, "You just said goodbye. I thought you didn't want to see me anymore." These words from Qtianda successfully moved Tam Chuan. She couldn't help but be surprised when he said these words. "Hey, is he that afraid of losing me? I never thought that my words would have such a big impact on him." Thinking about this, she began to blame herself. It was clearly my fault, yet he's being so careful about everything. Then she said to him, "I don't hate you." Hearing these words from Tam Chuan, Qtianda was both surprised and somewhat disbelieving. He asked, "Really?" She repeated to comfort him, "Really, I want to see you very much, very much." Inside the chamber, the Holy Lady leisurely looked at the person before her, complaining, "I remember the lover who asked to attend me tonight was that ninth Qtianda, not the Flower Queen of Elan Tower." Hearing her words, Du Min Noyet still responded gently. His heart wasn't directed at people, but rather at Tam Chuan's position. On the surface, he appeared innocent, but deep inside, he was a schemer secretly plotting everything. He laughed inwardly. So the ninth Heaven Knight and Doan were the same person? How interesting that only I discovered this secret. Thinking this, when the Holy Lady said she didn't want hearts but rather wanted people, he immediately approached, one hand lifting her chin, pressing her beneath him with a seductive voice. "Do you want me then?" Seeing Du Min Noyet so passionate, the Holy Lady smiled with amusement. She turned the tables on him and probed what his true purpose was. However, Du Min Noyet didn't answer directly, but instead changed the subject. He is a famously righteous person from the northern wilderness continent. Strong-willed personality. Would rather suffer than submit. Not the type of person easy to grasp as imagined. At this point, wanting to win the Holy Lady's favor, he offered her a precious item. It was the supreme love potion, One Dream of Mortal Life. Even the most powerful experts, once drinking it, cannot resist its effects. Seeing Du Min Noyet like this, the Holy Lady became more interested and asked, "Is this really the one dream of mortal life that everyone talks about?" "Indeed, a fine item. All 3 bottles given to me. What do you want in return?" Du Min Noyet smiled sinisterly and said, "1 bottle you give to the 9th Heaven Knight to drink. He will become yours. 1 bottle I will give to Tam Chuan to drink. Meanwhile, I will drink the last bottle myself." So this was his scheme. After telling the Holy Lady who would get those 3 love potions, his eyes gradually turned cruel. Du Min Noyet thought to himself, "I want you to remain conscious, then completely go mad, and finally destroy yourself." After talking for a while, the Holy Lady's interest in this effeminate man grew even more. She caressed his face and asked, "I suddenly start to like you. What's your name?" He answered, "Holy Monk." After Du Min Noyet heard him speak, she laughed mockingly. How interesting. In this world, there's actually someone who seeks fame and fortune more than me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tam Truong Quan was trying hard to comfort Ninth Heaven Knight. She helplessly pleaded, don't cry anymore. I won't be angry with you anymore. While Ninth Heaven Knight was embarrassedly covering his face, he was crying inside. I just said such nauseating words earlier. The face of both lifetimes is lost tonight. No need to be embarrassed anymore, he thought. He stood up, pointing at the teapot coquettishly. I'm thirsty. Want water. After speaking, he was startled by his own tone just now. Oh no, what kind of tone am I speaking with? Will she think I'm childish? Oh no, my image is ruined. But contrary to his worries, Shun Changjun felt unusually happy. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she thought to herself, he's so adorable. Adorable is indeed the highest praise. But their happiness didn't last long. Suddenly, there was a noise outside that made them instantly alert. Hearing Shan Changjun ask about the commotion outside, Zhu Tianyi guessed that people were fighting. Looking outside, they saw a group of guards asking each other in confusion. Why are there only a few of us left? I heard there's a woman in red and a woman in blue fighting, and it's causing absolute chaos. They can't even be pulled apart. Most servants were sent there to help. Then in front of the holy temple, the guards suddenly screamed and fell unconscious, knocked out by Zhu Tianyi and Shan Changjuan's sneak attack. He said, let's see the temple's secrets. Then they both entered that dark place together. As they walked, Shen Changjun speculated, this place is like a dungeon. The smell of blood is so strong. Suddenly Shen Changjun screamed in fright. I can't speak. There are so many men here. Seeing this, Zhu Tianyi instinctively held Shen Changjun in his arms. He covered her eyes protectively. He said, no wonder the holy temple requires so many men as tribute each year. It seems the female cultivators in the holy temple don't practice dual cultivation in the normal way. Instead, they absorb the essence of innocent men. This magnificent holy temple has become a slaughterhouse. If this were made public, many people would be harmed. After listening to Zhu Tianyi for a while, Shen Changjun gradually regained her composure. She gently removed his hand from her eyes. Seeing this action, Zhu Tianyi asked if she wasn't afraid. Shen Changjun bravely replied, I am afraid, but I must remember what's before my eyes. I want to remember every face here. I can't let them die meaninglessly in this place, unknown to anyone. I want those responsible to pay for their deaths. Seeing her determination, Zhu Tianyi didn't stop her and held her hand tightly. All right, I'll do this with you. Later, as they held hands walking out of the holy temple, unexpectedly, this action was discovered by the holy maiden who stood high above. She emanated killing intent as she glared at them. I should have known it was you all along. Faced with this unexpected situation, Zhu Tianyi's eyes widened with worry. Too late. There's still half an hour until the Forbidden Techniques Backlash recovery is complete. At the main hall of Nine Flowers Sect, Shin Changming asked irritably, still haven't found Wei Shang's whereabouts? Well, the disciple respectfully replied, reporting to the Holy Master, since the day junior sister left the mountain on her own, there has been no news at all. He told his disciples to follow her, to protect her secretly, but the disciples lost track of her. Please punish us, sect leader. Shin Changming sadly said, I don't blame you. I blame myself. I should have followed her personally. That timid disciple spoke up again, being talkative. From the beginning, you shouldn't have let junior sister leave. Shin Changming shook his head dejectedly, saying, you don't understand. Go on. Continue to track her whereabouts. Search to the ends of the earth to find her on this side. In Shun Changjuan's room at the Holy Palace, Du Mingyue woke up holding her aching head. My head hurts so much. Du Mingyue stood up to examine her surroundings. She whispered in surprise, where is this? Wasn't I in the Chaos Land? I remember Changjun Junren went to Ruan's room to steal the wooden spirit key. Then the Holy Maiden suddenly attacked the Chaos Land. I was still hesitating at that time whether to bring evidence to Han Xiao or to save Changjun Junren first. At the gate, everything here is blocked by a powerful barrier. I can't channel any power anywhere. Seems I can't get out for now. Examining the room thoroughly, Du Mingyue suddenly saw Shan Changjun lying on the bed. That's Changjun Junren. Du Mingyue hurried over, called out Changjun Junren, what's wrong with you? What exactly happened? Looking not far away, there were two bottles rolling around. Du Mingyue quickly recognized them. This is Lu Sheng Yiming. This is bad. Could it be that Changjun Junren and I were both hit by Lu Sheng Yiming? All of this was done by Du Mingyue's shadow. Du Mingyue panicked, saying it's over. Meanwhile, at the Holy Maiden's palace in Shun Palace, the Holy Maiden mockingly said, unexpected. A mere personal disciple of the Nine Flowers sect's ninth elder, actually has invincible cultivation. Must be using some forbidden technique, right? Even my master doesn't know about this. The holy maiden boldly stepped forward, crossed her arms looking at the severely injured Zhou Tianyi, saying, "However, I'm afraid now though you can use forbidden techniques. You've been hit by my legendary Lu Sheng Yimeng. Even if you were a descended deity, you still couldn't channel any power." Zhou Tianyi calmly probed the holy maiden in the secret realm. "Those men you killed, you absorbed all their life force. So although you didn't ascend to godhood, you could live for thousands of years in the mortal realm. Then where exactly is the gold fire divine weapon?" The holy maiden coldly said, "Wake up. You want to interrogate me? I've lived until today, not just relying on strength, but because in my heart, I've never trusted anyone from the beginning, and never let my guard down with anyone." Zhou Tianyi smiled slightly. "Guessed everything, so that's how it is. You don't trust anyone, and don't believe any place could hide the gold fire divine weapon. So, if I'm not mistaken, the golden fire divine weapon is inside your body," he finished. Zhou Tianyi used the wood spirit sword to stab the holy maiden's chest. Golden liquid splashed everywhere. Zhou Tianyi activated the forbidden technique state. Tianyi ancestor used his force to attack the holy maiden, coldly said, "To be precise, you gave up your body to merge with the golden fire divine weapon. Therefore, in this holy temple, besides yourself there was no safer place to be found, so you hid it inside your own flesh and blood." The holy maiden painfully fell to her knees, clutching her wound. Zhou Tianyi coldly questioned the Southern Emperor, "Holy maiden, you are no longer human. You are a 1,000-year-old monster, without flesh and heart." The holy maiden struggled to look at Zhou Tianyi and asked, "Why can you still move? You shouldn't be able to move from the life dream. Even holy gods can't." Zhou Tianyi used his own pressure to coldly reply, "I don't understand what you're saying. Just now, when in front of the sand, you forcibly separated me from my master, then made me drink something that had no effect on me at all." The holy maiden shouted in surprise, "What? Impossible. Even if you use forbidden techniques, you still must succumb to the legendary life dream," as if realizing something. The holy maiden paused, then laughed loudly. "Wait, could it be that's how it is? Well played. This holy monk has been deceived by him. 3 bottles of life dream. Only 2 were real. The one given to me was fake. It was to make us both mutually wounded, causing 2 of the world's strongest to destroy each other, both sides heavily injured, while he reaps the benefits." Zhou Tianyi quickly grabbed the holy maiden's collar and asked, "What did you say? What holy monk? What life dream? And where are those 2 real bottles? Where is my master?" The holy maiden smiled wickedly. "You'd better choose to kill me, because if you don't kill me now, when your forbidden technique ends, I will definitely kill both master and disciple. However, I'm not that easy to deal with. What if during our fight, it delays you from saving your master?" Zhou Tianyi immediately left. The holy maiden stayed and laughed viciously. "Ha ha, I fooled you. Your master can't be saved anymore. Your forbidden technique will end soon. You master and disciple are surely dead." Zhou Tianyi quickly arrived at the interrogation room, rushed in calling, "Master," then said in shock, "Du Mingyu is dead." Zhou Tianyi approached. Du Mingyu's neck was covered in fresh blood. Checking the situation, there was no more breathing. Looking at his wounds, he had used all his strength to destroy his own heart meridian, which means Du Mingyu had committed suicide. Zhou Tianyi slumped, slightly whispering, "Why? What happened?" Suddenly a hand was placed on Zhou Tianyi's shoulder. "That's Shen Changjun." She sweetly hugged Zhou Tianyi and said, "You're here. I've been waiting for you for so long." Shen Changjun pushed Zhou Tianyi onto the bed. Zhou Tianyi cried out in panic, "Master, what are you doing? I'm your disciple Zhou Tianyi. Please come to your senses." Shen Changjun, completely unconscious, said hazily, No, you're not Yi. You're Duan. I'm not mistaken. I can't mistake you for anyone else." Zhou Tianyi panicked, thinking she had lost her mind. It seems she's been affected by Lu Sheng Yimeng. Then seeing Shen Changjun taking off her outer robe, Zhou Tianyi shouted embarrassedly, Wait, what are you trying to do?" Shen Changjun said with interest, "You're the man I've chosen. Tonight I want you to submit to me." Zhou Tianyi closed his eyes tightly in resistance, embarrassed. "Master, you can't." Shen Changjun pulled Zhou Tianyi closer, kissed Zhou Tianyi passionately, then pushed him down, removed his clothes revealing his six-pack abs. Zhou Tianyi said shyly, "Master." Shen Changjun lifted Zhou Tianyi's chin, sweetly said, "Don't call me that." Then her hand gently caressed Zhou Tianyi's chest, seductively said, "Call me Shen Changjun." As Shen Changjun's hand moved lower, Zhou Tianyi stopped her. hugged Shin Changjun in his arms. Trying to stay calm, he said, "Someone's here." The holy maiden rushed in immediately, but by then there was no one in the room, except Du Mingyue, who was no longer breathing. The holy maiden laughed wickedly. Zhu Tianye's forbidden technique is about to expire. Even if Shin Changjun can break free from Lu Sheng Yiming, she still won't be my match. You two are finished. Enjoy your last happy moments. Zhu Tianyi had carried Shin Changjun away behind the cliff, gently covered her with clothes, and thought sadly, "Lu Sheng Yiming has no antidote. Forget it. Consider it my debt to master." Zhu Tianyi gently kissed Shin Changjun. Zhu Tianyi softly asked Shin Changjun, "Do you know who I am?" Then pushed her against the rock wall. Shin Changjun happily replied, "I know you're Duan, the one I like." Zhu Tianyi kissed Shin Changjun's forehead gently, said, "With these words of yours, I'll have no regrets in this life." Shin Changjun stood before Shin Changjun's temptation. Although Zhu Tianyi liked her, he maintained his rationality. "Shin Changjun, I love you. I want to have you. However, I don't want to have you this way." Therefore, Zhu Tianyi used with spirit to hold Shin Changjun back and covered her eyes, looking at her with heartache while pondering. "Shin Changjun, I want to respect your purest wishes. Want to have all of you when you're completely sober. Not like now. This is disrespectful to you. It's just a pity. We will never be able to wait for that day again." Just thinking, Zhu Tianyi chanted a spell, took out half of the core from his body with blood splattering. Zhu Tianyi struggled to hold up that half core, thinking back to before. 5 years ago in Ghost Moon Forest, she sacrificed her life to save me. Today I will take out this core to return to her. Taking out the core made Zhu Tianyi lose a lot of strength, coughing up blood from his mouth. Though Shin Changjun was still in a daze, her eyes were covered, but she still worriedly spoke to him. Zhu Tianyi slowly put the core into her body. Shin Changjun entrusted all hope to her with half of the core that hadn't been invaded by Fu Sheng Yiming. She will survive this poisoning. My forbidden technique is gone. We both can't fight against the Holy Maiden, but if you can absorb my core, you will break through to divine transformation. Even the Holy Maiden, you will have enough power to face her. This half-core originally belonged to you. You lent it to me for 5 years. Today I will return it to you. The half-core gradually entered her body, merging with Shin Changjun's other half. Zhu Tianyi weakly said, "Shin Changjun, I haven't lost anything. Over these 5 years, all the feelings and emotions you gave me, I have kept them all, stored them in the depths of my heart." Before finishing his words, Zhu Tianyi coughed up blood again. Shin Changjun's tears welled up. Zhu Tianyi heartbrokenly stroked her head gently. "Don't cry. Inside your body is half of my core. When you're sad, I will feel heartache too." Zhu Tianyi chanted a sleep spell, making Shin Changjun fall asleep. Zhu Tianyi gently laid Shin Changjun down, sadly whispering to her through the night, "I will become a waste with no cultivation, whether as the 9th Zhu Tianyi or as Yun. They will no longer exist in this world. I used Jia Yun Tian to assist your core. This is the last thing I can do for you." Actually, Jia Yun Tian has another effect, which is also its highest function, covering the past, forgetting everything. Zhu Tianyi used that effect so Shin Changjun wouldn't find him, causing her heartache. Zhu Tianyi whispered, "From now on you will forget my appearance. Whether as Yun or as the 9th Zhu Tianyi, people in this world will no longer remember the appearances of these two people. From now on they will completely disappear from this world." Each fragment of memory shattered with Jiao Yun Tian. Zhu Tianyi thought heartbrokenly, "You will still remember bit by bit, piece by piece, all the things that we experienced in the past. But as the long days pass by, you will eventually forget them all. I will no longer appear in your life, because you are the strongest cultivator in the world, the goal that many people aspire to, while I am just a waste. I cannot become her weakness." Zhu Tianyi caressed Shin Changjun's cheek, reluctant to leave, whispered to her, "After tonight, your strength will increase. You will break free from the mortal dream. You'll be strong enough to face the Holy Maiden. You will have a bright future ahead. But your future will no longer have. I just want to look at you a bit longer." After one last look, Zhu Tianyi coughed up blood again. Fresh blood stained his white clothes red. Knowing he couldn't hold on much longer, Zhu Tianyi covered Shin Changjun with his robe, then left. leaving a trail of blood wherever he went. In his heart, he couldn't stop thinking about her. Shin Chang-jun, every farewell before. I always looked forward to the moment we would meet again. But only this time, I don't want there to be a next meeting. The sun began to rise. Shin Chang-jun slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Hong Jin-ling, who was watching over her, gently asked, "You're awake?" Shin Chang-jun sat up holding the black cloak, covering her body, and asked what happened. "Where am I? Where is Duan? Where is Yi?" The more she spoke, the more confused Shin Chang-jun became, holding her head trying to remember. "It feels like I've forgotten something important." Hong Jin-ling looked at Shin Chang-jun with empathy and sighed. "I understand this feeling too well, but everything gets blurred by the long years. Until finally, you even forget about that forgetting." At that time at the Holy Temple, people gathered outside to protest. "Give me back my brother." Holy Temple must explain clearly. "Where are our male relatives that we sent in?" They say the Holy Maiden sacrifices men's lives to practice evil magic. Is that true? I want to see my son. Holy Temple, let us in. While the Holy Maiden was flying high above, hearing subordinates report that last night, "Your Holiness, the matter of the Hell Secret Chamber was leaked by a mysterious woman in red and a mysterious man in blue. The rumors have spread. Now the whole city knows." The Holy Maiden coldly asked if the city was sealed. The subordinate respectfully replied it was sealed from the beginning. For now the news hasn't spread to places outside the city yet. The Holy Maiden smiled viciously and said, "If that's the case, we might as well kill them all." The subordinate heard this and asked the Holy Maiden in panic, "You want to kill the citizens?" The Holy Maiden now seemed crazed as she summoned the golden spirit weapon. Cruelly laughing, she said, "The fate of these insects, born isn't it to be humiliated and slaughtered by the strong?" People looked up at the sky in panic and shouted, "Quick, look at what's in the sky." "No, this can't be what I think it is, please no." The Holy Maiden used the golden spirit weapon to strike forcefully at the people. Everyone panicked and ran, screaming for help. Two subordinates beside her earnestly advised the Holy Maiden, "Holy Maiden, please stop. They are all innocent civilians." But the Holy Maiden paid no attention, continuously attacking, coldly saying those little ones are not innocent. The weak are inherently guilty. Suddenly someone blocked the Holy Maiden's technique. The Holy Maiden asked irritably, "Who could possibly block all my attacking power?" Shin Chang-jun appeared majestically and strongly declared, "I am Shin Chang-jun." At this moment, Shin Chang-jun had officially ascended to divinity. His strength was immensely powerful and immeasurable. The Holy Maiden asked in surprise, "How did your power increase so quickly? Where is your ephemeral dream? Could it be that he gave you his core as if understanding the situation?" The Holy Maiden laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, so that's it, he truly loved you, well done." Shin Chang-jun, "Women should be like spiders, men are just nutrients for us to absorb. Once their value is drained, they can be discarded." Shin Chang-jun didn't care. Wielding the Hong Jin-ling, he charged forward coldly saying, "Previously in the Chaos Land, you severely injured Yun Zhong. I once swore that between us, one must die. Now this strike is not just for me, but also for him. Moreover, it's for thousands and tens of thousands of innocent civilians below." The Holy Maiden arrogantly replied, "Ridiculous. You are a cultivator from the northern wilderness, yet now you want to play hero, saving civilians in the southern holy city. But you're not qualified. You've just broken through to the transformation realm, while my power has been firmly established in the transformation realm for years. This strike of yours cannot kill me." Suddenly seeing the transformation of Hong Jin-ling, the Holy Maiden's eyes widened in surprise, stuttering, You are the princess, your highness." Distracted, the Holy Maiden was struck hard by Shin Chang-jun. Coughing up yellow liquid, she thought to herself, "It's over, I lost focus. What did I just see? Was it an illusion?" The Holy Maiden looked up at Hong Jin-ling, reaching out weakly saying, "Princess, your highness, I'm sorry." Then she dissolved into smoke. Shin Chang-jun landed gently with Hong Jin-ling. All civilians knelt down in gratitude. "Great benefactor, please accept our bow." Among the crowd, Shin Chang-jun seemed to recognize a familiar figure of his loved one, hurriedly ran over asking, "Please stop, I know you. You give me a very familiar feeling." Jutian Yi didn't turn around, coldly replied, "You've mistaken me for someone else. You are a talented hero, while I'm just a nobody." Shin Chang-jun became dejected, clutching his chest. Why suddenly his heart ached with sadness. Deep in his heart, it was like someone had planted a seed. He planted it very long ago, and today it suddenly took root and sprouted. At this very moment, the wood spirit divine weapon formed branches completely restored. Shin Chang-jun's wood spirit divine weapon fully activated. healing the suffering, nourishing the spirit. One thought of love arose. All things flourish. Everyone who was injured has fully recovered. The surrounding trees are bearing flowers and fruits. Shin Changjun looked up at the sky. Reaching out to catch the fluttering petals, he gently said, "Spring has arrived." Du Mingyue was covered in wounds. Sitting against the wall, the wood spirit artifact activated its healing power, saving those near death. He slowly opened his eyes. The energy feels so warm. What happened? Du Mingyue jumped up. Right, Master Changjun. Du Mingyue was running through the street. Du Mingyue saw Shin Changjun and softly called out to her, "Master Changjun." Cherry blossoms were falling. Shin Changjun reached out to catch them. His sharp and beautiful face touched people's hearts. They met in the rain of flowers. Shin Changjun gently called Yuan. Du Mingyue blushed and called Shin Changjun. At Nine Flowers Palace, Shin Changming was discussing matters. Now Master Changjun has become the hero of South Imperial Continent. Perhaps now our North Wilderness Continent must become as strong as South Imperial. The 1,000-year situation must change now. Moreover, our Nine Flowers sect now has both you and Master Changjun, two powerful nascent soul cultivators. Someone below continued. Yes, Master Changjun sent a secret letter. She and the holy monk must go to Flower Fire City. Originally, the fire spirit artifact came from Flower Fire City, but it's still in an unaccepted state. Master Changjun predicts. The villain Hongwu who stole the fire spirit artifact probably hasn't found how to use it yet, therefore wants to quickly obtain the usage method in Flower Fire City. Force the villain Hongwu to appear. Sect leader, what do you think about this? Shin Changming silently replied, I understand. Sect leader, are you worried about little junior sister's whereabouts? Really don't know why. Since the wood spirit artifact's illusion returned here, the atmosphere between you and little junior sister has been strange. Shin Changming coldly replied with an expressionless face. You're thinking too much. Wei Xingru is no longer a member of Nine Flowers sect. Not my disciple, nor your junior sister. The disciple turned to leave the hall, not forgetting to make a few teasing remarks. Right. These past months, you've had no appetite at all. It's definitely not because you're worried about little junior sister's unknown whereabouts. Sect leader, our great master, is both cool and prestigious, completely unbothered by such trivial matters. Shin Changming remained silent at a small sound. Who dares? He waved his fan forcefully. To barge into Nine Flowers sect, seeking death? A man in a green cloak stepped forward. It seems sect leader Shin is not in a good mood today. Shin Changming smiled in response. Do you believe I can make your mood even worse? Sect leader Shin, don't be hasty. He pulled out a painting. Look at what's in my hand first. In the painting is a microscopic image of embracing Shin Changming. The man in blue continued. In my hand lies the life of a young lady. Then he tore up the painting from her luggage. Many paintings like this. Until she fainted, she kept calling her master's name. These are forbidden chain spirit stones made from extremely high divine power. They conceal the spiritual power of cultivators. He showed the chains. Even the most powerful person once bound cannot escape. I wonder if sect leader Shin would agree to come with me. Huahua City, an independent city powered by all kinds of spirit stones as energy source, producing artificial spiritual equipment. This is an independent city highly prosperous in the northern continent, not belonging to any forces of the south or north, respecting the strong and wealth for prosperity in all kinds of spirit stones. Metal refining has long flourished throughout the city, forging and polishing all kinds of weapons, yearly flowers and fruits winding, hence named Huahua City. Shin Changjuan's appearance attracted many eyes. She silently pondered what happened that night. I roughly guessed a bit. Probably because of me, cultivation was scattered. Now whereabouts unknown. Ye has also disappeared. Moreover, strangely I can't remember his appearance. But he has the fate of a protagonist, should be safe and sound. The golden spirit weapon was also absorbed by the red sword mark. As for Du Mingyue transformed into another form. He called her gently. Immortal Changjun, let's go. On the way, Immortal Changjun seemed sad and unhappy, seemed to have something on her mind. Is it because of someone? Shin Changjun remained silent. Han Xiao sent word saying when we entered the wood spirit illusion, Du Mingyue indeed went to Yin Kingdom to discuss the Chaos Land with him. So that proves the person in wood spirit illusion wasn't Du Mingyue. Han Xiao had no reason to deceive me to leave, perhaps just similar appearances. The two walked together on the street. Immortal Chongjun, let's find an inn to rest for a while. Then search for clues about using the fire spirit weapon. Du Mingyue and I were together day and night. His character couldn't have been fake. A fortune teller wandering on the street. One hand holding a flag, one hand ringing a bell, walking leisurely. No learning, no skill, no worries about study, not speaking from the heart, all relying on a silver tongue. He targeted Du Mingyue and Shun Chongjun. The way those two dressed looked wealthy and respectable. This job is easy. The fortune teller approached Shun Chongjun and Du Mingyue. Please stop, you two. Today you've met me, a divine messenger. Indeed, it's very fortunate. Would you like to come and see? Just pray to this spirit stone and all wishes will come true. He then took out the spirit stone. Those two coldly walked past. No need to make way. If it were really that easy, the joys and sorrows of separation in this world would have been reduced by 90%. I can tell from your frowning face, young lady. It's because of longing, isn't it, young lady? This is a very high-quality stone figurine, better than the best stones from the Love Stone shop in Fireflower City. Just channel your spiritual power into the spirit stone. It can transform into the person you miss day and night. He held the stone in front of Shan Chongjun. Young lady, please try it. You'll make your dream come true. The figurine will be completely yours, he said smugly. Indeed, I guessed right. My ability to observe expressions and demeanor has truly become more powerful. Zhu Tianyi and Nam An entered the inn. Boss, now that you've lost all your cultivation, becoming an ordinary person, why come to Fireflower City for entertainment? It's true that in this world, if the metal spirit divine weapon is the shield that nothing can destroy, then the fire spirit divine weapon is the spear that can destroy anything. Its attacking power is incredibly terrifying. If you obtain it, perhaps you could condense your core again, return to your peak strength. But that's truly difficult, almost impossible to achieve. The inn's servant approached. Honored guests, please come to your rooms. The fortune teller continued, persistently following this young lady. My stone figurine is truly of superior quality. Using it to create a puppet, not only is it very lifelike, but also as beautiful as the original, identical to the real person. Moreover, it's completely obedient, totally under your control. Give me 50,000 gold, and it will be yours, Shun Chongjun. Her hand took the jade, clearly knowing it was a scam, but still couldn't resist holding on to a distant hope. Even if it's just a puppet, I want to see him just once. She gritted her teeth, telling herself, Shun Chongjun, since when did you start deceiving yourself like this? I clearly haven't even seen. His face. Du Mingyu beside her. I have never seen such a painful and lonely expression from her. Could it be as this gentleman says? Chongjun immortal, she already has someone in her heart. What's happening? My heart suddenly feels so confused. That feeling of losing control seems about to take over my mind again. The fortune teller continued. Now channel your spiritual power into the spirit stone. While thinking of the person you wish to see, the spirit stone will transform into that person's appearance. Young lady, destiny will favor you. Sham Chuang Quan started transmitting spiritual power. A loud boom. What happened? The fortune teller ran away gleefully. Today the god of fortune has blessed me. Fooled two more idiots. Haha. At the inn, your room is right ahead, sir. Please take your time. I must go greet other guests. Boss, you should rest first. I'll go around to gather information. Is this the room? Why is there so much fog? Q Tienda walked into the misty fog. Sham Chuang Quan stood facing him. They looked at each other in surprise. Q Tienda, why such a coincidence? Stay calm. Jia Van Tien has made people forget my appearance. Q Tienda just needs to hide the mock Lin ring well. She surely won't recognize me. Sham Chuang Quan stepped forward, reaching out to touch his face. Don, is it really you? Q Tienda dodged and tried to turn away, but Sham Chuang Quan grabbed his hand. Wait. At that moment, she saw the mock Lin divine weapon on Q Tienda's hand. She thought the stone puppet could transform into his appearance. Sham Chuang Quan rushed to embrace him, shocking him greatly. Even if it's just a puppet, I want to touch him, want to talk and look at him a bit more. Du Min Noyet stood beside him. I am the man in true person Chuang Quan's heart. Why did he come holding his head? That feeling. I can't continue like this. True person Chuang Quan. I have matters to attend to outside. Sham Truong Quan raised her hand to caress Q Tienda's face. So this is your true appearance. I don't know why, but I always feel this face is so familiar. Meeting you again feels like I'm dreaming. Don't. This familiar feeling, as if the person before me isn't actually a puppet at all, but truly is you. Sham Truong Quan. Just as he was about to call her name, Q Tienda was sent flying by Sham Truong Quan. Even though it's just a puppet, I still can't help wanting to hit the small, weak Q Tienda. Why did you leave without saying goodbye, you little one? Do you know? I so very much. Q Tienda was frightened. Wait a moment. Doesn't she know that now even a light slap from her could kill me? She rushed to embrace him. I was so worried about you. So much missed you. Am I that important to you? What am I doing? What's the use of saying these things to a puppet? But I still can't help it. Sham Truong Quan burst into tears. I'm so miserable. I might never see him again in this life. Yet here I am deceiving myself with a puppet. Q Tienda patted her head apologetically. She pushed him away again. I don't want to hear apologies. I don't want to hear sweet words. I want to hear you promise that you will never leave me again. I am your master. You must obey me. Ju Tianya gritted her teeth. I still cannot promise you this. You puppet are truly clever. Even such wise and reasonable words, you can imitate exactly like him. I don't want to see you anymore. Ju Tianya was kicked out. Shinchang Jun slammed the door. Her face became gloomy. Ju Tianya outside Shinchang Jun's, even though I cannot promise to stay by your side forever, but I want to tell you. Shinchang Jun with troubled heart, stop, no need to say more. I don't regret knowing you. I think I've used up several lifetimes worth of luck just to meet you in this life, but I don't regret it, because meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. That's it, Shinchang Jun, you're done for. Shinchang Jun and Ju Tianya with dark faces went to see the fortune teller. He was sweating in fear, stammering, Miss, let me explain. Shinchang Jun happily patted his shoulder. This puppet of yours is incredibly lifelike. Whether it's the behavior pattern or memories and temperament, they're exactly like the real person. 50,000 gold is absolutely worth it, brother. Where did you come from anyway? Ju Tianya put hands on hips looking at him. So that's it. It was all this little guy's tricks. But master, although this puppet is extremely realistic, didn't you say it would be very obedient, completely following my orders? But he doesn't listen at all. Turn to look at Ju Tianya. He even tried to run away earlier. Then I caught him back. This brother still hasn't denied being a puppet until now. He must have some hidden reason he can't speak of, cannot reveal that he is actually the real person. If that's the case, brother, I apologize. The fortune teller gave Shanchang Jun, Miss, this is called the spirit thread, made from spirit stone powder, forged through thousands of hammer strikes. When you use it to connect two people, you can use spirit commands on him. Make him follow your words. Though it may not be what he truly wants from the bottom of his heart, but it can make him unable to leave you. Red Thread Spirit Command Core Technique. Shinchang Jun used it to bind Ju Tianya completely. One look determines master and servant contract complete. Red Thread of Fate. Once bound by it, no matter what method he uses, he cannot completely leave. Miss, I value you highly. The red spirit thread is normally invisible, only appears when being used. However, its uses are limited, so it also has a fixed duration. Miss, you still need to use your true heart to keep the person before you. That is the best strategy. The fortune teller waved and left. Wide rivers and long roads, fate will bring us together again. The red thread wrapped around Ju Tianya gradually disappeared. I have nothing worth making you worry about keeping me. Perhaps it's better to let me go. You are now a renowned, powerful figure in the world. You possess 2 divine artifacts. There are countless forces wanting to win you over. I am now weak and powerless. If one day I am forced by villains taken as hostage to threaten you, I will only be your burden. Spirit word technique activated. Stop right there. Immediately Ju Tianya couldn't move. From now on, you're not allowed to leave my sight. I want your eyes to see only me. Naman hid on the side watching everything. Boss, I just want to gather some intelligence for a bit. But you've already gone and surrendered yourself. Suddenly a hand patted his shoulder. Hey dog, where did you come from? And you like eavesdropping on others? Naman was startled, quickly covered Hong Shua's mouth and gestured to be quiet and speak softly, don't disturb them. At night Ju Tianya was tied up and thrown onto the bed by Shanchang Jun. Such a stubborn one. You're just a puppet transformed from a stone. Where did you get such a rebellious personality? She lifted Ju Tianya's chin. His face flushed red. Wouldn't it be better to be obedient? Spirit word technique activated. Don't move. This face is familiar, too familiar. What exactly happened that night? I remember being under the life dream spell. Speaking of which, if he hadn't left without saying goodbye, then after defeating the Holy Maiden, I should give him an answer. She caressed his face. He once said I was in his heart. I also promised that after dealing with the Holy Maiden, I would let him know whether I accept his feelings or not. Do I like him? Shin Chang-jun's small hand moved to his lips. Could I have already? This familiar sensation. What exactly happened that night? I dare not think further. Speaking of which, does his current appearance seem a bit vulgar? She carefully embraced Zhu Tianyi. After all, he's just a puppet. It shouldn't be a big deal if I hug him, right? Anyway, no one will know. Zhu Tianyi lay motionless. What's this situation? So warm. It feels so reassuring. This puppet feels so real. Except his heartbeat seems much faster than normal people. Shin Chang-jun nestled in Zhu Tianyi's embrace. She slowly opened her eyes. Is it dawn already? She was startled. Had she held him like this all night? Originally, she only wanted to hug him briefly. Calm down, Shin Chang-jun. He's just a puppet after all. She covered her mouth with her hand. You've been obedient, not running away all night. Zhu Tianyi sat up. You bound me with spirit word. I couldn't run. Shin Chang-jun was full of questions. She ran her hands all over Zhu Tianyi's body. What exactly is the principle behind the puppet technique? Touching it feels exactly like a real person. The whole body. Zhu Tianyi trembled. Don't move. Looking up. It also looks just like a real person. Has the Fire Flame City really developed to such a high level? She smiled wickedly and said, call me master. Let me hear it. Zhu Tianyi obediently complied. Master, dolls also have their own advantages. They won't feel embarrassed. Courage also grows instantly. Zhu Tianyi shyly turned to a corner. What did I just say? Du Mingyu is cultivating demonic obstacles. Finally, you've discovered my existence, Du Mingyu, but do you dare to face me? You've seen those memories of mine, haven't you? The Nine Flower Sect's great ceremony of North Emperor with Spirits Illusion Realm Holy City Sacred Palace. All this time, I've used your body to kill so many people I can't even count them all. Du Mingyu firmly said. What is there to be afraid of? Du Mingyu, I've lived a righteous life, never questioned the future, only hoping to have no shame in my heart. You are my heart demon. If now I only know to repent, immerse myself in self-pain and guilt, waste time on self-blame and regret, isn't that a form of cowardice and avoidance? What I must do is eliminate you. Du Mingyu raised her hand. Even if it means sacrificing myself, I won't regret it. He used all his strength to force that one out. You won't get your way if you dare to sacrifice yourself. I'll have the chance to completely possess this body of yours, even if it's just a corpse. I can still control it. That one laughed savagely and disappeared. Du Mingyu hadn't yet regained his composure. That one's words kept echoing in his head. Du Mingyu, the brighter, the light, the deeper darkness it can create. I am your heart demon, the only darkness in your infinitely pure heart. Du Mingyu, if you want to completely eliminate me, you must erase all mortal desires of yourself as a human. But can you bear to do it? If a person loses all emotions and desires, how are they different from a stone, a puppet, a speck of dust? Can you let go of it all? Du Mingyu fell silent. Calls from outside woke him up. Du Mingyu, let's depart. He opened the door and walked out. At Fire Flame City's auction hall. This auction hall is so beautiful. Is that golden shine made from real gold? It's a facade made from cultivators' origin power. That's right. This time coming here, no matter how strong a cultivator is, once they enter, they'll be like ordinary people, unable to use their powers. This is firstly to prevent theft and secondly to prevent fighting. Hong Shi investigated and found out years ago. The Fire Spirit divine weapon of the Flame Nation was obtained from Fire Flame City's auction. Perhaps we can investigate and get some information about the good spirit god from this auction. I heard that this auction hall has an underground version in the basement, specifically for auctioning items that can't be displayed above. Zhu Tianyi beside tried to escape but failed. Shin Chang-jun continued, saying that the underground version is the true essence of the auction. It's just that ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to enter. People around discussed Zhu Tianyi's exquisite appearance. A doll-like person approached Chang-jun Jinren. Holy monk of Fire Flame City, you're invited to attend the underground auction. If you're interested, please follow me. How do you know my identity? Du Mingyu responded. Your great deeds before in the Holy City, now everyone under heaven knows about them. Fire Flame City has always valued life and wealth above all. It's not strange that the auction has information about you. Zhu Tianyi showed obvious jealousy. He directly pulled Shin Chang-jun into his arms. Lead the way. You'll surely be satisfied with tonight's auction. because the penultimate item of tonight's auction is one of the most magnificent products in recent years. Just by being revealed, it will absolutely attract countless people competing to buy. Its importance ranks second only to the Fire Spirit Divine Weapon that shocked the world back then. Shan Chang-jun wondered. A product ranking second to the Fire Spirit Weapon. Could it be Supreme Magical Equipment or Supreme Elixirs? Not one but three people's eyes showed astonishment. In the auction hall, Chang-jun Jinren, as our most honorable guest, will arrange box number 2 for you. The auction will begin shortly. You can freely experience our auction. As soon as Shin Chang-jun sat down, a group of male servants came to chat. Master, what service do you need? Zhu Tianyi, standing behind, darkened his face. Chang-jun Jinren, these are high-class companion dolls. Please enjoy yourself. If you have any requests, just ask the dolls to serve you. Also, the holy monk in the box next door. During the auction, participants cannot interact with each other, nor can they leave their rooms, to prevent any secretive behavior or price manipulation agreements. Please understand. A doll called out, "Sister, beautiful sister, let me serve you tonight at the auction. I'll make sure you have a wonderful time." Shin Chang-jun smiled an adorably sweet smile. Zhu Tianyi beside gave her a loving look. Why do I feel chills down my spine? Is he jealous? Zhu Tianyi refused to look at her. Is he angry? Shin Chang-jun quickly pushed the other dolls away. Master, you don't need our service anymore. Why wouldn't I need your service? Someone else is already serving me, she sighed. Anyway, why should I care about the feelings of a puppet like that? Zhu Tianyi grabbed Shan Chang-jun's wrist. Master, are you not satisfied with my service? I can fix it. She fell into his arms blushing. He whispered in her ear, the auction is about to begin. Welcome everyone who has traveled from afar to be here. This event will surely be the grandest event in recent years. Now then, let us begin with the first auction item of tonight. As our opening, I guarantee that even though it's the first item, its quality matches those final items from previous auctions. The first item from the demon realm, a nine-tailed fox demon, a young man covered in wounds, imprisoned in an iron cage. Starting price 50,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine nine-tailed fox in the demon realm. Outside the Great Six, his status is extremely noble with unparalleled beauty, whether for entertainment or blood cultivation, or for those who bear grudges against demonkind, torturing him to death for revenge. All are excellent choices. Human trafficking. Shan Chang-jun was shocked. Isn't Manhwa City supposed to be independent? Are there no laws here? She was about to press the button. Wait. All the money I have was left by Doyen before leaving. I'm now standing before his puppet using the money he left to bid for a handsome young man. Isn't that too improper? Zhu Tianyi placed his hand on hers and pressed the button. I know you simply want to save someone. You don't need to overthink it. I know your nature is kind. Just do what you think is right. She blushed. Thank you. No need to thank me. I'm just a puppet. No, I believe if he were here, he would say the same things as you. I know he understands me, just as I understand him. Congratulations to the guest in box number 2 for successfully bidding on tonight's first item, Demon Tribe Leader. After the auction ends, I will bring him to your room. Continuous congratulations filled the auction. Too many items. There are truly too many. I basically don't have the ability or money to bid on all of these. Finally, the most touching moment has arrived. Our final auction item, which is also Manhwa City's most valuable item in recent years, is about to be revealed to you all. One of the strongest experts in the world, leader of the 5 Earth sects of North Wasteland Sect, master of 9 Flowers Sect, Shan Changming. Shan Chang-jun's strength surged as she called out, brother. The last item of today, Shan Changming, both hands chained inside an iron cage with blood stains all over his clothes, looking quite haggard. On a bright moonlit night, there were faint sounds. Starting price 10 million gold. The female lead outside with Zhu Tianyi looking inside could only call out, brother. That golden cage and the bird cage that imprisoned her in Yin Kingdom's Han Shao were made of the same material back then, both created from forbidden spirit stones. But how did Shan Changming end up being imprisoned? In the quiet night, there were still whispers between the two people. Zhu Tianyi said, don't panic. Echoing somewhere was still the money collected from the Chaos Land, previously was still very abundant. The screen showed box number 2's balance, 35.2 million gold, then 10.5 million, 10.8 million, 11 million. The scene now was a glittering stage with many people sitting in the audience. In the middle of the stage was the host announcing 12 million. The female lead outside exclaimed, 20 million gold, with a shocked expression. Inside, the host continued shouting, box number 2, 20 million gold, making an extremely bold move. Does anyone want to bid 20 million gold? Going once at 20 million gold, going twice at 21 million. Sounds echoing in the night. Surprisingly, there's a guest bidding up to 21 million. Continuing still, the host shouted 22 million. Ju Tianye's eyes were fixed. Tonight, even if we have to drain everything, we must capture Shen Changming. Hands pressing something. In the dark night, still echoed the sound of 100 million gold. Surprised faces of the two people outside. The host smiled and said, "The guest in box number 1 bids 100 million gold. 100 million gold once, 100 million gold twice, 100 million gold thrice," with a delighted expression. And below the audience gasped, "That's already too much money, yet it's not stopping 100.5 million. Someone else has bid 100.5 million gold," the host gaped. Box number 1 bids 111 billion gold. Outside, Ju Tianyi looked at Shan Changjun saying, "How could someone possibly?" The female lead darkened and lowered her head. "It's over." Shen Changming lowered his face. A moment of silence inside the audience. The sound of someone's hammer hitting the table. Congratulations to the guest in box number 1, breaking the record highest since this auction house was established, even far exceeding the 30 million gold value of the fire spirit weapon from years ago, the host cheered. The female lead and Ju Tianyi flew off, starting their action, meeting 2 guard subordinates. 10 guests in the boxes stay in place. According to item value from highest to lowest, leave the hall in sequence. Doing this is for the safety of honored guests participating in the auction. "Please forgive us," Shan Changjun angrily let us out. "Get out," like receiving back the sentence. "It's not your turn yet. Please wait patiently." The entire hall is protected by forbidden spirit stones. "We have no magical power in here." The guards addressed the honored guest. "This item completely belongs to you. You can handle it however you wish, rest assured." In this golden cage, he has no ability to fight back. Before them was Shen Changming, locked in a cage, with his hands chained and suspended. Furthermore, we've taken extra precautions by soaking silk cloth in spirit stone powder to cover his eyes. He won't be able to see your face, nor recognize your voice. A girl appeared and ordered to open the cage. The subordinates complied. The young miss raised her hand to lift Shen Changming's chin. "Sect leader Shen, guess who I am, and why I bought you?" Shen Changming, his face with traces of blood, still blindfolded. "Because you want to acknowledge your father." Wei Shenru laughed. "Ah, sect leader Shan is already dying, yet still remembers to mock with bitter words. Truly admirable indeed." In response, Shen Changming spoke smugly. "Haha, you spent 10 million gold just to buy a rotting corpse?" No, actually what I want to buy is sect leader Shen's heart. Name your price." In response, "I'm not selling." Wei Shenru touched the blood slash across Shen Changming's chest. Sect leader Shen truly has a way with words. Then she continued, "I'm very curious how sect leader Shen, the world's invincible, ended up in this situation." Struggling, his 2 hands broke the chains with a snap. One hand grabbed Wei Shenru's neck. The other hand gripped her wrist and said, "Where is she?" Wei Shenru immediately replied, "Who?" Wei Shenru. Shen Changming leaned to her ear. Outside, the subordinates shouted, "Release the young miss now." He replied, "None of you move, or I guarantee she'll die before me." Wei Shenru exclaimed, "No way. You couldn't have fallen into this trap because of Wei Shenru, could you? You're not that foolish, are you?" But he just said, "My patience has limits." Shen Changming's hand tightened around her neck. Ugh. Wait, okay. How did he lose his mind so dizzy can't breathe? Wei Shenru cried out, "Shen Changming, everyone stay still." The subordinates outside could only shout, "Young miss." Wei Shenru's eyes caught glimpse of a sound rising. "Watch out." The 2 of them flew apart. Boom. Wei Shenru cried out, "Master." Shen Changming was thrown back. Sorry. Although sect leader Shen is a great benefactor of Wei Shen family, but just now the young miss's life was in danger. "Just now," he said. "He fell this low because he was trying to save me?" "Young miss." Indeed, that's what benefactor Shen just said. Perhaps he was confused from worry and was deceived by villains. Fortunately, young miss attended this auction tonight. If not, then I am Master Shen will have to face an extremely dangerous situation. Vicen smiled happily, thinking, "I am an important person in his heart. Is that so? Young lady, untie him. Don't close the cage. Let's leave this place. Wait until he wakes up. He will leave on his own." Then she turned and walked away, leaving Shan Changming still lying in the cage, along with several subordinates standing outside. "Yes, young lady, Shen Changming, I hope we meet again soon." 3 guards chased after Hong Shua discovered a human acting suspiciously. Stop. Hong Shi panicked, originally wanting to investigate to see who the owner of the auction house was, using the excuse to investigate details of the auction of the fire spirit divine weapon from that year. As a result, was discovered in this auction hall. Magic power was suppressed. "I can't fight so many puppets like this, can't run anymore." About to be caught up. Where did those guards suddenly disappear to? Could they have gone into this private room? Sounds came from inside the room. Honorable guest, we apologize for disturbing you. May I ask? Opening the door, they saw a scene between a man and woman. Sorry for the disturbance. The subordinates blushed in the room. Nam Un and Hong Shuo were face to face in an embracing position. After they left, then you hurry up and let go of me. Shouted loudly. You let go first. No, you let go first. Hong Shuo angrily said, why are you everywhere? In response, why every time my investigation purpose is the same as yours? Naman, who knows, thought we were the same manipulator. Who are you really? Besides, I just saved you. You know? Hong Shuo showed an arrogant expression. Crossed arms. All right. Then I reluctantly thank you somewhat, the speaker announced, making both Shan Changjun and Zhou Tianyi freeze. Attention, attention, auction item in room 1 has escaped. The honored guest in room 1's whereabouts unknown. All rooms seal off immediately. All guard units begin operation. Must find the auction item from room 1. Shin Changjun rejoiced. Brother, that's great. Her eyes widened with joy. With brother's abilities, if not bound by the golden cage, even as a mortal, just relying on martial arts skills, escaping this auction house would be a small matter. She sighed in relief and lay back in the chair. Suddenly her hand touched something. What is this? Such beautiful essence. The subordinate said, this is essence oil extracted from spirit stones, used to add energy to puppets. Just like humans need to eat rice, puppets also consume a large amount of essence oil. Basically need to be refilled every 3 to 5 hours. Shin Changjun is surprised. 3 to 5 hours. But I've bought my puppets for many days already, and never added any spirit oil. Whispering, and he even knows how to eat rice. Eating human food, he even knows how to sleep and has a heartbeat. The servant, honored guest. Have you ever thought there's a possibility you've been deceived? Shin Changjun panicked. Wait a moment. Speaking of these past 2 days, remember when you tied up Zhou Tianyi couldn't move? You untied him, and both embraced on the mattress. Master Shin Changjun. Humiliation erupted. She blushed. What have I been doing these past 2 days? The servant detected that the honored guest's emotions are in an unstable state, extremely crazy. Zhou Tianyi turned back to look. What's wrong with you? What happened? Shin Changjun turned around. Servant, call those lovers, the puppets I just sent away, call them all back here for me. Tonight, I must live among thousands of flowers. Zhou Tianyi angrily. Oh, why suddenly you? Shin Changjun smiled. I'm tired of this old puppet. Tonight trying something new isn't bad. She smugly sat on the chair, rubbing oil on several puppets. Zhou Tianyi was bewildered. Boring. One appeared from somewhere. Sister is so beautiful, Shin Changjun softly said. You're very cute too, he shyly said. Shin Changjun patted his head. Well, sister, do you like me? Zhou Tianyi's eyes turned red as he grabbed his collar. She won't like your appearance. She likes people hundreds of years old. A loud voice. Get out, all of you. Shin Changjun laughed. Who gave you permission to decide? Shin Changjun raised her hand. Activate spirit technique. No movement. Zhou Tianyi was surprised. You do this to me for them? Shin Changjun spoke again. You're just a puppet. Why do you know how to be jealous? Zhou Tianyi felt uncomfortable. But could it be the person you want me to become, to develop some feelings for him? It's not impossible. She replied. Perhaps there is. Zhou Tianyi's face showed some hope. Really? You towards him? But when he left without saying goodbye, I was truly heartbroken. To avoid experiencing the pain of separation again, I can only completely let him go. Zhou Tianyi's expression darkened in silence. She then asked, why aren't you saying anything? Thinking he won't object even a little? He was sad seeing Zhou Tianyi's changing expression. Shin Changjun said, forget it, enough teasing. Never mind. Actually, I can understand. You don't want to affect my mood, but I still hope, in the future we can fight side by side. So in the future you might be able to. Both hands clutching the hem of her robe, those puppets pulled her down onto the chair. This man is too much. You don't need to pay attention to him, unlike us, who only knows to care for people. And another one, the appearance that you like, we all have it. Now open your mouth. Her face blank and almost desperate. Wait for you all. Wait. Zhou Tianyi darkened his face in anger, releasing killing intent. The wood spirit artifact panicked. Big brother, stop quickly. Last time at the holy temple you used forbidden techniques and suffered backlash. You haven't fully recovered yet. If you forcefully use forbidden techniques now once again you'll be even more severely injured. Moreover, you're just a mortal now, mortal eyes and body, completely unable to withstand forbidden techniques. Ju Tianyi raged with eyes seeming to bleed. Can't hold back anymore. I want to level this auction house. A voice rang out somewhere. The auction house is under attack. The auction house is under attack. Ju Tianyi darkened his face. What's happening? Everything seemed to explode. Xinchang Jun and Ju Tian sat in the barrier, bewildered how the auction hall suddenly was. Broken. Xinchang Jun, startled, looked up. Wait, the person in the sky is brother. Xin Changming flew up, swept along with scattered debris. Was it him who destroyed the auction hall? Xinchang Jun sighed. Indeed, this is something he would do. Xin Changming's face tensed as he shouted. Those people down there, listen clearly. Hand over Wei Shengru. If not, I'll level this entire city. Xinchang Jun panicked. Save me, you're the leader of North Wilderness Cultivation World, not a villain. Nine Flowers sect is a righteous sect, not an evil and unjust path. Do you need to hear what you're saying? Please listen to what you just said. Here among the messy rubble a hand reached out. Wei Shengru sat there confused about what had just happened. With a dust-covered face, she gasped in surprise. A hand with a handkerchief was grooming her face. She softly called Shun Changming. He looked at her gently, saying, Child, you don't even want to call me master anymore. Wei Shengru replied, I've already said. I don't want to be your disciple anymore. If you want me to waste my cultivation, return all power to Nine Flowers sect. I'm willing to do so. Xin Changming decisively withdrew his hand, saying, No need. Go wherever you want to go. Become whatever kind of person you want to become. You're free now. I won't force you to make any decisions anymore. He turned to leave. Wei Shengru spoke. Where are you going? He answered, Flower Fire City has a way to activate the fire spirit artifact. We can't let the Hongvu bandits get it first. Therefore, I must go investigate. Watching Shun Changming turn around and leave, Wei Shengru spoke again. I'll go with you regarding the fire spirit divine weapon. I have a friend who can help investigate some information. But he replied, it's not necessary. You're no longer part of the cultivation world now. You have no obligation to risk yourself to gather information. She hurriedly ran and hugged him from behind. You've changed. No wonder why you haven't appeared for so long, and no longer tease and mock me anymore. This side of you, I really don't recognize at all. Xin Changming, why won't you turn around and look at me? Wei Shengru rested her head on his back. His face showed sadness. As Wei Shengru, not as your disciple. Stop, I don't care, I just want to stick with you. If you don't need me anymore, I will. I'll find a bad guy to kidnap me, so you'll come rescue me again. Xin Changming replied, then I will come save you. Wei Shengru's face lit up. Really? Whenever you're in danger, I will come save you thousands and millions of times. But suddenly he gently tapped her head. However, normally, I won't actively appear in your life, not even a bit. I will always be somewhere you can't see, quietly protecting you. The two people faced each other. Until you're strong enough to protect yourself. I have always seen you as my disciple. His hands caressed her cheeks. Don't fear that our master-disciple relationship has ended. You will always be my only personal disciple in this life. Raised his hand high, signaling, we don't need to meet again. Xin Changming turned and walked away. Forget about me. Wei Shengru stood dazed, her eyes filled with sadness. Ju Tianyi and the female lead in the ruins under the night. Hey, I clearly just saw brother and Nunu here. How come they just passed by and they're already gone? Forget it. Anyway, brother was there. No matter what happened, it must have been handled properly. How do Mingyue left a letter and went? Said she wanted to buy something, let them be. Then Shun Changjun said again, let's go explore Hongshua. The owner Bin Paimai owns the biggest casino in Huahua City. Moreover, he will appear at the casino tonight. Let's go there. Perhaps we can investigate how to activate the fire spirit divine weapon from that owner. Ju Tianyi frowned in silence. Then Shun Changjun spoke again. Why aren't you speaking? It seems he hasn't said a word all day. He with a slightly annoyed face. I'm nothing but a puppet. She's tired of me too. Even wants to directly let me go. Go find other puppets. They're all better than me. Anyway, I have no right to be jealous. He was upset while Shun Changjun had a surprised look, as if wondering how he could be so lost. I was just teasing you earlier. I don't have any interest in other puppets. I don't have any interest in men. Not even the slightest bit. Really? Oh, you don't need to explain to me. I have no right to receive explanations about these things. Xin Changjun felt dejected. No, you're too hard to comfort. Wait a minute. Her eyes widened suddenly. I suddenly remembered something I need to take care of. She hurriedly went to a place where there was a cage holding someone. Finally found you. The key to the iron cage is in my hand. I will release you. She held up the key then. I'm releasing him purely to free him, not because of his foolish good looks. Jotian stood nearby, making cheerful noise. Wait, why do I feel like I'm having an illusion that's making everything worse? Lord Shinchongjun. Damn, now she's using such formal address. Don't I prefer you being proud and stubborn? The person in the cage had a sinister expression. Huh, this male partner of yours seems very jealous. Hands gripping the iron bars. Jealousy is not the attitude that males should have. The Fox clan repays kindness for 9 generations. He looked at her and said, I remember you clearly now, benefactor. One day, no matter where in the world, I will come find you, to repay with my life. Then she tapped the key against the lock, making a sound. She replied, no need. I didn't save you for repayment. The relationship between humans and demon tribes has been very tense in recent years. You should quickly leave the continent. Return to demon territory. But then she panicked. Where's Ha Yun? That guy said angrily. He ran away long ago. With a gloomy face. With a suffering look, while Shun Chongjun had an angry expression. Damn it, I told you. I must quickly find him back. That person asked curiously, do you like him? She hesitated. I might. Then she turned away. Don't use the word might. Love should be firm and unshakable. Without any doubt. It seems you haven't thought it through. With slightly sad eyes. They say when humans fall in love with someone, they want to stay together for a lifetime. Are you willing to give up all other possibilities for him and spend your whole life with just one person who doesn't love you? Your heart will no longer be free. Pointing to where her heart is. Are you willing? Yoon in the flickering light amidst the mess. Shun Chongjun. I let him go. She appeared behind. Oh, then grabbed his clothes. Please don't be angry. With a remorseful, pleading expression. Love him, and your heart will no longer be free. Are you willing? I'm not. When you're sad, I seem to be sad too. My eyes are drooping and I don't even know why. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? She begged, and he replied, all right, I forgive you. But from now on, you can't pat other people's heads anymore. Remembering when she accidentally did those things. So this is why he's acting like this now. I feel like I'm wrong somehow compared to what I imagined. He's even more childish. The two hold hands. He with a shy face must be several hundred years old already. Why does he act so much like a child? Then she bends down. His face shows surprise. Let me return the favor once, little one. He pats her head. Once is not enough, he smiles. But once she loves him, her heart will also have a home to look forward to. In a casino in Fireflame City, two people, Zhou Tianyi and Shun Chongjun, are barging in. Shun Chongjun forces an awkward smile. Anyway, clearly he concealed his identity and pretended to be a puppet, so I used his own trick against him for revenge. Clearly he was wrong first. How did it end up with me comforting him? Hey, don't tell me he's got me wrapped around his finger. Thinking about this, Shun Chongjun's face turned red with frustration. I can't let others control me so easily. Next time I'll ignore him. On the other hand, Zhu Tianye's state wasn't any better. He was also troubled by what had just happened, hitting his forehead and shaking his head helplessly. It can't be. Could she have realized that I wasn't actually a puppet, but a real person? So before, when she was with those puppets in the private room, she was actually pretending to be promiscuous. Was she trying to provoke me? Wait, don't tell me she's got me wrapped around her finger? But if she wants to control me, it means she cares about me in her heart. Thinking this, suddenly Zhu Tianye's face turned red with satisfaction. Suddenly a fat arm appeared and grabbed the corner of his clothes, pulling back. She showed an improper expression, evaluating Zhu Tianyi. Not a bad man. Come with me. I'll buy you. But in response, Zhu Tianyi coldly replied, no, I already have an owner. She still wouldn't give up. Her gaze at Zhu Tianyi became increasingly vulgar, saying, then tell your owner to name a price. These words angered Shun Chongjun. She angrily jumped in, pushed the woman away, and shouted, not for sale at any price. Get lost. Looking at the fierce woman before her, she showed no fear, but instead spoke in a mocking tone. Isn't this the legendary immortal Chongjun from the rumors? I am the owner of Heaven's Talents. We specialize in providing all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures to the northern wilderness cultivation world. I and your brother Shin Chongming have some business relationship. Hearing her introduction, Shun Chongjun became even more aggressive. You're also a sect master with a reputation in the northern wilderness cultivation world. Yet you dare to openly trade people in Fireflame City? And speaking such vulgar words, aren't you afraid of being charged? She laughed carelessly without concern, then retorted to Shen Chongjun's words, This sect master hates pretenders the most. Immortal Chang-jun, look at yourself and see what kind of person you are. Isn't this man your dual cultivation partner? He has no cultivation, yet possesses such extraordinary beauty. Why else would you keep such a man by your side? No wonder recently Immortal Chang-jun's cultivation suddenly increased dramatically, with your reputation spreading everywhere. So it was through dual cultivation. How impressive. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Chang-jun's face darkened with anger. Do you wish to die? And as if sensing Shun Chang-jun's anger, Zhou Tianyi quickly stepped forward, softly reminding her not to be impulsive. Our purpose is to lay an ambush, then find the casino owner. Although very angry, Shun Chang-jun considered the greater good, gritted her teeth, and controlled herself. How troublesome. It's that feeling again. Whenever something involves him, I become irrational. Before they could react, warning sounds rang out. A group of guards appeared from nowhere and surrounded them. They said no fighting allowed in the casino. Arrest them, arrest them. Seeing this, that vulgar woman took out a bag of silver. This casino is covered in spirit stone suppressing powder. No matter how powerful Immortal Chang-jun is, she can't do anything to me. Moreover, I'm a VIP guest here, spending money like water here every year. Then she put on a noble air. I advise you better sell this man to me. Otherwise, when I place my bet, all the guards here will stand with me, not with you. For some unknown reason, Shun Chang-jun changed her expression and stepped forward to grab the silver bag. Accepting the request, to the woman's surprise, her eyes lit up as she opened it to check while eagerly saying, "Perfect timing. I just bought a demon tribe male at the auction. Spent a large sum of money, just in time to recover some capital." Shun Chang-jun, I'm not the type to get furiously angry over a man. It's just a man after all, right? Absolutely no problem. Though surprised by Shun Chang-jun's attitude, she didn't doubt the deal at all. Immortal Chang-jun is generous. When I return to the Northern Wilderness cultivation world, I will definitely give many discounts in trades with the Nine Flowers sect. Hearing this, Shun Chang-jun became even more enthusiastic. She turned and decisively left, walking while waving hands, smiling, constantly saying, "Agreed, agreed." That fat woman also quickly adapted to what just happened, so she laughed along. "Ha, I told you so." The powerful people in this world are all driven by benefits and desires, regardless of gender. As long as you have money and power, you can have as many beauties as you want. Getting furious over beauties is just a script in beautiful legends. As soon as she finished speaking, with a boom, the entire casino exploded. Everyone around was shocked, asking each other what was happening. The fat woman also turned pale with fear, kept asking what was going on, why the ground kept shaking. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianyi seemed to have anticipated everything. Calmly stood aside with folded arms, watching the show. Warning sounds rang out again, repeatedly saying that the casino was under major attack. With another boom, even the casino's roof collapsed. Shun Chang-jun domineeringly appeared in midair, causing that fat woman to scream in panic. Shun Chang-jun blew up the casino. Now on Shun Chang-jun's face there was no foolish smile like before. Instead, with cold eyes, she said, "My mood is extremely terrible, especially looking at this casino really irritates me. Everyone below, listen carefully. Hand over the casino owner immediately. If not, I'll level this city." Then she waved her hand. Wind rose again, confirming that she would really start a massacre. Now that fat woman no longer acted flirtatiously as if fearless anymore. Ague fell down, face changed color, begging for help around. "Save me." These words, how can they be said so openly like that? You are the renowned Immortal Chang-jun, not some evil sect leader. Nine Flowers sect is a righteous sect, not some evil cult. Do you need to hear what you're saying? Please listen to what you're saying. After saying this, she was immediately struck by Shun Chang-jun, so she could only loudly threaten Shun Chang-jun, "You, for a dual cultivator, how dare you offend all the nobles in this casino? Wait until I return to North Wilderness. I'll surely let everyone in the world judge this." After settling everything, Shun Chang-jun slowly descended in front of Zhou Tianyi. He teasingly asked her, "Tomorrow, the news of Immortal Chang-jun raging for a man will spread across North and South continents. For an ordinary person without cultivation or power like yourself, is it worth it?" Shun Chang-jun looked at him and gently replied, "Once someone took a golden spear for me, drank poison for me, performed self-surgery on his core for me. He never said it wasn't worth it, so how could I say that? Worthy? Nothing could be more worthy than you." Hearing her words, Zhou Tianyi showed obvious discomfort. just for gratitude? Being asked so suddenly, Shin Chang-jun hesitated, not knowing what to say. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart beating continuously, then slowly moved closer. Jo Tianyi stammered, maybe it's not entirely right. But before finishing the sentence, someone called out from afar, "The casino owner is here." They both looked toward the direction of the sound. Shin Chang-jun reacted first. She was shocked to recognize it was you. Jo Tianyi also confirmed. The auction house and casino owner are the same person? Still in shock, Jo Tianyi and Shin Chang-jun asked in unison, "So you are the owner of the auction house and casino in Manhwa City?" Han Xiaoxiao faced both of them. Han Xiaoxiao smiled and acted innocent, saying, "Sorry, I've interrupted your romantic moment. You two were being so cheesy earlier, didn't you feel nauseated at all? I really couldn't bear to listen anymore." Hearing Han Xiaoxiao's words, Jo Tianyi and Shin Chang-jun blushed, separating from each other. Shin Chang-jun hurriedly explained, No, he and I are not. Seeing Shin Chang-jun so flustered, Han Xiaoxiao stopped teasing and stepped forward to hold her hand. "Meeting an old friend after such a long time, I'm truly happy. Although you and your brother destroyed my auction house and casino, but I don't regret it. Anyway, those were assets I acquired along the way." Han Xiaoxiao started chattering about things that happened during her time away. From 2 years ago, after the failed fusion, I wandered alone in the Jianghu, made friends with many martial heroes and cultivation immortals. 6 months ago, I came to Manhwa City, constantly hiding during auctions, investigating how to activate the spirit grass artifact sold to Yin Kingdom back then. But a few days ago, the auction house chairman suddenly died, so I became the new chairman. At this point, Han Xiaoxiao became more excited, giggling as she continued, "I just wanted to infiltrate the villain's territory as a spy. Who knew I'd become the villain leader instead?" Hearing Han Xiaoxiao speak, unlike Shin Chang-jun, who was full of delight, Jo Tianyi was extremely skeptical of her, suspecting she was a newcomer. How could everything go so smoothly? Aren't you being deceived without knowing it? Moreover, just as we were about to investigate the auction chairman, the chairman died. Perhaps they quietly escaped? I advise you not to be too confident. You might just be their puppet. These words from Jo Tianyi successfully provoked Han Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for Shin Chang-jun stopping behind, then Han Xiaoxiao would have rushed forward to fight Jo Tianyi, so she could only yell at his face, "I have investigated and found a lot of useful information. You stinking little brat. Don't think that being next to Master Chang-jun means you can be so arrogant." Witnessing this scene, Shin Chang-jun felt slightly sad. She thought it strange how these two started arguing right after meeting. This way of getting along feels a bit like ya. Then Han Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, interrupting Shin Chang-jun's thoughts. She put her hands on her hips and proudly said, "My name is no longer Han Xiaoxiao now, but Han Xiao. Xiao is in carefree and unfettered from now on. I want to be free and unfettered, wandering between heaven and earth, boundlessly free." After saying this, she grabbed Shin Chang-jun's hand and pulled her along, walking while expressing gratitude to Master Chang-jun. "Back then in the Imperial Palace, it was you and the holy monk who escaped from the cage, giving me the courage to pursue freedom. I'm very grateful to you. Quickly come with me. I'll take you to meet a friend of mine." Shin Chang-jun didn't refuse but quickly followed her. Though unsaid, in her heart, she felt somewhat happy for her. That's great. She's now free from any constraints, and seems very happy. Freely and easily the two kept talking and laughing without noticing that behind them was still a young man who was lost because he was forgotten. After a while, they met a young lady. It turned out to be Wei Shengru. Looking at the young lady before her, Shin Chang-jun happily called out twice, "Ru." Wei Shengru likewise. As soon as she saw Shin Chang-jun, she smiled brightly and came to greet her. "Master Chang-jun, it's been a long time." After the greeting, Han Xiaoxiao didn't stand on ceremony and immediately rushed into Wei Shengru's arms, hugging her while whining, "Ru, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Wei Shengru helplessly replied, "You've only been gone for 2 hours." Hearing Wei Shengru say this, Han Xiaoxiao began to pout. "You don't miss me, who. Therefore, Wei Shengru had to lower her voice to comfort her. "Of course I missed you. I even made your favorite breakfast. Let's eat together with Master Chang-jun later." Shin Chang-jun on the side couldn't help but sigh. "Your relationship is really good." Then the three of them laughed and talked together. This made Jo Tianyi gradually become invisible. Praised by Shin Chang-jun, Han Xiaoxiao and Wei Shengru didn't hold back, sticking together, forming a small heart shape, and said, "Ru and I met 3 months ago. We became close friends regarding information about the fire spirit divine weapon. Ru has put in a lot of effort too, unfortunately. Yesterday, new sincere feelings were rejected, and it was all blamed on that gentleman. But before finishing the sentence, Vi Sin Nu quickly raised her hand to cover Han Xiao Zhao's mouth. The unfinished sentence made Shan Changjun curious. She asked which gentleman. Vi Sin Nu shyly avoided the question. It's nothing. It's nothing. Changjun immortal, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Vi Sin Nu didn't want to talk about it. Shin Changjun didn't force her either. So they returned to the main topic. Han Xiao summarized. We have investigated. The way to activate the Fire Spirit artifact is in the most important place of the Fire City, the Weapons Research Department. Let's go together and cooperate closely. Shin Changjun had no objection to this. She agreed. Then the three of them held hands, skipping forward happily. Their mouths couldn't stop cheering. Being able to roam freely in the Jianghu with you all. It's really wonderful. And once again, the three of them treated Zhu Tianyi like air, making him feel utterly desperate. But there was something that all four of them didn't notice, which was below the city wall. Du Mingyu was silently observing everything. The person beside him saw his gloom and wondered, "Holy monk, why do you only watch from afar? Why not join them?" Du Mingyu replied, "I dare not." Then he reflected on past events, remembering the day they made their promises together. Even the moment his heart was moved when he asked Shan Changjun, "Is being passionate more painful or being heartless more painful?" He had no other choice. He accepted to cut off all emotions, becoming a saint without desires or wants. And he had experienced those beautiful memories. That alone made life worth living. Hearing Du Mingyu say this, the young man could do nothing but sigh helplessly. If the holy monk has made up his mind, I cannot stop him. The items you're looking for near the embankment are in the Weapons Research Department, made from the Heartless Stone. After using the Heartless Stone, you will forget all emotions. Your heart will turn to stone. But I always feel, such a person is no different from being dead. Just an empty shell. Are you really not going to regret this? Du Mingyu turned around, as if not wanting to face reality directly, and replied, "That's why I dare not get close to my friends. I'm afraid I will hesitate." Then Du Mingyu looked up at the sky gloomily and instructed, "Master Rong, don't call me holy monk anymore. Call me Du Mingyu. I still prefer this name." Noticing movement below, Zhu Tianyi looked down and accidentally met Du Mingyu's gaze. Therefore, he recalled the moment he met Du Min Noyet on Lakha River 2 years ago. At that time, Du Min Noyet was still relying on Buddha's grace, with a noble demeanor untainted by worldly dust, told him, "Benefactor thinks too much. This humble monk has never sought fame or fortune. Worldly matters are impermanent. Fate is unpredictable. To maintain righteousness in one's heart, even if one day misunderstood by others, despised and discriminated by thousands, this humble monk will never regret." In an instant, Sham Chuang Quan's group arrived at the weapons research room. After subduing the guards, Han Tutu stepped forward and told everyone, "Research here requires the use of some magic. Therefore, spirit stones are not used. Chuang Quan true person can use normal magical power, so no one here can be her match." Then Han Tutu continued, "Many years ago, Hoa Hoa City had a prodigy. He was not only proficient in forging miraculous tools, using spirit stones to create magical items utilizing energy, but also advocated for universal equality. Hoa Hoa City once nearly became a completely peaceful place. It was a wonderful city-state. Everyone was equal. But in the end, it led to suppression by dark forces. That prodigy's fate became unknown since then. According to my investigation, everything was caused by a man in black robes. He wanted to monopolize Hoa Hoa City's research technology, wanted to turn Hoa Hoa City into an illegal money-making place. So he gradually took control of all forces in Hoa Hoa City, becoming the mastermind behind everything, including the most important weapons research facility. As for the man in black, though his backing might be extremely powerful, his specific background is hard to determine. That year's Fire Spirit Divine Weapon. The final auction item was actually divided into 2 parts, the Divine Weapon and Fire Seed, but Veem Kingdom was only sold the Divine Weapon. The Fire Seed was secretly sold to the Weapons Research Facility. The Fire Seed is the method to activate the Divine Weapon. The auction house profited twice from selling one item. Fortunately, because of this, the Fire Spirit Divine Weapon itself was separated from its activation method. No one could use it these past few years, however. With true person Chuang Quan's help, we can easily infiltrate the weapons research facility. I believe very soon we can meet the man in black. But there were things Han Tutu didn't say. Previously, Sham Truong Min was also sold to the auction house by a mysterious man in black. At that time, I hadn't taken over the auction house yet. Sham Truong Min was after all the strongest warrior. The dark intentions of this black treasure person are truly unfathomable. Step inside. Everyone was shocked to see the items being stored. Looking at the test tubes on display, Shin Changjun was puzzled. Has this world already advanced to this level? Han Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her curiosity as she stepped forward, asking while reaching out to touch. Are these all made from spirit stones compressed under high pressure? But before Han Xiaoxiao's hand could touch them, Shin Changjun shouted to stop her. Don't touch it. It's very dangerous. I can sense an unstable energy radiating from it. If I'm not mistaken, any random weapon in here could easily destroy an entire city. And these colorful poisons, just one drop could infect an entire city with disease. On this side, Zhu Tianyi fell into deep thought. He muttered, so this is the plan? Shin Changjun was still worried about the situation at hand, so he didn't pay much attention to him. She told everyone this. The Holy Maiden's disappearance, South Wilderness's sudden decline. If we say the only way for North Wilderness to oppose North Emperor, then it would be using these large-scale destructive weapons on a wide scale to have a decisive battle with North Wilderness. At that time, whether South or North Wilderness beings will all perish. At this point, the atmosphere grew heavy. Wei Shengru showed clear concern. The energy of these weapons likely surpasses even cultivation masters. Even if it's a mortal Changjun, it would be difficult to withstand one strike from them. How terrible that these things are produced in such numbers. Suddenly a loud noise erupted. By the time Shin Changjun realized and shouted about the spirit stone cage, it was already too late. They were all trapped by that cage. At the same time, a masked figure appeared. As he entered, he clapped mockingly at Shin Changjun's 4 people, cast 1 bait, and caught 4 big fish. What a great harvest. Couldn't ask for better. Wait for your next life to see the mysterious person who just appeared. Han Xiaoxiao couldn't control her anger and shouted at him. What exactly is your purpose? Do you want to burn all people under heaven in the smoke of war? These things are no different from large-scale gun attacks. Do you want to use them against North Wilderness? Though I've abandoned my identity as North Wilderness Princess, but being born in an imperial family since childhood, I despise corrupt people like you the most who massacre common people. But this person paid no attention to Han Xiaoxiao and just laughed coldly. You won't have the chance to know the answer. After saying that, from somewhere the entire space was covered in smoke. Shin Changjun sensed the danger and warned everyone to be careful of poison. That person didn't hide anything and said, "This poison is extremely potent. The 4 of you are in a spirit stone-sealed cage. There's no way to use magical power against the poison. Death will be instant as the poison seeps in." Even Shin Changjun couldn't resist and held her head. Her body began to sway. It's over. This poison is too strong. I can no longer use my power. But only Zhu Tianyi remained calm as if nothing happened. He thought that with the Nam and poison vine, the deadliest blood had already made him immune to all poisons. No one knew about this, because no one knew he was the 9th Tianyi. When thinking about this, he simply decided not to care about anything else anymore. So he bit his own lip to draw blood, then suddenly kissed Shin Changjun, using his blood to neutralize the poison for her. When their lips met, Shin Changjun couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She thought it was the first time seeing him this close. After the poison was neutralized, Shin Changjun could use her power as normal. She waved her hand. The entire cage was shattered. This shocked the mysterious man. Witnessing what just happened, he wondered, how are you not poisoned? Why is the golden cage broken? Her magical power was clearly sealed by the spirit stones, not giving him a chance to know the answer. Shin Changjun took out her magical weapon, aiming straight at him. But somehow, without notice, he had grabbed Han Xiaoxiao and held a knife to her throat to threaten Shin Changjun. Let me go or I will kill her. Not wanting others to be burdened because of her, Han Xiaoxiao calmly said, let him go. You will take these weapons to kill the people of Northern Wilderness. In this life, how can I be afraid of death? So she grabbed his hand, determined to die together with him. He seemed not to expect that she would be so desperate, so he couldn't react in time and was cut by the knife. Blood kept flowing from Han Xiaoxiao's mouth. She fell into Shin Changjun's arms, but still didn't care about her own life and death. She reached out to pull down his hood. With a trembling voice, I want to see who he really is. When the cloak was pulled away, his face was completely revealed. All 4 of them were extremely surprised. But perhaps Han Xiaoxiao was the most shocked. She endured the pain to ask him, royal brother. Why? His identity exposed. He had no other choice, so he had to tell Han Xiaoxiao the truth. Since father and mother passed away, I haven't been myself for a long time. The lives of common people are merely symbols of power. Only by becoming stronger can one protect oneself, protect one's family. I wanted to use force to attack the South Emperor, but now I feel perhaps I'm not a good emperor myself. Xiao Xiao, under the dragon robe in the palace of Northern Yin Empire, there is an edict that I wrote with my own hands for when I die. You are the only heir. You will be the empress of Northern Yin. Han Xiaoxiao didn't want to follow his arrangement. She said she didn't want to become an empress. But before she could finish, he quickly put the pill in her mouth, forcing her to swallow it. He continued, "This is the last soul return pill. You must live on in my place. Protect the Yin Empire for me. I believe you will have better ways than I did. To make the people content, to unify the world." Then he caressed Han Xiaoxiao's face, speaking her inner thoughts. "I know you want freedom, but our identities are destined to never be free in this life." After saying that, he fell down amid Han Xiaoxiao's crying. Royal brother was elsewhere. Du Mingyu was hesitating, standing before the memory-erasing stone, thinking about what he said to that wrong person. Perhaps after using it, would Du Mingyu regret it at dusk? In the end, they couldn't continue journeying together. During farewell, Han Xiaoxiao handed the fire seed to Wei Shengru. She said, "Ruru, the fire seed can activate the fire spirit divine weapon. I'm giving it to you." The rain sky flying carpet is of water attribute, which is perfect to suppress the fire seed's volatility. Next, just wait calmly, like waiting for a windfall for the villain. To steal it, the fire spirit divine weapon will walk right into the trap. Wei Shengru hurriedly refused, saying, "No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it at this time." Xin Changming suddenly appeared behind. Xin Changjun was the first to discover him. She called out, "Brother." Seeing him, Wei Shengru blushed shyly. Han Xiaoxiao happily leaned close to her, covering her mouth and whispering, "Ruru, I can only help you this far. You have the freedom that I've always dreamed of, so you must be brave to pursue what you want." Then Han Xiaoxiao turned to Xin Changming. "Now that we have the fire seed, sect leader Xin must take good care of Ruru. Keep her by your side and never take your eyes off her." Then turn back to instruct Wei Shengru. "Ruru, if you ever feel wronged in the future, just come find me. I am the Empress of Yin Empire. I will back you up." After chattering for a while, finally she formally bid farewell to everyone, walking away while waving, saying, "These 2 years were Xiao Zhao's happiest years. Goodbye, everyone." Turning around, the smile on Han Xiaoxiao's lips suddenly faded, hiding her sorrows in this life. "I am trapped within the palace walls, never to see the sunlight again. But in my heart I wish for my friends to find happiness and live freely." Remembering their previous reunion, when she innocently reintroduced herself, saying that she's no longer Han Xiaoxiao but has changed her name to Han Xiao in a relaxed manner way, Shengru couldn't help but feel nostalgic. She looked sadly in the direction where Han Xiaoxiao had left, calling Xiao, to not let everyone feel sad about parting for too long. Xin Changming spoke up. "All right, Changjun, let's return to Nine Flower Sect." Wei Shengru hesitantly called out. Understanding Wei Shengru's thoughts, Xin Changming sighed and continued, "If Miss Wei Sheng agrees, she can also come to Nine Flower Sect. After all, the fire seed is in your possession. It would be better to have Nine Flower Sect's protection and more beneficial to catch the criminal Hongwu without effort." Hearing him say this, Wei Shengru brightened up. Without thinking much, she quickly agreed. After returning to Nine Flower Sect, I will obediently listen to sect leader Shen, silently observing them until now. Both Shun Changjun and Zhu Tianyu were confused and looked at each other puzzled. "Miss Wei Sheng, sect leader Shen, why do these two suddenly seem so distant?" But she didn't directly ask them. Remembering something, she pulled Zhu Tianyu's sleeve and introduced him to Shan Changming. "Brother, this is my friend. He is Yun, who helped me at the North Imperial Palace back then, and later fought alongside me for a long time. But due to many reasons, his cultivation is now completely gone. Therefore, he needs to hide his identity and be protected. Can I bring him back to Nine Flower Sect?" Hearing her ask, though Shan Changming smiled, he couldn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. He said, "It's up to you to decide. Anyway, I can't kill him in front of you." Then he proudly turned away and continued. But after returning to Nine Flower Sect, your people, you must watch over them yourself. Don't let him die needlessly due to a moment of carelessness. Seeing her brother's attitude, Shin Chang-jun irritably put her hands on her hips and asked him, "What the hell? Brother has no grudge against him. Why say such frightening words?" Not long after, the four of them arrived at Nine Flower Sect. Everyone around recognized Shan Chang-jun, so more and more people came to discuss. Isn't this the famous Chang-jun immortal who defeated the holy maiden Sayu beside her? Is that the young man she used for dual cultivation? Chang-jun immortal in Huahua City has a record of getting furiously angry over a man. Everyone in the world knows about it. For a handsome Lu Ting, causing such a big commotion. What is this if not true love? Let me see. This is called fooling around. Being bewitched by beauty, TSK. The man looks very young, just came of age. So it turns out Master Truong Quan is such a lustful person. Having that kind of perverted illness, being gossiped about by outsiders is one thing. Even after entering the Nine Flowers Sect, Tam Truong Quan was still being discussed by disciples. One person says something, another adds something else, making Tam Truong Quan so embarrassed his face turned pale. Dual cultivation shouldn't be so openly discussed. But since Master Truong Quan is so powerful, a small moral flaw, let's just pretend we don't know anything. That man is Master Truong Quan's dual cultivation partner. How come Master Truong Quan isn't just a lustful female demon? Master Truong Quan, would you consider me? I also want to become your dual cultivation partner. Then suddenly someone suspected Tam Truong Quan. I heard that recently small cultivators have been mysteriously disappearing. Could it be that Master Truong Quan captured them and consumed their essence? Hearing these words, Tam Truong Quan felt helplessly frustrated, sighing that such misunderstandings were truly embarrassing. Finally, I understand why Tam Truong Min had such great hostility towards Doan without realizing it. I've stepped into the same trap as my previous life. This is also somehow meaningful about how all rivers flow to the same sea. Suddenly, Q Tienda grabbed her hand, gently saying, "Let's go. Let's go rest." Being suddenly touched like that, Tam Truong Quan screamed internally. Hey, this makes it even harder to explain clearly. The disciples below, seeing this scene, excitedly shouted. Only two people, Tam Truong Min and Vice, and knew disapproved and simultaneously huffed in displeasure. At Nine Flowers Sect's Golden Cloud Peak, thunder outside was now booming very loudly. Tam Truong Quan stretched lazily in the room, then lay down on the bed. "Ah, my bed. After 2 years I'm back lying on you. When I left 2 years ago it was with Dada. Don't know how his cultivation has been lately, but he is rightfully the son of the god of fortune, so I don't need to worry. Rest well. Sleep now. These 2 years have been truly tiring." After thinking a bit, Tam Truong Quan relaxed and fell into sleep. Thunder outside boomed again. Tam Truong Quan opened her eyes and woke up alert and cautious. Someone's outside. Has been hiding secretly all night. Tam Truong Quan opened the door to catch them. "Who's there? Come out." Tam Truong Quan looked around, surprised to see Doan sitting timidly by the door corner. Wasn't a room already arranged for him? On such a rainy and thunderous night, why did he run to her door? Tam Truong Quan gently approached and touched Doan, worriedly feverish. Could he have caught a cold? His health is already too weak now. Sham Truong Quan felt heartbroken thinking that both were because of giving her the core. But she was always very curious. Why did his core only have half of it? Was it because of some special martial arts? Looking at Doan now, Sham Truong Quan smiled softly and whispered, "Is it an illusion? This feeling is like picking up a small dog lost on a rainy day. Should I take him home and care for him for one night?" So hesitant. After thinking for a while, Sham Truong Quan happily carried Doan into the room like picking up a stray puppy from the street, gleefully saying "finders keepers," then laid Doan down on the bed. Sham Truong Quan took care of Doan. She took a face towel to wipe Doan's sweat, happily looking at cute Doan taking care of the poor little dog who got wet in the rain, then realized she said something wrong. Sham Truong Quan denied herself. "That's not right. No, he's in this situation because he gave you his core. That's why he ended up like this. You must be serious." Thunder roared outside again. Doan immediately grabbed Sham Truong Quan's hand tightly, trembling. Sham Truong Quan was slightly surprised. "Ah, is he afraid of stormy days?" "Just like Dada, whenever there's a storm he would insist on having me by his side to sleep." Sham Truong Quan smiled sweetly. Is it that the more handsome someone is, the more they contrast with their cuteness? Haha, suddenly Sham Truong Quan paused. Something seemed missing in her memory. Wait, Dada was very handsome, but what did he look like? Sham Truong Quan tried to remember, but couldn't what's happening? Whenever thinking about Dada, she completely couldn't remember his appearance. Since when did this happen? It was all because of Jia Van Tien with the highest effect, making today people in the world forget the appearance of the ninth heaven knight. Sham Truong Quan pondered. I'm not getting old and losing my memory. Right now I must think carefully. Could it be that I've been hit by some evil spell? Jia Van Tien, hearing this, felt sad inside. It's not an evil spell, I'm a hard-working worker. Sham Truong Quan looked at Doan thoughtfully, guessing that Doan was the same, seemed to have many secrets. Hadn't asked before, because always felt he was a supreme master. Having secrets was normal, but if I really want to accept him, I need to know everything. Looking at their intertwined hands, Sham Truong Quan smiled happily to herself, thinking carefully, if staying together with him, it seems not bad at all. Thunder outside continued to rumble. Doan held Sham Truong Quan's hand tightly. Looking at Doan, Sham Truong Quan suddenly remembered. He said the Doan in his name came from the Quan in her name, because this part of love used to be a secret that he couldn't express. Then what is his real name? Since when did he know her? Why did he like her? She believed he truly liked her. But has he really prepared well for holding my hand for the rest of our lives? After thinking for a while, Shun Changjun decided to put it aside. Lying down next to Doan, as long as I understand my own heart, that's enough. Leave the rest to time and fate. But at this moment outside Jinyun Peak, Du Mingyue stood in the pouring rain with thunder and lightning, looking towards Shun Changjun's room. At dawn, Shun Changjun rubbed her eyes and woke up. Doan sat beside her and gently asked if she was awake. Breakfast is ready. Shin Changjun sleepily responded with a sound. Doan led her to the dining table with numerous delicious dishes beautifully arranged. Shin Changjun exclaimed in surprise and joy looking at the table. While eating, Shun Changjun suggested that after breakfast, I'll take you up Jinyun Peak for a walk to relax a bit. Doan happily replied he would listen to her. Shin Changjun thought happily to herself, waking up together, eating together, walking together, such a peaceful and warm day. It really feels like being husband and wife. Doan and Shun Changjun went to the back of Jinyun Peak. The trees here were in full bloom with fruits. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Doan picked a flower and put it in Shun Changjun's hair, praising her, saying him very beautiful. Doan suddenly thought about when he was the ninth Night Lord. He had once told Shin Changjun, the flowers behind Jinyun Peak bloom more beautifully than anywhere in the mortal realm. For the rest of life, for 5 years, morning and evening, I want to watch the flowers bloom there with you, never to be apart. Doan smiled thinking, Master, those words were the words I truly wanted to say, were the words from the bottom of my heart that I wanted to tell her most. And looking at Doan now, Shin Changjun also thought to herself, why did I suddenly think of Yi Yi? In her memories, Yi Ye's face became clearer, like a feeling of having known someone very familiar. Shin Changjun looked at Doan and said gently, I remember you in the chaotic abyss expressed your feelings to me last night. I thought about it again. I think I didn't finish my sentence. Suddenly someone came running to report. Immortal Changjun. Bad news, the other 4 sects have come to our door. They want to force the sect leader and junior sister to hand over the fire seed for the 5 major sects to guard together. Junior sister refused. The sect leader is protecting her. Both sides are about to fight. At this time in the hall, Shin Changming was protecting Wei Shengru and mockingly said, when searching for divine weapons, none of you were anywhere to be seen. When we found the fire seed and activated the fire divine weapon, you all came at just the right time. Those who don't know might think you're here to divide the spoils. The Zen sect leader spoke about the principle that for the past 2 years, my junior disciple Du Min Noyet has also accompanied true person Truong Quan the whole journey. The wood spirit divine weapon, along with the metal spirit divine weapon and fire spirit divine weapon, was also partly thanks to Du Min Noyet's contribution. But in the end, 2 great divine weapons and the fire spirit divine weapon all fell into 9 flower sects' hands. This seems unfair to you all. Let's leave the 2 divine weapons that have found their masters. But the matter concerning the fire origin is too important. It cannot be monopolized by one force. I still hope sect leader Tam will hand it over. The medicine sect leader also added with a laugh. 2 years ago, true person Truong Quan and the holy monk at Moon Ghost Forest fought a battle over those two runaway disciples' fleeting dream of mine. Now it has turned into transforming cold light into white jade. Then sect leader Tu Jiao sect also joined in with sighs. Why don't you all be sincere first? Doesn't Nine Flower sect have 2 spirit formation realm experts? Plus 2 divine weapons to enhance power, and also good relations with the mortal world's north and south wilderness. You all fear Nine Flower sect's monopoly, afraid that one day they'll kill you all when displeased? Brother Tam, I was dragged here just to make up the numbers. Don't mind me, you all just speak. Tam Truong Quan stepped out majestically. The 4 major sects coming to make trouble today. Such sharp words mean you intend to break all ties with Nine Flower sect, not leaving any goodwill at all? The dark sect leader responded to her earlier words. The sharpest words must have come from sect leader Tam here. Though Nine Flower sect is strong, the 4 major sect leaders have also just entered spirit formation realm. You 2 siblings, even with the help of 2 divine weapons, are probably no match for the 4 of us. Better take a step back and take turns guarding the fire origin. Every 5 years, Tam Truong Quan sarcastically praised the dark sect leader for truly knowing how to be generous with others' possessions. Tam Truong Quan means that your eloquent words move people deeply. Tam Truong Min continued the sarcastic remarks. Why don't all 4 of you join Nine Flower sect? Everyone would be from the same sect. No need to discriminate against each other anymore. Seeing no possibility of reconciliation, they threatened. Do you 2 really intend to be enemies with the 4 of us? 2 hands can't fight 4 hands. You 2 siblings should carefully consider the consequences. When they were about to attack, Dawn appeared, breaking the imposing atmosphere. Saying who said Nine Flower sect only has 2 spirit formation experts? Dawn forced himself to maintain the forbidden technique state, thinking to himself after using this forbidden technique, the next time would have to wait a year. But Nine Flower sect cannot hand over the fire origin. Tam Truong Quan was delighted to see Dawn. The Zen sect leader exclaimed in surprise at this aura. Peak spirit formation realm, it's him. The medicine sect leader was equally surprised. This person, how could this person be recruited by Nine Flower sect? Impossible. And the Tu Jiao sect leader noticed a small detail. Oh, the rings on these 2 people's hands. The dark sect leader coldly said again. I respect you as a powerful recluse. Perhaps you don't understand the current state of affairs, so I sincerely advise you one thing. Don't get involved in the internal affairs of the northern wilderness realm. Yun pulled Shan Changjun into his arms and calmly replied. I and Changjun share the same mind, voluntarily joining the Nine Flower sect. The affairs of Nine Flower sect are my affairs. I will personally guard the fire seed. If you have any concerns, feel free to come and try. The Zen sect leader changed his attitude completely and humbly said, if that's the case, Nine Flower sect is definitely the safest place in the world to keep the fire seed. We are also at ease now. We've troubled your sect today, truly comforted by the divine weapon's presence. No offense intended. Farewell, sect leader Shan. After saying this, the other sect leaders turned to leave. Before leaving, the dark sect leader turned back and said, wait, this person who claims to be the recluse Yun is actually the personal disciple of immortal Changjun at Nine Flower sect, Zhou Tianyi. Everyone there was shocked to hear this. Shin Changjun couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? The Jia Yun Tian could no longer be concealed. Everyone's memories gradually returned. Jia Yun Tian wailed, hoo. Master, I really can't hold on anymore. The Jia Yun Tian effect has now shattered. Everyone has regained their memories. Zhu Tianyi frowned and whispered, it's over at this moment. The dark sect leader began to speak oppressively. Immortal Changjun, I ask you one last time. Finally, does the fire seed need to be guarded in rotation by the 5 great sects or not? If Nine Flower sect insists on keeping the fire seed, then tomorrow the matter between immortal Changjun and her disciple will be spread throughout the cultivation world. Zhu Tianyi was irritated. Damn it, you claim to be an orthodox sect in vain. Seeing Zhu Tianyi about to make a move, Shin Changjun placed her hand on his shoulder to reassure Zhu Tianyi. Then, pretending to be calm, she smiled and replied to the dark sect leader, the fire seed cannot be given away. Our 9 flower sects, 3 great nascent soul experts, you cannot defeat them either. As for the rest, it's up to you. See guests out. The Zen sect leader cursed under his breath. bad luck. Nine Flower Sect truly produces talented people. Before leaving completely, the medicine sect leader made a sarcastic comment. The disciple looks both young and handsome. Immortal Chang Jun truly has good fortune in love, making others envious. At this time, only Zhu Tianyi remained in the room. Shin Chang Jun, Shin Chang Ming, and Wei Shengru. The atmosphere was silent and indescribably heavy. Shin Changming forced a laugh, feeling too embarrassed inside. Wei Shengru was no different from Shan Changming. Her heart was in chaos and wanted to leave. Why am I here? As for Shan Changjun, she directly turned to stone. The truth shocked her beyond belief. Zhu Tianyi stammered, Master, please listen to my explanation. But Shan Changjun couldn't listen anymore. She was so shocked that she turned to stone and split in half, making Zhu Tianyi extremely panicked and shouted, Master, Du Mingyu is meditating right now. Also knew that his heart demon was what you told the dark sect leader. About the true identity of disciple Zhu Tianyi, how the heart demon clung to Du Mingyu, cunningly said in the sacred hall. I've known about this for a long time. Du Mingyu, your opportunity has come. There's conflict between Shan Changjun and disciple Zhu Tianyi. You can take this chance to have her. Why stay pure and noble up high when you can descend into the abyss of desire with me? Tear them apart. Tear apart Shan Changjun and disciple Zhu Tianyi. Du Mingyu didn't respond, just remained silent in sadness. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianyi chased after Shan Changjun master. When trying to grab Shan Changjun's hand, she shook it off, then ran into the room and closed the door. Zhu Tianyi stood outside panicking and called in, Master, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Shin Changjun leaned against the door, sadly replied, No, it's Master's fault. Shin Changjun's heart was in complete turmoil. What have I done? What the hell have I been doing? These past 2 years, oh my God. I've been raising disciple Chiocheng behind. The affection has exceeded the limit. Shin Changjun was agitated. When thinking about having forbidden love with her disciple, panicked and embarrassed. Don't mention like or dislike anymore. How should I face ya from now on? What have my disciple and I done? Holding hands, hugging, kissing forehead, cheeks. I dare not think further. The more I think, Shin Changjun became more embarrassed and restless, rolling around. Am I a pervert? I am a pervert. It's over. Everything is over. Zhu Tianyi stood outside the door with a thoughtful expression. Actually, I want to tell her. From the beginning, I was already a grown man. At that time, we had no master-disciple relationship, because at first I didn't see her as my master, but as an enemy because I was reborn. A flash of sadness appeared in Zhu Tianyi's eyes. But I can't say it. Even if I say it, she won't believe. Now even Zhu Tianyi was in turmoil, rolling around. Moreover, I am a grown man. From the start, I called a woman hundreds of years younger than me master and acted cute, wanting to be hugged. I dare not think further. Am I a pervert? I am a pervert. Both people cried in small voices. No face left to face him, her anymore. Shin Changjun couldn't gather her spirits. Cannot back down. As a master, I must gather my courage. Directly resolve this issue. Said and done, Shin Changjun opened the door. Seriously said to Zhu Tianyi, previously it was master's fault for not being strict enough. From now on we will restore our pure master-disciple relationship. No. We have always been pure master and disciple from beginning to end. No. What I mean is, the more they talked, both sides became more red-faced and embarrassed. Shan Changjun ran into the room and closed the door to hide. Both of them held their heads and cried. They absolutely couldn't face each other anymore. Shin Changjun screamed in pain. My online dating match turned out to be the disciple I raised since childhood. Haha, I'm going crazy. Everyone in the sect is now discussing the matter between Shan Changjun and Zhu Tianyi. Have you heard? Master Changjun and the 9th disciple Tianyi seem to have an incestuous relationship. No way, but I heard that Master Changjun and that supreme expert who appeared 2 years ago were a couple. If the rumors about master-disciple romance are true, then it's truly a shameful matter. Now even the 9 Flowers sect will be criticized behind their backs when going out. Tell me everyone. When the 9th disciple Tianyi followed Shan Changjun, he was only 3 years old. Could it be that since then, Master Changjun has have you all heard? Recently, many young handsome men in the cultivation world have gone missing. Everyone, what do you think? Could it be that Master Changjun wanted to practice dual cultivation methods? Wei Shengru heard those words and sadly whispered, "This world truly cannot accept master-disciple love. Why do all the scandals focus on the master and not on the disciple?" Wei Shengru thought to herself. Initially, Master Changjun completely saw senior brother as a stranger, later developed feelings for him, only to find out senior brother was her disciple. "But my master from beginning to end always knew I was his disciple," Shin Changming once told Wei Shengru. "I have always treated you as my disciple." Wei Shengru became sadder the more she thought. Master is an upright person, therefore he could never have any romantic feelings for me. He is noble and pure, having only master-disciple feelings for me, never crossing the boundary. He truly is someone worthy of admiration. Even though he never liked me, he still makes me infatuated. Wei Shengru shed a tear and left. Behind Jin Yun Peak, Shin Changjun and Zhu Tianai were sitting at a table. Face to face, Shin Changjun calmly said, "Yi, everything before was a misunderstanding. Whether in the past or future, we have always been and will be master and disciple. As for the northern wilderness cultivation world, your master still has some influence. Just need to personally explain this misunderstanding and it will be fine." Zhu Tianai glanced to the side, painfully said, "Shin Changjun, how can you be so calm, speaking such heartless words so easily?" Shin Changjun rolled up her sleeves, stepped onto the table, grabbed Zhu Tiany's clothes and shouted, "That's enough. I haven't even confronted you yet about how you've been hiding things from me." With his clothes grabbed loosened to reveal his firm chest, Shin Changjun blushed at the sight. In Shin Changjun's imagination, she was forcing herself on Zhu Tianyi. "Little darling, you're mine now." Shin Changjun covered her face in panic and screamed, "Stop it. Don't think about it anymore." Even more perverted than in the past life, Shin Changjun let go of her hands, turned around to leave, and coldly said, "You don't truly like me. You're just in your youth and don't understand. Towards your strong and gentle master, you've developed a misunderstanding." Zhu Tianyi immediately denied, "That's not true." In his heart, Zhu Tianyi completely rejected what she said. "From beginning to end, my thoughts have always been those of an adult. I know exactly what I'm doing." Shin Changjun spoke sternly. "Further discussion is pointless. I've made up my mind." Zhu Tianyi said sadly and painfully, "Shin Changjun, you have no feelings for me at all. Do you really not regret giving up on me?" Shin Changjun slightly moved, turned back and said, "Don't." Then, as if seeing the Zhu Tianyi she cared for as a child, Shin Changjun suppressed her emotions and pretended to leave coldly while saying, "From now on, don't call me Shin Changjun. Disciple Zhu Tianyi, you must call me master." Hongshi Jinling and Mu Ling Nanan hiding in the bushes observing the situation. Hongshi Jinling whispered, "The situation between these two isn't good." Mu Ling Nanan puzzledly said to Hongshi Jinling, "My master has become your master's disciple. Doesn't that mean my status will be one level below yours?" Hongshi Jinling replied, "But if my master becomes your master's companion, wouldn't that make us in-laws?" Both of them sighed simultaneously. "This is so complicated." Du Mingyu leaned against a tree watching Shan Changjun leaving sadly. Du Mingyu's heart demon appeared saying, "Go. Take advantage of the chaos to drive them apart." He smiled sinisterly thinking, "Du Mingyu, your body will eventually be mine." On the cliff, Zhu Tianyi stood watching silently thinking, "If things really don't work out, the only option is to tell Shin Changjun that I am a reincarnated person, regardless of how she takes the news, or if she doubts me even more, at least if I like her, she deserves to know the truth. Then she can decide how to face her relationship with me. But one thing has been deceiving me for years. A person's nature, how could it change so dramatically? Since my reincarnation until now, Sham Chuang Quan's personality compared to his previous life was completely different. Why at this moment? Sham Chuang Quan was walking when he encountered Du Min Noyet. Sham Chuang Quan asked Du Min Noyet with slight surprise, "Why did you come here?" Sham Chuang Quan guessed sadly, "You must be here to advise me to control myself, not to do anything immoral, right?" Du Min Noyet slowly replied, "No." Sham Chuang Quan was surprised to hear that. "No?" Du Min Noyet gently said, "On the contrary, I want to advise you don't let secular rules bind you and make you do things you'll regret. You are both still young. What you have is vigor. You can love and hate passionately. Why must you be like a monk like me, both old-fashioned and conservative in life? How can there be no regrets?" At least you have the freedom to choose, which is already better than Han Tutu by far. Did you forget before she left she had blessed everyone? I hope you can follow your heart. Sham Truong Quan was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Asked Du Min Noyet again, you are that holy monk? I didn't think you would say things like this. Du Min Noyet didn't reply, but only advised. Since learning about De Qtien Da's identity, you haven't properly talked to him, have you? I think you should go find him. Tell him everything in your heart. Don't blindly constrain yourself, Sham Truong Quan. Humans can hardly deceive their inner hearts. At least, you can express your feelings to each other. That's already luckier than some people. Du Min Noyet's words carried an indescribable sadness. After speaking, he turned and left. Sham Truong Quan was slightly surprised but replied, "Thank you, Du Min Noyet. I will take all your words to heart." Sham Truong Quan watched Du Min Noyet's back gradually disappearing and thought to himself, many years later, in my memories, that was perhaps the first time after that with Du Min Noyet. I still met him countless times after that, but I always felt that time was the last time I truly met him. Sham Truong Quan said softly with a frown, "He's right. Should I find Dada to talk?" Suddenly Vi Sin Nu rushed over and panicked. Truong Quan, master, it's terrible. News has spread from somewhere that the recently missing young men were all taken by you. Countless cultivators rushed to Kim Van Peak. 9 Flower Sect found a mysterious basement from your Kim Van Peak. They discovered inside the bodies of those missing cultivators. Sham Truong Quan was surprised. What? The bodies of missing cultivators were found in my Kim Van Peak? Sham Truong Quan thought to himself, how is that possible? 9 Flower Sect has strict border control. How could so many corpses appear silently and unnoticed in our territory? Wei Shengru continued speaking. The 4 great sects and thousands of independent cultivators have arrived. Now you're the common enemy of the entire realm. Shin Changjun, I'll tell you one thing. Run away quickly. Leave 9 Flower Sect and never return. Shin Changjun wouldn't listen. She decided to return to the sect, saying, I will go there. But Wei Shengru stopped her, saying, wait. Now Golden Cloud Peak is in complete chaos. Senior Brother's forbidden technique has ended. The backlash is severe. He has absolutely no way to stop those people. Shin Changming is facing off against the 4 great sects. A major battle is about to break out. If you go now, you'll only make the situation more chaotic. Hearing this, Shin Changjun became even more anxious and worried. But with Yi Ye's forbidden technique ending, if I leave again, then 9 Flower Sect will only have 1 formation spirit stage cultivator left, that being Shan Changming. I can't leave, absolutely cannot leave, Ru. You are now no longer a member of 9 Flower Sect. You must run away quickly. Wei Shengru stubbornly refused to listen. No, I am a member of 9 Flower Sect. I won't leave either. Immortal Changjun, let's go together. Shin Changjun was touched and replied, let's go together. At this moment, the heart demon kept screaming at Du Mingyue, angrily saying to Du Mingyue, how could you match Shin Changjun with the 9th Heaven Knight? I truly overestimated your feelings for Shan Changjun. Du Mingyue calmly replied, no, you underestimated who I, Du Mingyue, am. Do you think I would, for my personal desires, let an evil spirit like you bring disaster to the world? I love her, but I won't because of that forget who I am. I am a holy monk. Du Mingyue's lifelong mission is to eliminate demons and protect the way. Du Mingyue chanted sutras, pushing back his heart demon. The heart demon cried out in pain. No, I can't accept this. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside, hurriedly reporting, Holy Monk, 9 Flower Sect is in chaos. The 4 great sects leaders, along with all the independent cultivators from the wilderness, are fighting with the Shun siblings. 2 cannot defeat 4. Today the Shun siblings will likely lose. Please quickly leave this sinful land of 9 Flower Sect. Du Mingyue remembered asking Shun Changjun before in the mortal realm. Immortal Changjun, tell me, is it more painful to be passionate or unfeeling? Du Mingyue used all his power to absorb the forgetting stone, severing this emotional bond. From now on, he would feel no more love. Du Mingyue softly said, Shin Changjun, this is the last thing I can do for you. Du Min Noyet thought silently that from beginning to end no one in this world knew her true feelings. That's good. It's like it never existed. Right now there's about to be a battle outside. Vi Sin Nu supported Qtienda while also worrying reminded Tam Truong Min and Tam Truong Quan. Master Truong Quan, and both of you be careful. Tam Truong Min and Tam Truong Quan joined forces to attack. Tam Truong Min said with some irritation, "Everyone, I'm telling you this is the last time Nine Flower Sect will be targeted by others. The four great sects should be called the four great fools. That sounds better. Being targeted by others, yet I was moved by it. Or should I send you all to heaven right now?" The dark sect leader indifferently said to Truong Quan. Sect leader Tam, stop struggling. Give up. The medicine sect leader crossed his arms and said, though you two are very strong, but behind you are countless disciples of Nine Flower Sect. Can you protect them all? The weapon sect leader added, Brother Tam, Truong Quan, surrender now. The people are still restless. If we continue fighting, you too won't die, but countless Nine Flower Sect disciples will perish. The Zen sect leader coldly ordered without saying much, everyone charge with me and kill Nine Flower Sect. Both sides charged forward simultaneously. Shouting fiercely filled the sky. Suddenly auspicious clouds appeared. Everyone was surprised. Auspicious clouds appeared, a heavenly sign. This is divine, which saint has broken through their cultivation? Looking up at the sky amid the golden light, a familiar figure gradually appeared. Someone shouted, "It's the peak divine transformation stage, holy monk, Du Min Noyet peak divine transformation stage, half step to godhood." Du Min Noyet stood between both sides and said solemnly, "This matter has many suspicious points. For the lives of the people, we cannot fight recklessly." Tam Truong Quan said joyfully, "Du Min Noyet, you've come to help us." She was also very happy in her heart. Unexpectedly, Du Min Noyet went from peak core formation stage in one step to become peak divine transformation stage. This bomb was even bigger than Dada's. What's going on? Du Min Noyet coldly replied to Truong Quan, "This poor monk is not helping you but helping the common people. Also, please address me as holy monk." Tam Truong Quan was very surprised to hear this, while Tam Truong Min stood aside observing the situation, silently thinking, why does he give me such a strange feeling? On a moonlit night by the river were two figures, Du Min Noyet and Tam Truong Quan. Du Min Noyet, thank you for helping me. Du Min Noyet in monk's robes clasped hands before his chest, eyes closed. This poor monk has said, "I acted for the unfortunate disciples of Nine Flower Sect, not for you." Then his eyes opened. "Go get the Earth Spirit divine weapon. It has the power to discern the truth. This time before everyone returns, I won't let anyone harm Nine Flower Sect." Then both of them looked up at the sky filled with moon and stars. Then Shun Changjun whispered, "Du Mingyu, look. Doesn't this place look just like the Luaha riverbank from back then?" He only replied, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Won't my wise eyes be drowned in illusions and beautiful scenery anymore? Please call me holy monk." After saying that, Du Mingyu stepped away from Shan Changjun. She called out, "Du Mingyu, I want to be friends with you." Her face was full of hope. Du Mingyu stopped in his tracks. No need. This poor monk's mind has already transcended the three realms, no longer bound by the five elements. His face now showed complete indifference. "I have no friends and need no friends." Behind a distant tree, Zhou Tianyi had seen the figures of the two people. He suddenly called out Du Mingyu's name. Earlier behind Jin Yun Peak, Du Mingyu and Zhou Tianyi had met. "Du Mingyu, are you sure you want to give me the Fire Spirit Divine Weapon?" Holding the glowing Fire Spirit Divine Weapon in hand, Brother Zhou Tianyi, you probably aren't surprised at all about why these two divine weapons are in my possession. Since the time in the Holy City, or even since the Wood Spirit Illusion Realm, I met someone who looked exactly like you. At first I thought it was just someone who looked similar, Zhou Tianyi said. Later I finally figured it out. That was another personality of yours. The purpose of that other personality of yours was to collect all five elemental divine weapons, then harm the common people, right? So in the previous life, the one who ultimately stole the five elemental divine weapons, plotting to harm the people, was Du Mingyu's heart demon. It's just that in the previous life the heart demon only acted hundreds of years later. This life, it silently made its move hundreds of years earlier. In the previous life, Du Mingyu's decision came too late. I'm afraid even self-destruction couldn't stop the heart demon's plan. Zhou Tianyi still held the treasure in his hand. This life's Du Mingyu made the choice earlier than in the previous life. Du Mingyu was surprised. You seem to understand my personalities very well. You seem to understand many things you shouldn't know. Brother Zhou Tianyi, actually, I can roughly guess your background. This world needs you. The divine weapon in your hands I'm at ease, then handed you the treasure to absorb it. The process will be very painful to restore to the original level. Then the two parted ways. Farewell, my friend. As Du Mingyu left, Zhu Tianyi hurriedly asked, do you need me to tell her something for you? Du Mingyu replied wistfully with heavy eyes. No need, nothing is needed. Zhu Tianyi watched as Du Mingyu's story should come to an end. This life he would no longer harm the people. It's just today who exactly targeted the Nine Flower Sect. And how did they hide the bodies of those missing people inside the Nine Flower Sect? Nine Flower Sect has Shin Changming guarding it. Even if Shin Changming left, he would have set up detailed defensive barriers. Suddenly flashed in my mind. Wait, back then when Han Xiao attacked, he unexpectedly used Wei Shengru to threaten Shin Changming and forced him into the Flame City. That time Shin Changming was forcibly taken away. He must not have had time to set up barriers. In the hall, Han Xiao was sitting with a beautiful woman. Who would have thought? The Northern Wilderness Dark Sect's most mysterious and unfathomable sect leader in the world turned out to be Han Xiao, who embraced the face of Yin Kingdom's emperor. Han Xiao, eyes showing the golden cicada shedding technique. Han Xiao's identity disappeared from this world, and no one can trace me, he said proudly, while holding the beauty in his arms. In the future, dear sister, you will become the empress unifying the mortal realm, and I will become the overlord of this cultivation world. The world will belong to our Han family, supreme and unrivaled under heaven. Ha ha ha, laughed triumphantly. Just that killing the holy monk Midway, otherwise Nine Flower Sect, would have been mine long ago. Now Shin Changming must be on his way to the demon territory to find the Earth Spirit artifact. That beauty was surprised. What the Earth Spirit can reveal the truth of the past. If they really find the Earth Spirit artifact and discover the deaths of those missing people whose yang energy was drained were all by my hands, what should we do? Han Xiao smiled sinisterly. If you're dead, it probably won't reveal anything. Then he punched the girl, making blood splatter everywhere. She only managed to say "you" before falling from his arms. He withdrew his bloody hand and laughed. No matter how powerful a woman is, she's nothing more than a plaything. Shin Changming, you must try your best. Better not die in the demon territory. I'm looking forward to the day we meet again. I will create a birdcage for you more magnificent than Yi Zhoutian, who's traveling with Shin Changming. Yi, why are you following? This master alone going to demon territory is enough. I will try my best to recover my cultivation, to help you as soon as possible. But she replied with a bright face. Master didn't mean that. Then suddenly braked, causing her robe to flutter and almost fall. Zhu Tianya quickly held her waist carefully. They stood frozen in that position. Hong Kei said smugly, how embarrassing. You two sneezed earlier, so had to break suddenly. Let's continue our journey. I can only help you this far. Zhu Tianya, still holding her waist, suddenly thought, if I let go immediately, wouldn't it show that I'm trying to avoid suspicion? Like having a guilty conscience. How should I show that what happened just now wasn't intentional? While she unexpectedly turned her eyes back to look at him. If I don't show any rejection, wouldn't it seem like I'm craving his embrace? How can I show that I'm restraining myself a bit? But this guy is quite something. Continuing to hug for a while longer. My heart is too tired at 666. Between the Fox Demon territories are the North and South Wilderness. Beside is the sea. In this world, the central continent is the territory of demons. The surrounding forests are the territory of fox demons. The two territories are separated by the Fox Demon barrier. They had reached the territory and were walking in the forest. It seems that before us is the legendary Fox Demon barrier from the legends. Shin Changjun reached out, touched something in the air, and said this barrier is made of thick demon energy. If we pass through like this, we'll definitely be infected by demon energy. From the past until now, fox demons and demons rarely appear together. Records about fox demons are very scarce. We'll have to take the risk. After speaking, Hong Shua rushed forward like lightning, passing through the barrier, advancing straight into the Fox Demon territory. Illuminating the entire golden sky, Shin Changjun covered his face with his hand. Have I really entered the Fox Demon territory? Her appearance had somewhat changed. 2 pairs of fox ears grew. Her attire was also very sharp. She panicked. Why have I transformed into a fox demon's appearance? What is this? A kitten? She turned to Ju Tian. You've also transformed into a fox demon with fur clothing and characteristic ears. Have you turned into a wolf? Shin Changjun pulled at his hair and shouted loudly. Why in the spirit wood dream realm? Only I had no martial arts. Why in the fox demon territory am I just a kitten? Is it because I'm not fierce enough? Or are my achievements not glorious enough? Does the fox demon territory look down on me if this continues? I really want to level this place. While Ju Tianya with steady eyes. When we passed through the barrier, we absorbed too much demon energy. Then based on each person's attributes and characteristics, randomly transformed into fox demon forms. However, such disguise is good. After all, in the fox demon territory, being human would be very inconvenient. Moreover, you haven't become just an ordinary cat, but a cat demon. What type of cat demon you are, we still don't know. Anyway, right now you're still in a half-demon state. Wait until you transform into the complete state. Then we can know what your true form is. But Shun Changjun still lamented. Regardless of what my complete fox demon form is, a cat is still a cat. A wolf is still a wolf. I don't accept this on what grounds? She hung her head struggling. I am Tang Tang, the Changjun immortal, wielding 2 divine weapons. 3 divine weapons have accepted me as their master. Could it be that I'm not worthy of being a bloodthirsty mad dragon going insane, or an ancient battle phoenix? You're really more powerful than me. How are you really a wolf? She raised her hand as if wanting to be angry at Zhou Tianyi. I don't believe you're using illusion magic to deceive me, right? She grabbed his fox demon hand. Zhou Tianyi quickly grabbed her hand. Xinchang Quan, let go. Turning into a fox demon more powerful than me. You dare call your master's name? Huh? Zhu Tianyi still tried to resist, but Shan Changquan said, I've wanted to settle scores with you for a long time. Why didn't you tell me that you were disciple Zhu Tianyi? Huh? Master, please stop. Now you know to admit your fault. What about when you deceived me? Master, I was wrong. He gripped her wrist tightly. She struggled. Let go of me. If you let go, I'll forgive you. Let me touch your tail a bit, to see how the fox demon transformation works, to see if I can put your tail into my body or not. He clung to her shoulder. Shan Changquan, I told you not to touch the tail. Have you remembered that? Shin Changquan angrily gave him a slap. Call me master. All right, master. Disciple Zhu Tianyi, with an unwilling expression, got another slap. Slap. Mind your tone when addressing master. Then they left as a mist suddenly rose. A thick, demonic mist where inside something was appearing. Both covered their faces to avoid smelling this. Suddenly a brothel appeared. What's that? Zhu Tianyi wondered. A brothel? Is it a place that introduces local customs? No, master. This is our first time here. Just searching for the Earth Spirit divine weapon without a plan like this is not the way. How about we go to that brothel to gather some information? Shin Changquan had a helpless expression. Oh heavens, how should I explain to make a child understand what a brothel really is? The fox's subordinates were standing at the door, raising hands to welcome noble guests. Would you like to visit Ming Manhwa, the most famous brothel in the demon realm? Zhu Tianyi quickly responded. Want to visit the brothel? Must have lots of demon customs, right? Shin Changquan could only cover her face and sigh. Suddenly a rat demon appeared with a handsome, radiant face, holding a plate of fruits. Sister, would you like to play with little brother? Then an eagle demon appeared, with a muscular body wearing a seductive open-chest shirt. Woman, I've set my eyes on you. Another one was a deer demon, appearing gentle. Making people happy is my life's mission. The fox subordinate approached. You both know that our demon race has more yang and less yin. Females are much fewer compared to males. So our transformation customs are also similar to other transformation customs. Most are male demon wolves, but we still have a small number of females, although there aren't many choices at the same level. Would you 2 demon wolf guests like to take a look? What kind of female do you like? Ninth Sky. He hesitated. Well, then Shun Changjun exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Wow, what an adorable little mouse. Approaching the mouse demon Xiao Hao Zi, you look so cute. The mouse demon shyly said, Big sister, I can only keep you company and chat, nothing more. Won't do that kind of thing. Meanwhile, Ninth Sky was approached by a large fox lady whose body seemed twice his size, sitting next to him with her arm around his shoulder. Guest, I'm the top female in this guest house. He could only sit obediently, with a sad face, thinking that in the demon territory, the number of females compared to males was pitifully small. Hong Shu, in her red dress with wings, suddenly raised her hand to her temple. Strange, what's happening to me? The dress wings suddenly emanated energy. Wow, This is the legendary demon barrier. She excitedly stood up with her wings fluttering. Such pure demon energy. After inhaling it, even the body undergoes transformation. So Hongshu's demon form is still a redbird, huh? Just as expected, the setting is quite reasonable. Wait a minute, why am I not inside Shun Chongjun's sword? How did I fall out? Could it be that each independent entity with its own personality will inhale the demon barrier's energy and transform into a demon? That makes sense. Now I can gather spirit energy and transform. I'm considered an independent entity. No good. I must quickly find Shen Chongjun. Wait, why do my feet feel something soft below? She was startled as Nam was lying on the ground crying. Help! Hongshu wondered. Why haven't you transformed into a demon? You look exactly the same as usual. She touched Nam's face. I'm so thirsty. I need water. Hongshu had to drag Nam along. What a hassle. If it weren't for your help at the auction last time, I wouldn't even bother with you. They went to a place with a river below. Hongshu smugly threw Nam into the river, then flew to the shore. After some time, Hongshu observed the river. Are you dead yet? Where are you? Had enough to drink? Hello? She called out as Nam emerged from the water, surprising Hongshu. He appeared with a muscular body. His appearance had transformed to resemble that of a fish. Thank you, Hongshu. Hongshu covered her face in embarrassment seeing him. Who is this? Is this river magical? Throw in a little weakling and out comes a handsome man. Can we throw him in a few more times? Then he quickly grabbed her wrist. In legend, birds and fish are destined to love each other for life, but they can never touch each other. The two are so close to each other, one on the shore, one in the water. Tell me, aren't we just like the prince and princess in that 1,000-year-old love story? Oh, how romantic. Hongshu hugged Nam and flew up. Naman immediately asked, never seen anything like this before. Why do we have to travel this way? Why are you the one up there? Why can't I be the one pulling you while swimming in the water? Even if we're looking for the master, there's no need to be this rushed. I'm a fish. Have you ever seen a flying fish? Hongshu told him she had never met such a talkative fish before. Inside the Mang expensive shop, the shop owner handed the bill to Shen Commander saying, Miss, this is the bill for what the demon wolf served at your table. Another bill was given to Zhu Tianyi. Zhu Tianyi looked at the rat demon in great annoyance. Shen Commander said cheerfully today was quite fruitful, then handed the money pouch to the owner. Although we haven't gathered much information about the Earth Spirit artifact, but anyway we've gained some understanding about the demon realm. This money is worth it. The owner opened the money pouch and asked, what do you want me to do with these metals and stones? Shen Commander asked in confusion. Wait, could it be that the currency system in the demon realm is different from the human realm? Don't demons accept mortal realm gold and spirit stones from the cultivation realm? You mean now I'm in the demon realm, as a poor ghost? Two tiger brothers approached and said boldly to the owner, you two aren't trying to sell yourselves, are you? Shen Commander quickly told Zhu Tianyi to hide behind her. She would help him escape. She gathered spiritual energy to attack, but only created some smoke. Everyone looked confused. Shen Commander was distressed. Where is my spiritual energy? Where is my divine transformation? Where is my red bird? Where is my golden spirit artifact? Zhu Tianyi quickly guessed. Could it be when we crossed the demon realm barrier? Our bodies absorbed too much demon energy. It suppressed the spiritual energy of cultivators? Shen Commander understood after hearing this. Now she's not just a poor ghost, but a completely useless poor ghost. The owner tied them up and locked them away, saying, from tomorrow, you two will work to pay off your debt. Be honest, or you won't get any good food to eat. They both felt distressed, one being the dignified Shen Commander, one being the dignified Yun. Shen Commander leaning against Zhu Tianyi's back, feeling it broad and warm. She quickly shook her head thinking this couldn't continue. The scenes of forbidden love started appearing in her mind again. He's her disciple. She's not worthy to set an example for others. Quick, change the subject. She asked Zhu Tianyi. That's right, Yi. Actually, Master wants to ask, where did you learn the forbidden technique? What are the principles behind this forbidden technique, including how powerful this forbidden technique is? How can it enhance someone else's cultivation to such a high level? He contemplated whether to tell her everything, the truth that he was a reincarnator, but she was worried that his mind wasn't stable yet, and there's a generation gap between them. But if she knew the truth that he was hundreds of years old, had always been a mature man from beginning to end, she might feel less burdened in her heart. He spoke up. Master, I have something serious to tell you. She asked blankly. At this moment, Wei Xingnu was very happy outside. So this is the demon race's territory? How wonderful. She asked Shun Changming why he hadn't transformed into a demon. He replied, I have already transformed, you just haven't noticed it. Moreover, are you sure you won't call me master? She replied that she hadn't given up pursuing him. He felt that he really shouldn't have followed her here. She responded, who told Xiao Xiao to give me the fire seed? Only my water attribute cultivation can control the fire seed's impetuousness. The holy monk strangely told me to give the fire seed to senior brother. But when I woke up, senior brother was nowhere to be found. Must have gone with immortal Changjun to the demon race's territory. Did you insist on following me here because you're worried about me? Or are you worried about immortal Changjun? He replied, mainly worried about that kid Ninth Heaven Knight with his wolfish heart. Indeed, I underestimated his lustfulness. She also felt it made sense and sympathized. Yet he dared to desire immortal Changjun. They suddenly felt the demon aura was too strong. The demon mist was too thick. She intended to go ahead to scout. Shin Changming quickly grabbed her ear, calling her back. He warned her to be careful in her actions. Now that cultivation in the body was suppressed, don't even think about leaving my side. She asked him to put her down first. She felt embarrassed and asked why his hands were so cold, as if his whole body had no warmth at all. They continued walking. Seeing Mang Mang's custom shop, Wei Xingnu asked, is this Shun Changming's custom shop? Let's go in and ask about demon race customs. Inside the room, Ninth Heaven Knight and Shun Changjun were tied up together. Master, I have something important to tell you. Shin Changjun lowered her head, saying, I won't listen. You don't need to say any more. He was surprised. Do you know what I want to say? Originally planning to talk about being reincarnated, she immediately replied, I know what you want to say. It's related to what happened before between you and me, isn't it? She questioned with a slightly sad face. Night, you and I cannot take another step forward. Suddenly the binding rope broke, snapped open, and he grabbed her shoulders. Shun Changjun, do you like me? They faced each other. Shun Changjun's face was slightly flushed. I cannot love a child that I raised from young. The ninth TNI still had his arm around her shoulder. The one you love is not that child. These 2 years, the man who went through life and death with you in the mortal realm. The one you love is not the child from Jinyan Chamber. The one you love is the one you glimpsed at the grand ceremony in the northern wilderness. The one who blocked the spear for you in chaos. His face showed some sadness. It's the one who smiled and drank the poisoned wine in the dream of the wood spirit artifact. The one who cut out his core to give to you in the holy temple. The one in Flower Fire City, for whom you became jealous, making the whole world know you don't like me. Why won't you look at me? Look into my eyes. I don't believe you can say you don't like me. Ju Tianai stared into her eyes, while she was flustered. Then he embraced Shun Changjun tightly. I know I'm in your heart. I can wait. Wait until the day you're ready to admit it. We've known each other for 6 years, little Yaya, and you lived together for 450 years later, little Yaya, and you were still together for 4 years. But by then you had already liked me for 12 years. 50 years later, little Yaya, and you were still together for 4 years, but by then you had already liked me for 55 years. He spoke while holding her tightly and stroking her long hair. 1,000 years later, after going through the mortal realm's trials, in your eyes, there was no more Yaya. Only the ninth TNI remained, day after day, year after year. There will be a day, your feelings for me will overcome worldly prejudices. Shin Changjun looked flustered. Perhaps so, both had a fleeting thought. He really wanted to touch her tail. There was a knock on the door outside. Both of you, please get ready. Guests have arrived. The guests include a man and a woman. Both of you quickly come with me to receive the guests. Oh, Shin Changjun, being your dignified master, yet being timid and afraid, making you face everything bravely, is my fault. In the dark room, Shin Changjun stood up while the ninth TNI remained in his position. I heard everything you said earlier, including Du Mingyue's words of comfort for me that day. I understand your hearts, but my mind is still very confused. I need some time to think it through. Before she could finish, he asked, while he sighed wistfully, you might not believe what I'm about to say. I raised you with dedication, for you to massage me, serve tea and water, and be filial to me. How did it turn out like this? Her face showed a hint of embarrassment, and when he heard those words, I believe at that time in the Nine Flowers sect, when I entered her dream realm, what she said then was exactly the same as now. He thought deeply. Wait a minute, I suddenly remembered something I didn't notice at first, but now suddenly feels like something isn't quite right. I remember that night in her dream realm, she said, you're not him. You're not my Yi Yi. I want my Yi. She burst into tears. You are the protagonist, ninth heaven Yi, not my Yi living again. Once more will I never be able to see my Yi again. Ninth heaven Yi stroked his chin in thought. At that time she said, living again once more will I never be able to see my Yi again. Why did she say again? Why did she say live once more? At first I thought it was just a mistake, didn't pay attention to it, but thinking about it now, no matter what, she is completely different in this life from her previous one. It can't be. She said, why are you standing there dazed? Let's go. But he continued thinking, impossible. I must be overthinking. What am I thinking about? It must be because I'm tired from traveling lately. My spirit is also affected. It definitely can't be, right? The two walked to the room. Shun Changjun exclaimed, you two are here. Why are you two in currency at this place? Wei Xingru and Shun Changming were standing there. Changjun immortal. Haha, I still have many surprising things that you cannot imagine. Ninth heaven Yi. The fox servant came. Boss opened a bone package for us. I want to chat with Changjun immortal when they meet. And Shin Changming. Boss opened another bone package for us. I also want to chat with this young master. To ninth heaven Ye's face turned pale. Not good. The fox smiled. All right, honorable customers, with a smiling face. But thinking these two guests might have brought the wrong person, whatever you say. Why suddenly I sense an extremely heavy killing intent, as if something big is about to happen. Shin Changming and ninth heaven Yi were led into a private room. The innkeeper smiled and said, wish you both have a pleasant time, then immediately closed the door and left. Ninth heaven Yi looked at the closed door suspiciously and asked, why are you and junior sister also here? Suddenly something flashed by very strongly, hitting ninth heaven Ye's face. Ninth heaven Yi, completely unprepared, took the full blow. Ninth heaven Yi fell to the floor. He used one hand to support himself, one hand covering his wound, angrily asking Shin Changming, what are you doing? Shin Changming laughed lightly but carried countless killing intent. Haha, I truly underestimated your courage, eyeing my own little sister, and even daring to call my name. You won't even address me as sect leader. Behind Shin Changming appeared a huge ferocious snake. Zhu Tianyi said in surprise, your true form is... Before he could finish, he was struck away by the snake's tail. The huge ferocious snake looked like it wanted to devour Zhu Tianyi alive. Zhu Tianyi suspiciously asked the snake, have you already mastered the power of complete demon form now? Yet still allowing Zhu Tianyi time to rest, the snake lunged forward again, using its body to tightly coil around Zhu Tianyi. Now Zhu Tianyi was injured and in a passive position all over his body, but still mocked Shin Changming. Cold-blooded animals are both smart and agile. Shin Changming, this form truly suits you well. Shin Changming approached Zhu Tianyi and slowly said, now I remember. On Jin Yun Peak 6 years ago, when you were just rescued by Shen Changjun, you had more than once shown killing intent towards Shen Changjun. That deep-seated hatred to the extreme, I still remember it to this day. Now you tell me you like her. Do you think I would believe that? Shin Changming warned Zhu Tianyi. Back then I didn't kill you because you were still just a novice. But now it's different. You've grown up and gained abilities. I can no longer continue to ignore you and let you be uncontrolled. Zhu Tianyi asked without fear. So now you want to kill me? The snake squeezed Zhu Tianyi tighter. Shin Changming solemnly said, no. Before I kill you, I will make you tell the truth about all the mysteries about you from when you were young, why you had killing intent towards Shun Changjun for no reason, the strange forbidden techniques after coming of age, the reason why you know clearly the locations of divine weapons in your palm, why before Du Mingyue's enlightenment to Buddhahood, she stole the fire spirit divine weapon and entrusted it to you. No need for so many reasons. Just the first matter is enough for me to kill you. As Shin Changming spoke, the snake squeezed Zhu Tianyi tighter, causing him extreme pain. Seeing Zhu Tianyi not fighting back, Shin Changming questioned whether good or bad. You're still a wolf demon, yet won't resist me even a little? Zhu Tianyi answered honestly, you are her brother. I won't raise my hand against you. Shin Changming remained unmoved by those words. Instead, he threatened Zhu Tianyi with a laugh. Let's see how long you can endure before revealing the true truth. In contrast to Shin Changming and Zhu Tianyi's side, Sham Chuang Quan and Vai Sin Nu were very cozy together. The two were having a heart-to-heart conversation. Heavens, Nu, you like my brother? Sham Chuang Quan couldn't believe her ears. She felt Vai Sin Nu's forehead to check if something was wrong with her. She gently asked Nu, are you feeling unwell? How could you possibly like that guy? Vai Sin Nu smiled and confirmed to Sham Chuang Quan, I really like him very much. Vai Sin Nu asked her, Chuang Quan sister, tell me, do I still have a chance? Sham Chuang Quan cheerfully replied, At least when you're with me, you'll always have a chance. Thinking about Sham Truong Min, Sham Truong Quan hesitantly replied. But about Sham Truong Min, I'm not so sure. Look, though Sham Truong Min's expression seems relaxed, and his carefree appearance seems easygoing, but actually his temperament is very stubborn and extremely radical. From childhood to adulthood, I've never seen anyone who could disturb his viewpoints. Then Sham Truong Quan paused in deep thought. The longer she stayed in this world, the more the memories and feelings of this body became deeply engraved in her mind. Even the small details of childhood growing up with Sham Truong Min were etched deep into her soul. She is Sham Truong Quan. Sham Truong Quan is her. Vi Sin Nu said dejectedly. At most, in this life, I'll just quietly watch him. After all, I'm just a tiny mortal. Human life is limited, can't live beyond 100 years. Very soon, I'll let go, close my eyes and reincarnate. In the next life, I'll have someone else to love. So it's all right. In this life, I'll just love him alone first. Though she said that, Vi Sin Nu's eyes concealed deep sadness. But soon after, Vi Sin Nu brushed it away. Changing the subject, Sham Truong Quan, you can't decide my relationship with Sham Truong Min, but you can decide your relationship with Tienda, senior brother. Do you need to think about it carefully? Sham Truong Quan gently patted Vi Sin Nu's head and said, I am thinking about it. Actually, I understand that I'm not doing anything against morality. The one I love isn't QTN Das disciple but Don. You have always been by my side. Though I say that, when I face him, I still can't help feeling morally wrong. Perhaps I still need time to adjust. But actually, in my heart, I've already started preparing. Vi Sin Nu said sadly, Truong Quan true person, you can decide whether your relationship continues or ends. That's really admirable. Sham Truong Quan comforted Vi Sin Nu. There. From now on, don't call me Master Chang Jun anymore. Call me Sister Chang Jun instead. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. Both of them stood up worriedly. That scream came from Jiu Tianyi. Shin Chang Jun rushed to the next room, calling out, Yi, loudly. Wei Shengru followed behind. Jiu Tianyi was tightly surrounded by a snake. She called out, Master. Right after that, the snake bit Jiu Tianyi's neck, making him pass out. Shin Chang Jun anxiously ran to catch Jiu Tianyi, calling out, Yi, loudly. Wei Shengru also ran over to look. Seeing the fierce large snake in front of them, Wei Shengru was a bit frightened. The snake disappeared. Shin Changming returned to his original cold self and said, Still being stubborn, aren't you? Won't talk even if you die? But I've already put snake venom inside your body. Moreover, if you dare to cause any harm to my Shin Chang Jun, I will make you die 1,000 times more miserable than you can imagine. Shin Chang Jun was surprised to hear this. Her heart was extremely confused and puzzled. What exactly happened between these two? In the room, Shin Chang Jun was dozing off beside Jiu Tianyi's sickbed. Her hand tightly held Jiu Tianyi's hand. Jiu Tianyi hazily opened his eyes and groaned softly. Jiu Tianyi sat up. Seeing Shin Chang Jun sleeping beside the bed, he thought painfully, Did she watch over me all night? Shin Chang Jun, what should I do with you? Shin Chang Jun, I'm sorry. This will be the last time. One last time I'll enter your dreams to search for the truth. Jiu Tianyi took a small amount of toxin and injected it into Shin Chang Jun, making her fall into deep sleep. Entering the mystic realm, Shin Chang Jun hazily opened her eyes. She saw water all around her. Vaguely wondering where she was, the scene before her now was from when she first transmigrated. Jiu Tianyi was tied up. Shin Chang Jun thought to herself, another familiar scene. Am I dreaming again? Shin Chang Jun excitedly covered her eyes and said, Stop, I know what's going to happen next. Let me clarify first. I'm a good person. I won't do anything to you. Whether this is a dream or being reborn again, I won't give you a dream-like life either. All right, the path is set. What should I do next? Jiu Tianyi silently asked Shin Chang Jun. You said being reborn again. So in this life, when I was still young, you treated me so well, all to avoid the fate of being killed? Jiu Tianyi laughed bitterly and sarcastically said, Everything was a lie. Everything was a long-planned scheme, long freed from chains, yet once again firmly bound, my inner heart. If I had never liked you, would I not be so sad now? Shin Chang-jun slowly woke up, holding her head and whispering, "Why am I having nightmares again?" She suddenly remembered something. She left while talking to herself. That's right, Yaya's medicine is almost ready. I need to get it quickly. Ju Tianyi shed a tear. His heart felt like it was being torn into 100 pieces. Ju Tianyi sat up. He rubbed the bite mark on his neck and comforted himself. Stay calm. Everything is developing according to plan. At Shin Changming's place, Wei Shengru was scolding Shin Changming. Shin Changming, you're too much. You were too harsh on senior brother. It's fine if you beat him to death, but making Master Chang Kun worry is not good. Then Wei Shengru hurriedly left. I almost forgot the important matter. I need to deliver the fire source to senior brother. But the snake's tail wrapped around Wei Shengru's waist, making Wei Shengru surprised. In one move, Wei Shengru was pulled back and pushed to the ground. Wei Shengru cried out in pain. Shin Changming, what are you trying to do? Shin Changming picked up the fire source, coldly said, "You little girl only think about others. This fire source cannot be given to that junior Ju Tianyi yet. I suspect he has other motives. If he completely absorbs the fire spirit divine weapon, won't it be dangerous?" Shin Changming put away the fire source and said, "I'll keep this fire source for now. It absolutely cannot fall into Ju Tianyi's hands." Facing Shan Changming's intimidating presence, Wei Shengru still stubbornly said, "Senior brother really likes Sister Chang Kun. How could he have other motives? Don't think everyone is as scheming as you are." Shin Changming transformed into snake form and sneered. "In your words, that boy is already on the same level as Shin Changkun? Indeed, guarding day and night. The enemy within is hard to guard against. You've already turned traitor?" Shin Changming returned to human form, grabbed Wei Shengru. "Worry about yourself first. I'll take you to the demon realm. I can handle things here. The demon realm is not a place for fun. I can't stay by your side all day either. You should return to the human realm." Wei Shengru struggled and protested. "I won't go back. I won't go back. I want to stay by your side. I want to stay by your side." Shin Changming still seriously said, "I can't let you have your way." Suddenly a sharp pain struck Shin Changming's body, making Shan Changming collapse, clutching his heart while saying softly, "My heart feels so confused. What's happening? My heart suddenly hurts so much. My whole body has no strength." Then with a poof, purple smoke enveloped Shan Changming. Wei Shengru cried out worriedly, "Shin Changming, what's wrong with you?" When the purple smoke cleared, on the floor remained only a tiny, unconscious snake and the fire source. Wei Shengru picked up the fire source, looking at the small snake lying on the floor. "I guess the situation is because the venomous snake was just released, so it became extremely tiny. Is that right?" Vi Sin Nu picked up the small snake, her eyes bright with excitement, exclaiming kawaii. Kawaii was a word Vi Sin Nu learned from Tam Truong Quan. It means cute. Vi Sin Nu hugged the small snake and said happily, "Tam Truong Min, you are mine. I must take advantage of this situation." In the demon clan's territory millions of meters high, the territory of a clan in the sky's Vanvu city, Hong Tu Kim Lin and Mok Lin Nam Un were there. The two stared up as Mok Lin Nam Un timidly said, "Aren't we flying a bit too high?" Hong Tu Kim Lin crossed her arms and said indifferently, "Is that so?" Mok Lin Nam Un said softly, at a loss for words, "Isn't it?" In the territory of a demon clan in the sky, Tianvu City, behind the main hall of the city, Hong Tu Kim Lin and Mok Lin Nam Un walked endlessly seeing nothing. Hong Tu Kim Lin said while walking, "The demon clan's territory is divided into two major factions, the underground demon clan and the sky demon clan. They fight fiercely every day. Don't know which faction has the earth spirit divine weapon." Mok Lin Nam Un walked until exhausted. "I'm dying of thirst. Save me. My fishtail is starting to fade away. Walking on feet feels like dancing on knife edges." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Clan leader, sir. You're back." Hong Tu Kim Lin said anxiously, "Oh no, someone's coming." Mok Lin Nam Un quickly covered Hong Tu Kim Lin's mouth and dove into the water. A demon clan member bowed in greeting. "Greetings, clan leader." Unexpectedly, the clan leader here was Han Tu. That demon clan member reported to him, "Clan leader, the poison has been prepared. It will be delivered to those underground immediately." Han Tu coldly ordered, "I will handle this matter myself. You may leave." That person acknowledged and left. Han Tu also left right after. Underwater, Hong Tu Kim Lin and Mok Lin Nam Un were hiding below. Mok Lin Nam Un was still covering Hong Tu Kim Lin's mouth, making Hong Tu Kim Lin blush shyly. Han Tu stood in front of the lake, channeling energy. He thought to himself about the past. Jia Van Tien made people in the world forget the appearance of the ninth heaven night. Later, when the seal was broken, Jia Van Tien shattered and disappeared from the world. But people in the world had forgotten. Jia Van Tien was the national treasure of Veem Kingdom. Initially, the ninth heaven knight had stolen it from the royal palace of Veem Kingdom. I just need to spend some time and effort. Then I can resurrect it from between heaven and earth. Sure enough, right after that, Jia Van Tien was reborn. Returning to Han Tu's hands, he put it on his face, activating Jia Van Tien's power, changing his appearance. Han Tu smiled sinisterly and whispered Tam Truong Quan, "We will meet soon," then flapped their wings and flew far away while Hong Shua Jin Ling and Mu Ling Nanan surfaced from the water. They had heard everything that happened earlier. Hong Shua Jin Ling said worriedly, "It's bad. Han Xiao is still not dead, and Yun Tian has been reborn. This is absurd. Could it be that earlier in the weapons research room, he faked his death?" Mu Ling Nanan was also very anxious. "We must quickly find Shan Changjun and Zhu Tianyi and tell them about this. Otherwise, the enemy is hidden while they are exposed." Mu Ling Nanan forgot that she was still lying on top of Hong Shua Jinling before finishing her sentence. Hong Shu or Jinling punched her hard in the face. Hong Shua Jinling panicked and said, "Get off, get off. Get off," and returned to Shenchang Jun. At this time, she was bringing medicine to Zhu Tianyi. As she walked, she pondered, why does brother suspect Yi of having impure motives? He didn't specify. Could it be that brother has misunderstood something? I must find an opportunity to explain this clearly to him. Gathering her spirits, Shenchang Jun smiled brightly and said, "Yi, you're awake." Shenchang Jun brought the medicine bowl to Zhu Tianyi and said gently, "Here, quickly drink your medicine." Then she carefully asked, "By the way, what exactly happened between you and my brother?" Zhu Tianyi said nothing, just pulled her onto the bed and sneered. "Shenchang Jun, you must be feeling very pleased with yourself, right?" Shenchang Jun asked, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Zhu Tianyi said irritably, "I said I like you. I'm infatuated with you. I'm crazy about you. All of this makes you very pleased, doesn't it? You know well that you can toy with me, and I can't resist any of it. Can only be controlled by you." Shenchang Jun was very surprised to hear this. Heartbroken, she said, "You. What are you saying I didn't?" Zhu Tianyi bent down and forcefully kissed her. Shenchang Jun struggled, wanting to say let me go, but her lips were locked. Helpless, Shenchang Jun had to bite until Zhu Tianyi's lip bled to break free. Zhu Tianyi sneered and said, "You don't like it?" Shenchang Jun said, slightly angry, "You again. What's wrong with you?" She was extremely confused in her heart. What's happening? Where exactly did the problem arise? Is it because of Shenchang Ming or herself? Shenchang Jun quickly pushed Zhu Tianyi away and ran off, feeling somewhat scared with a bad feeling in her heart. "I must leave this place, unfortunately." Shenchang Jun was grabbed by Zhu Tianyi and pressed against the door. He whispered in her ear, "Shenchang Jun, you can't leave." Shenchang Jun, frightened, stammered, "Yi, what do you want?" Zhu Tianyi laughed and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Indeed, Shenchang Jun's tail was trembling in fear. Shenchang Jun used force to push Zhu Tianyi away while shouting, "Let me go." After breaking free, Shenchang Jun left immediately. Zhu Tianyi fell to his knees, clutching his chest while whispering to himself, "I'm already injured. What am I doing? Why did I just let her go like that? I must make her pay. In her past life, she was evil. In this life, she's a deceiver." Zhu Tianyi was having an internal struggle to the point where he couldn't understand himself. He mumbled, "Why am I being so soft-hearted? Why did I just let her go like that?" Suddenly, Zhu Tianyi saw Shenchang Jun standing in front of him. Zhu Tianyi asked in surprise, "Shenchang Jun, you? Why did you come back?" Shenchang Jun timidly reached out towards Zhu Tianyi, worriedly saying, "I was worried about you, so I came back to check. Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Zhu Tianyi hesitated and said, "Ah." In his heart, he was very puzzled. "Why would you care about me?" Zhu Tianyi avoided Shenchang Jun's gaze, coldly replied, I'm fine." However, Zhu Tianyi's heart was in great pain as he thought, "It's always like this, giving me hope then making me despair." Shenchang Jun knew Zhu Tianyi was avoiding her, so she reached out with both hands, holding Zhu Tianyi's face to face her, asking with concern, "Is it because my recent distant attitude towards you made you unhappy?" "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't handle our relationship well, but I want to tell you." Zhu Tianyi was stunned, his heart panicking. Don't say anymore. Stop now." Shenchang Jun rested her forehead against Zhu Tianyi's, gently saying, "No matter who you are, No matter what relationship we have, you are more important to me than my life. Though Ju Tianyi thought, don't say those words, he couldn't help but shed tears, because he thought, I know she's deceiving me. Just let her deceive me a little longer. Just a little longer. I hate that I love her. Being so pathetic, unlike my true self, Ju Tianyi couldn't hold back anymore. He held Shun Changjun tightly, as if wanting to shed all his thoughts. Later, when only Shun Changjun remained, she paced back and forth thinking about the situation. That bastard Shin Changming. What exactly did he tell Yi Yi? Why did he suddenly become so different? Or maybe it has nothing to do with Shin Changming. Never mind. I'll go find Shin Changming and ask him directly. Shin Changjun decisively rushed to Shin Changming's place, flung open the door and called, Brother, I need to talk to you. Then she widened her eyes in surprise. Wei Shengru was tying a small snake, not while smiling and saying, Sister Changjun, guess what? If you tie a knot with a snake, can it untie itself? Sham Truong Quan watched the small snake writhing on the table, asking Vi Sin Nu quietly. So Sham Truong Min is now mute and cannot speak at all. Vi Sin Nu obediently replied that it might be temporary. Perhaps Truong Quan needs to recover sister. Don't worry, leave Sham Truong Min in my care. Sham Truong Quan agreed. Okay, then I'll go first, she said and left immediately. After Sham Truong Quan had left, Vi Sin Nu asked Sham Truong Min, why did you pretend to be unable to speak in front of Truong Quan's sister? Are you afraid she might get something out of you? Sham Truong Min coldly replied without speaking. Or there's still one path of opportunity, then said. Both paths lead only to death. That's the end of it. Vi Sin Nu reached out and poked Sham Truong Min's head. Sham Truong Min helplessly cried out, don't hurt me. But Vi Sin Nu wouldn't listen, and even flicked Sham Truong Min away. Sham Truong Min angrily shouted, Vi Sin Nu, you're being extremely disrespectful here. While Sham Truong Quan was heading back to her room, the innkeeper called her. Miss Sham, there's an honorable guest who has arrived specifically asking to meet you. Sham Truong Quan calmly replied, Brother Tien Mac, I gave you money. Should be enough for me and DQ Tienda to buy our freedom. The reason we're still here is because we're not in a hurry to leave yet. The innkeeper hurriedly said, this person is not just anyone. I'm afraid after telling you, you might be scared to death. Hearing this, Sham Truong Quan decided to might as well see what happens. Sham Truong Quan thought to herself, if it's someone important, wouldn't that mean I could gather even more intelligence? The innkeeper led Sham Truong Quan into the room, warmly saying to that person, Sir, Miss Sham has been brought here for you. When Sham Truong Quan entered the room, she saw a familiar face and happily said, It's you, you're the one who was auctioned for 500,000 gold in Hoa Hoa City. More precisely, that person was the leader of Vanyu City. From the Nine Tails, Nine Jade clan, Nine Jade cheerfully greeted her benefactor. Long time no see. In the first clan's territory of the Demon Continent, Nine Jade led Sham Truong Quan up to Vanyu City to view the scenery and chat. Sham Truong Quan looked at the bustling crowd in the night street lights and happily said, Oh, so you're in the demon territory. The leader of all demons on the continent, how are you so powerful? Thank you for bringing us to Vanyu City and hosting us. Nine Jade slowly replied, humans are ignorant. They didn't recognize my true identity. Otherwise, initially I should have been worth more than the final item. Sham Truong Min. Sham Truong Quan replied. Sham Truong Min is now a very small creature. Nine Jade explained to her. After humans came to the demon territory, because the body doesn't produce demon energy, so you can only rely on the small amount of demon energy that you've inhaled. If not careful, using too much demon power will lead to exhaustion. This is normal. It will get better after some time. You approached Shen Changjun. Gently speaking in demon language, we have a debt to repay. Debts must be repaid. Benefactor, I agree to repay with my body, to become your companion. Shin Changjun quickly backed away, shaking his head repeatedly in refusal. No, no, no. Not needed, not needed. Looking at Shun Changjun's appearance, Zhu Yu could somewhat guess. Do you already have someone you like? Zhu Yu shamelessly said. I don't mind. Shin Changjun hesitantly replied, No, no, no. Whether you mind or not isn't the important thing. Zhu Yu asked curiously, does he mind? Shin Changjun scratched his head embarrassedly and replied, Not only does he mind, I mind too much. Zhu Yu looked at her confused and said, You mind too? It's confusing. Shin Changjun forced a smile and said, Perhaps it's different customs. Different customs? Then Shin Changjun's eyes softened as if containing endless gratitude. She softly said, Juyu, you don't understand. Our human race has short lifespans and small hearts. One time can only be given to one person. Perhaps in a lifetime, there's only one time to love so deeply that it's carved in bone and heart. Juyu asked her, so have you loved before? Shin Changjun softly replied, I have and still am in love, she helplessly said. But if one day, a single mother suddenly discovers that her ambiguous relationship of 2 years behind the curtain is actually the child she raised from birth. She even changed their diapers and bathed them when they were small. How immoral, so immoral. The more Shun Changjun spoke, the more she strayed and became out of control. But then she showed a small wicked smile and said, how exciting, so exciting. Shin Changjun composed herself and turned to ask Juyu and your demon race, does there exist such difficult problems like forbidden love? Juyu replied no. We even can with direct blood relatives. Shin Changjun quickly interrupted stop. Please say no more. At this moment Han Xiao arrived. Thanks to Jia Yun Tian, he was welcomed in. The palace servant politely said, are you the great merchant who offered the drinks to Juyu? The master is serving an important female guest. Please wait in the courtyard for a moment. Han Xiao looked around, accidentally spotted Zhu Tianyi drinking alone. Han Xiao smiled wickedly. Brother Zhu Tianyi, didn't expect to find you at Jiuyu's mansion. How interesting. Originally brought a bottle of newly made demon wine here, planning to let Juyu drink it all, then take this opportunity to wreak havoc in Wanyao City. This demon wine can awaken the most primal fears and desires, stirring up the subconscious emotions within each person to the highest level. Unfortunately, it's still in the testing phase. Just perfect. Let's have Zhu Tianyi test the poison, think and act. Han Xiao took out the poison wine, then activated the power of Jia Yun Tian, mimicking appearances to imitate a servant from the mansion. Then Han Xiao stepped forward to pour wine for young master Zhu Tianyi. Zhu Tianyi grunted and drank it immediately. Everything went according to plan right away. Han Xiao left, feeling extremely pleased. Haha, Yunwu City has been taken by me. Very soon, Wanyao City will also fall into chaos. I want to unify all demon tribes above, and below I will be the only king. After drinking the wine, Zhu Tianyi clutched his head in pain. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Wei Shengru came to check on senior brother. Are you drinking here again, brother? Have your wounds fully healed? Why since early this morning? After you woke up from fainting you've been looking so unhappy? Are you still angry at Shin Changming? Shall I beat him up for you? Wei Shengru tried her best to comfort Zhu Tianyi. Because if Zhu Tianyi is unhappy then Sister Changjun will also be unhappy. Wei Shengru put her hand on his shoulder, softly calling senior brother Zhu Tianyi. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhu Tianyi grabbed Wei Shengru's wrist, fiercely ordered, hand over the fire seat. Wei Shengru fearfully said, senior brother you. What's wrong with you? Meanwhile, Juyu was returning to the palace. The attendant beside expressed regret. Leader sir, tonight you couldn't get the heart of that female VIP guest. It's really a pity, and she was truly extraordinarily beautiful. Juyu calmly replied without hurry. There's still plenty of time. I still have chances. Juyu entered the room. 2 guards closed the door. Only Juyu remained in the room. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere onto the door. Then immediately after, Zhu Tianyi walked out. Guards pointed spears at him. Who are you? Where is Lord Juyu? Lord Juyu? Zhu Tianyi said coldly. He's dead. I heard demon tribes favor the strong. From today onwards, I am the new city lord of Wanyao City. If anyone objects, you can come try your luck. However, I have 2 divine weapons with me, so I advise you not to come seeking death. Every word, every syllable of Zhu Tianyi exuded cruelty and brutality. Shin Changjun heard the commotion and ran over. Surprised, she said. Junior Zhu Tianyi turned to look at Shin Changjun, coldly spelling out each word. Shin Changjun, you won't escape. In the prison, Shin Changjun was bound by chains around her body. She slowly opened her eyes, the prisoner's mark still there. A hand slipped around her waist. The other hand caressed her chin as Zhu Tianyi spoke seductively. Master, do you regret now that your disciple has offended you? His hand started moving, caressing her small waist. Zhu Tianyi, you. Call me disciple, master. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Master, isn't it what you fear most is our master-disciple relationship? That's why I want you to always remember this. The disciple whom you raised yourself has loved you to madness. Shin Changjun bit hard on the hand that was caressing her lips. Zhu Tianyi leaned close to master. You still haven't answered me. Do you regret it? Back then when we first met at Nine Flowers Sect, you should have killed me directly. That way you could have avoided the fate we have now. Jun thought silently. At first I really did think that way. If I had killed him directly when he was young, I could have avoided the tragedy of the previous life. Ju Tianye's hand gripped her neck. I couldn't bring myself to kill her, nor could I bring myself to let go of myself. His hand slowly released. I could only entangle with her like this day after day, their lips touching. Tears just kept flowing. Wei Shengru in the prison, talking to this snake. Why has senior brother become like this? Is there something wrong with him? He's also taken away the fire seed. Now no one can stop him anymore. Xin Changming, tell me now, is Sister Changjun in danger? Xin Changming answered, no. I've used all my demon power to place a curse seal on Ju Tianyi. Even if he has any intention to kill Shan Changjun, he will suffer extreme pain. Look now, he's still alive and comfortable like this. Nothing has happened at all. Wei Shengru rubbed the snake's head against her face and said happily, Xin Changming, you're amazing. Truly a good brother. She asked Xin Changming in surprise. Why aren't you avoiding me like usual today? Normally, you wouldn't even let me touch you a bit. Is it because the dungeon is too cold? Snakes are cold-blooded animals. If this continues, you'll hibernate. Let me hug you meanwhile by Xin Changjun's side. Ju Tianyi kept asking, Master, disciple asks you one last time. Do you want freedom or life? Xin Changjun firmly chose life, thinking to herself, before clarifying everything from before, I cannot die. Ju Tianyi took out a bell. Wear this spirit bell. You cannot be 10 m away from me, or you'll vanish into thin air. I will release Wei Shengru and Shen Changming. I'll also release you from this prison. But from now on, being by my side will be your biggest prison. Ju Tianyi put the spirit bell on Shan Changjun. Shan Changjun's face darkened. I still haven't answered your question from earlier. Ju Tianyi thought silently. Countless times I wanted to comfort myself, thinking that even without having her heart, having her is good enough. Xin Changjun smiled. If there was another chance, I would still choose you as my disciple at Nine Flower Sect. Ju Tianyi rejoiced silently. But at the moment when I dared not force myself to have her heart the most, she told me, perhaps I had already gained it in an instant. Ju Tianyi kissed her back, his arms wrapped around her waist. I don't regret the choices I made in the past, Ju Tianyi said gently. Me neither. Ju Tianyi sat proudly in the main hall. Han Xiao used Yun Tian's disguise as a merchant to seek an audience. I heard the demon city has changed hands. My lord here has become the new leader. I am a wine merchant from the coastal region. Today, I specially came to offer a large quantity of fine wine and provisions to celebrate the demon city's new leader taking office. Ju Tianyi was visibly pleased and rewarded Han Xiao, who bowed in gratitude. His eyes held evil, scheming thoughts. The temperament of junior brother Ju Tianyi is completely different from the past. The fear and desire in the depths of his heart are gradually amplifying to the extreme. The toxicity of that demon seed will become increasingly severe. Very soon he will turn into a madly obsessed person. Nine Jade is dead. The demon clan in Demon City will also drink my poison wine to welcome the new leader taking office. He smiled grotesquely. Then I will lead the demon clan of Yunwu City to raid the demon city. He saw Xin Changjun walk out and noticed Xin Changjun. What is she doing here? She transformed into a demon cat? Xin Changjun poured wine for Ju Tianyi. She's serving junior brother Ju Tianyi. Are these two's relationship that good? What's going on here? Speaking of which, where is Shan Changming? With Shan Changjun becoming a demon like this, then could it be Shan Changming is the only threat and variable in this operation of mine? Ju Tianyi pulled Shan Changjun's hand to sit on his lap. Feed me. Han Xiao spoke up. My lord, I won't disturb your elegant mood. I'll take my leave first. He snorted. He really knows how to play. He looked up somewhat surprised. Xin Changjun drank the cup of wine in one gulp. She used her mouth to feed Ju Tianyi. He blushed. I didn't mean that. Han Xiao quickly slipped away. Goodbye to you both. Why did I have to come here to suffer? His eyes turned vicious as he thought. Once he's dead, she'll be mine. Ju Tianyi asked Shan Changjun, Master, could you really abandon everything just to survive? Xin Changjun grabbed his hand, placed it on her chest. Let Ju Tianyi kill me instead. What are you talking about? You're tormenting yourself like this. I really can't bear to watch anymore. The one being tormented is you, not myself. So why do you hate me? Or do you hate yourself for not being able to kill me? Are your eyes looking at me with anger or pleading for help? The harsh words you speak to me, are they meant for me to hear or for yourself to hear? If you truly hate me that much, then kill me once and for all. She gripped his hand tightly. You think I don't dare? It's not that you don't dare. It's that you can't bring yourself to. I understand you better than you understand yourself. Shin Changjun patted his head. Although I don't know what troubles you're hiding, but if you haven't figured out yet how to tell me about it, then I won't ask. I can wait until the day you sort things out. I'll stay with you. You can do whatever you want, but stop being so hard on yourself. Ju Tianyi stood up and left. How annoying. Why does it always end up like this? I should really put a silencing spell on her. Shin Changjun hurried. Just now we almost exceeded 10 meters. Walk slower. If we exceed 10 meters, I'll vanish into smoke. Ju Tianyi grumbled, oh, what's not allowed, oh. Be serious. She chased after him. Where are you going? Ju Tianyi coldly said. Taking a bath. Be quiet. In the sky, Hong Shuo and Namen were flying. Hong Shuo, I've already apologized. That day in the pond, I really didn't mean to hit you. It was actually a conditioned reflex. Namen was still sulking as Hong Shuo continued. I heard that Wanyao City has a new demon tribe leader named Ju Tianyi. I think that's that person's master. Let's quickly find them to tell them about Han Zhao's identity. At this moment in the room, Ju Tianyi was soaking in the pool. Shin Changjun hid behind the curtain, peeking at the life-saving current situation, which was quite awkward. Don't peek at improper things. Water splashing sounds. Ju Tianyi glanced over. How can you serve me hiding so far away? This isn't quite appropriate today, is it? Another possibility is that I also know. You're shy, Ju Tianyi said seriously. Either you come here now, or I'll go over there. He smirked. Just walking over like that. It's not like you haven't seen it when we were young. Didn't you change my clothes while I was sleeping? I still remember back then. You changed everything inside and out. Shin Changjun blushed. So haven't you seen everything from inside out already? Helplessly, she covered her face with her hands. Stop talking. I'm here. I'm here. Shin Changjun wrung out a wet towel and started wiping Ju Tianyi's body. This scene for someone with perverted nature like me is really too immoral. Isn't this too challenging for one's heart? She thought to herself. Don't think of him as Yi Yi. Don't think of him as Yi Yi. Think of him as Yuan. Think of him as Yuan. While thinking, she peeked with half-opened eyes. Maybe take a look. Ju Tianyi leaned his head on her leg and asked, What are you thinking about? Shin Changjun blushed. No, just continue like this. I'm being too undignified. Without any restraint, she shyly ran away. I'll go first. Ju Tianyi grabbed her small tail. What's the hurry? Be careful. If you're too far from me, you'll vanish like smoke. Shin Changjun slipped and fell into the bathtub. She immediately surfaced. Both soaking wet, their eyes met. It was so quiet that you could hear your own heart thump. Shin Changjun hurriedly covered herself. All wet now, she pushed Ju Tianyi away, but slipped again and fell into his arms. Are you really a cat demon? First time I've seen such a clumsy cat like you. What are you staring at? Let go already. Shin Changjun thought to herself. Is he embarrassed? Maybe I can take this chance to ask. Actually, why did you become so different? Shin Changjun moved her face close to Ju Tianyi. Can you tell me? Why since you woke up that day, you suddenly changed your personality? She wrapped her arms around Ye's neck, face to face, coquettishly asking, Why are you angry with me? Shin Changjun continued. Is it because of my recent avoidant attitude that made you angry? I was wrong. Although I don't know where our relationship will lead, but I like you just as you like me. Ju Tianyi's heart raced, his eyes surprised. Your heart is beating so fast. He flicked her cat ear. What are you doing? Everything I said is true. Don't you believe me? Words without proof. Wait until I get the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon. Then we'll know if your words are sincere. The Earth Spirit Divine Weapon reveals all truths in the world. Just ask one question, and you'll get the exact answer. Shin Changjun stepped out. Fine. Whatever you say. Oh, it took so much courage to confess. Yet there wasn't even a slight reaction. Ju Tianyi blushed, his heart beating too fast, like it was about to jump out of his chest. Even if it might not be sincere, it still felt really nice to hear. Could I hear it again? Shin Changjun shouted. Ju Tianyi startled and turned to Shin Changjun. Hong Shuo and Namen peeked out from behind the curtain. Shin Changjun asked, Why are you here? Tell me, when did you two start eavesdropping? The naive Hong Thuok answered from the sentence. They've checked everything inside and out. In fact, we've been here for half an hour. The four people at the scene looked at each other in embarrassment. Vi Sin Nu was sleeping soundly. Tam Truong Min transformed back into human form. I've recovered. Seems like the spiritual energy has been replenished. Can't sense any signs of seal stimulation. Looks like Tam Truong Quan is still safe. Vi Sin Nu turned and hugged him tightly. But when he tried to remove her hands, she hugged even tighter. No, Tam Truong Min, don't you dare push me away. Tam Truong Min, I beg you. Just let me stay by your side. I promise I'll be good. Tam Truong Min pondered. In the end, he still pushed Vi Sin Nu away. Vi Sin Nu hugged him tightly from behind, saying, "Don't go. Tam Truong Min, just turn around and look at me once, please." He still stood up and walked to the table, sitting in contemplation. Vi Sin Nu thought to herself, "I love him, but he doesn't feel the same way." In the forest, Hong Thuok and Naman were sitting and talking. "Why did Tam Truong Quan and Deceive not let you return to the spirit energy?" Hong Thuok frowned. "Annoying ghost. Don't splash water on me. Surely those two found you too annoying. That's why they drove us away." Naman continued splashing water. "It's fine. Anyway, we've already told them about Han Chu using Jia Van Tien to impersonate Gio's identity. As for who discovered Han Chu's true identity, that's their business. So annoying. I really want to beat you to death. Also, in the demon realm, we both have independent forms and consciousness. Returning to the spirit energy, and especially unable to hibernate, wouldn't we just be watching them sleep? That would be too embarrassing." Hong Thuok flew up. "That's true. Tonight let's sleep in the courtyard. Now Han Chu is in the dark while we're in the light. To guard against enemy sneak attacks, we might as well help them keep watch. But wouldn't that put us both in danger? Would you like me to keep you company up there?" "No. Sitting on tree branches isn't stable. Can you even leave the water?" Deceive said the Earth Spirit artifact broke into two halves. One half is in Vanyu City. The other half is in Vanvu City. Tell me, if we really gather the Earth Spirit artifact, everyone can ask one question and get the correct answer. So do you want to ask something? I want to ask who I really am. Have I forgotten someone? What are the memories I've lost over these 1,000 years? And you? Do you have any worries? That's right. Have we met somewhere before? When was the first time we met? Was it at Nam Hong's Sacred Palace? Naman replied, "No, it was at Lakha's Secret Realm. That time when Tam Truong Quan and Deceive used their combined technique to defeat the larva. Also called both of us out to fight. Do you still remember what that combo skill was called?" "I forgot. I think it was called Nam Vong Hong Thuok." Naman looked up at Hong Thuok and asked, "Could it be that from 1,000 years ago we were already acquainted? 1,000 years ago, what did we think when we first met? Did we ever imagine the situation would be like this now?" In the room, Qtienda embraced Tam Truong Quan as they slept. Tam Truong Quan blushed. "This is getting more and more unreasonable. Why are we sleeping together?" Qtienda spoke. "Didn't we always sleep like this when we were young? How can that be the same?" Qtienda reached out to hold her tighter. "So War Master Disciple Qtienda, what exactly are you angry about?" "I'll tell you," Qtienda replied. "That's not necessary. In this life, I will never trust anyone again. Very soon I will obtain the other half of the Earth Spirit artifact at Han Chu's Divine Artifact will tell me all the answers." Moreover, he bit Tam Truong Quan's cat ear. "Didn't I tell you to call me disciple?" "Master," he licked her hand, "if you don't obey again, I will change the range of this spirit charm of yours to within half a meter. Be obedient from now on, understand? Then lull me to sleep." "How should I do that?" "Say that sentence you said earlier tonight." "Which one?" "You know very well, but still ask." "Fine, I like you. Continue. Don't stop." Qtienda wrapped himself tightly around her until he fell into deep sleep. I like you," repeated many times in the dream. Qtienda thought to himself, "Master, I really want to go back to when we were young. If life only allows one encounter, then I wish that day we could spread our wings together." At this moment, in Tam Truong Min and Vi Sin Nu's room, someone was secretly observing Tam Truong Min from the rooftop. It was Han Tu. He laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha. Tam Truong Min, I finally found you. Once you die, I will have one less major threat. The eagle is very different. Perfect." It started raining. Hong Tuk was half asleep. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Why are you here?" Naman replied, "Two people together will be a bit safer." "So sleepy, why is it raining now?" Naman replied, "That's why I'm in the tree. I can still maintain human form." Hong Tuk yawned. "It's so cold. Completely soaked. I hate rain the most. This tree is too bare to block the rain." Naman snapped his fingers. Leaves began growing on the branches. The leaves formed a rain shelter. Hong Tuk leaned on his shoulder. "This is much better now." Vi Sin Nu was still sound asleep. She woke up startled. What was that sound? She rushed outside calling Tam Truong Min's name. Tam Truong Min was fighting with Han Tu. Han Tu struck down with his claws, scratching Tam Truong Min. Tam Truong Min turned around worriedly and shouted, "Xiao Nu, run away." Han Xiao spoke arrogantly. "Xin Changming is in Demon Clan territory. Suppressing bloodlines will lead to victory. If there's blame, blame fate for making me an Eagle Clan member. You're from Snake Clan. You're definitely dead. He tried to stomp on Shun Changming with his foot. Shun Changming couldn't dodge anymore. Blood splattered on Shun Changming's face. He stared blankly ahead, unable to speak. It turned out Wei Shengnu had rushed to shield Shun Changming. Wei Shengnu grabbed Han Zhao's hand tightly. She glared at him furiously. Han Xiao stared at Nu in shock. Nu used all her strength to kick him hard in the chest. He coughed blood from the pain. Han Xiao clutched his chest, his ribs all broken. He hurriedly ran away. Shun Changming, next time I'll take your life. He thought since Shun Changming was injured anyway, he probably won't ruin his city attack plan. Nu collapsed. Shun Changming caught Wei Shengnu, calling Xiao Nu. Wei Shengnu thought happily, you're sad again for me just like in the wood's spirit illusion 1,000 years ago. But this time I'm afraid I'll really die. Shun Changming panicked in confusion. I'll find a doctor for you. Find the best medicine. Don't die. Please don't die. Wei Shengnu weakly continued, it's too late now. I can't hold on much longer. It's good though to see you so worried about me. You're halfway to becoming a god. You can still charge forward for many years in your remaining life. Won't you be able to remember me for many years to come? In the pouring rain, Shun Changming held her tightly. Don't sleep. Wake up. Don't you want to ask me anything? What do you want to hear? Whatever promise you want, I'll agree. Say something. Wei Shengnu's voice was weak. Don't ask anymore. In my heart I know the answer. I've known for a long time. It's just these past 2 years have been so confusing. But it's okay. I still have next life. There's still next life. Goodbye, Shun Changming. Shun Changming cried out loudly. Wake up. You must hold on. As long as you hold on. As long as you can live on whatever promise you want. I'll agree to all. Please? Wei Shengnu's hand gradually loosened. Thank you for all this time. Master. Shun Changming called out Xiao Nu's name. In the room, Zhu Tianyi and Shun Changjun were sleeping soundly. She woke up startled. What's happening? Her heart suddenly raced for no reason. Zhu Tianyi also woke up. You're awake? Zhu Tianyi said, just now there was a strong smell of blood in the air. It's a familiar scent. I have a bad feeling. Shun Changjun and Zhu Tianyi went out to check. Zhu Tianyi was shocked. Wei Shengnu. Shun Changjun urgently called, Sister Wei Shengnu. Doesn't the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon have healing powers? Nu still has a slight breath. You can definitely save my sister, right? The Earth Spirit helplessly replied. Although my power is very strong, the activation mechanism is very complicated. Before each activation, it requires both of your emotional resonance at the same moment. But your relationship is too awkward right now, so I cannot activate the healing power. Shun Changchuan hurriedly said, I'll go to Yungwu City to find Han Xiao. Han Xiao used to live in Huahua City. He researched and created various weapons and multifunctional potions. He must have some spiritual pills and divine medicines. Perhaps we can find some pills that can bring back the dead. Zhu Tianyi advised her to calm down. She's no match for Han Xiao. Moreover, Han Xiao has Jia Yuntian. Even if you face him, you might not recognize him. Shun Changchuan pushed his hand away. How can I stay calm? Ninth Tianyi, my business is none of your concern. I'm just advising you not to be impulsive. Your current state of mind is unstable. Shun Changchuan insisted firmly. Let me tell you that no matter what method I must use or what enemy I have to face, I must save Wei Shenru. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I must try. I also advise you not to stop me. Otherwise, even if it's you, I will turn against you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Activating the gate command technique, making Zhu Tianyi unable to move. Zhu Tianyi was stunned by the Wu Ling Hong thread. I had long forgotten about it. Didn't expect the usage limit hadn't been reached. Wait, could it be that all these days, she actually could have dealt with me, but she couldn't bear to do it? Shun Changchuan turned around. Ru, hold on a bit. Wait for me. She suddenly stopped. Wait, I was in such a hurry I forgot about the spirit bell. Wait, this distance seems to be over 10 meters. Could it be what I'm thinking? This spirit bell was originally just a normal bell. Both turned their heads back. At this moment, the wood spirit artifact was activated. With spirit artifacts, healing power begins. One thought rises. All things come to life. Wei Shenru slowly opened her eyes. I'm still alive. She looked at Shun Changming. Master, don't speak anymore. Don't move either. Rest well. Shun Changming held her. Have a good sleep. I'll watch over you tonight. Zhu Tianyi still stood there. Shun Changchuan. We are now. The Wu Ling Hong threads uses are exhausted. Shun Changchuan threw the bell straight at Zhou Tianyi's face. She angrily said, this spirit bell, this 10-meter limit was all made up by you, right? Hey spirit bell, quickly catch this liar. Ju Tianyi grabbed her wrist. All right, Shen Changchuan. So many days have passed. Neither of us could bring ourselves to hurt the other. So there's no need to test each other anymore. It's better to clarify everything tonight. After that, you can seek revenge if you want. We can go our separate ways. It doesn't matter. Tell me again how you punched him. I've said this from the beginning. You just refused to speak. Now you know how to communicate? Ju Tianyi explained. I was too shocked at first. Perhaps I didn't believe what you said then. Now I'm telling you. You believe it now? Therefore, Shen Changjun, I will only ask you once. No matter how you answer tonight, whether those words are true or false, I will take them as truth and never ask again. If you want to deceive me, then I hope you'll deceive me for a lifetime. Ju Tianyi pressed down Shen Changjun. First question. In this life, when did you start treating me sincerely? Did you do it just to avoid the tragic death from your previous life? Second question, which is also the most important one. Why did you become so kind and gentle in this life? So righteous and dignified? I really don't understand. Why after I was reborn I remained the same as in my previous life? But you changed so dramatically. Shen Changjun was surprised at what she heard. What is he talking about? Could it be that Ju Tianyi is also reborn? My brain is overloaded. What's going on here? I still can't process this. Everything after rebirth seems to have collapsed. I haven't read about parallel rebirths. I actually followed the transmigration trope and became the villainess, constantly increasing the male lead's favor. But I never expected the male lead to be reborn too. So the formula was right, but the values were wrong? Shen Changjun fainted on the spot. Ju Tianyi helplessly said, you see, now you can understand me, right? When I first learned I was shocked just like you are now. Shen Changjun was shocked. Her eyes were spinning. Oh my, parallel rebirth. Suddenly a strange sound rang out. Both looked toward the source of the sound. Shen Changjun spoke. What's that sound? She was shocked at this loud explosion. Could it be Han Zhao's troops starting to attack Wanyao City? A voice replied, no. Nine Jade approached. It's our troops attacking Yunwu City. The sound echoes across the sky. From hundreds of miles, high to the ground, Shen Changjun saw Nine Jade. She couldn't hide her joy. Nine Jade, you're still alive. Nine Jade explained. Lord Tianyi didn't really kill me. He let me take advantage of Han Zhao's attack on Wanyao City to attack Yunwu City first. Han Zhao thinks I'm dead, so Wanyao City will end. But he doesn't know. Now the entire monster city is under strict military protection. Meanwhile, all of Cloud Marshal City's troops have been deployed by Han Zhao. Currently, Cloud Marshal City's defense is very weak. It has been taken by us. Shen Changjun smiled. Actually, I could vaguely guess that you were still alive. I understand Yi very well. He's not someone who kills indiscriminately. She realized what she had said after speaking. Ju Tianyi stood behind, staring at her with a red face. She broke into a cold sweat. No, I don't understand him at all. All three people awkwardly looked at each other. Shen Changjun quickly waved and left first. You two talk. I'll go check on Nunu. Then she turned and left, feeling completely flustered. She tried to comfort herself to stay calm. Dealing with this parallel reincarnation news, Nine Jade turned to speak to Ju Tianyi. Young Master Tianyi, there's something I'm very curious about. Do you have Han Zhao's poison seed? Ju Tianyi replied, I have Namen poison. It's the world's supreme poison, making me immune to all poisons. But ultimately, human and demon bodies are completely different. I think I could still be affected to some degree, but I remained conscious until just now when the wood spirit divine weapon completely eliminated. The poison. Nine Jade pretended to be innocent. Oh, still conscious, but did that to your benefactor like me. Ju Tianyi blushed embarrassedly. He turned away and clicked his tongue several times. At first I was affected the most, then it gradually decreased. Nine Jade objected. No, you can't say it like that. After all, both had the ability to attack each other cruelly, but neither did so. Rather than calling it mutual understanding, it should be called feelings. Ju Tianyi's face turned red as a tomato. Stop talking at this moment. Nine Jade jumped up. He called down. I'll fly up to see how the battle is going. If nothing unexpected happens, Monster City will be unified by tomorrow morning. Besides, I'm also curious about how you and your benefactor will be in the future. If you two can't accept each other, then I'll have my chance. Ju Tianyi coldly replied. I'm not interested in you. Nine Jade laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, our nine-tailed fox clan always repays kindness. Brother Ju Tianyi, whether it's battle or love, everything. Tomorrow morning all will be clear. Ju Tianyi remained silent in Weixing newsroom. She was lying on the bed, slowly opening her eyes. I'm still alive. She sat up, calling Shen Changming. Shen Changming said, you don't have any major problems now. Rest for a while, and you'll recover. Wei Xingnu held her head, saying, I remember now. As expected of the divine weapon, it's too powerful. I remember I was about to die then. Shin Changming, you kept telling me not to sleep anymore. And also said something about. Vi Xingnu seemed to recall. Shin Changming hugged her and cried, please hold on a bit longer. As long as you hold on, as long as you stay alive, I'll agree to any promise you want, okay? She startled and removed her hand from her forehead. Could he really say such words? Shin Changming looked at her in astonishment. The atmosphere became silent. Vi Xingnu's hands gripped the blanket tightly. Shin Changming usually appeared casual on the surface, but in reality, he was serious to his core in everything he said. Once he made a promise, he would definitely keep it. However, she scratched her head and smiled as she spoke. Last night I was in so much pain. I don't remember anything, didn't hear what you said either. Vi Xingnu understood. At that time, he only made those promises to encourage her to keep holding on. She couldn't even thank him properly. How could she take advantage of this to make such unreasonable demands? After all, she didn't die. She could still stay by his side later. After staying silent, Shin Changming spoke up. He repeated what he said yesterday. Last night I said as long as you live, I would agree to any of your requests. Vi Xingnu blushed. She shyly turned away. Oh really? But I don't have any requests. Shin Changming, you're too kind to even remind me. But I'm deliberately playing dumb, aren't you usually the one who talks nonsense? Shin Changming continued, I know you're pretending. I owe you my life. If you want me to do something, any request, I'll do it. Vi Xingnu looked at him. Is this some kind of repayment? Besides, in stories, snakes and foxes are the ones who repay debts most often. She held her rabbit ears, shyly covering her face. Really, I don't have any requests. Moreover, you've always been my master. You've protected me many times. Saving you once is nothing in comparison. Shin Changming replied, it's different. My protecting you is natural and right. How could a disciple protect their master? Then he stood up. Besides, you always said we're not in a master-disciple relationship, so there was even less reason to save me. That's why I say when I owe you a life, I owe you a life. Didn't you always want to put aside the master-disciple relationship? Fine. From today, our master-disciple bond and memories will remain. But from now on, I'll see you as an ordinary woman, not as my disciple anymore. From now on in my eyes, you won't have any other identity. You'll simply be Vi Xingnu. I'll look at you anew. Is that all right? Vi Xingnu looked at Shin Changming. She blushed, wondering if she was dreaming. Shin Changming closed the door. Koku, 3 months ago, a single mother suddenly discovered that her online partner of 2 years was actually the child she had raised. And what's even more frightening was, she discovered that the soul inside this child was actually her ex-husband whom she divorced due to domestic violence. Haha, I'm going crazy. 9 Jade entered. Benefactor, I have good news and bad news. Which one would you like to hear first? It's up to you. In this world, nothing can shock me anymore. Ba, 9 Jade smiled and replied, Benefactor, your mental state doesn't seem good. It seems you still haven't made the decision to leave. Let's talk about the battle situation first. The good news is that I've captured Yunwu City. Also, we've obtained the other half of the Water Spirit Divine Weapon. Now the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon has completed its fusion. The bad news is that Han Xiao has escaped with an elite army. In the demon territory, Yunwu City's young Master T and I. Now the 6 demon clans can be unified. It's all thanks to your merit. As for the demon race's throne, Ju Ti and I quickly declined. I'm not interested. Take it if you want. We came to the demon territory to borrow the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon to restore 9 Flower Sect's reputation. 9 Jade replied, you are benefactors of the demon territory. Of course we can lend you the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon to use. You can rest for a few more days in the demon territory, then return to human territory. As for Han Xiao, if we catch him later, we'll definitely inform you. By the way, earlier in Han Xiao's chambers, we discovered a secret room. Inside were some strange items. We don't know what they are. We'd like you to come take a look. Everyone went in to observe. These things are firearms with extreme destructive power and large-scale attack poisons that Han Xiao developed in Huahua City. Regarding this poison, just 2 or 3 drops can destroy entire lakes, rivers, and mountains. Moreover, there's so much here. Han Xiao is finished. Surely, Han Xiao took some poison with him when he left. 9 Jade must catch Han Xiao immediately. It's extremely urgent. Otherwise, he has the means to destroy the entire demon territory. Lives will suffer. 9 Jade's tail accidentally broke a bottle. I didn't mean to. Will we be poisoned? Why does Han Xiao only research and create poisons? Has he created other strange things? This must be poison too, but I don't feel anything strange now. The two young men comforted each other. It should be fine, right? I think so too. It should be fine, right? At this moment, Shen Changjun and Zhou Tianyi stood by the lake. Shen Changjun helplessly said, "So I wasn't raising a child at all. Instead, I was raising a hundreds-year-old elder." That's right, Zhou Tianyi also didn't back down. So the person I intended to take revenge on was completely not the one who imprisoned me in my past life, but rather an innocent person who transmigrated from another world. Is that what you mean? Both said in unison. What have we been doing all this time? Shen Changjun sighed. Actually, we can't completely say that. In fact, after merging with this body, I still received some emotions from this body. For example, the blood ties with Shan Changming. The first time I met him, I could clearly feel that to me Shan Changming is my blood brother. She angrily shouted, "But about your matter, you were truly wronged. Of course you might not believe it. You might think everything I say is a lie. Anyway, the Earth Spirit artifact has merged. You can go ask it." Zhou Tianyi firmly said, "I've already told you. I'll only ask once. No matter what you say, I'll take it as the truth. Even if you deceive me, I'm willing to be deceived by you for life." Shen Changjun gave him a gentle slap, meaning you still don't believe, right? Zhou Tianyi hurriedly explained, "Reincarnation is already bizarre enough. And you tell me you crossed over from a world with airplanes, hamburgers, Wi-Fi, and computers, where everyone is equal. 9966 here. I can seriously listen to you talk about those things, and not even think that you have mental problems. That's already my highest level of acceptance." Shen Changjun replied, "I don't care whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to say. If you don't believe, go ask the Earth Spirit artifact. I'll say it one last time. I entered the great forest of Love Moon 6 years ago. I've long treated you as a genuine disciple, treating you not to escape the tragic death from the previous life." Zhou Tianyi still devoted to Shan Changjun. "No matter what, I don't regret being reborn in this life and meeting you." Zhou Tianyi received another loving punch. "Don't say such sweet words, they're useless. Now just seeing your face makes me angry. Just thinking about when you were little changing diapers for a hundreds-year-old man. I feel like I'm a pervert." Zhou Tianyi cried out explaining, "This master never wet himself. That was tea spilled on the bed. Forget it, no more explanations. Say more, and this master will feel like I am a pervert." Shen Changjun left. Zhou Tianyi followed. "All right, let's not talk about it for now. I think we both need some time to digest this relationship." Shen Changjun fell silent. She thought to herself, theoretically, before arriving at the demon territory, before this identity was revealed, the person I liked was his most authentic self. The person he liked was also my most authentic self. The people we liked were our most authentic selves. But I can understand, based on his level of understanding, actually wouldn't think about time travel happening in this world. And also understand the psychological shadow from his previous life was huge, but I'm still angry. Being wrongly accused for so long, temporarily giving the cold shoulder for several days. Later Zhou Tianyi called from behind, "Aunt, Aunt." Shen Changjun, she turned around, "What's the matter now? I'm troubled you're suddenly so talkative." Zhou Tianyi in the form of a child. He also wondered himself, why did I suddenly become small? Shen Changjun's eyes widened in shock, speechless. Zhou Tianyi still didn't understand what happened. "I have become small. Why, and not just that the body's martial arts can't be used anymore. No, we still haven't caught Han Xiao. Absolutely cannot reveal this matter. Cannot let others know that Zhou Tianyi lost his powers." Shen Changjun gaped. "What's happening right now?" Jiu approached the two. "What's going on? Benefactor this child is." Shen Changjun was about to explain. "Jiu came at the right time, brother Zhou Tianyi that." Zhou Tianyi shouted, "Mother?" Shen Changjun shuddered. "Jiu, you turned to stone. Benefactor, so your son and brother Zhou Tianyi has grown so big, no wonder brother Zhou Tianyi was so confident of victory." Zhou Tianyi clung to Shen Changjun's thigh. "Mother, hug, let's go back to the room to rest." Shen Changjun worried about her reputation. Things happened suddenly, perhaps he doesn't want this to spread outside. But this scene is really... She picked up Zhou Tianyi to Jiu. I'll take my darling back to the room to rest first. The details we'll talk when we get back. All right, two subordinates beside Ju Yu consoled him. Lord Ju Yu, please contain your grief. But he became spirited again. Wife, or whatever is all good. I will love her child as if it were my own. I will make every effort to have that child call me stepfather. Shinchang Jun quickly closed the door upon reaching the room, and then sat in a corner vomiting. Ju Tianyi was no better. He said the reason might be because today spilled an unknown potion in Han Zhao's secret chamber. Must wait until we catch Han Xiao and force him to give specific solutions before then. At that time, absolutely cannot let it leak that I am Ju Tianyi. If Han Xiao finds out, he will definitely take the opportunity to cause chaos. Because when I became small, it seems my martial arts have been sealed as well. Shinchang Jun continued vomiting. Today not feeling that nauseous, right? Fortunately 6 years ago, I didn't know you were an adult. Otherwise wouldn't I have to go through today's torture every day? Ju Tianyi crossed his arms and puffed his chest. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. You should be more understanding of me. After all, you didn't tell me. Suddenly a headache struck him. What's happening? Feeling dizzy, Ju Tianyi collapsed. Fortunately, Shinchang Jun caught him in time. Yeah. Please wake up, wait. After knowing everything from beginning to end, he's someone who has lived for hundreds of years. Calling him Yaya seems quite strange, doesn't it? Yaya sounds like calling a little child, right? Or should I call him Tianyi? But would Tianyi sound too intimate? We're not even together yet. Wait, why am I getting flustered about this matter? Shinchang Jun shook Ju Tianyi. You old man, please wake up soon. After a while, Ju Tianyi slowly opened his eyes. My head hurts so much. What just happened? He was surprised. Am I taking a bath? Shinchang Jun gently wiped his body with a towel. Ju Tianyi blushed. Shinchang Jun, what are you doing? You're killing me. Do you know how many places Hong Shu had to fly me to collect these medicinal herbs? Because you've been shrunk and can't contain the powerful demon force in your body. Your body has become unbalanced. If this continues, your body will be destroyed. I heard about bodies exploding and dying, right? She rested her chin in frustration. To find the cause of your illness and prepare the herbs for bathing. I've read through all the books in the archives of the Demon Territory. Now all the archives of South Wilderness, North Wilderness, and Demon Territory are at my fingertips. I think I could surpass the world's most learned scholar. Next is cleaning under the water. Shinchang Jun reached down. She was about to continue wiping Ju Tianyi, who blushed. I am awake now. Let me bathe myself. Please stop. After bathing, Ju Tianyi sat alone drying his hair. It's troublesome because my body has shrunk and I don't have any strength at all. He looked up and met Shinchang Jun's friendly gaze. She angrily waved her hands back and forth. You naughty one. You wanted to bully me before, didn't you? Shinchang Jun tied up Ju Tianyi with a red rope. He knelt and shouted, Shinchang Jun, release me at once. She teased. Weren't you so cool before, Elder Tianyi? He was like a little rabbit. What do you want to do here besides me? There's only you. What do you think I want to do? Her hand grabbed your belt. You're crazy. I'm just a child now. Shinchang Jun got angry. You have the nerve to say that? Let's talk. Great Elder Tianyi. When you were young, you took so many advantages of me. Now you feel ashamed? She pinched his ear. Ju Tianyi explained. It's unfair. When I was young, I never intentionally crossed any boundaries. At that time in my mind, I only thought about how to kill you. Shinchang Jun slightly curled his lips and frowned. Why does hearing that make me even more angry? She pounced and pinned Ju Tianyi down under Shinchang Jun. What are you doing? A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. You Shinchang Jun grabbed his tail. When you were corrupted, how did you humiliate me? Now you know how to beg for mercy. His face turned red. Shinchang Jun let go. Shinchang Jun leaned close to Ju Tianyi's ear. Tell me, when did you start liking me looking like this? Answering this kind of question is quite devilish. How can you face a child and ask this kind of question? Shinchang Jun smiled wickedly, squeezing his tail tighter. Let me tell you, if today you don't pay back for all the sins you committed against me, it won't be over. Why aren't you talking anymore? Are you scared? Ju Tianyi used crocodile tears. Hick, master, please spare me. Shinchang Jun was startled. Can you not call me master? It sounds too perverted. He slowly took off his clothes, revealing his muscles. Master, your disciple was wrong today. How about I repay you? Shinchang Jun choked, darkened face covering his eyes. Ju Tianyi, you're even more stubborn than me. Fine you, and quickly put your clothes back on. This image is too beastly. I can't watch anymore. He proudly laughed. Shinchang Jun planned another trick. If there's no way to humiliate his spirit, then just use physical force for revenge. She pounced and spanked him continuously. Ju Tianyi could only cry for mercy in the main hall. The Earth Spirit artifact has unified. Naman asked, is this really the Earth Spirit artifact? 9 Jade, young master, you really allow me to use it for a while? 9 Jade replied, it's nothing. You're also our honored guest. Moreover, it's just asking one question to the Earth Spirit artifact. I have nothing to lose. It's just one lifetime of a person. You can only ask the Fire Spirit artifact once. You must think carefully about the question you want to ask. Naman didn't hesitate and I've thought about it for a long time. Earth Spirit artifact. I want to know what Hong Shua's lost memories are. In the Space Metal Wood Water Fire Earth, we're discussing Earth, asked Fire Sister Nam and his Ju Tian Yes person. Your master. Should I open the door for him? Fire replied, would brother, this time, if it wasn't for considering your face, I wouldn't have been absorbed by Ju Tian Yi so easily. Now you and I share the same master. Wood then said, Water Sister, didn't we already agree to date last time? Water replied, I can't handle it. Now Metal Brother and I share the same master. Busy dating him every day. Kim turned to speak to Earth. Brother Earth, please don't misunderstand. Sister Water is just a good friend of mine. In my heart, I only have you. Earth replied, little brother Kim, this is a BG romance manga, boy and girl, not BL boys love manga. You're in the wrong channel. We can't be together. Kim remained silent as 9 Jade confirmed once more. Young Master Naman, in one's lifetime, there's only one chance to ask Earth Spirit Artifact a question. Are you sure you want to ask about someone else's matter? Naman laughed wickedly after knowing the answer. I chose not to tell Hong Thuok. I manipulated her to make her obey me. When I say go east, she doesn't dare go west. If she behaves well, I might consider being merciful and tell her. Hee. 9 Jade looked at Nam and feeling something was wrong. He's so childish. Naman clasped his hands. Earth Spirit Artifact. Answer me. What exactly are the memories that Hong Thuok lost? Earth Spirit Artifact replied. I cannot answer you, because 1,000 years ago, you already asked me a question. 9 Jade was shocked. 1,000 years ago. Naman was also surprised. What? I've asked before? 1,000 years ago. Crown Prince of Nam Cat. Your Highness, this is the Earth Spirit Artifact obtained from the Demon Clan's Holy Land. It said you can ask it one question. If you have anything to ask, you can try. Earth Spirit Artifact, please tell me, how can I make a bang remember me forever? Earth Spirit Artifact answered, Your Highness, as long as you remember her forever, she will remember you forever. The Crown Prince anxiously asked, Then how can I remember her forever? Not afraid of lifetimes passing, not afraid of years and months cycling, not afraid that I'm no longer myself. She's no longer herself, so how can I recognize her at first sight? Remember her at first glance? Earth Spirit Artifact answered the Crown Prince. You need not worry about this matter. You won't completely forget her. Perhaps when you meet again you might temporarily not remember who she is, but you'll both be deeply attracted to each other, as if somewhere in the sea of people, only this person can attract you. The Crown Prince fell silent. Is this what they call fate? Lifetime after lifetime, years and months cycling, never parting forever. Naman held his head. What is this? My head hurts. What are these memories? Vague and hazy yet deeply engraved in my heart. 9 Jade ran to support him. Young Master, what's wrong? At this moment Vi Sin Nu was in her room listening to outside. Let me listen if Tam Trong Min is coming soon. Outside, footsteps could be heard. He's coming. Vi Sin Nu ran in and covered herself with blanket, pretending to sleep. Sham Trong Min brought a bowl of medicine. Wake up and take your medicine. Vi Sin Nu sat up weakly, her body too frail. She couldn't hold it, and said if only someone would feed it to me by hand, that would be nice. Sham Trong Min laughed. If your hands are useless, then cut them off. Keeping them is pointless. Vi Sin Nu rolled around crying AIA, so unfair. Don't you know I got hurt because of someone boo-hoo? Sham Trong Min helplessly recalled who it was back then acting almighty saying no need for repayment. But in the end, Sham Trong Min still fed her the medicine. Vi Sin Nu carefully took one spoonful, afraid of burning. He gently asked if it was bitter. If it's bitter, I'll get you some fruit candy. Vi Sin Nu replied, not bitter, not bitter. It's sweet, sweet, sweet. Very sweet, she said excitedly. Is there more? I can drink 3 more buckets. Sham Trong Min looked at her helplessly. All right, rest well. I have things to do. Vi Sin Nu rushed to hug Sham Trong Min. Can you stay here with me? Sham Truong Min pushed her away. Vi Sin knew since young I taught you that men and women should keep their distance. Have you thrown away everything I taught you? She held on to him tightly. Sham Truong Min, if you don't hug me then I'll never obediently take medicine again. I'll go challenge Han Tu. Sham Truong Min was about to push her away but withdrew his hand. He patted her head warmly saying I'll do as you say. She smiled happily. Meanwhile Sham Truong Quan came to ask Q-Knock, have you found Han Tu's whereabouts? Yes, Han Tu and his over 100,000 demon soldiers are camped by the coast in demon territory. I haven't dared to act rashly, because he has poison in his possession enough to destroy everything in a large area. If we pressure him, when he's unprepared he'll use the poison for mutual destruction. We dare not risk it. Now we need someone strong to go alone, straight into Han Tu's camp and kill him. In war, capture the king first, kill Han Tu, or destroy his poison. Either one will do. However, until now I heard young Master Tienda is in seclusion. With my position I cannot go. If I leave, chaos will ensue here. So who should we send to assassinate Han Tu? Sham Truong Quan and Q Tienda, Tiny One eagerly volunteered. I'll go too, Q Tienda thought. It's a good chance to find the antidote from Han Tu. In this body I really can't take it anymore. Before getting the antidote, absolutely cannot let anyone know that Q Tienda has lost his powers, turned into a child. Sham Truong Min and Vi Sin Nu came over. Good morning, Sister Truong Quan and Nu. Brother, good morning. Sham Truong Quan froze. Wait. Sham Truong Min and Vi Sin Nu rested their chins looking at Q Tienda puzzled. Vi Sin Nu asked Sister Truong Quan. The child next to Sister looks a bit like someone. As for Shin Changming, it can't be what I'm thinking. Shin Changjun waved her hands at the two people. Listen to my explanation. Ju Tianai quickly stepped to Shin Changming's side, grabbed his hand. Mother, this is my aunt, Ju Tianai said happily. Hello, aunt. Shin Changming turned to stone, unable to accept this news. Junior Ju Tianai is now 20 years old. This child looks like they're almost 10 years old. In other words, 7 years ago from the beginning, when Junior Ju Tianai first went up the mountain to study. Shin Changjun. So that's how it was. This is the reason why from the very beginning wanted to kill Shin Changjun. Why I suddenly can understand Junior Ju Tianai wanting to kill her. It's not strange at all. I always thought Junior Ju Tianai was an ungrateful beast. Now I just discovered the real beast is my own sister. Shin Changming maintained perfect consistency in his clear logic, while Wei Shengru used beast-like eyes to look at Shin Changjun. Sister's admiring heart shattered. Sister Changjun, this seems to be called a moral. I really can't accept all of this. Ju Tianai went to Wei Shengru happily greeting, Ninth Mother. Wei Shengru excitedly replied, Ninth Mother immediately turned and greeted, Grandson. The two were joyfully happy. Ju Tianai played the role of a mischievous grandson, climbing onto Shan Changming's shoulders, playfully messing with his hair. Can't bear to hit his own nephew, but can't escape either. Wei Shengru clapped on the side. The uncle-nephew relationship is so loving. Shin Changjun forced a smile. So childish. Elder Tianai is actually several hundred years old. Never mind, there are outsiders here now. There's no way to tell Shin Changming that Junior Ju Tianai has turned into a child. We'll talk about it later. Hongshi sat on the tree looking down. It's been so long since everyone has had such a joyful atmosphere. If this moment could last forever, that would be nice. However, since seeing the Earth Spirit artifact yesterday, you've seemed to be troubled about something. What exactly did you ask? Nanan sat beside him surprised. Then he leaned closer. I asked the Earth Spirit artifact who my future love would be. It told me it would be you. Hongshi blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I telling the truth or lying? You guess. Ju Tianai kept grabbing Shin Changming's head. I can't take it anymore. Shin Changjun stopped them. That's enough. Nine Jade stepped forward. After going through a time of bloody battles, everyone finally has a happy and relaxing moment. But we'll soon have to go assassinate Han Xiao. I hope everyone can cherish these final happy moments. A hand patted Nine Jade's shoulder. He turned around to see Miss Wei Shang. Excuse me, Lord Nine Jade. May I trouble you with something? No need to be so formal, miss. Thanks to you we were able to push back Han Xiao. You are also a benefactor of the demon realm. Please, Go ahead and speak. I also have a question that I want to ask the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon. In the hall, the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon appeared. 9 Jade spoke. Miss Wei Sheng. Each person can only ask the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon once, and its answer is absolutely accurate. Unlike the Water Spirit Divine Weapon that can predict the future, the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon transcends the rules of time and space, pointing to the end, the only final outcome. The Earth Spirit Divine Weapon's answer cannot be changed. Absolutely correct. Wei Sheng sighed in admiration. Wow, the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon is really powerful, just like a deity who knows everything. The Earth Spirit Divine Weapon snorted. Wei Sheng asked, then how to prove the ramen hypothesis? Well, then let me change to another question. What do you know about the Fermi paradox? The Earth Spirit Divine Weapon didn't answer. Are there higher level beings out there? Or what's the origin of the entire universe? 9 Jade beside her froze. Miss Wei Sheng, what are you talking about? I don't understand any of it. Wei Sheng cheerfully replied. I don't know what these mean either. These were told to me by Sister Zhang Jun. She said these are all extremely difficult questions that no one has solved yet. Looks like Sister Zhang Jun was right. Even the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon doesn't know. Not as good as my Sister Zhang Jun. The Earth Spirit Divine Weapon sighed softly. Still not as good as my Sister Zhang Jun. It coughed a few times. These questions don't belong to our world system. Anyway, these issues aren't what you really want to ask, are they? Wei Sheng replied. Don't you know everything? Don't you know what I really want to ask? I know, but you must say it yourself for me to answer. Your choice will lead to your outcome. This is destiny. People think that everything is their own choice, but everything has been arranged already. Before you asked the question, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, the question existed since this world began. The answer to this question is that this is destiny. That's why I'm superior to the Water Spirit Divine Weapon, superior to all other divine weapons. I am the leader among divine weapons, standing above all rules of this world, an existence second only to the gods. Wei Sheng asked again about gods. What are gods? Do they really exist in this world? There are gods who control the destiny of this world. He can dominate everything in this world. Whatever he says is unbeatable. Everything can be done according to the god's will. 9 Jade speaks. Haha, Earth Spirit Divine Weapon. You don't need to say these things. The little lady's ambition isn't that big. We should just relax a bit, shouldn't we? I guess Miss Wei Shengru's question is whether she has a place in Sect Leader Shun's heart or not, or how to win Sect Leader Shun's heart. Wei Shengru remained silent for a while. No, I don't want to ask this question, because I already know the answer. He doesn't like me. He has never liked me before. Right. Earth Spirit Divine Weapon? That's correct. 9 Jade was stunned. What? Miss Wei Shengru. Lord 9 Jade, you don't need to comfort me. He has never liked me because he looks down on using his high status to desire a girl of lower status. He also feels ashamed about using his older age to deceive someone as naive as me. But I like someone like that. If a mature and older person could immediately accept the love of a young girl, youthful and naive, without any psychological burden, then that wouldn't be worthy of my love. Moreover, who says that love must be nobler than other feelings? I believe he loves me too. Just not in a romantic way. But I won't give up. Before he didn't like me, but we can't say for sure that in the future he won't like me. There's still a long time ahead. I believe I can do it. But Earth Spirit Divine Weapon, I'm not just a girl who only thinks about love. I am the only true disciple of the Nine Flowers Sect leader, the young lady of the Wei Sheng family. I've studied at Nine Flowers Sect for so long, not just to chase after men. Shin Changming once taught me what it means to lead all sections, how to save people, and what justice means. So, Earth Spirit Divine Weapon, my real question is, this time how should I stop Hanzhao's massacre? How can I save all living beings? If there's something I can do, I definitely won't refuse. Later, Wei Shengru walked to Shin Changming. Those two frauds, Shun Changjun and Diju Tianya, have already departed. I hope this time they can defeat Han Xiao and his demon race army. Shin Changming, I don't like you anymore. Shin Changming turned around. You, Wei Shengru continued. I'm still young with a long future ahead. I want to see the mountains and rivers. Want to see the world's fireworks. I don't need that small love anymore. Suddenly, I want to live a truly comfortable life. With Spirit Divine Weapon, fate has its own arrangements. The future is predetermined and cannot be changed. Wei Xin knew. If it weren't for Shan Changchuan using the Water Spirit Divine Artifact to change the future, you would have died at the Northern Wilderness Palace that year. However, this world has its own laws and destiny. No one can change its outcome except for the gods. even if it's a time traveler like Shan Changchuan or the Destiny Child Ninth Heaven Knight. Vicen knew, you might not understand what I'm saying, but what I must say is, no matter how many times Shin Changchuan and Ninth Heaven Knight come back to life, they cannot escape the outcome and cycle of their mission. Han Xiao will definitely destroy the world just like the outcome of the previous life. No one can change that. Vicen Nu was shocked. If the world will be destroyed, what can I do? Your end will be the same as this world's. This is heaven's will, the law of this world. In a few days, catastrophe will descend upon this world. Everyone will die, but I am not a god. Heaven's mechanisms cannot see all of fate, cannot calculate everything. I can win a chance of survival, extremely fragile, for this world, but the price to pay is your life. Are you willing to give this world an extremely fragile chance of survival? Why must the price be my life? Vicen Nu smiled and turned around. That's perfect then. It's my honor. Shin Changming asked, didn't you say you wanted to live freely? Yes, in the final moments of my life. In the sky, Shin Changchuan and Ninth Heaven Knight rode on a phoenix. Ninth Heaven Knight Han Xiao carried magical weapons with large damage radius and poison, having fled for many days. If he wants to destroy the world, then he might poison the sea. That way the poison will spread to demon tribes and human tribes, cultivators in every corner of this world. The two observed below, and indeed, Xiao Han and his remaining demon tribe army were on the beach ahead. I see them. The enemy has tens of thousands of troops. They will definitely fight to the death in resistance. We need to act carefully, make detailed plans. Or should we try disguising ourselves to infiltrate? Shin Changchuan continued, I have a bad feeling. Ninth Heaven Knight, since you confessed everything, you and I have compared all the information. Have you noticed or not? The current situation is developing more and more like the outcome of the previous life. Du Mingyut sacrificed himself by self-destructing in the previous life to prevent his second personality from doing evil. In this life, he used a similar method, completely erasing everything except his own personality. In the previous life, Vicen Nu died young from depression. Ting Vai's clan was exterminated in one night by 3 tribes. Parents, brothers, all died. Vicen Nu suffered extremely. Her hair turned white overnight. In this life, at every major event, she has to go through death's door once again. From the Northern Wilderness ceremony, our whole family was almost destroyed. To the Wood Spirit illusion, she was killed at a young age. Then in the demon territory, she was killed by Tu Han barely breathing. As for me, Shin Changjun in my previous life, I was an evil and vicious master. But in this life, Shin Changjun, I tried my best to avoid the fate that had occurred. But a few months ago, I was accused by the entire cultivation world of being a lustful and perverted demon woman. Imprisoning and killing young cultivators, their bodies were buried under Golden Cloud Peak. In Han Zhao's previous life, until the very end, no one knew his true identity, because he has the false cloud heaven in this life. 3 years ago, you had already sneaked into the royal treasury of Yin Kingdom, stealing the false cloud heaven. It was to avoid the final boss of the previous life, hiding his identity. But in the end, it went in circles. Now finally the false cloud heaven has returned, falling into Han Zhao's hands. Zhu Tianyi was stunned. You mean, my disciple Zhu Tianyi? Tell me, can we really stop Han Xiao in this life? Can we really change the outcome of the previous life? No. Zhu Tianyi grabbed Shan Changjun's hand. I don't know either. But in this life, we're not alone. We have each other to fight side by side. They looked at each other. Elder Tianyi, I see that young face of yours. Really can't stand hearing such cheesy words. Seems like I'm quite perverted. Zhu Tianyi crossed his arms. Promise this old man will never say it again, even if you beg it won't work anymore. Be serious. We need to start acting quickly. Next we must act carefully, plan thoroughly, secretly sneak into Han Zhao's camp. Shin Changjun stood up. Shin Changjun, what are you doing? She turned around. Let Zhu Tianyi wait until everything is over. Then you can pursue me. Zhu Tianyi blushed. You really agree? But I still don't understand you completely. I don't know which world you're really from. Don't know about your family. Don't know what you've been through in the past. I don't even know your real name. Shin Changjun jumped down. Zhu Tianyi called out, Shin Changjun, what are you doing? Schemes and plots are not my style. I want to face him head-on in battle. She charged straight into the camp. My courage, my cowardice. A divine beast appeared, Shan Changjun's complete demon form. The white tiger divine beast. The soldiers ran in chaos. Help. Divine beast descends. Run quickly. Quickly find leader Han Xiao. My wisdom. My deadlock. One swipe of the claw collapsed their entire tint. The vermilion bird also descended my friends, my enemies. Fusion of the white tiger, vermilion bird, and metalwood divine weapons. My glory, my failure. Different experiences from the past, all of them are me. Oh heavens, our tens of thousands of troops are powerless against the gap in power and pressure level. Shinchongjun. She is Shinchongjun. She is the strongest among humans. She has a disciple who is said to be the world's strongest, Zhou Tianyi. In this world besides the gods, no one understands me better than you. Illusions gathering at the demon realm border. Listen carefully. Jiao Han, come out and I won't kill indiscriminately. If not, I shall unify the lands of both races today. Fallen in love. In Zhu Tianyi's thoughts, I've met her countless times, talked with her, stayed by her side day and night for many years. In my eyes, I've seen her as an enemy, as a master, as a friend, as a woman, but I haven't seen her for a long time. With such enthusiastic and valiant appearance, making me admire her, making me respect her. Leader of Jin Yun Peak, Nine Flowers Sect. She doesn't belong to anyone, nor is she anyone's possession. Strong yet gentle, at just 20 years old, broke through to Golden Core stage. The most beautiful in the cultivation world. Like the first time I met her, it seems so distant as if lifetimes ago. Shan Chongjun in the military camp. The weapon storage and poison reserves have been found. Zhu Tianyi drank it all in one go. Namen stood behind. Don't know after you drink this antidote how long it will take to return to your youthful form. Han Shao wants to poison the world with these things. Let's destroy all these poisons and weapons. Outside, the demon soldiers are screaming for surrender and begging, save me, spare me. 100,000 rebel demon troops surrendered. Hong Shua stroked the vermilion bird. These 100,000 troops are now like headless snakes, scattered like sand blown in the wind. Did Han Shao really plan to rely on these demon troops to attack the demon territory? General Shun has already pursued Han Shao. Hope she can defeat him. The mighty tiger attacks the eagle. Shin Chongjun, holding her sword, approaches the wounded Han Shao. Han Shao, you've killed so many people. Don't you feel guilty towards your sister? He sneered and removed his mask. Jia Yin Tian, could it be you're not Han Shao? Han Shao isn't here. To be precise, Han Shao never fled from the beginning. These days he's been lying in wait at Yunwu City. Shin Chongjun realized. The luring tiger from mountain strategy, it's dangerous. Their target wasn't to attack the demon territory, but to steal the Earth Spirit divine weapon. The whole group quickly flew back. Hong Shi hurry, arriving to see a scene of destruction. Nu and others, are you alright, General Sister? Shortly after everyone had left, Han Tu suddenly burst in here, then stole the Earth Spirit divine weapon and left. I'm truly sorry, Shin Chongjun, it's good that you weren't hurt. As for the divine weapon, that's a matter for later. Let's discuss it another time. Nine Jade approaches the benefactor. These past days, you've exposed the villain schemes and subdued the rebellious demon tribes, unifying both the sky and underground demon tribes. We thank you and your companions for helping our demon tribe. You and your companions will forever be our honored guests. It's nothing, as Nine Tianya approaches Shan Chongming. Strange, a few days ago while in small form, I defeated Shan Chongming. Yet now seeing my current self, he's not seeking revenge. Shan Chongming stares blankly at Wei Shengru. After calling Shan Chongming 3 times, he finally snaps out of it. What's wrong? What happened? Shin Chongjun and Nine Tianya look puzzled at Shan Chongming, who remains dazed. Shin Chongming actually didn't fight me. Farewell, Shin Chongjun. Nine Jade. We must return to the demon tribe. There are many matters requiring our attention. Until we meet again, benefactor, I hope when we next meet again, I can repay your kindness, perhaps by becoming your companion, or something similar. Shin Chongjun laughs. Nine Jade, don't you have other ways to show gratitude? Humans don't always want that kind of life partnership. Moreover, if you treat every benefactor of yours by offering yourself as repayment, wouldn't you end up with too many life partners? Nine Jade replies, I know humans also desire wealth, status, and even the world itself. I don't offer myself to just anyone as repayment. I've thought about spending a lifetime with just one person. Shin Chongjun is surprised. Your demon tribe also has thoughts of spending an entire lifetime with just one person? Originally we didn't, but 1,000 years ago I met a human maiden. She once saved my life. My first benefactor. I didn't even know her name, but she shared many things with me. She told me she wanted wealth, status, wanted the world, and also wanted to spend a lifetime with just one person. 1,000 years ago, I was sold to a desolate region in the south. In the night market, a young human girl rescued me. She was pure, kind, and utterly genuine. We relied on each other for warmth and comfort. We spent such a peaceful time together, but soon after we were discovered by the black market people. Then the little girl was sold for 3 copper coins, while I was rescued just in time by people from the demon tribe. She was my first benefactor. Right after that, she was rescued. I once promised her that, if I were to sit on the demon race's throne, I would surely give her everything she wanted: wealth, status, the world, and also the lifelong companionship of just 2 people that she desired. However, after I actually obtained all those things, I returned to the human world many times, but never found her again. She's the only benefactor I couldn't repay. I don't know if she achieved what she wished for or not. I don't know if her life has been happy. Actually, until today, I still don't understand the phrase, a lifelong companionship of just 2 people. What did that little lady mean by repeating it? Because demons have extremely long lifespans. However, sometimes I wonder, if that little lady also had a 1,000-year lifespan like demons, would she change her mind? Would she be lonely and desolate? Or would she have countless male companions and partners? How would she perceive my feelings? How would she view my past self? If the initial feelings remain unchanged, we will follow her wishes. All 4 people rode swords back to Shanchang-jun. After half a year, finally we have left the demon territory and returned to human territory. Let's quickly return to the northern wasteland cultivation realm. The sword is shaking. What's wrong? The sword slowly descended. All 4 people fell down. So dizzy. Wei Shengru was caught by Shen Changming. It's so uncomfortable. Don't know why the spiritual power in my body is depleted. Shen Changming explained. When we were in demon territory, our spiritual power had converted to demon power. Now suddenly returning to human realm, the spiritual power in our bodies hasn't recovered yet. It's very weak and needs rest. We can go slowly. It's fine. No need to rush. Wei Shengru wondered. But Shen Changming, why don't you seem weakened at all? Shen Changming tapped her head. Perhaps because I'm the strongest in the world? Besides, even if I were weak, I wouldn't let you see it anyway. Wei Shengru blushed, heart racing, quickly changed the subject. If that's the case, we can find a place to rest for the night first. Shen Changjun angrily cursed Shen Changming. I am the world's #1, silly sister. You possess the 2 greatest treasures in the world, but still can't match me. I am the strongest. Zhu Tianyi also chimed in quietly. Clearly in my past life, I was the strongest in the world. Also the luckiest in this world. Wei Shengru spoke up. Have you all forgotten? According to theory, Don is the world's #1. He's at the peak of enlightenment, abandoning all emotions and desires, living in despair, unconsciously became the most extraordinary person. I also need to work harder. Together we help these innocent people, but where have we fallen to? This place is as prosperous as the capital. The 4 people entered the inn. Shen Changjun was surprised. What do you mean this is the intersection between North and South Wilderness and the Chaotic Lands? How can the Chaotic Lands be this prosperous? Isn't the Chaotic Land the first place where we saw the Wood Spirit Divine weapon 3 years ago? After leaving the Northern Wilderness ceremony, before entering the Wood Spirit Illusion, wasn't this place very chaotic? And Don was also the mastermind behind this. Little Two smiled. It's all thanks to those 3 great people. 1,000 years ago, due to drama in the marriage of the princess and prince of the North and South Wilderness, many years of close combat occurred. For these 1,000 years, the Chaotic Lands at the intersection of North and South, great killing and chaos ensued. People fell into misery and their numbers dwindled. However, 3 years ago, the supreme expert of the 9th Heaven Knight, codenamed Don, defeated the mastermind behind all this. Since then, the people in the Chaotic Lands were captured. The cultivation world's #1 genius, Shan Changjun, drove back the Green Lady, dispelled the century-old evil with spirit illusion. Furthermore, 2 years ago, Empress Han Xiaoxiao ascended with great ambition, transformed this land from a barren wilderness into the prosperity we see today, and unified with the North and South Wilderness. Since then, the country has flourished. People's lives improved under the Empress's rule. The Chaotic Lands have completely transformed now, from a sparrow into a phoenix. Of course, the people here will forever remember those 3 benefactors. I heard there's also the holy monk Du Mingyue 9 Flowers sect Shunchangming and Wei Shenru Young Miso. Hello, if there's a chance. Really want to witness these legendary figures in person. Shen Changjun turned to Wei Shenru. Just a few years have passed, and this place has become so prosperous. The name Shen Changjun has spread across the world. Indeed, currently the legend of Master Changjun is spreading throughout the mortal realm. Who in this world doesn't know about him? I really hope to meet the legendary Changjun, the true person, and his companions once in my life. Shin Changjun looked outside. That's good. We shouldn't waste time along the way. With a guilty conscience, ninth heaven knight. But where are Nam Un and Hong Shua? What are you talking about? Your Nam Un, where did you kidnap my phoenix to? It's gone. Shin Changjun crossed his arms. Nam Un must have taken Phoenix to that place. Seems to be the deepest part of the wood spirit illusion. It's the ancient southern imperial palace from 10,000 years ago. Why did he take her there? This way, little Phoenix. I'll take you somewhere, you little brat. Last time you said you saw my future through the wood spirit divine artifact. You and I will be lovers in the future, is that right? Hee. Guess what? On a clear moonlit night in the wood spirit illusion, Hong Shi stood looking at the tree trunk. 3 years ago, the renowned Master Changjun dispelled the poisonous mist of the wood spirit illusion. Since then, this 1,000-year-old tree could finally reappear in the world. Thousands of years ago, legend tells of an arranged marriage that had enormous influence. A crown prince and a princess. Both of them chose to die together in the palace next to the divine tree for love. Welcome visitors to this place. Everyone can buy the city's newest premium items: flower, fire, spirit, stones, magic, to capture memorial images with the 1,000-year divine tree. The story from thousands of years ago of the princess and crown prince is so touching. Is this the legendary 1,000-year divine tree? Hong Shi sighed at the national righteousness. They clearly loved each other deeply, couldn't bear to harm each other. In the end, they chose to end their own lives. It's strange, my heart suddenly wells up with an indescribable, deep, and intense sorrow. Hong Shi cried like a child. Those two were so pitiful. I don't like tragic stories. Boo-hoo-hoo. Nam Un comforted. Don't cry anymore. I still have the continuation of this story. Do you want to hear it? I'll tell you. He wiped her tears. There's more to come. If the later part is also tragic, then besides adding more regret, there's nothing worth hearing. Well, what if the following plot isn't tragic? Thousands of years ago, after the crown prince and princess died, their souls still lingered for each other. Thousands of years later, they accidentally met again. They both died already. How could they meet again thousands of years later? Perhaps they're just like us, transformed into spirit weapons in this world. How could there be such a coincidence? Hong Shi eagerly wanted to hear the story continue. Go on. What happened next? Then one day, by chance, the crown prince regained his memories from thousands of years ago, but the princess didn't remember anything at all. Isn't that very unfortunate for him? Only he remembers those memories, enduring the torment of remembrance, while his beloved doesn't recognize him at all. Two people meet, but don't recognize each other. How can you say it's unfortunate when talking about him? This memory is extremely precious. Enduring the torment of these memories is nothing at all. Nam Un fiercely turns to look at Hong Thuok. What do you mean? Moreover, meeting her once again is already the greatest fortune. Hong Thuok angrily shakes Nam Un repeatedly. Clearly you said it wasn't a tragedy, yet you dare trick me into saving her life and even shake me. Well, the ending of this story is indeed tragic. Hong Thuok crosses his arms. Tell me, why didn't the crown prince tell the truth to the princess? Nam Un holds his head and says maybe the princess wouldn't believe it anyway. The relationship between them now is like water and fire. Moreover, the princess is living very well now. The crown prince doesn't want to disrupt her life, but he will make the princess fall for him again. He moves closer to Hong Thuok. The story isn't over yet. Anything can happen as time passes. They will surely continue their fate from their previous life. After all, they've waited for 1,000 years. There's still another 1,000 years ahead, and another 1,000 years after that. Surely one day she will love the crown prince again. Hong Thuok blushes. Why is my heart beating so fast? The painful feeling from earlier seems to have subsided a lot. Nam Un grabs her wrist. All right, I'll tell you about their ending later. Let's go. Truong Quan Immortal is still waiting for us. Let's go home. Okay. Under the candlelight, the two walk away hand in hand. By the way, earlier you said the relationship between the crown prince and princess is like water and fire. Why is that? Because the princess always hits the crown prince. The princess is really too much. The crown prince is so devoted. She should have treated the crown prince more gently. Right. Hey, you just pulled my hand, didn't you? You want to get beaten up? Help. Spirit Stone FIFA. Spirit Stone Night Illuminating Lamp. Spirit Stone 9 Shadows. 4 years ago, in the Flame Kingdom, only nobles and aristocrats could use spirit stones as power tools. Now spirit stones have become power tools integrated into the daily lives of common people. Let's rest here tonight. Shin Chang-jun notices the shop and looks at it. Look at this. These two outfits are the matching clothes that Chang-jun Immortal and Tianyi Elder used to disguise themselves for traveling. They're unique pieces that everyone fights over. I want to buy this one. I want this set. I want it too. I like it too. Shin Chang-jun turns to Zhu Tianyi. Hee, you fool. 4 years ago, you disguised yourself as a 17-year-old youth, wearing matching clothes with Master. How did it feel? He leans in close. That was quite embarrassing. Shin Chang-jun blushes. Too straightforward. Go, keep playing. If you're ignorant, then we won't be sad. If you meet someone else but don't tell the truth, you will only rely on your evil tongue. Shin Chang-jun sent you as the fortune teller 2 years ago at Manhwa City. Master Chang-jun, finally we meet again. Shin Chang-jun clapped. Oh, I remember now. You're that fraudster from Manhwa City who sold me the red spirit thread. Zhu Tianyi angrily grabbed his collar. I remember too. You're the one who turned me into a puppet, sold me to Shin Chang-jun. And you're also the one who told Du Mingyue about the effects of the forgetting stone. The quack laughed. Don't be angry. If this were in a romance novel, I would be the standard supporting character. Shin Chang-jun, you family. Forgetting stone. Du Mingyue, what does it mean? Does this world also have the term romance novel? Aren't they all called books? The quack coughed lightly. Let me introduce again. After Mingyu Monk cultivated the Great Way, abandoning worldly affairs, I officially served under Empress Han Xiaoxiao, becoming the new imperial advisor of Yin Kingdom. Now the people of North and South live in peace and prosperity. The spread of spirit stone technology is all my achievement. I brought the new technology from Manhwa City to everywhere in the world, to hundreds of common households. To be honest, from the beginning, the reason Manhwa City had outstanding development in spirit stone technology was also my contribution. I was also the person behind the weapons research department. Zhu Tianyi sneered. Oh, imperial advisor of Yin Kingdom, each generation is worse than the last. Shin Chang-jun doubted. Technology, that's right. Tonight, I came not just to meet old acquaintances, but also to meet the rumored Miss Wei Sheng. He approached Wei Sheng. I don't know you, but have heard your name for long. Someone has wanted to meet you for a very long time. That's my master, the Empress. Wei Sheng knew excitedly. Xiao, it's Xiao. That person was right indeed. Only you would call her that. That person is now at Imperial Mausoleum. Imperial Mausoleum. Yin Kingdom's Imperial Mausoleum. Wei Sheng rushed to hug Han Xiao. Xiao knew. Haven't seen you in 2 years, Xiao. You really became an emperor. Are you happy? What right does an emperor have to be happy? Being worthy of the subjects is most important, but meeting you tonight truly makes me happy. However, I feel that I have lived up to the ancestors already. In just 2 short years, not only unified North and South continent, but also popularized spirit stone energy, making everyone in the world stable and peaceful. Right, Nunu? Right now, the royal family and noble families are living in harmony. Royal power and merchants are now in good terms. Don't worry. Han Xiao holds Wei Shenru's hand. You are really amazing. It's already midnight. Why are you still at the royal mausoleum? Today is the 2nd death anniversary of my brother Huang. I came to pay respects to him. Your brother Huang, Han Xiao. It's been exactly 2 years. Speaking of which, back then in Manhwa City, Xiao only knew Han Xiao had died, but didn't know he just faked his death. Until today, Xiao still doesn't know Han Xiao's true identity as Thursday Tong's sect leader. Moreover, he has always harmed people and plotted to take over the world, even in the demon tribe's territory. Han Xiao once killed me. All these things until today. Xiao still doesn't know her brother is still alive. Her brother is a bad person. Her brother betrayed sister's worship, Sister Nuru, these 2 years. Every day I lived in pain, losing my only family member. But later, I gradually learned to turn pain into motivation. Now I'm no longer in pain. After dreaming of Brother Huang at night, I don't cry anymore. I believe that Brother Huang in the underworld also hopes that I can be strong. He loved me just as much as I loved him. I definitely won't betray Brother Huang's trust. Become a great empress, protect the world and its people well, not let anyone be destroyed. However, Xiao, I hope you won't live for anyone else, but only live for yourself. Keep it hidden as long as possible. As long as she's living well now, that's enough. And in the future, I hope she never learns the truth. Just continue to walk firmly like this. Han Xiao sighs. In this world, who can truly achieve real freedom? I am the only empress in history, having to face pressures that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Wei Shenru holds Han Xiao's hand. Sister Chuang Quan said, in her homeland, Everyone has the right to choose. Even girls from ordinary families can choose to become whoever they want to be, do whatever they want to do. As long as they have courage, their future will have countless possibilities. Haha. In Tannim country, Sir Dongfang also said the exact same things. At first I thought he was crazy. Perhaps he and sister Truong Quan are from the same hometown. Han Xiaoxiao leans close to her ear. By the way, Nuru, how are things between you and Sham Truong Min? Wei Shenru blushes. She recalls the words of the Earth Spirit artifact. I can fight to get an extremely slim chance of survival for all living beings. But the price is your life. Do you agree? Struggling to have an extremely fragile chance of survival for all living beings. Must sacrifice my life. So Nu turns around like that. Okay, you can drop a drop of your blood into this divine weapon yourself to connect the divine weapon with your soul. On a day in the future, Han Chu will have the desire to destroy the world. Then you will sacrifice your soul as an offering. Your soul will fly away from this world and will never reincarnate for all eternity. However, to take it, your sacrificial soul, you will have the chance to beg for mercy from the death realm. If lucky, the divine realm may consider protecting and sheltering this world. What exactly is the divine realm? Where exactly is the divine realm? The divine is the creator of this world and all things. The divine realm is the place that controls all cause and effect in this world. Wait until you sacrifice your soul. When your soul scatters in an instant, you will understand everything. But that moment will also be the day of your death. Will my soul scatter? Not even able to reincarnate after death. Then I will never be able to meet Shen Changming, nor will I be able to meet Master Changjun and my family members, my parents and siblings-in-law too, right? But your death will exchange for their chance to live. Han Xiaoxiao urged. Go on, Nu. How is your relationship with Shan Changming progressing? Actually, I haven't liked him for a long time. The next morning at the Weisheng family mansion, Wei Shengnu rushed to hug everyone. Parents and elder brother, who have been distant for many years, are you all well? Well, the Empress said she's friends with you. The relationship between the royal family and Weisheng family is no longer hanging by a thread like before. Now there's peace and merchants are free. The business of Weisheng family is also growing day by day. Xiao Nu, we heard you've left the Nine Flowers sect, but sect leader Shun still values you greatly. You truly are Wei Sheng's pride. You must come home to visit your parents more often. Parents miss you, sister. Sister, you must be tired these years. Stay home longer this time. We've prepared many delicious dishes for you, happily replied. No need. I'm not hungry. I'll go to my room to rest first, just like that. Going back to room without talking to everyone? Probably tired. We can talk tomorrow. It's fine. Anyway, Xiao Nu will still come home to visit. This isn't the last time, that's right. Surely it is. Quickly stepping into the room, Wei Shengnu leaned against the door, silently shedding tears. Tell me what happened. Shen Changming's voice surprised her. Shen Changming. That day, she asked the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon something. Wei Shengnu was surprised. How did you know he came? Wiped her tears. I've always been watching you, as Wei Shengnu wiped her tears. No, you misunderstood. I didn't ask the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon. Sham Truong Min coldly walked away. Wei Shengnu pulled his robe. Sham Truong Min, where are you going? To kill Han Ka and take the Divine Weapon. I want to ask the Divine Weapon, what exactly did you ask it? Wei Shengnu hugged his legs. Sham Truong Min, please calm down. Why would you provoke Han Ka alone? When he goes mad, he'll bite anyone randomly. Moreover, you're the leader of the 8 clans. Your only chance to ask a question should be about the world. How can you waste it needlessly on my small matter? Sham Truong tapped Wei Shengnu's head with his fan. Your matters have never been small. Don't say such things again next time. But compared to the entire world, I'm really not worth mentioning. Thousands and tens of thousands of people versus one person. No one would choose the latter. He patted her head. For me, between you and the world, there has never been a need to choose. Both you and the world will be protected. Wei Shengnu, even if I cannot save the world, that would be my incompetence, and never a reason to sacrifice you. Wei Shengnu was moved to tears. She threw herself into his arms. Sham Truong Min, thank you. Sham Truong Min silently watched Wei Shengnu sobbing. On the street, Sham Truong Quan and Qtienda were taking a walk after the Water Spirit Divine Weapon was taken. This place has become increasingly bustling and prosperous. It's a pity Nu and brother aren't here with us. They can't see such beautiful scenery. Qtienda, I'll go buy some snacks. Sham Truong Quan, look around. That's Du Min Noyet. She waved at Du Min Noyet. Haven't seen you for a year. Why are you in Lac Ha? remember 4 years ago we were also here making friends together? Du-min Noyet replied. Since my cultivation reached the peak of the divine realm, this past year I've been traveling everywhere, viewing mountains, waters, and the mortal world. But my cultivation cannot break through. I cannot cultivate the great Tao. He walked on. This beautiful scenery seems to pass like smoke. Time flows as quick as a snap of fingers. This past year, I've devoted myself to all people under heaven, but I don't understand my own heart. Truong Quan immortal. Can you tell me the answer? Sham Truong Quan replied. Du-min Noyet, do you remember 4 years ago? You, me, and Junior Q Tienda, the four of us laughing and talking happily remember well the promise we made to each other on Lakha Bridge. As members of the imperial family, of course, I will love people like my own children, persevere in righteousness with a heart free of demons, wish to seek noble spirit, stop the conspiracy. I vow to protect this land, because there are many people here that I care about. Du-min Noyet replied. Remember the four of us, we all made a promise together to live without betraying heaven and earth. Today we have followed that promise. I thought the same in previous years. But Du-min Noyet, have you realized that we only cared about righteousness in the world, but never promised anything related to our own wishes? Over these years, we may have lived without shame before the world, but we may have forgotten our own hearts. Sometimes I feel like a puppet completing missions, sometimes collecting divine weapons, sometimes saving the world. She looked at the small bird perched on her hand. I have never lived for myself, whether in this life, previous life, or the first life. Everyone told me to be strong and righteous. But what do I truly want? I laugh at worldly people, working their backs off for just a few coins. But I cannot live as I wish. How am I any different from ordinary people? I've been in this world for 8 years. I am no longer an ordinary mortal. I'm halfway on the path to becoming a deity. But in my heart, I understand. I am no different from my other lives, because I still don't understand my own heart. Du-min Noyet, that year you asked me whether being passionate is suffering or being indifferent is suffering. Now I think I can answer you that for everyone if they cannot understand their own heart, if they don't understand what they truly want. Even becoming a deity living for thousands of years, we're just like a drifting boat, though alive but as if dead. That is the greatest suffering in life, because we don't know the sweet feeling. Du-min Noyet, do you have a wish that's just for yourself, not for others? Du-min Noyet looked at Tam Truong Quan. I want to see the snow scene from that year again. What about you, Tam Truong Quan? What is your wish? A wish that's just for yourself, not for others. Ah, scene changes to under the candy figurine tree. Candy figurines for sale. Tam Truong Quan and Q Tienda approach. 5 years ago when I first came to the mortal realm, the first night I arrived here. Do you remember? You bought candy figurines to comfort me. The tangled red threads. Tam Truong Quan gazed for a long time. 5 years have passed. Time hasn't left any trace on this divine tree. According to legend, this 1,000-year-old purple divine tree shares the same roots with the red divine tree in the mystical realm. Later they were forced to separate and live in 2 places, forever unable to reunite as one. Does it miss its other self in that distant place? Shun Changjun looked around for Zhu Tianyi. Where did everyone go? Why am I left alone like this? Zhu Tianyi gave her a rabbit candy. Shin Changjun waved her hand. What I meant earlier was, didn't you want to buy me a sugar figurine? You seem to be in a bad mood. May I talk with you? How did he notice? They went upstairs to gaze at the sky. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. In my homeland, it's a festival when families gather together. I'm sure you won't believe what I'm about to say. In my homeland, on the roads, there are no horses but cars instead. There's also something called the internet that helps people across the world communicate with each other. There are no immortal cultivators but scientists. Scientists can help mortals reach the sky, can make it rain, can cure all diseases. Zhou Tianyi rested his chin and looked at her. I believe you, Shin Changjun said happily. Really? I thought no one in this world would understand me. Yet you don't believe it. Then let me tell you more. I've held back for 8 years in your homeland. Are you also a cultivator in the divine transformation stage? Or are you a scientist? No, actually in my homeland, I'm just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who likes to read stories and comics. Average in studies, average in looks, average family background. A small figure that no one pays attention to. I'm not immortal Changjun, just an ordinary reader who happened to read this book. If you met me in the real world, you would probably see me as just another ordinary person like everyone else. Zhu Tianyi patted her head. Thank you. Thank you for reading the book about me, crossing through the misty time to meet me, being able to meet you. Having a reader like you is my greatest fortune. Really? Then I'll tell you more stories about my homeland. There's still so much to tell. Their airplanes aren't birds. Trains aren't fire. Spaceships have male and female versions. If there's a chance, I really hope you can come to my homeland to see. Ju Tianyi smiled. All right, tell me slowly. The story is still very long, very long. What about you, Shin Changjun? What is your heart's desire? A wish that's just for yourself, not for others. I hope that someday someone will be willing to understand my inner heart. My heart is just like any other ordinary heart. Ordinary, but unwilling to remain ordinary. Small, but also quite magnificent and boundless. Shin Changjun stood on the cliff, separated by 1,000 years. Crossing the river to the endless sea calculated by today, finally returned to the northern wilderness cultivation realm. What a pity, although we stopped Han Shao from taking over the demon tribe. But in the end, we still couldn't obtain the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon. 9 Heavens Night beside the strange, endless sea. Why is there no one here? Where have all the immortal cultivators gone? I have a bad feeling. Let's quickly return to 9 Flower Sect. Yes, to 9 Flower Sect. The scenery has become desolate. What are you two staring at? 9 Flower Sect. Why has it become like this? A disciple approached true person Changjun. You finally returned. Yesterday Han Shao, holding the Earth Spirit Divine Weapon, invaded the cultivation realm. True person Changjun, sect leader Changming, holy monk Mingyu. All 3 masters weren't in the cultivation realm. Han Shao secretly attacked the 5 major sects one by one, stole the Water Spirit Divine Weapon from Kindness Sect, seized the Sacrifice Array from Dark Sect. This morning sect leader Changming returned alone to the cultivation realm. Upon hearing the situation, immediately deduced, Han Shao wants to use the 2 divine weapons as support, to sacrifice people and millions of creatures across the world to achieve the path of becoming a god. Currently sect leader Changming and the other great sect leaders are heading to the mortal realm to protect the people. 9 Heavens Night and Shun Changjun were stunned by the sacrifice. 9 Heavens Night immediately Shun Changjun let's go together join Shun Changming to stop Han Shao. Everything is just like the previous life. How can we stop Han Shao in this life? Shin Changjun pulled his sleeve. Wait, you said this morning Shun Changming returned alone to the cultivation realm. Where is Wei Shengru? Didn't she return with him? Why isn't little junior sister with the sect leader? Shin Changjun thought silently. Everything is just like the previous life. According to the outcome of the previous life, Wei Shengru will certainly die. Where is she now? No, following by principle, everyone will die. How can we rewrite the original outcome? The scene was stained with blood. Corpses lay scattered in the sacrifice array. A child knelt crying. Father, please wake up. Han Shao alone in midair laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I will destroy the world, I will ascend to godhood. This is the heavenly way, I am the son of destiny. A call made Han Shao turn around. Why do you want to slaughter all living beings? You want to become a god like this? It's who told you that you can become a god this way? He laughed. Because I am the chosen one by God. Since I was young I wanted to become a good king, diligently love the people, protect the common folk. Yes, and also protect my sister well. Take care of her, make her become the most proud and noble princess. Bring honor and happiness throughout married life. But according to what I remember, there was always a voice lingering in my mind. Become emperor and destroy Wei Shang. That's it. Seize the 5 divine artifacts. Sacrifice all people in the world. It repeated day after day after day, year after year. My consciousness competed with that mysterious voice. I have been constantly struggling between salvation and destruction. Finally, I collapsed and became enlightened. All of this was the will of the gods. The gods knew everything in advance. The gods wanted me to destroy this world. This was the gods' test for me. This is also the only path to become a god. Shin Changjun, you and I are both puppets of the gods. No one can escape predetermined fate. The outcome of this world can only be destruction. There was a thunderous boom in the sky. Ju Tianyi and Shun Changjun charged forward with their swords attacking Han Shao. Han Shao swung once and sent Ju Tianyi flying. Ju Tianyi groaned in pain. Han Shao has 2 divine artifacts helping him, and he's sacrificing all the people in the world. We are absolutely no match for him. Shin Changjun thought to himself, is there really no way to change the outcome? The outcome was predetermined in the book. Anyway, Han Shao means that everything he did was all controlled by the gods. What exactly are these gods after all? Han Shao laughed, ha ha ha, his whole body emanating terrifying red energy. Success, ha ha ha, all you divine officials below. Your Majesty, please reconsider, it's too dangerous. Han Xiaoxiao and the royal advisor rode forward on horseback. Calls of Your Majesty, rang out continuously. Han Xiaoxiao was shocked. Royal brother, why royal brother? Han Xiaoxiao galloped up on his horse. The royal advisor saw the final outcome. This day has finally come. A golden light appeared. Shen Changming slowly rose up. Everyone cheered. It's sect leader Shen. Sect leader Shen has come to save us. That's great. Shen Changming looked towards Shen Changjun and Zhu Tianyi. Have Shen Changjun and Zhu Tianyi failed? His eyes lowered. Xiao Nu recalled the time at Wei Sheng. He questioned Wei Sheng Nu. Xiao Nu, what exactly happened? Wei Sheng Nu's expression remained unchanged. Shen Changming, you cannot stop me. If you truly want what's best for me, in these final days stay by my side and relax with me. Then I will have no regrets. A beam of light appeared in the crimson sky. Wei Sheng Yu stood high above. Let everything in today go. Water divine artifact. Earth divine artifact. Han Xiao threw them into the air, combining the two Earth divine artifacts to sacrifice all living beings. For me, the Earth divine artifact began activating the path to godhood. When the contract unlocked, Han Tu looked at the divine weapon in astonishment. Space transmission, space manifestation. Vi Sin Nu held the Earth spirit divine weapon. The golden light drew and Tam Trong Quan, Q Tienda, and Tam Trong Min rushed over. Nu, little Nu. Han Tu witnessed the incident with my divine weapon. Han Tu looked at Han Tu's elder brother. Han Tu refused. He reached out his hand, not returning the divine sword to me. Return it to me. You can't stop me. Except for the divine, no one can stop me. Vi Sin Nu shed tears. Being able to meet everyone in this life is truly wonderful. Those standing outside were illuminated by the light. Q Tienda and Tam Trong Quan covered their eyes. The light was so bright that Tam Trong Min was shocked. Is this the mastery of the divine realm? Han Tu also had to exclaim. Head spinning, body feeling light. Tam Trong Quan felt like sinking. This is the 8th year since I time traveled here. The me from back then could never have imagined. She slowly sank into the deep sea. Tam Truong Quan startled awake. Nu held her head. Where am I? Nu, where's Han Tu? Where's the divine? Where's the divine weapon? Where's Tienda? Where's the divine realm? She stepped down from the sofa. Wait, I'm at... Slowly walking to the window, Tam Truong Quan pulled open the curtains. Before her eyes was her city. 8 years of gradual growth, car horns blaring. She was shocked. Has Min returned? Has she returned to the 21st century? Light flickered on the city buildings of Duthan, Geography Department, Art Lecture Hall. In reality, it was just one short night that passed. I'm back in the lecture hall again, a feeling both strange and familiar. Until now, I still can't gather my thoughts. Was the past 8 years just a dream? Tam Truong Quan opened her phone. The novel had stopped updating, and there was no ending. Her roommate concerned about Tam Truong Quan. You look tired. Did you not sleep well last night? Were you on your phone for too long? Tam Truong Quan smiled and replied, No, I just had a very long dream last night. It was my roommate. Although it was just one night without seeing each other, the dream spanned several years. Almost didn't recognize how vibrant it was. I'm back here in the age of phones. She pondered. Was that really just a dream? Why did it feel so real? So long. A voice came through. What the hell? Wanna die? Tam Truong Quan turned around. A group of students were bullying another. Do you want to die? Tam Truong Quan stepped forward. What are you all doing? Her roommate reminded her. Sure, those people are from the student council. Moreover, their families are very powerful. Another friend said, haven't you heard? These students stole that male student's graduation project and then accused him of copying them. Tam Truong Quan slammed the table. That's outrageous. I must teach them a lesson. She was about to charge forward but was held back by two friends. Are you crazy? How could you possibly get involved with them? Aren't you usually very gentle and weak? Why are you suddenly like this today? Are you not being reckless? Better to avoid trouble than to create it. How could you possibly handle them? You're just a regular student with no power or status. You can't mess with those rich second-generation kids. You won't have a good ending if you do. Shinchang Jun, calm down, that's right. I'm just an ordinary person now. No, I should say from beginning to end, I've always been an ordinary person. I'm the most ordinary person, just an ordinary grain of sand. I'm not Changjun the immortal, nor am I a cultivation genius. I can't perform magic. I'm not the hero of this world. The bullies continued beating that student. If you've got the guts, go report us. Go report us. Shin Changjun gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand watching anymore. Her hands clenched tight. Could it be that after 8 years of experiences, I haven't changed at all? No. Shin Chang-jun ran forward. Those extremely real experiences. Surely on my body there must still be some traces left. She shouted, "Stop!" The bullies turned around angrily. Who dares to come looking for trouble? Haha, it's a female student. How brave indeed. Nosy Parker, which class are you from? Shin Changjuan's hands clenched into fists. I want to stop these things. I feel in my body there's a powerful energy frantically rushing out. She raised her hand. Could it be that I can actually bring magic to modern times? Shin Changjun attacked, but there was no reaction at all. The three guys also looked confused. Shin Changjun held her head and cried. The expected miracle indeed didn't appear. Those 8 years were really just a dream after all. The bullies put on airs. This classmate likes to meddle, so must pay the price. Which class are you from? We'll come pay you a proper visit later. Shin Changjun trembled. What's happening? This feeling of fear radiating from inside out. Living in an ordinary body, cherishing life and fearing death for 25 years. Self-preservation is instinct. Shin Changjun ran away. I'm just a passerby. At the moment I realized that I had lost my magical powers, I also lost my courage. That evening, Shin Changjun lay on the bed. So it was all just getting too immersed in novels, then having an illusory time travel dream. I'm not immortal, Changjun. The phone message rang. That distant cousin of yours has returned to the country. I heard he's a big chairman now. If you and he have a good relationship, you won't have to worry about work in the future. Shin Changjun ignored the phone, continuing with her thoughts. I'm just an orphan with no parents. Completely ordinary. Grew up eating from others' kindness, but never had a real home until now. Another message came. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you want to come reunite with the family for a bit? You must be very pitiful being alone. Her thoughts continued unabated. On Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunion, yet I'm still always alone. The trivial matters of life and academic pressure are crushing me. I have no real ability, no family background, no backing. I've never had courage or freedom. Someone like me yet dreams of becoming a hero. If Shin Changjuan's tears kept flowing, what would they do if they were in my position? I am the Night Elder, using killing to prevent killing, with illustrious reputation. Zhan's sect takes me as their leader. The cultivation world has me guard against emotional attachments. Eliminating demons and protecting the way is this monk's frightening mission. To be sacrificed for the whole world is my honor. I only wish for unified mountains and rivers, people's peace and world prosperity. Shin Changjun wiped away tears, although it was just a dream about a novel. She sat up, but everything I've experienced in these 8 years, meeting countless people, has truly affected me. But this novel, this dream, didn't give me magic powers, didn't change my actual situation. She picked up the phone, but it gave me courage, gave me the spirit to fight against darkness and difficulties. This is the biggest asset I've gained after reading the novel and having this time travel dream. I must report to make them pay the price they should pay, or in some parallel space. I'm also the protagonist of some story. I hope my courage can also influence everyone who reads my story. Outside, a car parked in front of Shin Changjuan's house. The bodyguards surrounded the chairman. Right here. President of the old district ahead, this is where your distant cousin lives. A man stepped out of the chairman's car. Group, Johua Group's Shin Changming. As old and rundown as this slum neighborhood. This is my cousin's house. Is the Shin family running a chicken farm? Shin Changjun sat up and regained composure. From now on, we'll forget that illusory dream. Return to real life, accept that I'm just an ordinary person. Suddenly, knocking sounds came from the door. Shin Changjun was more surprised who would knock on the door this late at night. She got out of bed to open the door. Who is it? Shin Changming introduced himself. Hello, I'm your distant cousin, although we've never met before. But a few days ago, I saw your photo in the picture in my family photo album and wanted to ask you. Before he could finish, Shin Changjun slammed the door shut in shock. She slumped down, covering her face. Am I hallucinating? Did I really just meet Shin Changming? Am I in reality or still in the dream right now? After a while, both sat silently on the sofa. Shin Changjun was confused. Why in real life? I've never met a distant cousin exactly like Shin Changming. Is it a coincidence? Her inner self screamed intensely. Shin Changjun hesitantly spoke. That let me ask, how should I start this conversation? Is he really Shin Changming, the leader of Johua sect in the cultivation world? Will he think I'm crazy? Shin Changming spoke. Do you know who the sect leader of Johua sect on Jingyan Peak is? Shin Changjun was shocked. What are you talking about? The two bodyguards behind. The chairman is talking nonsense again. What's wrong with the CEO these days? Just woke up and started saying things that no one understands. Shin Changming coughed lightly. Never mind, just take it as me talking nonsense. Was I wrong? The only clue is gone now. Shin Changjun stood up and rushed to hug him. Brother, are you really my brother? Are you the sect leader of Johua sect on Jingyan Peak? I'm your only blood sister. You cut down all the trees in Yaoya Forest for me. You charged into Yin Kingdom's palace for me. Every time, no matter which secret realm I entered, you and Nunu always followed me. Not because you had divine weapons, but to find and protect me. She hugged him tighter with joy. It's so good that it wasn't just a dream. Those things were all real. Everyone really exists, brother. I knew it. I have family. Shin Changming understood the situation. So it's like this. He gently patted her head. I found you again this time after a while. Shin Changming was examining the computer. Shin Changjun said, so you became self-aware mainly based on ancient Shin Changming. Although you have memories of this modern body, but essentially you're actually the ancient Shin Changming. Shin Changming replied, that's right. If I were the modern Shin Changming, I wouldn't care about poor relatives like you. Shin Changjun felt struck in the heart. That makes sense about poor relatives. So how many days have you been in modern times? Shin Changming answered, not many days yet. Just learned how to use the toilet. Still haven't figured out how to use smartphones. And although this body's memories tell me this thing is called a laptop, but I still find it hard to believe how truly magical it is. Shin Changjun thought to himself. Shin Changming time traveled from ancient times to the present. What about the others? Could they have also traveled to the present? Where are they now? China's top secret research institute. A woman spoke up. Professor, I heard you want to go to Spirit City. He held Shan Changjuan's photo in his hand and gently replied, because I've finally found this person. Shin Changjun adjusted his tie. She was full of enthusiasm. If brother has traveled to the present, then it's very likely that the others have also arrived in the present. From today, I must find each one of them, then rewrite the grand ending of the world's destruction in principle. Shin Changming smiled and said, the Divine Weapons Divine Realm novel, time travel, and these things still hold many mysteries. You just need to study and live well in this era. Leave the task of saving the world to me. Shin Changjun opened the door and went out. She waved, all right, brother, don't underestimate me. I'm going to class now. We'll talk more about this tonight. Shin Changming held 5 paintings in his hand. These drawings are based on my memories of the 5 people's appearances. He showed them to everyone and ordered, all of you use all the company's resources to investigate these people's whereabouts. The subordinates looked at the photos in confusion. Period. Costumes. Cosplay. Shin Changming held up Wei Shengno's drawing. Yes, focus on investigating this girl's whereabouts. Then he showed Jiutianya's portrait, this bastard of a man. Actually, it doesn't matter about Shan Changjuan's side. She walked happily down the street. It's too late. None of it was a dream. I will meet everyone again. Suddenly, bells rang under the bright sunlight. A voice spoke up. Good morning. Shin Changjun looked at Wan Yaoshin and asked her, why didn't you wait for me to go to school yesterday morning? And after school, you didn't wait to go home together. Shin Changjun scratched her head embarrassedly and apologized. I was in a bit of a hurry yesterday with some matters. She thought to herself about Wan Yaoshin, her childhood sweetheart. The most popular boy in school. They had grown up together since childhood. 8 years had passed. I almost forgot about him. Wan Yaoshin stopped his bike beside her. Is that so? I thought I had done something to make you angry. My lady, Shin Changjun said nervously, repeatedly saying no. Her face suddenly turned serious. Like other childhood sweethearts, there's always one who falls for the other first. Unfortunately, my past self was the one who fell in love first, but I never dared to say it. Wan Yaoshin patted the back seat of his bicycle. Come on, get on. I'll give you a ride. Sham Truong Quan hesitated, feeling confused. For him, I was just a brief one-night encounter. But for me, it's been 8 years. In Sham Truong Quan's mind appeared the image of QT Inda. I've been through a lot in these 8 years. Met many people. She spoke up. I'll go out by myself. Don't wait for me after school anymore. Bye-bye, she said and continued walking, leaving Van Du then standing there bewildered. At school, there was a bustling atmosphere preparing to welcome someone. The loudspeaker echoed. The professor is coming. This is an honor for our school. Everyone, stay focused and don't make any mistakes. understood? Sham Truong Quan had just arrived at school, just now when facing Van Yu then. Why did I run away? Strange how the psychology of avoidance while lost in thought. Sham Truong Quan wasn't paying attention and bumped into someone. She looked up and saw them. It was the three bullies from before. They threatened aggressively. "Oh, we've been waiting for you all morning. Finally you came to school." The exposing post on the school forum was written by you. "Come with us, we'll have a nice talk with you." Sham Truong Quan fearfully stepped back. The student council president is in trouble with the bullies. How do they know me? A hand reached out to grab her. "You rotten woman, still trying to run?" He pushed Sham Truong Quan down. "Ha ha ha. Aren't you the one who likes to meddle in others' business? Look around. Is there anyone who cares about you now? Do you know who my father is? I'll make you cry and beg me later." Sham Truong Quan's eyes widened in fear. They were too overbearing. She was no match for them at all. A voice suddenly rang out. "Is this how our school conducts itself?" Sham Truong Quan was surprised by this voice. Q Tienda stepped forward. Everyone around called out, "Professor." Q Tienda walked towards Sham Truong Quan. Sham Truong Quan was delighted. "It's him?" A teacher spoke up to explain. "Professor, about this matter." Q Tienda closed his eyes as Sham Truong Quan recalled the past. "I suddenly remembered. In my past life, when we first met. In this life, he's walking towards me again." In her memory, Sham Truong Quan patted Q Tienda's head. The train of thought continued to pass. In the darkness, it seemed everything was predetermined. Fate has turned 10,000 times. He and I are still deeply connected. Q Tienda knelt down and reached out his hand. Sham Truong Quan placed her hand in his and stood up. She happily called out, "Tienda?" Q Tienda coldly replied, "Student, you should address me as professor or teacher." Sham Truong Quan was stunned. "Huh? Teacher's pet wanting to disrespect authority?" He walked right past her. "Where's the classroom? The discussion time is approaching." Sham Truong Quan followed. "Are we just going to leave it like this?" She hurriedly grabbed a student's hand to ask, "Do your classmates know which room the professor's talk was in earlier? Just now?" He must have been avoiding recognizing me because there were too many people around. During the talk, Shin Changjun was struggling to squeeze through the crowd. She complained about why there were so many people. "Does everyone like studying that much? I should wait until after the talk ends to find a chance to meet him privately." A classmate beside her said, "Everyone's crazy about this new professor. I guess you are too, right? He'll be staying at our school for a while." Shin Changjun was surprised by her obsession with him. Another classmate turned around and said, "Stop pretending. You're also targeting this professor, aren't you? Your eyes were practically glued to him just now. Everyone's just like you." Shin Changjun was at a loss for words and could only reply, "Oh, is he that popular?" She felt jealous. For some reason, she felt quite unhappy. On the podium, Ju Tianai was still lecturing passionately. The multiverse is a collection of universes that could be infinite or finite theoretically, including everything that exists and could exist, all space, time, matter, and energy. In recent years, research institutes worldwide have been dedicating efforts to study the multiverse. If someone grasps the principles of the multiverse, then that person will be able to master the most advanced science and technology in this world. Outside the classroom, Wan Yaoshin was scrolling through his phone. People around were discussing Ju Tianai. "Have you heard that today there's a super handsome new professor at school?" Many female students came to take pictures. They even posted love confessions on the wall. "I heard the talk just ended." Wan Yaoshin stared at his phone. "Why isn't this girl replying to my messages? I've been waiting all day." He looked at the messages with doubt. "Wait, did I offend her somewhere again?" Meanwhile, Shun Changjun was running after Ju Tianai. "Wait," she panted. "The talk just ended and no one's following yet. Now there's only the two of us here. You can acknowledge it now, right?" Ju Tianai remained cold. Student Shin Changjun was shocked. What did he just call me?" Ju Tianai turned around. "What do you need?" "Student, the story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like. Share it to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Wishing you an energetic day. Hi everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel, so I'll have more motivation to make more quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day everyone. Tam Truong Quan surprisingly asked Q Tienda, "Don't you remember Truong Quan anymore?" Q Tienda looked at her then turned away. "You're still young, classmate. You should focus on studying. Stop reading those weird novels." After saying that, Q Tienda turned and left. "I have things to do, classmate. I'm leaving." Tam Truong Quan wanted to hold his hand. Many questions appeared in her mind. Why doesn't he remember me? Or maybe he's not the one I knew. Outside, heavy rain poured with continuous thunder and lightning. Tam Truong Quan just walked in the rain like that. She was sad. If he didn't come to the modern world, what should I do? Does it mean I will never meet him again? Suddenly, an umbrella sheltered her from the rain. Tam Truong Quan was surprised as Qtienda gently asked, "Are you okay, classmate? Why aren't you using an umbrella or seeking shelter?" Tam Truong Quan turned to look at Qtienda, who continued, "Your face is very red. Are you feeling unwell?" Tam Truong Quan stammered, "No, Professor. Professor, why are you here?" Qtienda said, "I was just passing by. Would you like me to walk you home?" The thunder grew fiercer as they walked in the rain. Tam Truong Quan curiously asked, "Professor, aren't you afraid of thunderstorms? Like thunder, for example?" Qtienda replied, "No, I'm not." Tam Truong Quan lowered her head, less sad. Her mind was filled with private thoughts. He and that person are really different. Could it be there's really such a coincidence in appearance? Qtienda spoke up, "It's quite dangerous for you to stay in such a deserted place. You can take my number in case you run into trouble." Hearing this, Tam Truong Quan excitedly asked, "Really? Can I add you as a friend? Does that mean I'll be able to see your friend circle? Don't trick me, okay?" She looked at Qtienda. Though his face was cold, inside he was quite gentle and warm. She continued asking, "Professor, how old are you?" "I'm 21 years old this year, 4th year in university. Just one more month until graduation and work." Qtienda answered, "I'm 28, Tam Truong Quan." Hearing this, she was startled. You're exactly 7 years older than me. Before time traveling to the present, I was 28 years old. Dada was 21 after time traveling to the present. We exactly switched ages. Although he might not be that person. As the two walked further away, the bullies kept following them. One of them spoke up, "We were planning to corner that damn girl at her house, who knew the professor would personally walk her home." Another one came up with an idea. "Isn't that perfect then? President, she reported us on the forum, so why don't we spread rumors on the forum too?" Another one added, "Spread rumors about her having an affair with the professor." The three laughed wickedly. "That's a good idea." Three bullies were discussing how to harm Professor Shin Chongjun. One of them worriedly said, "But I heard that professor has quite a background. If we make up stories about him without evidence, and if we anger him, we can't afford to offend him." Another one argued that offending him isn't the issue here. People will only criticize that woman for having no shame. Criticize someone beneath trying to climb too high. They won't criticize that professor. Another one agreed, "That's right. This professor will even actively brag to others that a female student has ambiguous intentions with him. People around him will admire him for being such a ladies' man." After saying that, he took out his phone. "Quickly take these photos, add some captions, and post them online." The other two trembled in fear as if they'd seen a ghost. Stammering, "Boss, behind you," a gentle voice said. "Hello." Then a hand landed on the boss's shoulder. The bully turned around angrily. "Who is it?" A group of imposing men in black suits. "Mr. Shan wants to know what kind of coffin you prefer. Paper ones?" he said. Then the three got taught a lesson. They cried out in fear, "Spare us, don't hit our faces." Scene changes to the street where Shin Chongjun and Zhou Tianya were walking. The rain has stopped. Shin Chongjun smiled and said, "My house is just ahead. Thank you, Professor, for taking me home tonight. My mood is no longer disappointed anymore." Zhou Tianya was a bit startled. Shin Chongjun looked at her in surprise. "Brother, why are you here?" Shin Changming crossed his arms with a smile, then angrily shouted right in her face, "It's so late, and you're still not home. I've been waiting downstairs for 2 hours. In your eyes, do you even see your brother anymore?" Asking why I'm here. Instead, I want to ask you, why is that guy next to you here? Shin Changjuan's expression was full of worry, but couldn't say anything. "Brother, he's not who you think he is." She glanced awkwardly behind her. "Just call it out. Brother must have mistaken Professor Gio for him. Actually, the professor and I aren't familiar yet, but if the professor is offended by being scolded by a stranger, he must be very angry, right? But brother is also looking out for me. What should I do?" Shin Chongjun anxiously turned to look at Zhou Tianya's darkened face. "Professor, let me explain about my brother. She reached out to touch Zhou Tianya's arm. She couldn't help but think, is it an illusion? The professor doesn't seem angry, more like frustrated, but unable to speak. Today the professor has been showing no emotions. Why suddenly break his guard now? Shin Chongjun pulled on Zhou Tianya's sleeve. Shin Changming squinted his eyes, then directly grabbed her arm. I don't care whether he is him or not. That damn girl helps outsiders. Sham Truong Min looks at QTN to their eyes meet. Then he turns to ask Sham Truong Quan, between me and him, who do you choose? She gapes, unable to speak. Sham Truong Quan watches the two having a tense moment. At this moment, QTN speaks up to his classmate. Since you've arrived home safely, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turns and leaves. Then QTN's assistant speaks up. Professor, I don't understand. You spent 25 years searching for her with great difficulty. Why pretend not to know her, Professor? With that unchanging cold demeanor, you'll scare the girl away. QTN calmly replies, theoretically speaking, I truly don't know her in this timeline. Besides, it's not time for our reunion yet. Right now, she's just an ordinary person, and I'm in conflict with them. I can't let them notice her. Then he changes the subject. The documents I asked you to get, did you get them? The assistant takes out a stack of documents and hands them to QTN. Got them. You don't know how difficult those old folks were to deal with. Scene changes to the front of Sham Truong Quan's house. Van Du then stands below looking up. Her lights are still on. She's already home. Why isn't she replying to my messages? She's angry. Such a princess syndrome. Van Du then immediately takes out his phone. The screen shows, delete contact. Inside the house, Sham Truong Quan is very happy, hugging a pillow while lying on the bed. Today is the second day since traveling to modern times. Not only did she find her brother, but also got some clues about Dada. Although it's not clear the relationship between the professor and Dada. Not a bad start. I'll be able to find my teammates soon. Sham Truong Quan happily rolls back and forth on the bed. I'll reward myself with some phone time. After traveling to modern times, one thing after another happened. Haven't had proper time with my phone. She picks up her phone and posts on social media, playing with phone for half an hour with the caption, today was quite a good day. Then sleep early tomorrow, continue investigating for clues. 3 hours later, Sham Truong Quan with panda eyes still holds her phone. Browsing on the phone, simply can't stop. Playing with phone is 1,000 times more fun than cultivating meditation. Sham Truong Quan can't sleep. Her heart wants to sleep badly, but her hands won't stop. Why are novels and videos so interesting? It's almost dawn, but the immortal cultivation game suddenly doesn't feel fun anymore. The feeling of fighting and jumping to part 2 isn't realistic at all. The demons and forest monsters aren't realistic enough. Then she turns to deal with this pile of messages. Now Sham Truong Quan finally sees Van Du's messages. I didn't notice that Wan Yaoshan had sent me messages, 99 plus messages. She read them and thought, was he this clingy to me before? Although we were childhood friends before, but clearly he was neither warm nor cold. He usually just ignored me. Shin Changjun tried to reply to Wan Yaoshan, but couldn't send it. She thought to herself, how strange. Before, when Wan Yaoshan deleted me, I was sad for days, both upset and angry. Wanted to be friends again, but had to save face. Now I don't feel sad at all. Now there's only one emotion, anger. Shin Changjun kept tapping on the screen repeatedly. Let's have a proper fight face to face. A notification came to her phone. Shin Changjun sat up straight. The professor interacted with my moments. Her face flushed with excitement. Did he like my post or comment on it? Shin Changjun looked at her phone and saw it was a comment from Shin Changming. What are you posting about cats and dogs all day? Why does every dog get to like my sister's posts? Disappointment showed clearly on Shin Changjun's face. The professor only liked it? And what's with my brother's sarcastic remarks? Doesn't he also have the professor's WeChat? When did he add him? The next morning, Shin Changjun got up from bed tiredly. She walked while yawning. Brother, I'm hungry. I want breakfast. She barely got any sleep. A group of bodyguards stood in front of her. Finally, you're up. The CEO just left urgently. He asked me to pass you a message. Wei Shengru has been found. Shin Changjun was surprised. She exclaimed happily, what? You found Ru? Ru? Where is she? She was curious about Ru's modern identity. What would Ru be now? Shin Changjun scrolled through hot topics on her phone. The bodyguards beside her were discussing among themselves. Miss Changjun must know about Ru, right? The super famous idol and singer. Ever since her debut, she stood out for her outstanding and captivating voice. She's been hot for 15 years, but always wore a mysterious mask and used a stage name. Today, she suddenly took off her mask. She even revealed her real name. Shin Changjun was shocked. What is she? Could she really be Ru? Shin Changjun looked at her phone screen at Wei Shengru's post. Hello, everyone. Today is my 21st birthday. I decided to film this MV showing my real face. All the proceeds from this MV will be donated to the Stray Animal Protection Association. As usual, the scene changed to a stage. The lights brightened up. Wei Shengru smiled gently and began to sing. The screen below was filled with comments. "Oh my god, my baby Ruru is so beautiful, I'm about to faint. MX will always support my princess." The internet was lagging. "Oh my god, Ruru is actually Wei Shengru." Sham Truong Quan jumped up and down with joy. "I finally found her." The bodyguards saw her behavior. After Miss Truong Quan and Chairman Sham received the news, their reactions were exactly the same. "I still can't believe Chairman Sham showed such expression this morning." Yes, seeing him like that was quite shocking. It's a pity Miss Truong Quan didn't see her brother's reaction this morning. She would have been shocked for sure. The bodyguards then relayed the message to Sham Truong Quan. "Miss Truong Quan, Chairman Sham assigned Vi Sin Nu to meet you, so you can go to school with peace of mind." Sham Truong Quan pondered for a moment. Strangely, now it seems not only my real name in real life matches the name in the novel, but everyone's names match the characters in the novel. Could it be that the author of this novel is someone I know in real life? However, that's impossible. Our true identities are different. We don't belong in the same sphere. At this moment, there was a bicycle bell sound. Sham Truong Quan looked toward the bicycle sound. Then she looked down, called Vandu then inside. Clearly after 8 years of not meeting, I decided to let go, but just seeing him my heart can't help but beat rapidly. Perhaps it's not that I still like him, but I'm just not used to forgetting him yet. After all, this is the person I've secretly loved for 15 years. Sham Truong Quan felt emotional. It's been the same for 15 years. She recalled memories from before. Sham Truong Quan said to Vandu then, "Tonight is my birthday," but he coldly turned away. I already agreed to go to the internet cafe with the guys. Every time I want to get closer to him, he keeps avoiding me more. Then Vandu then bought gifts to appease her. "Don't be angry anymore, young miss. Here's a makeup birthday gift." Sham Truong Quan couldn't blame him anymore and reluctantly forgave him. Every time I decide to give up, he turns back and waves at me. Sham Truong Quan felt a bit uncomfortable. Last night he unfriended me for no reason, and now he still hasn't accepted my friend request. Secret love really doesn't have a happy ending. I should have given up long ago. At this moment, Vandu then came and pinched Sham Truong Quan's cheeks. "Young miss, why are you spacing out?" Sham Truong Quan was startled and looked back in surprise. "How did you get into my house already?" Vandu then twirled the key. "I always have your house key, and our keychains are even matching pairs. You gave it to me years ago on my birthday, have you forgotten?" Sham Truong Quan glanced at her own key on the table. That's true. She felt increasingly embarrassed inside. What secret love indeed. It seems like we were almost openly in love before. And Du then suddenly moved closer to Sham Truong Quan. "Young miss, you've been acting strange lately. What have I done to make you angry? Do you need me to comfort you?" Sham Truong Quan fell silent. "Again, it's happening again. Every time I decide to give up on you, you turn back around, clinging to me and giving me hope." The scene shifts to another side where Sham Truong Min is delighted. A bodyguard reports, the brokerage company chairman said superstar Vi Sin Nu is here. Vi Sin Nu just stepped outside. The manager tells Nu just now, the famous CEO of Nine Flowers Group called and said he wanted to meet you. Vi Sin Nu directly replied, "I've said I won't meet with capitalists. Those capitalists only want to exploit commercial value. But I want to focus on making good music." At this moment, she glanced over with some surprise. Mr. Sham Truong Min and his bodyguards approached. "Little Nu, it really is you." The manager beside quickly introduced, Nu, this is Chairman Sham." Vi Sin Nu directly walked past. "Uncle, please step aside." Sham Truong Min was extremely shocked. "What?" He turned back to look at her. "What did she call me?" Then grabbed Vi Sin Nu's hand. "Wait a moment, little Nu, don't you remember who I am anymore? How come?" The manager quickly intervened to stop him. "Chairman Sham, what are you doing to our artist?" The two bodyguards behind also stepped up to intervene. "Chairman Sham, what are you doing? Don't get agitated." Sham Truong Min frantically called out little Nu, but she only fearfully stepped back, staring blankly at Sham Truong Min. Sham Truong Min felt a flash of sadness in his heart. Such unfamiliar eyes. She had never looked at me with such eyes before. His disappointment was clearly shown on his face. "Are you afraid of me?" Sham Truong Min recalled that night the way Qtienda secretly looked at Sham Truong Quan. It was exactly like the eyes from years ago. I could tell with just one look this beast was being fake. My foolish sister, being involved, is often blind. But I didn't bother pointing it out to her. But little Nu is different. She seems like Sham Truong Min clenched his fist. She really doesn't know me. That day we were brought to modern times was because Vi Sin Nu had offered her soul to the divine artifact. Could it be that little Nu from ancient times has truly lost her soul? So she and we are not the same. Only her soul has. At this moment, the manager comforted Vi Sin Nu. Nu, don't be afraid. Let's go. Then she turned back to say to Chairman Sham, although you are the chairman of Nine Flowers Group, famous and renowned, in this entire showbiz world no one dares to offend you. But you don't show any respect to our artists like this, we'd better not cooperate anymore. Unripe melons aren't sweet. Shin Changming spoke up at this moment. Wait, the manager became somewhat wary of what he wanted to do. Could it be that you want to make things difficult for us? Shin Changming said quietly. I want to talk to Wei Shenru privately. Wei Shenru immediately responded upon hearing this. Uncle, are you trying to make things difficult for me and my friends? You're going too far. You think just because you have money you can. Shin Changming softly pleaded, please. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Wei Shenru was a bit shocked. What did you say? I said I'm begging you to give me a chance. I want to talk to you. May I? Shin Changming looked at Wei Shenru, deeply waiting with hope. Still Wei Shenru opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Shin Changming moved closer with a sad expression. I beg you to give me a chance. Can I have a private conversation with you? The manager and assistant gossiped behind. Why is this CEO being so humble? He looks quite pitiful. Wei Shenru was also confused, but she said all right. She then asked, so I'm free tonight, where shall we meet? Shin Changming smiled and replied, at my house. Hearing this, Wei Shenru reacted, then I refuse. Goodbye. What's with meeting a stranger at their house? You really are a perverted, harassing uncle. We'd better not meet at all. Shin Changming quickly held Wei Shenru back. Wait, thinking to himself. Didn't you used to come to my palace before to secretly attack me? Shin Changming explained embarrassedly. Okay. Wherever you want to meet, I'll follow your decision. Whatever you want is fine. At this moment, Wei Shenru stopped. All right, I know a place. A suitable place for us to meet tonight. On Shin Changjuan's side. Not noticing her displeased expression, Wan Yaoshin continued speaking. Young miss has been acting strange lately. What have I done to make you angry? Do you need me to comfort you? Shin Changjun directly pushed his hand away. Get lost. I'm not angry. I need to go to school. She left in frustration. It's been 10 years. This secret love definitely won't go anywhere. I should end it myself early. On the way to school, Wan Yaoshin kept following Shan Changjun. She felt very uncomfortable. I told you I'm not angry. Stop following me. Wan Yaoshin still continued as before. Well, I'm sorry. Every time you say in that tone, I'm not angry, it means you're very angry. Come on, don't be childish. How about I treat you to some desserts? The really sweet kind. Sham Truong Quan felt a bit sad hearing that. So that's how he understands me. If he understands me like that, all these years like that, why couldn't you see that I liked you? Or are you pretending to be naive to enjoy this ambiguous love? At this moment, QT Indo in the car had seen everything. The assistant beside him kept saying, Professor is now jealous. Why are you worried? Didn't you firmly say at first that you wouldn't interfere, right? Why are you now secretly watching that girl? Hearing this, QT Indo directly got out of the car, ignoring the assistant asking, where are you going? You really don't want to interfere in the romance of these young people, right? QT Indo coldly replied, your year-end bonus is gone. And Vandu then kept calling young miss. Sham Truong Quan's anger seemed about to explode. I've had enough. Wasted in this childhood friendship for 15 years. Better to hurt once than to let the pain drag on. Today the relationship between us must definitely have an answer. After all, blame me for having a secret crush. Never expressed it from the beginning. Sham Truong Quan's hands gripped his pants tightly. So I can't blame others' ambiguous and unclear attitude. Sham Truong Quan directly said, Vandu Than, I have something to ask you. Better to speak directly and ask for your opinion. Perhaps you're like me, having secretly liked me for many years, even if it's just a little bit. Vanju then confusedly asked, what you want to ask about? Sham Truong Quan continued, from childhood to now. All these years, have you ever towards me had? Have you ever had even just a bit? Sham Truong Quan blushed and couldn't continue speaking. A bit at this moment, QT Inda interrupted the two. What are you talking about? Sham Truong Quan turned to look back. This voice is. QT Inda continued speaking. Student, we meet again. Sham Truong Quan surprisingly replied, yes, professor. QT Inda stepped closer. Vandu then looked at him in surprise. Their eyes met each other. Then Vandu then turned to ask Sham Truong Quan, what were you trying to say just now? You asked if I had any feelings for you. Sham Truong Quan shyly turned away. Nothing at this moment. QT Inda spoke up. Student Sham, would you like to go to school with me? I'll drive you for a while. Hearing this, Vandu then also suggested, young miss, how about I take you by bicycle? Just right to continue the conversation you wanted to ask about. Sham Truong Quan awkwardly looked at both people, a life or death question. Who should I go with? She stammered. I'll talk about it later. A moment later, Sham Truong Quan was sitting in Qtien Da's car. Her face showed a hint of sadness. In the end, still went with the professor. Because she didn't dare to face Vandu then, didn't dare to continue pursuing that question. Qtien Da coldly asked, do you like that boy? He was her childhood sweetheart. Shin Changchuan was a bit startled. Ju Tianai continued, whether it's first love or platonic love. Shin Changchuan blushed and stammered that it was both. Ju Tianai gripped his hand, saying he's not a good person and doesn't like you either. Shin Changchuan was confused. Why, after being friends for so many years? He must have had some feelings for me. Jiu Tianya's assistant noticed the atmosphere was getting tense. She quickly turned the steering wheel and braked, causing Shan Changchuan to lose balance and fall into Jiu Tianya's arms. Jiu Tianai explained, because if a man truly likes a woman, he won't make her wait that long and won't let her confess first. Soon the car arrived at the school gate. Shin Changchuan got out of the car. Thank you, Professor and Sister Fei Fei, for driving me to school. I'll head in now. Watching Shan Changchuan's figure walking in, Ju Tianai coldly said to Fei Fei, your year-end bonus will be doubled. Fei Fei cheered with joy. At this moment, she received a notification and reported to Ju Tianai. Professor, the Research Institute just secretly sent the latest news. The whereabouts of the Time Research and Development Organization have been confirmed. What we need to do now is stay quiet and wait for orders from above. Ju Tianai directly replied, no, I've run out of patience. I want them eliminated within a month. Fei Fei, turn around and take me to the Research Institute now. A phone ring sounded. Ju Tianai picked up and read a message from Shan Changchuan. Professor, have you ever liked anyone before? On Shan Changchuan's side, she was happily walking in the schoolyard. The professor replied, and the phone screen showed 3 words, still like now. Before Shan Changchuan could react, a tall figure appeared. The principal led 2 others to Shan Changchuan. I heard last night you found someone to beat up my nephew, and he got injured. Poor character, you're expelled. The guy beside gloated, the principal is my uncle. You bastard, that's what you get for opposing me. Shin Changchuan responded straightforwardly. Principal, you don't understand the situation at all. How can you expel someone so arbitrarily, without distinguishing right from wrong? The principal's nephew, the student council president, has been arrogant for years and overbearing, so it's because he has an uncle who's the principal. The shameless principal replied, the reason why you found someone to beat him up doesn't matter. Striking first means you're wrong first. From now on, you're expelled from the school registry. I'm the principal, what I say goes. At this moment, a line of cars followed each other, entering the school gate. The surrounding students were amazed at the sight. Who's coming with such a grand formation? A foot slowly stepped out of the car, saying, Principal, you're quite impressive. This is the attitude of the leadership of Chinese universities toward innocent students. What now? Shin Changjun turned back in surprise. This voice is Han Bing, daughter of a powerful political family in China. She continued, if that's the case, can I dismiss you two? Principal Shan Changjun softly called Hong Shua in the principal's office. He quickly explained his previous actions. Miss Han Bing, this is just a misunderstanding. Another day, I will definitely have my nephew come to your house to apologize to you. Please don't report this matter to the higher-ups. Hearing this, Hong Shua replied, Shan Changjun is my half-sister from different parents. If you can handle this matter properly, then while it's still early, you should resign. Shan Changjun immediately spoke. The students who were bullied by the student council president must be compensated one by one for all these years. Moreover, he stole someone else's graduation project. We must also investigate the truth of each matter. The frantic principal could only silently agree. Definitely, definitely. Scene changes to outside the school. Shan Changjun said to Hong Shua, Hong Shua, surprisingly, your modern identity is the daughter of a military and political tycoon. This is very similar to your identity as Princess of the Northern Wilderness. Hong Shua was confused, not understanding Northern Wilderness Princess. What Northern Wilderness Princess? Hearing this, Shin Changjun realized and said it's nothing. She remembered that Naman had said before, don't tell Hong Shua about her identity first, and her past with Naman from 1,000 years ago. Shin Changjun quickly changed the subject back to the main topic. How did you find me? Hong Shua replied, Shin Changming and I are both from the upper class. It's very easy for us to find each other. Early this morning, he told me your location. But you wouldn't believe the famous Changjun, immortal in modern times, is just an ordinary university student. Hong Shua continued, actually, Shin Changming and Zhu Tianyi had each other's WeChat from the beginning. Hearing this, Shen Changjun felt somewhat unaccepting. So I'm the only useless one? Hong Shua leaned closer and asked Shen Changjun, Master, how is your relationship with the ninth Tianyi developing? You just said you have a childhood sweetheart in modern times? Shin Changjun sighed deeply. It's complicated. One is a childhood friend who's been by my side for 15 years. One is someone who fell from the sky, someone who fights alongside me, touching my heart. On one side is Wan Yaoshan, whom I've never confessed to. On the other side is the ninth Tianyi, whose confession I still haven't answered to this day. Towards Wan Yaoshan, I've always been cowardly, afraid to express my feelings, just fear being rejected. And ninth heaven knight in ancient times, I sometimes had to save the world, sometimes had to overthrow villains. Never calmly and seriously connected with him, so I dare not casually accept him either. I didn't even dare to ask the professor whether he was really ninth heaven knight or not. I dare not ask him why he pretended not to know me. I don't have the courage to break down barriers to find out the truth. After all, in love, cowardice has always been my obstacle. Hong Shi remained silent, not knowing what to say, just patted Shen Changjun's shoulder to comfort him. In the evening at Langshan Hot Pot, Wei Shengru, dressed in full coverage, walked inside, saw everyone making reservations. Langshan, don't sleep. Let's have some hot pot. May I ask if you have a reservation? There's a room number. Moments later, Wei Shengru and Shen Changming were at the hot pot table. Wei Shengru slowly took off her hot cloak. Fortunately, I wrapped up quite well. Otherwise, if paparazzi had caught this, there would be another wave of anti-fans. Later, she rejoiced. But today, I can use the excuse of meeting Uncle to enjoy a delicious hot pot. My manager always prevents me from eating hot pot. Wei Shengru happily ate a delicious bite. Uncle, you should eat too. Shin Changming, slightly embarrassed, I have never been able to eat spicy food. Wei Shengru then picked up a piece of meat. Uncle, just try a piece. Come on. Then she directly fed it into Shin Changming's mouth. Shin Changming tried to swallow it. How is it? Delicious, right? Seeing Wei Shengru's enthusiasm, Shin Changming maintained outward composure, saying delicious. But inside his throat was about to explode. His stomach also started to hurt. Wei Shengru heard the praise. Really? Uncle, eat more. Don't be so polite. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even get to eat this hot pot. Let me pick some more for you. Come on. Wei Shengru kept picking food until the bowl was full. Shin Changming looked at it fearfully, almost crying. It's really too much. He took one bite and screamed, too spicy. His whole body felt like it was on fire. Okay, this is my last meal before death. Wei Shengru looked at Shin Changming's expression and burst out laughing. Wei Shengru rubbed her eyes, saying, not bad, uncle. This is how you should pursue girls. Hearing this, Shin Changming choked on his water. He coughed several times. Pursue? Wei Shengru continued. Although I'm a well-known idol, you're also the dignified chairman of 9Ha Group. You're willing to put aside your noble dignity for a girl. Besides wanting to pursue me, can you think of any other reason? Shin Changming helplessly explained. Kid, what are you thinking about? The relationship between us isn't like that. Vi Sinu immediately said to him, I don't like timid men like that. If you want to pursue me, then just boldly admit it. Although you're not my type, but that doesn't mean you don't have any chance at all. This girl is still talking nonsense. I won't have strength to resist. Shin Changming was in pain. Why is a mortal body so weak? Just eating a bit of spicy food makes my stomach burn like fire. Vi Sinu turned away and stood up. Many men pursue me. If that's your attitude, then I'm leaving. Shin Changming stood up to stop her. Wait. Vi Sinu glanced at him. Shin Changming's face turned pale. Vi Sinu worried. What's wrong with you? Shin Changming directly collapsed. Fortunately, Vi Sinu caught him. Hey, you're not pretending, are you? Your way of pursuing someone is really different. Wake up now. At this moment, outside the hotel lobby, a woman was making a phone call. I'm a paparazzi. I have shocking news to reveal. Make your offer. Just now, the superstar Vi Sinu and the chairman of Jiuhua Group, Shin Changming. She used her own ID card to check in. I'm sure it was her. Vi Sinu was struggling to help Shin Changming into the room. After covering him with a blanket and wiping his sweat. Oh my, I'm exhausted. He looks thin, but why is he so heavy? She then turned to leave. All right, just hang in there. I have to go now. Shin Changming immediately grabbed Vi Sinu's hand. Don't go, Xiaonu. Vi Sinu was confused. Who is Xiaonu? I hope you're not seeing me as a replacement. Vi Sinu panicked and struggled. Let go of me now. Vi Sinu directly bit Shin Changming's hand. She bit until it bled, but he still wouldn't let go. Seeing this, Vi Sinu softened a bit. Fine, I'll stay by your side tonight. Vi Sinu sat beside the bed. Your stomach hurts? Let me massage it for you. In his delirium, Shin Changming kept calling Xiao Nu. Scene changes to Shun Changjun. Hong Shi, help me investigate someone. The national priest Rongfeng of Yin Kingdom. That fraud shaman next to Han Xiao. I sense that he's hiding some kind of secret. If nothing unexpected happens, he might have already arrived in modern times. Moreover, he might know some secrets about time travel. Leave it to me. Hong Shi waved and quickly left. I'm counting on you. Hong Shi had a gloomy expression. Now only news about Namen remains. Don't know where that little brat is. While Shun Changjun was on his way, he encountered Wan Yaoshan again. He was holding a gift box in his arms. Shin Changjun came over and asked if you were waiting for me. This gift is... Wan Yaoshan immediately opened the gift. Inside was a plush cat. Young miss, although I don't know why you're angry with me, but can you forgive me? This little cat is apologizing to you on my behalf, because you are the most important person to me. Shin Changjun blushed hearing this. At this moment, fireworks shot up, creating a romantic scene. Shin Changjun stared in awe. The fireworks are so beautiful. That's because, Wan Yaoshan said, these are fireworks I set off for you. Do you like them? Shin Changjun blushed and asked back while holding the plush toy. Did you prepare all these fireworks for me? Wan Yaoshan smiled and replied, that's right, because you're just like a kitten, he said while pinching Shin Changjun's cheek. Shun Changjun's face turned red, heart beating fast. It felt like a dream. At this moment, a security guard came over. Were you two setting off fireworks? That's against the rules, you know. Come with me to the academic affairs office. Wan Yaoshan immediately panicked. Oh no, the security guard found us. He grabbed Shun Changjun's hand. Young miss, quick, run with me. At this moment, Wan Yaoshan said, young miss, don't you think this situation right now is just like that time when I pulled you to skip class when we were little? Shin Changjun remained silent. 15 years of childhood friendship, countless memories of youth gone by, sometimes suffocating under their weight, sometimes bringing one back to life with comfort. Having gone through all the panic and anxiety, sometimes gently bringing one back to life with ease. Youth's secret love is like a big gamble, until fate declares its answer, not knowing that this love's ending was determined from the start. On Shin Changming's side, he was still unconscious. Wei Shenru had fallen asleep by his side from exhaustion. Sunlight shone into the room. Wei Shenru slowly woke up, rubbing her eyes. It's dawn. She touched Shin Changming's forehead. He's still having a fever. Gastritis? This can't continue. I need to find his phone, then call his family, so they can come pick him up. After searching around, she touched something, but it wasn't the phone. Wei Shenru blushed. Wait, I think I touched something wrong. Later she got the phone here and turned it on. What? It needs a password. Come to think of it, the lock screen is a drawing of me by him, but I don't remember ever wearing traditional costume. Wei Shenru looked at the phone. What's the password? Could it be Mom? Or could it really be my birthday? Wei Shenru kept staring at the phone screen while talking nonstop. This guy is my fanboy. He must be my fanboy. A hardcore fanboy. Shin Changming woke up at this moment. What are you doing? Wei Sin-nu glanced at the fan, and he woke up. Shin Changming suddenly realized, you and I stayed in the same room all night. A grown son should avoid his mother. You're grown up now. You and I should avoid suspicion. Wei Sin-nu immediately got angry and shouted, what nonsense about grown sons avoiding mothers, you bastard. Are you scolding me? Are you my father? I should have let you die last night. I really should have ignored you. Shin Changming grabbed Wei Sin-nu's hand. Do you really not remember me? Whatever your purpose is, whether it's revenge for not taking good care of you, or hating me for not saving you back then, I just ask that you acknowledge you remember me. Only if you admit you remember me, can it prove that your soul hasn't vanished into thin air. Otherwise, it implies. Wei Sin-nu cursed upon hearing this. Damn you, bastard. If you don't let go, I'll beat your dog head, you believe it or not. Shin Changming gripped Wei Sin-nu's wrist tightly. Fine, then beat me to death. Otherwise, I won't let you leave my sight again. Wei Sin-nu became scared and started crying. Why are you being so violent with me? Seeing her like this, Shin Changming reached out to comfort her, but withdrew his hand. He said softly, I'm sorry. I always put you in danger, or make you uncomfortable. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If you don't want to see me anymore, I won't appear before you again. After saying this, Shin Changming stood up to leave, but I will always secretly watch over you. Appear whenever you need me. Wei Sin-nu angrily threw a pillow at his head. So I knew you were indeed a stalker. At this moment, there was a sound at the door. Wei Sin-nu was startled. Someone was knocking. Outside, reporters were gathering. Miss Wei Sin-nu, are you inside? Excuse me, Are you with Chairman Shin Changming? We heard you spent the night in the same room. A spring night worth 1,000 gold. Open up. Open up for us to interview you. Hearing this, Vi Sin Nu panicked. It's over. Meanwhile, Shun Changjun was browsing hot searches. Vi Sin Nu and Shin Changming share same room. She was shocked. What's going on? Shin Changjun angrily threw her phone. Damn, Changming told you to find Nu, but not like this. When you return, I'll have to sacrifice you for justice. At this moment, her phone received a message. Wan Yaoshin sent her a message. Are you there? Do you have time to meet up? There's something I've always wanted to ask you. I like a girl. Tell me, should I confess to her? Reading the message, Shun Changjun blushed. The girl he mentioned, could it be me? They met at a cafe. Wan Yaoshin said, I've known this girl for many years. I've liked her for a very long time too. She's the most lovable girl I've ever met. For all these years, I've never dared to confess my feelings to her because I'm afraid of scaring her away. But now I feel I can't hesitate anymore. I want to gather my courage and confess to her. Besides, I also want to be in love. It's rare to find a girl you like, and I feel like she has feelings for me too. I think she will say yes. Shin Changjun blushed shyly at me. The boy I've secretly loved for 15 years is testing the waters with me. In this body, feelings for him have accumulated for 15 years. Right now my heart is pounding. I've decided to give up on him countless times. Then let's be cruel this time. I can't miss this chance again. Shin Changjun blushed and shyly confessed. I really did like you before, but now I've been secretly in love with him for 15 years, countless moments wanting to give up on him. I've felt like I lost him countless times. Hearing this, Wan Yaoshin was startled. What did you say? You liked me? Wait, you don't think the girl I'm talking about is you, right? You don't think I like you, right? Shin Changjun's eyes were filled with disappointment. So that's how it is. Actually, I never had him in the first place. Shin Changjun lowered her head. So he never liked me at all. Wan Yaoshin awkwardly scratched his head. You don't actually like me, right? I wasn't trying to confess to you. Shin Changjun then spoke. I clearly decided to give up on him already. But suddenly my heart feels so uncomfortable. So these 15 years were just a one-sided play by me. Shin Changjun's hands trembled as she clenched them. Perhaps I don't miss him. I just feel heartbroken for my past 15 years. At this moment, the glass on the table started shaking. Seeing this, both were confused. Is it an earthquake? Everything around felt buzzing and shaking. Is it an illusion? Shin Changjun stood up. I'm not feeling well. I'll leave first. Wan Yaoshin tried to grab her hand but missed. He could only watch her leave. Shin Changjun sat alone by the river, drinking a whole can of beer. Her face was flushed red. Forget it. Forget it. Those 15 years of youth, throw it to the dogs. The past is the past. Just calmly accept it. Don't think about it anymore. Shin Changjun cried out, unable to overcome the sadness. What do these 15 years of my youth count for? Then she sighed and stood up, but stumbled again. No way. She fell into the water with a splash. At an illegal research facility in operation, the researchers shouted to each other, run quickly. This base has been discovered, and those from Hua country are coming after us. Then a cold voice rang out. You cannot escape. The researchers turned pale with fear. What? Suddenly lightning struck down. Then a group of people came to arrest them. The assistant said to Zhu Tianyi, Professor, we've captured all members of the illegal research organization that controls supernatural abilities. The remaining space-time didn't accomplish anything, but the Awakened Zero has already been relocated. According to the investigation, he was transferred to a remote mountainous area by the other faction. Zhu Tianyi immediately said, give me the address. I will personally make a trip to that mountain area. We must find the Awakened Zero. The less implemented plan is a plan to conceal the existence of awakened ones from the public. This plan has a history of thousands of years. Since the birth of human civilization, there is an extremely rare portion of humanity who will awaken different abilities to control fire, communicate with birds and beasts, predict the future. According to predictions, there are countless parallel universes. There even exist parallel time spaces such as the cultivation world, and what we call superpowers in this world that we awaken might be related to the magical powers of the cultivation world. They share the same origin and path. In the history of this world, some awakened ones serve in high positions devotedly. Some awakened ones protect and shelter the weaker. but all awakened ones share one understanding. They cannot let ordinary people know about the existence of awakened ones. Thus, the Less Plan was born. This maintains stable operation of secular society. It's said there's an awakened zero with longevity, long life. He was the first awakened one in the world. Over thousands of years, he has passed through different powers, great dynasties. Countless kings and nobles relied on him to reach their peak in the modern world. Numerous organizations rely on his serum to nurture artificial awakened ones. A few years ago, Awakened Zero was captured by an underground organization, using his serum to create an artificial person with time-space controllability. Time-space control is the greatest forbidden art. It will cause uncontrollable time-space disorder. Therefore, for many years, China has been working hard to eliminate this underground organization. To recover this precious strategic resource, the Awakened Zero, the assistant side, and said to Zhu Tianyi. Unfortunately, Awakened Zero has still been transferred. However, this time, finally, we've destroyed most of the organization's power. The remaining remnants pose no threat. Congratulations, Professor. Now this organization no longer poses a threat to you. Finally, you can go find your little girl. At this moment, someone reported. Headquarters Professor sent a message. There was just an S-level ability awakening wave appeared in Yushan City. The assistant heard this and said, usually ability awakening happens after experiencing major mental shock. Yushan City actually produced an S-level awakened one. Have you guys found out their identity? According to investigation, her name is Shan Changjun, was just a normal college student. Hearing this, Zhu Tianyi was shocked. What he anxiously said, teleport me back to the city immediately. Yushan's supernatural abilities usually awaken due to severe mental shock. What happened to her? Shin Changjun fell into the lake. She covered her mouth with both hands. It's bad. I can't hold my breath anymore. She helplessly let herself drift freely. Most of the time, people can't see their inner hearts clearly. At this moment, Zhu Tianyi teleported there and immediately jumped in to save her. But usually when danger strikes, or when at life's lowest point, Shin Changjun silently called for help. The first person you think of is the one who, to you, is the most important person. Zhu Tianyi wrapped his arms around Shan Changjun's waist. Time like a thief stole her memories. Zhu Tianyi looked at Shan Changjun worriedly. Don't lose consciousness anymore, Master. Then he bent down to give her air. Like day after day, replacing Buddha, sincerely dusting. On Wan Yao Shun's side, he was angrily yelling at his roommate. Are you guys brothers? Or not? Why did you tell everyone about Shin Changjun liking me? Now the forum is in chaos. She's been ignoring me all day, one guy coldly replied. What's it to you? You're not short of pursuers. Just comfort her a bit, and she'll come around. Isn't that how you've always treated her anyway? Wan Yao Shun then said. But she's my best friend. That guy sneered. There's no pure friendship between men and women. These words of yours only fool female students. Dare you say you've never had any thoughts about her, no? And Yao Shin's face darkened. Impossible, she's not bad looking. You two stick together all day. You haven't had any thoughts at all. Or are you not a man? Wan Yao Shin angrily clenched his fists and said confusedly, feelings between people are very complicated. I really see her as my best friend most of the time. That guy then came over and put his arm around him. Right, if I say she's had a crush on you for 15. You really didn't notice at all. You definitely don't like her, so you've been playing dumb. Wan Yao Shin ignored him and took out his phone. Never mind, I'll call her first. Picking up the phone. Why is there a feeling of panic right now? Zhu Tianyi had just pulled Shan Changjun out of the lake. The fluctuations in her body have settled down again. Seems she hasn't fully awakened yet. Wait until next time she encounters strong stimulation. She should fully awaken. What ability will she have? Zhu Tianyi gently raised his hand to Shan Changjun's face. From now on, I must stay by her side and not leave her a single step. When the organization's threat was almost cleared, it was also when she and I were in a daze. Shin Changjun kept mumbling and sobbing. I miss you so much. For thousands of nights, I wanted to meet her countless times again, just like in countless reunions in the past. Hearing Sham Truong Quan sleep-talking, Qtianda felt uncomfortable all over. She's calling out about the male student who was mentioned on the forum today. Right then, the phone rang. The name, Du, then, made his face darken. It was him. The phone kept ringing until the 99th time. Qtianda got so annoyed that he picked up, and Du then immediately said anxiously, Young miss, this time your temper is really too much. Not answering the phone for half a day. I almost called the police, you know. Are you angry again today? Let me comfort you. All right, don't be upset anymore. Tomorrow I'll treat you to a meal outside, okay? Next time you can't disconnect like this again. Do you hear me? young miss? Qtienda interrupted. She's not available to take calls right now. Hearing a man's voice, Van Van's expression changed. Who are you? Sham Truong Quan just woke up and shouted. From afar, she could be heard blushing and starting to think. I kissed the professor. Although it was mainly artificial respiration, I must have drunk too much. Having hallucinations, she shyly got up and opened the door. Looking outside, she saw Qtienda busy in the kitchen. He blew on a spoonful of soup. Sham Truong Quan exclaimed in surprise. Professor, why are you in my house? So last night wasn't a dream. Sham Truong Quan's hands went limp as she fell silent. So that means what Van then said about never liking me for 15 years wasn't a dream either. At this moment, Qtienda directly fed Sham Truong Quan a taste. He said gently, Good morning. I'm still making pastries. Try them and see if you like them. Sham Truong Quan became happy after tasting. It's delicious, really better than any pastry shop I've ever tried. Professor, you even know how to make desserts? Amazing. Yes, I deliberately learned for a long time. Hearing this, Sham Truong Quan asked again, How long is long? Qtienda answered, 25 years, from when I was 3 until the day I met you. That's about 9,000 days and nights. 9,000 days and nights. Sham Truong Quan blushed. What's happening? What's this strange feeling? Could it be? Qtienda leaned in close. Sham Truong Quan quickly reacted. She screamed and pushed him away directly, completely unable to think. Her mind was full of images of last night's kiss. Qtienda teased. Seems like you're speaking your thoughts out loud. Sham Truong Quan embarrassedly said, Stop talking. Qtienda laughed loudly. It's not the first time. Have you forgotten our wedding night in the Mocklin illusion? Sham Truong Quan froze upon hearing this. What did you just say? Mocklin illusion? Wedding night? How does he know about these things? Qtienda said I've waited for over 29,000 nights. Shin Changchuan still couldn't understand what this was about. What exactly was happening? Master, it's been a long time since we've seen a scene change to a press conference. Reporters immediately asked questions. CEO Shin Changming, please explain a bit about you and Wei Xingru staying overnight in the same hotel room. Yes, please give us a detailed explanation. Shin Changming spoke up. Regarding this matter, I want to seriously tell everyone. It's just a misunderstanding. Miss Wei Xingru and I are completely innocent. Wei Xingru also said the same. Between me and CEO Shin Changming, it's just a pure romantic relationship. Yes, things between us are very pure. At this point, Shin Changming suddenly realized. Turned to ask Wei Xingru, Huh? What did you just say? Reporters immediately asked, Excuse me, is this an official announcement? Miss Wei Xingru, do the male celebrities know about this? Shin Changming angrily slammed the table. What nonsense are you all talking about? What kind of relationship do I have with her? Right now Wei Xingru moved closer to Shin Changming, placing her hand over his mouth. So Shin, please play along with me. There are too many people who want to harass me. Please quickly stand up and shield me. Wei Xingru continued whispering to CEO Shan. The first time I saw you, my heart had an inexplicable feeling. You won't reject my wishes, right? Because I am your weakness. Immediately, the romantic relationship between the two was published across all newspapers. Total shock. Super famous idol Wei Xingru and CEO Shin Changming announced their relationship publicly. Shin Changming then said, What did you say in front of the media? Rumors between you and me have spread widely. Wei Xingru innocently asked, Isn't it exciting that our scandal has spread so widely? Then she laughed mischievously and hugged Shin Changming. Shin Changming was stunned. What are you doing? I want to post an official announcement on my blog to confirm the rumors. Shin Changming tried to push Wei Xingru away. Girl, men and women should keep their distance. Stop pulling. Wei Xingru widened her eyes and asked, Uncle, are you from ancient times? Why are you so conservative? You won't be able to chase girls like this. Then she held up her phone. Come on, let's take a photo together for my blog. Shin Changming shyly closed his eyes, then turned away. When I say no, it means no. Wei Xingru pulled his hand and pleaded, Really not? Then she burst into tears. I already spoke at the press conference. If you don't acknowledge our relationship, people will say I'm a bad girl who maliciously inflated the scandal. Seeing this, Shin Changming had no choice. All right, whatever you want. Wei Xingru rejoiced like a child. Great, then let's take a photo together. No sweetness, no letting you go. Then they started taking photos. Wei Xingru saved Shin Changming's slightly lower position. A bit lower. You're not looking at the picture. A bit lower. Alright, let's take the photo now. Vi Sin Nu gently kissed Sham Chuang Min's cheek and took a picture. Sham Chuang Min startled. You, what are you doing? Vi Sin Nu didn't care. Sham Chuang Min blushed shyly and calmly replied, this is sweet enough. My task is done. She glanced at him. Uncle, why is your face so red? It's not your first time being kissed by a girl, right? Caught off guard by the question, Sham Chuang Min sighed. His eyes became sad again. Vi Sin Nu leaned closer and teased, not good. So who was the girl who kissed you before? Who was she? Sham Chuang Min recalled and softly said, an old acquaintance from Sham Chuang Quan's side. Qtienda slowly put the cake down on the table. 28 years ago, I came to this world looking for you for 28 years. 28 years is too long. So long that I often thought, was it just one of countless nights? A distant dream that couldn't be reached? To be honest, the first person I found was CEO Sham Chuang Min, because after 28 years without meeting, the first time I saw his documents, I was very excited, feeling that Sham Chuang Min was very pleasing to the eye. And why didn't I recognize you days ago? First, it's because of something more complicated, more dangerous. In this modern world, there are superpowers. Superpowers similar to cultivation powers. But then Sham Chuang Quan rushed to embrace Qtienda. Have you been well these years? She was sad that he had been searching alone for 28 years. Qtienda stroked her head, though the longing was painful. But I was happy to endure it. The two happily embraced each other. Sham Chuang Quan smiled contentedly and softly said, long time no see, da. Qtienda continued. He was a created test subject, controlling time and space. Perhaps he used his powers to create and connect with countless other worlds. According to secret investigators, this person might be the author of the novel about cultivation that you traveled into. Of course, we still don't know the origin and causality of countless worlds. For example, why do the characters in the novel look like people in the real world? But if we want to change Han Tu's fate, destroy the world in the cultivation realm, then we must find the person who manipulates time and space and make him change the ending of the novel. Current intelligence shows he has escaped to an ancient temple in the mountains. Then Qtienda turned to Sham Chuang Quan. Previously, I deliberately kept my distance from you because I wanted to destroy this mysterious organization. Fortunately now, they only have some remnants left. Hearing this, Sham Chuang Quan became excited. I want to go with you. She stood up immediately. I'm sure that this world is not just a novel, but it's actually a real world. I want to save the people in that world and change Han Zhao's destructive fate. Seeing Shun Changjun so excited, Ju Tianyi agreed right away. I'll take you there. Hearing this, Shun Changjun shyly sat down. I thought you would stop me because you're worried about my safety. Ju Tianyi said, you're no longer an ordinary student, but an awakened S-class about to awaken, with countless eyes watching you. Staying by my side is the safest. Moreover, I've noticed that since coming to modern times, you're not as confident as before. But I feel this isn't the you I know. The Shin Changjun I know wouldn't be brave because of strength, but become strong because of bravery. Ju Tianyi patted Shan Changjun's head. I'm happy that we can fight together again. On Wan Yaoshen's side, he was always glued to his phone. His roommate called out, Yaoshen, come on, let's go eat, but received a refusal. Not going, don't want to eat. Wan Yaoshen hesitated to call Shun Changjun. Meanwhile, Shun Changjun was excitedly packing luggage. Ju Tianyi saw this and said, no need to bring too many things, we can buy daily necessities there. Shin Changjun was still deep in daydreaming. Although it's a serious matter, it still feels like we're going on a trip together, just like before when Yi Yi and I descended to collect divine artifacts. At this moment, her phone rang. Shin Changjun answered the call. Oh Yaoshen, what do you need? I'm about to head to the southern temple. Let's talk when I get back, okay? Hearing it was Wan Yaoshen calling. Ju Tianyi's face darkened on the other side. Wan Yaoshen asked loudly, who was that man last night? Shin Changjun was confused. The man last night? Wan Yaoshen lowered his voice. Is he your pursuer? Shin Changjun blushed. What? Wan Yaoshen recalled him asking who he was, and Ju Tianyi replied, her pursuer. Shin Changjun's face turned red, heart racing. Well, technically Ju Tianyi did confess to me, but I haven't agreed yet at this moment. Ju Tianyi moved closer to Shan Changjun, gently saying, all right, we need to go. Wang Yaoshan anxiously asked, is that man speaking right now? Are you two going on a trip? You clearly agreed to go on a trip with me before. Hey, but Shin Changjun had already hung up. His roommates whispered among themselves. What's wrong with Wang Yaoshan? Is he okay? Ju Tianyi looked very jealous. That nickname for him is quite intimate. In Ju Tianyi's heart, this nickname was so good that it could be carved on his tombstone. Shin Changjun fearfully quickly deleted, dear. I'll change it right now. Wang Yaoshan's phone received a message. Wang Yaoshan, thank you for always being by my side these 15 years. But I don't like ambiguous relationships. I admit I once considered you my best friend and also had feelings for you. There were times I couldn't distinguish between you and me, whether it was friendship or love. However, this relationship is no longer pure. We don't need to stay in touch anymore. Goodbye, dear. After reading, Wang Yaoshan frantically ran to find Shan Changjun. Despite people calling out that New Year's was coming, where are you going? Wang Yaoshan replied, to the Southern Temple. Shin Changjun was excited. You took my phone before I left. I'll let my brother know. As soon as she opened her phone, Shin Changjun was shocked. The message was about Shun Changming and Ruru. She angrily threw the phone at Changming. I'll never care about you again. Then she and Zhou Tianya repeatedly stomped on the phone while cursing beast. Shin Changjun said to Zhou Tianya, let's go. Let's take a ride to the temple in the southern suburbs. Zhou Tianya grabbed her hand. No need to be so troublesome. Shin Changjun looked confused. Yeah. Zhou Tianya directly picked her up. I'll take you there directly. With a soft boom, lightning surrounded Zhou Tianya's body. The two flew through the air. My power is to control lightning with just one word. The ground cracked. The sky collapsed. In an instant, they moved thousands of meters away. Shin Changjun looked down with delight. It's so beautiful. My first time seeing the city from this angle. Then she asked, weren't you very afraid of storms before? Why did you awaken lightning abilities? Zhou Tianya replied, because later, during all rainy nights, you were by my side. Since then, I began looking forward to stormy days. Shin Changjun blushed silently. Then Zhou Tianya asked, what are you thinking about? I suddenly remembered our first descent to Earth through dangers. From Nine Flower sect across the hopeless sea to Luaha. It seems like several lifetimes ago. Scene changes to the makeup room. The makeup artist asked, Rura, have you really decided to switch careers to acting? Yes, Wei Sheng Ruru held the script. I've decided to take the female lead role in the film. Today I visited the original location of the story to gather information. I heard it's a temple in the southern suburbs of the city. The makeup artist said, I think I know this place. It's said to be a 1,000-year-old temple, known for granting relationship wishes. Career and health prayers are especially effective. It's very popular online recently. Many young people go there to manage their troubles. That's not the issue. Ruru, you're an idol who sings and dances. You've never taken acting classes. Can you really be an actress? Poor acting will only attract more anti-fans. Wei Shengru confidently looked in the mirror and said, my acting skills have always been excellent. Even those closest to me can't see through my disguise. Then she opened Weibo. Actually, I know you've been looking for me. She scrolled down to the comments section. There were many comments. All fans were shocked when they learned about Ruru and Shin Changming's public relationship. The makeup artist said to Ruru, when you smile with squinted eyes, you look more and more like CEO Shin Changming. At this moment, the manager asked Ruru if she wanted to go to the Southern Temple and if Shin Changming should accompany her. Wei Shengru replied, no need to tell him, he'll follow on his own. Sometimes, I feel I can not only be an actress but also a screenwriter. Because I don't just know how to act, I can also design many things. Meanwhile, in the office, Hong Shuo was going crazy with paperwork. She held her head screaming, then slumped dejectedly in her chair. Great, no matter what, I can't find any trace of Naman. Where on earth is he hiding? Just then someone came in to announce, Miss, we found the person you're looking for. Hearing this, Hong Shuo got excited. Have you found Naman? No, not him. It's another person you were looking for, the one Shin Changjun asked you to find, Rongfeng. He's near a tower in the southern suburbs of the city. Hearing this, Wild God Hong Shuo was slightly disappointed. That guy's just fine. Shin Changjun said, Rongfeng might be related to the novel transmigration incident. Hong Shuo then said, immediately have the private jet take me to that ancient temple. I want to investigate personally. Then Hong Shuo became silent again and wondered, Naman, where are you really? The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like. Share it to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all an energetic day.